Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. I hope everybody's having a good morning thus far. We were only live about 8 hours ago covering this winter storm, and it has rapidly grown in size since last night. It is exploding right now in the southern United States. We have a load of freezing rain and snow that is stretching from the Texas Panhandle all the way now back into parts of Virginia, and this is going to get a lot bigger as we go later into today. We are going to be talking about widespread snow and ice accumulation as we go into this afternoon. And we are expecting one of the most historic winter storms that we have seen in a long time for much of the United States. And for some of you, this is going to be bigger than the 2021 winter storm that ended up freezing much of Texas. So we are going to have a very busy next several hours talking all about this winter storm. We have thousands of live cameras. We have dozens of live storm chasers out there this morning, and we will have them all day today covering this winter storm in depth. Right now we have storm chaser Connor Croft, bottom left of your screen. He's one of our most experienced storm chasers, one of our longest tenured storm chasers on our channel as well. He is currently located just outside of Memphis, where we have seen a lot of snow this morning. And then Storm Runner Media is over in Winslow, Arkansas. They're currently located back over near the Fayetteville area, seeing quite a bit of snowfall there as well. And then we have a lot of other live cameras. All right, I'm going to go and show you guys the entire dashboard of live cameras that we have set up right now. We have about 20 just on this screen alone, but we have a lot more in store. We have a lot of different views of this winter storm right now. Tons of view of snow this morning. We have a lot of snow flying again in Tennessee, and this is going to be the beginning of a pretty significant winter storm for those in Tennessee. So let's go ahead and break down what's happening right now. Then we'll kind of go into actually what is happening in real time with all the live cameras that we have. So right now on live radar, this is what it looks like. We got a lot of snow that is making its way across Tennessee this morning. Many of you that are in Nashville are starting to wake up to some light snowfall, light snow flurries. This is just getting started right now in Nashville, Franklin, and back towards Gallatin and Clarksville in Tennessee. Further back to the west, though, is really the real story. This is where we have a lot of heavier snowfall near Jonesboro, Blytheville, and Jackson, making its way to the northeast. And this is impacting areas like Memphis right now. And it's expected to get a lot more significant over the next few hours. The moisture is increasing, which means our snowfall is naturally going to get heavier. With that said, if you are in Memphis, if you are in Jackson, it's not going to be all snow. I know a lot of you want a lot of snow. You don't want the ice, but the ice is about to get going. We have a lot of freezing rain and sleet just down to your south right now. So from Huntsville, Alabama, back towards El Dorado, Arkansas, and Little Rock, this is a corridor that is developing into freezing rain and sleet. And over the next few hours, this is going to continue to move off to the north and northeast. And we are eventually going to see the risk of ice accumulation in areas like Memphis, Tennessee. So it's going to get going here pretty soon. Right now, it's mostly snow. As you can see on the bottom right, that's all snow for the most part near Jackson. But it's eventually going to transition into freezing rain, which is going to make things extremely dangerous across parts of Tennessee later this morning and into the afternoon hours. If you're back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, anywhere in North Texas, we have a large swath of freezing rain and sleet that is still ongoing this morning. We saw a lot of freezing rain last night in Gainesville and Sherman, which led to quite a bit of ice accumulation already. This is a live shot north of Sherman, Texas on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. We actually have a little bit of steam that is kicking up off the lake this morning. The lake is just so warm compared to everything else around it. The air temperatures are down to 18 degrees here in Denison, Texas, that it literally looks like it's almost foggy. There's just a lot of steam coming off the water right now. And so we've had freezing rain ongoing here for quite some time back over in Denison. It has probably transitioned to sleet at this point, but that camera's looking over the water, so we can't really tell. But things have obviously changed a lot there. This is what it looks like near Dallas and Glen Heights. It's been almost all freezing rain so far. All the roadways are pretty much covered over right now in a sheet of ice. There's been a little bit of sleet here and there, a few snow flurries as well. But generally speaking, it's been almost freezing rain exclusively in the Dallas-Fort Worth and Glen Heights area. You can see right now on live radar, we do have a decent band of freezing rain that's moving through Denton, Frisco, Plano, Dallas. It is moving off to the northeast right now. This is going to continue for the next hour or two. And then behind it, you see there's a big gap. And I do want to reiterate that we are currently in wave 1 of 2 of this winter storm. So this is not even the big deal. I mean, the big deal is what's going to be happening and forming later this afternoon and evening back over in Texas and New Mexico. We're going to have a new band of moisture that forms back over in the high plains, and that's going to explode into a very intense area of snow and freezing rain, and that's expected to drop a lot higher of snowfall and a lot more freezing rain for many of you from Texas and Oklahoma back into the Ohio Valley. So even though a lot of you over in Tennessee are seeing snow right now, this is not even the big event. Our big event is not going to be until later today once we start to see that second wave develop. And again, I reiterated this yesterday as if it's a 3-course entree, for example. We saw the drink last night where we had the appetizer this morning across the Ohio Valley, and then tonight into tomorrow is going to be the entree. That's the big stuff. We're talking about snowfall rates 2 times higher than what's happening right now in Arkansas and Tennessee. We are talking about freezing rain falling at rates that are a lot higher as well, and it will be much heavier. So I just want to throw that out there. Further off to the north near St. Louis and Kansas City, we have a large batch of light to moderate snowfall that is filling in right now. That'll be moving into Indiana over the next hour. So just outside of Indianapolis, get ready at least for some light snowfall. And then back over near Louisville and Lexington, Kentucky, Bowling Green, a lot of you guys are about to start seeing your first snowfall out of this winter storm. It's going to increase really quickly here over the next few hours once you guys actually start to get into the thick of it with these bands that are moving off to the northeast right now. But once again, heaviest snowfall, if you're just tuning in, is in Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Jackson, and also Nashville is beginning to see some of that snowfall. And so everybody over here in Tennessee, we're almost all exclusively snowfall for the next hour or two, and then it will start to transition into freezing rain near the Memphis area. All right, let's talk more about the future radar, kind of give you an idea of what's happening here over the next few hours. Obviously, we've kind of alluded to the fact that this winter storm is going to be pretty historic, and there have not been many changes to the forecast since last night. If you watched our stream last night, it has not changed a whole lot. We are talking about still a major winter storm. We're still talking about a major ice storm and a snowstorm. This will dump some of the most snow that we've seen in decades for some of you, if not at least in the last several years. So over the next several hours, our snow is going to continue to fill into Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Illinois, and Missouri. We have a large swath of freezing rain that is developing right now near Nashville, back towards North Texas, including southeastern Oklahoma, northern Louisiana near Monroe and Shreveport. Many of those areas will be transitioning into freezing rain by no later than lunchtime today. So if you have any plans to be on the roadway in Nashville, Memphis, surrounding areas, I would not be on the roadways. I get that there's snow out there. I get it's fun. And I get you might think we're done. We're not going to see freezing rain. That is not the case, guys. We have a large swath of freezing rain that's going to develop later today. We're going to see our temperatures warm up a little bit. That's because of this warm nose that's developing back over here in Alabama and Mississippi with our strong southerly winds. And that's going to transition everybody basically in Tennessee to a freezing rain. So please make sure you are staying off the roadways if at all possible. If it's an emergency, I get it. But if you're just going out to go to McDonald's or something, that's not the play today, all right? You want to be staying home. You do not want to be out there. It is very dangerous. As we go into this afternoon, freezing rain and sleet will continue across most areas in Tennessee. Notice where our sleet and freezing rain line is in Tennessee by about 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be all the way up towards the Kentucky and Tennessee border. By the way, timestamps on the bottom right of your screen so you can follow along here. We're also going to have a large area of snow stretching from the Texas Panhandle back into Kentucky, West Virginia, southern Ohio near Cincinnati. The heaviest of this snow at this point will be right along the Kentucky and Tennessee border, where those areas have not transitioned fully into sleet or freezing rain yet. We'll have scattered freezing rain pretty much all afternoon long if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if you're in Little Rock, if you're over in West Texas. Most of that freezing rain, though, is not going to actually get that heavy until we go into tonight. Because once we go into tonight, we are going to have a lot of moisture coming out of the Pacific. We'll have all of our Arctic air meeting in one place. Our low pressure system is going to begin to form over in the southeast, and that's what's eventually going to create a lot more moisture here back over in Texas and Oklahoma. So we are really going to get a lot more active tonight back over in the southern plains, and this is what it's going to look like by about 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. So this is going to become a massive winter storm with snow stretching from Maryland and Delaware all the way back into the Texas Panhandle and starting to impact Oklahoma City again. I think Oklahoma City and Tulsa, you guys are going to be talking about snowfall rates as high as 3 inches per hour tonight. It is going to get very significant in those areas as we are just going to be seeing so much more moisture in this area and a lot colder of air. That's going to basically double our snowfall rates, and our snowfall ratios are going to be a lot higher. So again, much more snowfall is coming. I know a lot of you are tuning in from Oklahoma this morning, and last night we saw about 3 inches of snow before we went off air last night in Oklahoma City. I do think we are going to see a lot more from where that came from today, and I would not be surprised if Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and even maybe Fort Smith, Arkansas got close, if not over, a foot of snow when this event is all said and done. Overnight tonight and tomorrow morning, this winter storm again is just going to continue to get even bigger. We will have freezing rain, sleet, and even heavier freezing rain developing in parts of central and east Texas. So notice this area right here. This is where our band of heaviest freezing rain is going to be located, and this is where power outages are going to become a lot more likely as we go into tomorrow morning. just outside of Houston, Texas, back over near College Station, into the mid-Mississippi River Valley, so Memphis, Tupelo, Mississippi, Little Rock, Arkansas. All of you guys are going to be getting hit very hard by heavier freezing rain by this point as we go into early Sunday morning. And then heavy snow will be stretching from New Jersey back into Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana, Pennsylvania. Even parts of northern Virginia will be dealing with some pretty heavy snowfall by this point. And then just after sunrise, freezing rain and snow will start to wind down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We should see a brief transition into snow and sleet for those in DFW, for Sherman, anywhere really across North Texas. Should at least see a little bit of snowfall, and then all that freezing rain is going to continue in East Texas.
Max, I can give you an update whenever you get a chance.
All right, we have Connor Croft. He's going to give me an update in a second. We'll go to him in a second. But by about 8 o'clock in the morning, again, tomorrow, we will have a large area of freezing rain and snow. The heaviest of the snow will be stretching from the Long Island area all the way back into Oklahoma. Freezing rain is going to continue in the mid-Atlantic, and that is all going to be happening in upstate South Carolina, northeastern Georgia. So if you're back over near the Atlanta, Georgia area, we will be dealing with ice storm conditions tomorrow. And then back over in North Carolina, Charlotte will continue to have freezing rain. If you're in southern Virginia, near Richmond and Roanoke, it's all going to transition into freezing rain as our warm nose continues to push off to the northeast and continues to surge warmer air, and especially in the mid-levels, it's going to get a lot warmer. And then that is the main reason why, again, we are going to be seeing, instead of snow, freezing rain for many of you. And then as we go into Sunday afternoon, this is going to be a very intense winter storm across the northeast. We are obviously going to be live all day today, but we'll also be live all day tomorrow covering this winter storm across the northeast with dozens of storm chasers and thousands of live cameras. And in the northeast, we are expecting upwards of 3 inches of snow per hour in southern New England, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and a bunch of other areas. Freezing rain will be ongoing still in the Carolinas, Kentucky, Tennessee. We could even see some severe storms in Alabama and Florida tomorrow afternoon. We do have a marginal risk of severe weather in the Florida Panhandle and southeastern Alabama. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, yeah, I sort of wanted to talk about the impacts of the ice that we're already seeing and how those could spread a little bit more. So the biggest issue with ice is, of course, the power outages. This ice weighs a lot and it will do a lot of damage to the stuff that it does manage to accumulate on. And this is already something that we're seeing in the northeast corner of Texas. We already have about 39,000 customers without power in Texas. Some counties are already approaching 25% or higher in terms of how many customers are out with power outages. So this is probably going to continue to be the thing that we're talking about all day when it comes to freezing rain and the damage that it's doing, is this widespread swath of power outages. And it's almost a one-to-one comparison right now of where the ice storm warnings are and where the power outages are occurring.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have a power outage map here that we can show you, this poweroutage.us. This is already not good news. Back over in the Texarkana area, we are now sitting at 39,000 customers without power. And so that does include areas like Red River County. It includes Bowie County, Cass County. This is already off to a bad start. I mean, again, we are talking about already 40,000 people nearly without power in Texas, and that number is only going to continue to increase. We're up to about 2,000 in Oklahoma. And keep in mind, we are very early into this winter storm. This is just the bare bones. Again, we have not even gotten to the main course here across the United States. This is a large winter storm already, but this is not the most intense it's going to be. Tonight is going to be a lot more intense than what's happening even right now. But obviously, with all the freezing rain that is ongoing right now, it's just going to continue to train over itself. We will continue to have several bands of freezing rain just training over themselves here from Mississippi back towards Midland, Texas, including the Dallas area, Shreveport as well. And the biggest concern is not the size of this winter storm. It has to do with the overlapping impacts that we are dealing with across these areas, because we're just going to continue to see bands of freezing rain impacting Dallas and Shreveport basically all day today. Same thing with Memphis and Little Rock. Obviously, most of you are snow right now, but it's not going to stay like that all day today. At some point, you are going to transition into freezing rain, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. I do want to remind you that the weight of ice is significant, and this is one of the reasons why we have power outages already in areas like Northeast Texas, is because the weight of ice is huge. If we get a half of an inch of ice accumulation, that's about 4,750 pounds on a 20-foot wide tree. That is the equivalent of 3,700 12-ounce beer cans. And that is not just cans, that is full cans of beer that we're talking about. So the weight of ice is very significant, and this is one of the reasons why we could see trees snap, we could see trees break entirely, and this is another reason why you should not be, near windows. If you have an old tree that you think might might fall during this ice storm, I would definitely recommend trying to sleep on a lower floor of your building. If you have like a 2-story building, it might be better if you sleep on your bottom floor instead of your top floor, because of this exact reason. So again, make sure that you're taking the right precautions there. Also, I do want to remind everybody, in case you don't know what you should be doing during this winter storm, on the right side of your screen, these are some of the good reminders that we should be going over. Again, make sure that you're checking on your friends, neighbors, loved ones, and especially the elderly. Make sure to properly ventilate emergency heat sources and use extra caution when driving. There really should not be much of a reason why anybody is driving today, unless you're over in Florida where it's like 70 and 80 degrees and it's sunny. I mean, that's different, but we're talking anywhere in the winter storm warnings and the ice storm warnings, there really should not be much of a reason to drive unless it is some sort of emergency. Also, we have a couple of updates. First off, I want to start with our power outage map in terms of how many power outages we're expecting and who could have power outages. This is our latest graphic. We've updated it since last night. And again, we have we're continuing to give you the latest updates in terms of, power outage details and as well as our snowfall accumulation numbers. But anywhere pretty much in the red, that is where we're expecting the threat of widespread power outages. All right, let me get it more centered so you guys can see the key at the bottom right. But anywhere in the dark red, or the light red, I should say, that is where we're expecting the threat of widespread power outages today and tomorrow. So that's going to be anywhere just south and east of Dallas-Fort Worth, just north there of College Station. It includes Tyler. It includes areas like Shreveport. It goes back into northern Mississippi near Tupelo. And if you're over near Nashville, we're also expecting power outages. Carolinas into southern Virginia, and including Richmond, and even near Roanoke. There will be a risk there of numerous to widespread power outages because of all of the snow and ice that we're going to be seeing in these areas. Most of the power outages, though, will be because of the ice. It's not going to be because of the snow. It's going to have to do with the ice accumulation that we're going to see in these areas. As a reminder, freezing rain sticks to power lines and then it will accumulate, and that will weigh it down, and that's what's going to snap power lines and lose power for so many of you, unfortunately, this weekend. Back over in northeast Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, we're also expecting widespread power outages there. If you are in the orange, this is where numerous power outages are expected. So that includes Dallas-Fort Worth. It includes the Red River Valley, Wichita Falls, not Louisville. Louisville's much further to the north here, but if you're back over near Virginia Beach, we could even have some power outages there. And then there will be some, which means basically isolated to scattered power outages in the yellow. So that would include areas like St. Louis, near Kansas City, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa. But again, the further north you go, the lesser chance you're going to have basically of seeing widespread power outages. Now, we do have a map here as well that shows you how much snow we are expecting. This does not include what has already fallen. This is our snowfall forecast again for tonight. It is for tomorrow. It's for everything that's happening over the next 48 hours. But this is what we're talking about in terms of significant snowfall. And this is, again, our latest forecast. This is also updated since last night. We are looking at a widespread 12 to 18 inches of snow across the Northeast, and that would include southern New England, it includes New Hampshire, it includes most of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. You might be wondering, there's no way this is actually happening, right? It is, guys. We are going to see very significant snowfall in the Northeast. I am completely forecasting that we are going to see over a widespread foot of snow for almost all of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Long Island, and southern New England. We are going to have much higher snowfall rates up there as we go into Sunday, and the snow in general will be lasting upwards of 24 hours. Further off to the west, we will have a large swath here of at least 6 to 12 inches of snow stretching from eastern New Mexico back into West Virginia, even closer to Maryland, and then anywhere in the dark blue. That would include areas just outside of Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, even near Toledo, Ohio, back into parts of southern Oklahoma, just outside of Dallas-Fort Worth, Little Rock, and just west of Nashville. All of you should pick up 4 to 8 inches of snow. And then anywhere in the light blue is where we're looking at 1 to 4 inches of snowfall out of this winter storm. If you're in the purple, that is where we're expecting an overlap of a little bit of snow on the north side of that, but also we're expecting ice storm impacts, meaning that power outages, widespread infrastructure problems, and a lot more are all going to be possible here from Texas all the way back over into the Carolinas. And so if you have a snow shovel, if you got a snow plow or snow blower, whatever you might have, make sure it's ready to go because there's a lot of snow coming. And for some of you, this will be the most snow that we've seen in several years, especially if you're near like Louisville or Cincinnati. We're talking upwards of 18 inches of snow out of this winter storm, and many areas like Boston are going to be picking up upwards of 20 inches of snow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just had one of our first traffic incidents in the Dallas-Fort Worth area of the stream. So this is on I-820, just to the north of Melody Hills. I believe they're going to have to do some sort of lane closure here. We had a car spin out, and state troopers just arrived on scene as well. We'll let you know if they end up closing the highway or anything, but they shouldn't have to close down traffic completely.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go full cam to that. This is a traffic incident that just happened. And again, this is gonna be a very common occurrence today. People are gonna be sliding on the roadways. There's a lot of ice. It's basically an ice rink today in North Texas. There are roadways that are treated, but again, not all of them are. And so what we're seeing there is the first of probably many situations where we're going to have, ice cause travel impacts and possibly car accidents. So please make sure if you have any intentions of traveling today that you are going slowly on the roadways. It is going to continue to be very treacherous throughout the daytime today. All right, as you guys probably heard, we had Connor Croft ring in. He said he had an update. I'm going to go ahead and bring back into him. We have a radio with all of our storm chasers now, so let me go ahead and see if he's ready. Hey, Connor, if you want to give your update, go ahead. So we have a radio system. Connor's bottom right of your screen. Go over full cam to him, though. So this is what it looks like right now back over in Jackson, Tennessee. Again, this is Storm Chaser Connor Croft has been with us for about 2 years now, and he is currently driving through the thick of it in Jackson, where snow is starting to pick up in intensity.
He's going at a normal rate, though. You know, he's not going freaking
so you can see
70.
All the snow being kicked up by these cars too. Again, keep in mind there are very few snowplows out there. We do not have snowplows for most areas in Tennessee. There's maybe one or two really on most of these highways, and that means only one lane basically is actually going to get plowed, and that's why this one lane in the middle is really the only one that you can drive on currently. That's what it looks like right now in Jackson. It almost looks like a winter wonderland already. Just imagine in a few hours, almost all those trees will be iced over
for becoming a member
as well.
Welcome in, guys. Thank you, Peter, for your $63.07.
All right, Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we have another accident now in the DFW area. This time it's near the 35W and I-20 corridor interchange. Looks like we had another vehicle spin off, go into the median. There's already first responders on scene.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I think that is slot 3, right? All right, this is our latest accident, and this is back over near Dallas and Fort Worth, the I-20 interchange. And you can see what the roadways look like right now in Dallas, Fort Worth, guys. They don't look good. These are fully covered over in sleet, in ice, with a large glazing of ice on the roadway right now. You can see first responders are already on the scene there, and this is going to be, again, a very common occurrence today. It's only just getting started. I mean, Dallas-Fort Worth is one of those areas that'll have a lot more problems this morning. By this afternoon, the people that are caught off guard in like Memphis, for example, are going to have a lot more problems, and even back over towards like Little Rock are going to have a lot more problems as we start to transition more into a freezing rain later today. So again, this is going to be a very common occurrence throughout the daytime today. If you have an update, go ahead. I don't know if Connor heard me the first time. See if he can come back through again. Hey, Deborah, for the $25 super chat. Really appreciate that. We also have, again, this is, oh, actually, here we go.
Entire exit.
This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft, and this is over in Jackson, Tennessee.
Ideal.
Got a semi that couldn't even get up the ramp there.
That is not ideal.
Back over in Jackson, so that has closed an entire exit here.
No loves for these guys. Rest in peace to
somebody in the chat said I lost power in Palestine, Texas. Unfortunately, power outages are going to become very, very common.
Try again, Max. For some reason, I can't hear. I can't hear any sound from Zello. I have no idea why.
Nice. Yeah, Connor just rung back in. I don't know if he's going to give us an update. All right. Thank you, Christine, for the $20 super chat. But yeah, hey, we have direct communications to our storm chasers, and obviously Connor Croft is out there.
For some reason, I can't hear. I can't hear.
But he, again, just gave, he's basically giving an update right now, but he's basically driving through a lot of snow right now in Jackson, and areas like Memphis, Tennessee are starting to see a lot more snowfall as well. This is what it looks like in Memphis right now. This is a live camera in Memphis. This is on the Radar Omega app, which you guys can download Radar Omega and see all these different cameras with the top link in the description below. It is only 13 degrees right now here at the UT Health Center.
It's not even
back over here in Jackson. So it is, or not Jackson, in Memphis. So it is very cold right now, and we have snow falling at rates around 2 inches per hour. You can see just outside of Memphis, we have some snowflakes coming down, probably already around 2 to 3 inches of snow so far. So the snow is definitely starting to increase in terms of coverage here across western Tennessee. There is a mesoscale discussion that we just got a few minutes ago. If you're back over in the north central Texas area, so that's Wichita Falls and Childress, or also in southwestern Oklahoma, increasing coverage of winter mixed precipitation, which will be mostly sleet, is expected over the next few hours. So that'll be mostly for areas near Lawton, just to the northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And so get ready for more sleet coming down over the next few hours. We are expecting the risk of over 2 inches of sleet accumulation for many areas near Wichita Falls here over the next several hours. This is another live camera that we can watch on the Radar Mega app. This is back over in Burke Burnett, and this is just outside of Wichita Falls, where it was mostly freezing rain and sleet last night, and it's starting to transition into a sleet-snow mix. So we're seeing a bit more of a mix out there in the Burke Burnett area. And then back over in Abilene, Texas, we have a frozen camera. This camera's been frozen over by ice in Abilene. It's only 9 degrees right now in Abilene, Texas, and that camera's been completely frozen over, and the lens is frozen. And again, the reason why is because of all that freezing rain that's falling. And I'm going to be honest, I think most of these cameras that are down here in Tennessee and even northern Alabama will probably be frozen over by the end of today after all this freezing rain moves through. So that's going to be a very common sight across the board here. Also, this is a live shot. This is Stormrunner Media. This is a different place that we haven't really talked about, but Fayetteville, Arkansas. You guys are tuning in from Fayetteville, Arkansas. This is what it looks like on the roadways right now. There are a lot more drivers on the roadway here than what we're seeing in Tennessee right now. But again, the conditions are pretty terrible out here. Again, we have a lot of snow on the ground, obviously.
Yep. The whole mod squad is awesome.
There's not really any ice here for the most part, but the roadways will still be slick. Definitely still going to be slick no matter what, because of all that snow that is currently covering the entire stretch of this interstate.
Mod squad. He calls his
That's Manuel with the PayPal donation.
Oh, okay. But so you're copying Freddy then, huh? No, but I'm just saying I'm talking.
We also have another storm chaser.
Dude, these roads have not
that has just gone live. We have storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who has just gone live. He's back over near Blytheville in Arkansas. And so this one looks like out there right now. This is on Interstate 55.
Yep.
Near Burdett and as well as Osceola.
Detrimental for today.
And so again, the roadway is pretty much completely covered over in snow and a little bit of sleet. And then later today, if you're in the Blytheville area of Arkansas, you guys are going to transition into freezing rain and sleet.
That's me.
For right now, it's almost all exclusively snow.
Me also being stupid because I have a clear left lane.
You can actually see the wind right there on the bottom of your screen. You can see the wind blowing the snow. Basically some snow drifts that are happening right now, and that is going to be a very common sight throughout the daytime today. We are going to have the wind's not going to be insanely strong, but it'll be strong enough to the point where we do end up seeing these snow drifts and blowing snow, and that could also reduce visibility. So for anybody that might be driving, which I know there's going to be a few of you that will be driving for whatever reason it might be, definitely make sure that you're taking it slow out there, especially if you're in the snow region where we're experiencing currently some pretty heavy snowfall back down near Memphis, and then lighter snowfall off to the north. There could be some blowing snow that mixes in there. Russell with the $10 super chat just said, to see what an ice storm can do, look up Michigan's ice storm from last March. Trees snapping like twigs. Power grids will be affected. And unfortunately, I think that's what's going to be happening over the next 24 to 48 hours. Whether you guys believe it or not, this is going to be one of the most significant winter storms that we have had in really the last, 5 years at least the last 5 years. For some of you, it'll be one of the worst winter storms that we've had in decades. But the amount of ice that we're expecting, the amount of snow that we're expecting is at very high levels, and the ice accumulation is the biggest concern. That dark purple area that you see on your map here, this is where we're forecasting over 1 inch of ice, which if you do not know what freezing rain of 1 inch or greater can do, that will cause catastrophic damage. And that's kind of what we saw in Michigan last year, where we saw a lot of ice accumulation, and what it's going to do is stick onto those power lines. It's going to stick onto infrastructure that supplies the power. And so we are going to have likely widespread power outages all across this purple area here in Mississippi, Northeast Louisiana. That would include areas just east of Monroe, near Tallulah, Greenville, Greenwood, back through Tupelo. All of you guys are probably going to have widespread power outages by tomorrow morning. If not, it could happen sooner than that. Back over in the higher elevations near the Appalachian Mountains, we're also expecting right around 1 inch of ice accumulation in far northeastern Georgia. upstate South Carolina, just north of Greenville, and even back over west of Charlotte there. And this is all areas that were impacted by Hurricane Helene just a couple of years ago. They have already experienced some of the worst impacts, in the last several years when it comes to major weather events. And it looks like we are going to see more of that tonight and into tomorrow. Even if you're in the pink or like the lighter pink color, that's at least 3/4 of an inch of ice, which can still cause catastrophic damage. It can cause power outages for days in some places. It can cause, obviously, infrastructure damage and possibly travel impacts all the way through at least Monday or Tuesday. If you're in the dark red color, that's where we're at least expecting 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation, and that does go up into the Nashville area. The National Weather Service did mention last night that we could end up seeing an ice storm warning for this area at some point today, depending on how fast we transition from snow into ice. It's mostly snow right now, but by sometime around 2 to 3 o'clock, will be pretty much exclusively ice for the rest of this event. And then back over just to the northeast of Houston, near Lufkin and Nacogdoches, we're going to be talking about around 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation here as well, 3/4 of an inch in some select locations.
All right, Max, I think I have it working now. I can hear beeps and stuff.
All right, Connor's going to give us an update. Let me go ahead and go to Connor for an update. Go ahead with your update. So, Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Yeah, so right now I'm on eastbound I-40, just to the east of Jackson, Tennessee. And the sleet line's already making its way up here. It's actually about to move into Jackson. Like, where I'm at right now, there's still a little sleet mixed in with the snow, but that sleet line and that warm air advection and that warm nose is already rapidly moving north. I went a little bit off to the south and west of Jackson about an hour ago, and it was switching over to pure sleet already. So for those of you in central Tennessee along the I-40 corridor, I guess west Tennessee, your snow is coming to an end very quickly. That sleet line is moving north, and I have to believe that freezing rain is right behind it. So I'm going to keep working my way towards Nashville. I'm getting back into pure snow here, and we'll see how fast if I'm able to beat that sleet line up to Nashville.
Awesome. Thank you for the update. All right, so that's Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He's live on your screen right now. But again, that's what it looks like right now near Jackson, Tennessee, where we have heavy snow ongoing. And by what he was just saying, it's basically transitioning into sleet here over the next hour. And so he's traveling eastbound on I-40, heading towards Nashville, where it is still snowing and the snow is starting to intensify further. And again, if we go over to the live radar, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. On the high definition radar near Memphis, you can see that sleet and freezing line. It is lifting off to the north right now. So that is now approaching areas like Memphis. And Memphis has mostly been snow so far, but we now have that warm nose that is coming out of the Gulf. And that is going to start to increase our temperatures over here in Tennessee and northern Mississippi. And eventually we are going to be transitioning almost exclusively into sleet and freezing rain for most of Tennessee. Now that's not going to happen immediately for a lot of you. If you're in Nashville, we're going to still be talking about snow for the next several hours. If you're over near Johnson City, Tennessee, it's mostly going to be snow for the next several hours, all right? But by about 2 to 3 o'clock in Nashville, we should be almost all sleet and freezing rain. And same thing with Knoxville. We should be almost all sleet and freezing rain by that point. If you're in Memphis, you guys are going to transition much faster. It's currently about 9 a.m. Central Time. I think by around 11 o'clock, it's all going to be sleet. And then probably by about 1, it's going to be all freezing rain. So the ice is going to really stack up quickly in the Memphis area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, of course, right as you cut to me, they turned the camera away, but it's in spot number 3 right now. It should come back in about 30 seconds. There's some sort of traffic incident here in Little Rock, Arkansas. This is right on the main interstate. Looks like we have a vehicle that went in the ditch and multiple tow vehicles blocking traffic. I don't know if they're attempting to do a single lane closure here or what, but there is some sort of incident going on near that camera.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we can see it there. Bottom right of your screen, we're going to go full cam to that. This is an accident east of Barrow Road in Arkansas, and it looks like probably some sort of slid or something like that. We don't really know exactly what happened, but this is eastbound, and once again, at exit 6 near Barrow Road in Arkansas. And so this is, once again, going to be very common today. This is another reason why you should not be traveling on the roadways. If you have friends or family that are considering traveling today, trying to get their McDonald's or whatever it might be for literally no reason, then please make sure to send them a photo like this and say, this is why I shouldn't be traveling. There's people pushing that car actually actively right next to that tow truck. And so this is going to be a very common sight here throughout the daytime today, back over in areas like Arkansas. And so please make sure, again, if you're out there, if you're traveling, you know, do the right thing and probably don't travel. Again, I would just stay off the road. It's basically an ice rink for most of you guys. Just refreshed it, and it looks like there was 2 cars involved. We got like a Jeep Wrangler, and then we had some sort of sedan. And so it looks like one of those people is able to go. And what the problem, I think what happened here, I don't think there was really much of an accident. I think probably what happened is that they couldn't even drive out of that snow area or that ice. And there's likely been ice accumulation here near Barrow Road already. But there's very few cars on the roadway right now. There's very, very few. It's a different story again over here in Tennessee, where it's been pretty much all snow so far. And there's only one lane that's basically been plowed in any of these highways, and you're lucky if there's even a lane that's been plowed in areas like Tennessee, because there are very few snow plows. And it looks like we got a cop coming up. Oh, there is that an accident? Yeah, that's an accident right there.
That'll do it.
Wow, look at that. Semi-jackknifed. This is a serious problem, guys. I mean, this is not even the first. This is like already the 5th or 6th accident that we've seen since we went live, and it's only been 30 minutes, guys. My goodness. Like, this is gonna be such a common sight today. It's only the beginning. This is what it looks like right now back over in the Osceola area of Arkansas. There's a lot more wind right now in Osceola. You can see all the wind blowing around with the snow on the roadway. Again, only one lane has been plowed at all. Back over here on I-55, just northwest of Memphis. And then if we head over to our other storm chaser, Storm Runner Media. This is not Storm Runner Media. This is the Arkansas camera. Let me go back to Storm Runner Media. This is what it looks like right now in Warner, Oklahoma.
Maybe we'll hit.
And again,
maybe on the way north,
none of these roads have been plowed pretty much.
We can go through some of Bella Vista.
So if you are in Arkansas or Tennessee, again, you're lucky if even one road has been plowed. And now they're in Fayetteville, so the location just updated here.
Big W's to you in the chat.
We have basically only a few cars on the roadway here, and most of them are trucks. Some of these are actually built to be on these roads, but even then, still pretty dangerous.
You guys are staying warm. I want you guys.
Bottom of your screen, we have 3 different storm chasers, and we have a lot more than that, but we have 3 storm chasers right now on the scene of both Arkansas and as well as Tennessee with all the snow that is happening. If you are just tuning in, if you're just waking up, it is currently obviously about to hit 9 in the morning. We have a large swath of freezing rain right now stretching from Huntsville, Alabama back into North Texas and back towards Midland, Texas. Most of this has been moderate to heavy over the last several hours. Our heaviest area of freezing rain is currently near Shreveport in the Texarkana area. We currently have 40,000 customers without power in the Texarkana area due to ice accumulation, and it's only gonna get worse. It is pretty isolated for right now. I mean, 40,000 is a pretty big number already, but that number is only going to increase as we go later into today. So areas like Texarkana already have major power outages beginning there. And then further off to the east into Nashville, Memphis, this is all moderate to heavy snow that is flying across areas in northeast Arkansas like Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Nashville, Clarksville, and snow is beginning to get going near Chattanooga, Knoxville, and back through Johnson City. If we go to a live shot right now in Nashville, this is one of the radar Omega cyclone ports. It has begun to snow in Nashville. So this is the first of our snow. We are expecting right around 3 to 5 inches of snow to fall in Nashville. And we're going to be seeing probably snow until at least 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we should actually get a decent amount of snow accumulation in Nashville, but we got some small snowflakes right now flying out there. And the skyline isn't even visible. There's actually skyscrapers looking this direction on this camera that you can't even see right now. So we should be able to see skyscrapers, but the visibility is just so low you can't even see them back over in Nashville. We also have storm chaser Carmen Parmello, who is currently traveling southeast. He's near Murfreesboro right now, seeing a few light snowflakes as well. And then if we go a little further off to the west, back over towards Little Rock, this is where we've seen quite a bit more snowfall, and you can see the wind as well. The camera's shaking quite a bit. This is near Searcy, Arkansas, and the snow right now is light to moderate, but we already have about 3 to 4 inches of snow on the ground here. So snow's coming down at a pretty decent pace. Also, over at Hill, we have a bunch of cameras, obviously. We have around 20 cameras just up on this panel right now. If we go full screen to our camera, the Radar Mega Cyclone port back over in Hillsboro, Missouri, this is what it looks like right now. These are some much larger snowflakes. This is just outside of St. Louis, for reference. And we have a lot more snow right now coming down in the St. Louis area. And it is really starting to stick. So, beautiful sight to see there over in Missouri. This is also Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium in Memphis, Tennessee. The snow's coming down pretty decently right now there as well. We are going to transition to sleet here very soon, though. So it's not going to be all snow. We will eventually transition into sleet. All right, we do have a few photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. And once again, we do have an entire way that you guys can send in photos and videos to our stream. It is one of the top links in the description below. If you guys have any sort of weather related photos and videos with this winter storm, please send them in. I want to see what you guys are seeing out there in real time. And we're going to continue to look at some of the stuff that you guys are seeing. And this is already off to a pretty crazy start. This is over in Rolling Woods, Mississippi. This is the ice buildup so far in Oxford, Mississippi. It's getting worse by the minute. So Mississippi's already dealing with problems with cars accumulating with a lot of ice. And this is going to look a lot worse by tonight. Trust me, it's going to get a lot worse. This is over in Shelby County, Tennessee. Our gazebo already has some snow on it. Got a lot of snow in the yard there as well. This is in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, sent in by Dakota. Got plenty of snow here as well. So over in Riley County, Kansas, a lot of snow there. Again, if you guys have snow measurements, definitely try to leave those in the details section whenever you send these in. It does help to be able to, see how much snow is actually fallen in some of these areas. I would guess a few inches there. This is in Sherman, Texas, the rain chain in Sherman as of 8 a.m. this morning. Sherman was getting pummeled by heavy freezing rain last night, and it's pretty light right now, but you can see all the icicles sticking down from the birds on this little chain that's hanging from their roof. And those are only going to get larger, by the way. Over in Midland, Texas, the 2026 polar plunge. It is 15 degrees. It feels like 1 below zero. We should call this the 2026 polar plunge. What do you guys think? For this winter storm, the polar plunge of 2026. And that pool is freezing over, by the way. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Guess who didn't have to go to work? That's a W. Yeah, hopefully most of you don't have to go to work today. This is from Camden, Arkansas. Ice buildup on a tree. So we're starting to see some ice over there. All stucked up over in St. James, Missouri. Got tons of baked beans, chili, all sorts of good stuff. The ice apocalypse is beginning in Bastrop, Louisiana. That is ice, not snow. So this is all ice in Camden, Arkansas. This looks like it was taken a little bit before sunrise, but again, this photo was just submitted a few minutes ago. Over in Saline County, Kansas, we got plenty of snow there. It looks like several inches of snow covering the car. About 4 inches of snow measured in Siloam Springs in Arkansas as of about 40 minutes ago, I think. So about 40 minutes ago. Joplin, Missouri has roads completely covered over in snow. All sleet, no snow in Durant, Oklahoma. And then over in Arlington, Texas, we are already starting to see some sleet there as well. Tons of ice falling in Shreveport, though. It was sent in by Kason. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. It looks like, I don't know if this is related to the winter storm or wind in general and what, but in camera slot 3, this is in San Antonio, Texas. We've had a road sign fall out of the sky. Clearly the roadside's no longer above the ground as it's supposed to be. So some sort of traffic incident going on there near San Antonio. It's not marked as an accident. It's marked as a natural occurrence. So I'm wondering if the wind somehow blew over this highway sign. But San Antonio, you are under a winter storm warning, so we might already be seeing some sort of issues there.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's what it looks like here. Full cam view. I don't know what happened there. That is interesting. What town is this in, Riley? So this is in San Antonio. Yeah, I don't think there's been any ice in San Antonio. We've been all exclusively rain down there, but there's an entire street sign that is not supposed to be there. This is, again, just outside of, or in the San Antonio area on I-35, so it has shut down the highway. I don't know how that happens. That's kind of impressive, though. All right, let's go back to some of your photos and videos. And again, if you want to send in photos and videos, there's a link on your screen. It's also the third to top link in the description. Got some more of you guys submitting some stuff. This is from Wood County, Texas. Roads are getting slick in northeast Texas. We've already had power outages up there. This looks like a drone shot from Lubbock, Texas. This is a wide panoramic view from Lubbock, Texas this morning. It looks like a winter wonderland in Lubbock this morning. This is over in Cobb County, Georgia. The cat is looking at my pen tool. She's playing with the pen. Topeka has been mostly snow so far. It's completely covering this car on the right side. It's over in the North Fort Worth area. If you guys are tuning in from Fort Worth, we got plenty of snow covering the road. Looks like the dog is ready to go play in the snow over in Fort Worth, Texas. Got a little bit of icicles too It's a beautiful view of the Dallas Fort Worth area. Got a nice view. Got a horse staying warm as well in La Junta, Texas. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this time looking off to the southeast of Galveston, Texas, off in the ocean actually. Looks like we might have a little bit of a water spout forming. This is something we've had our eye on for a little bit. There's sort of that boundary there. This is actually something that could move ashore, and they've gone ahead and issued a special marine warning for this. If this were to move ashore, it'd probably be a couple hours from now, somewhere near Port Arthur. It's moving pretty east, but slightly to the north as well, and this is part of that moisture that we're seeing come off the Gulf. I do think we might see a random spin-up tornado make its way ashore at some point today, somewhere down in this area. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on if you're in the area.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So, you know, we're not really talking much about severe weather, and we have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings down near Houston. Can't rule out a tornado or spin up sometime today right along the Gulf Coast. We have a little bit of rotation just offshore, pretty decent amount of lightning as well that's happening there. I do want to point your attention to tomorrow as well. We actually do have a legit risk of severe weather tomorrow in the southeast. So while there's an ice storm and a winter storm forming, there is a marginal risk of severe weather tomorrow for southern Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and near New Orleans, where we could see a spin up tornado, we could see some damaging winds, and even some large hail. So while this major winter storm is happening, there is even a risk of maybe some isolated severe weather. So we definitely can't rule that out. Today is a much lower chance in general. It'd be right along that Gulf Coast region, but definitely can't rule out a water spout, maybe a brief tornado coming ashore. So that'll be definitely very interesting to see if that plays out today. Let's go back over to some of your photos and videos. We got a few more here that you guys have sent in. This is a, it looks like a drone shot in Lubbock, Texas as well. We got about 1 to 2 inches of snow in Lubbock so far. I think Lubbock's been mostly sleet. I know a lot of you guys are spamming Snow-nado. I don't think we'll see a Snow-nado out of this event, but this is the snow in Nashville, Tennessee. Look at those snowfall rates. This was from James Pettis in Nashville, Tennessee. So that was as of about 15 minutes ago. Good amount of snow coming down there. We got 4 inches of snow in Arp, Tennessee. That was measured by Lori. Got a lot of sleet in Bossier City, and then this is what it looks like in Woodson, Texas. At least 5 inches of snow, or 5 inches of compact sleet. Sorry, back over in Woodson. Apparently the bottom step of their house has disappeared. That is 5 inches of sleet right there. That is insane. Back over in Throckmorton County, which is just west of Dallas-Fort Worth. We'll go through a few more photos, and then we have another update. This back over in Morgantown, Tennessee. Got the dog outside in the snow. It's in Spring Hill, Tennessee. Hot tub's covered over. We got some snow there. And then the last one for right now, that's Sandy back over into Queen, Arkansas. We have mostly ice there. We got some icicles sticking to the tree branch into Queen. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this update is for all of the NWS Philadelphia weather forecast area. They've gone ahead and updated that winter storm warning to have a little bit higher snow totals. We're now expecting 9 to 14 inches in the entirety of their area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, we're not just talking about the places that are being impacted right now, but down the line, Philadelphia is going to be impacted in a big way. We're talking upwards of 10 to 14 inches of snow in some areas over there. And our forecast suggests that we even could see Philadelphia over 12 inches. You know, that's entirely a possibility. This is our latest, this is actually not our latest snowfall forecast. This is our latest snowfall forecast. This is what's still to come. So anywhere in the white, that is where we're expecting 12 to 18 inches of snow. There could be some localized areas back over in southern New England as well that get over 18 inches of snow when this winter storm is all said and done. I would not rule out Boston, Massachusetts. I wouldn't even rule out maybe Hartford, Connecticut seeing over 20 inches of snow. I really think we're at least going to have 1 or 2 locations push past towards 20 inches of snow when this event is done. And maybe even up to 2 feet. That's not impossible with this type of setup. We're going to have very heavy snowfall tomorrow back over in the Northeast. Back through areas like Oklahoma, near St. Louis, we're still expecting at least another 6 to 12 inches of snow. So St. Louis, get ready for more snow. Tulsa and Oklahoma City, you guys are still far from done. Most of the snow for Oklahoma City happened last night, but a lot more is to come as we go into tonight and as well as tomorrow. And then 4 to 8 inches of snow is expected in areas like Little Rock. Same thing north of Nashville, and then back over into eastern Kentucky. Most of Virginia as well will be picking up on 4 to 8 inches of fresh snowfall. It's a storm chaser, Connor Cruff, who is live in Wildersville, Tennessee. You can also watch him inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description. We have seen a problem today where semis are going up these ramps and getting stuck. It looks like this one has gotten up.
Thank you, 7.
These semi trucks need a lot of momentum to get up these ramps. It has been a problem already today.
What are you waiting on, dude? Christmas? Why are you out of your truck?
You guys getting out of his truck? Okay. Interesting. He's at a stop sign.
Hitting his wipers, I assume.
Not sure what is going on there. Hopefully he's not stuck. I don't think he got stuck, but he got out of his truck for some reason right here. This is...
Yeah, Chad, before I left for this trip, I was going to stop at Whole Foods and get a bunch of...
This is what it looks like right now back over in Shreveport, Louisiana. And the roads are pretty much covered over in ice at this point. A lot of sleet, a lot of freezing rain has already fallen in Shreveport, Texarkana. And that is what the roadways look like. They look like an ice rink. Our power outage number has continued to climb. We are now at 48,000 customers without power in Texas. Remember, we started the stream around 36,000 people without power, and we're now up to 48,000 customers without power across Texas alone. This is only Texas that we're talking about here. We got about 2,700 in Red River County, and then about in Pinellas County is about 4,400. That's about 25% in a few of these counties. And keep in mind, by tonight, these places will probably be well over 50%, maybe even higher than that. So it's going to get a lot more significant as we go later into today and even into tonight. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, 2 updates, actually. One is back down in San Antonio. We have another camera angle of that sign that comes down. And then number 2 is in Arkansas. This is another semi that's gone into the median near Searcy. So one is in camera slot 2 and the other is in camera slot 3.
Thank you, Riley. So we'll go full screen to that. This is the sign that fell down in San Antonio. This is not related, I don't think, to this ice storm, but you can see the traffic buildup. This is on I-35 in Texas, and that street sign is falling down. And then this right here is over in Arkansas, where we have a semi in the ditch. Got a police officer there on the scene as well. But this has been a pretty common sight again already today. And this is going to continue to happen with how slick our roadways are. So that is at exit 46 near Race Street in Arkansas. Looks like it completely just slid off. And there's a few more cars coming up there at the top of your screen. There's been a few cars here and there. I mean, again, it's not been a very busy day on the roadway by any means for most of these areas, but definitely not something you want to see. It's cars like that getting stuck. Let's go over to Storm Runner Media. Let me get their camera on here. This is Storm Runner Media right now. They're currently traveling through the Fayetteville area of Arkansas. Bottom right of your screen. They're not in Warner, Oklahoma. I don't know why it says that, but they are actually in the Fayetteville area of Arkansas right now. And again, the roads are completely covered over in snow and sleet.
So definitely not enough snow to really.
And this one looks like over in Joyner, Arkansas. This is Storm Runner Media.
And we're in Jefferson exits. What do you mean there's just
to the northwest of Memphis? Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl here. He is heading towards Memphis right now. As a reminder, by the way, if you are just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel.
It's not like an insane amount of flakes.
If you have friends or family that are being impacted by this winter storm, share the stream with them. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever platform you got. Again, we are providing commercial-free coverage all day today. We're gonna be live probably until at least 10 o'clock tonight, maybe later, covering this winter storm. We are gonna be live all day today. So get the word out there. We are doing commercial-free coverage all day. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have another update from Arkansas. If you're in Arkansas and you're driving on the roads, I'd recommend just not. But camera slot number 2, we have another car that just went in the ditch near Russell, Arkansas. And then camera number 3, we have a semi that's parked completely across the road near Bradford, Arkansas.
Thank you, Riley. This is unbelievable, guys. This is a car that slid off to a ditch, exit 60 in Russell. I get people want to go places. I get people probably have things they need to do, but this is the almost the 15th time that we've seen something like this already this morning. And we've been live not even for an hour yet, all right? Like, we've seen several cars slide off into ditches. We've seen a semi slide off into a ditch as well. And then this is a much bigger incident. A semi is basically halfway off the road over in Possum Grape at exit 69 in Arkansas. Just unbelievable stuff here, guys. Can't stress it enough. If you are on the roadway, I would just get off. Like, again, take it very slow out there if you are driving. It is dangerous out there. Even if some of these roads have been treated, it does not mean they are necessarily safe. Like, sometimes this stuff can happen, especially with an ice storm of this caliber. And this is going to be a very common sight throughout the daytime today. We'll have to wait and see how long it takes for a storm or not a storm chaser, a first emergency responder to get to that person that slid off into a ditch. But obviously, it doesn't look good right now. They are off in the ditch. We got a couple more cars going by right now, but they are just sitting there. And it might take a while for them to get out. I mean, that's a full-blown ditch that we're talking about. That is not something small. They're at least a few inches, if not upwards of a foot underneath the roadway. So it might take at least a tow truck to get out of that. But if there's a reason, if you have a friend or family member that is thinking like, hey, I kind of want to go drive around and just see what's going on, this is what you should be sending them. You should be sending them screenshots or photos of these accidents that we are seeing, because it educates them into thinking I should not be out there. It is exactly why we should not be traveling today. If you're just tuning in for the first time, once again, we got a major winter storm that is happening across the United States. If you have not heard and you've been not paying attention to the weather at all, this is going to be one of the most significant winter storms that we have seen in a long time here across the United States. We have a large swath of freezing rain that is stretching this morning from Huntsville, Alabama, back into Midland, Texas. Dallas-Fort Worth is also included in this. A lot of snow is also impacting Nashville, Memphis, Jonesboro, and Little Rock right now. We have a lot of snow here back over in Tennessee, and it's going to continue to get more intense over the next few hours. Areas like Nashville will likely overperform when it comes to snowfall accumulation. I do think we will see around 3 to 5 inches of snow at least for you guys in Nashville before we transition into sleet and freezing rain later today. Memphis is still dealing with snow, but you guys will be transitioning into sleet and freezing rain within the next hour or two. If you're back over here near St. Louis, Jefferson City, Springfield, Bentonville, Arkansas, back over towards Tulsa, it's mostly light snow right now. But I do want to remind you that later today, we will have a brand new area of more intense moisture developing over in the high plains, and that is going to be our second round of much more significant snow and freezing rain. So for most of you right now in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, it is mostly scattered freezing rain or snow right now. It's going to be more significant as we go into late today and as well as tonight. So many of you will be talking about snowfall rates over 2 inches per hour, maybe even up to 3 inches per hour in parts of Oklahoma. And then back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the freezing rain will become a lot more widespread by tonight, and that is what's going to lead to a lot more power outages. Everybody in Dallas-Fort Worth, for the most part, has been lucky so far. We have really not had any power outages so far. However, I do think they're going to increase a lot more by tonight. Joseph with the Super Chat just said, new outlook showing up to 11 inches of snow in Denton, Texas. Thoughts on that? I am not expecting 11 inches of snow in Denton. I don't know what model you're looking at. I don't know if you're just making that up either, but if there's a model showing 11 inches of snow, I don't know. We might have to get that model off the ability to be looked at publicly, because my God, we're not seeing 12 inches of snow or anything like that in Dallas-Fort Worth. If anything, I mean, the only amount of snow that we'll see anywhere in North Texas will be like maybe an inch or two. Like, this is what it's going to look like tomorrow morning at 4 in the morning. The timestamp is at the very top of your screen. This is pretty much all sleet and snow at 4 in the morning even tomorrow. There will be a very brief transition into light snow, but no more than maybe 1 or 2 inches. I would be even surprised if we got above 2 inches of snow. Yeah, definitely don't get your hopes up. It's the Apple app. I've heard the Apple app has been putting out some crazy snowfall numbers. I saw some people posted on Twitter that they were expected to see 30 inches of snow, according to their Apple app. So, hey, I don't know, man. That sounds pretty crazy, though. Somebody in the chat just asked if New Orleans is going to see snow. I do not expect snow in New Orleans at all. They also, Adrien for the $5 Super Chat. Thanks for helping me keep an eye out on my frozen Oklahoma town. For my current home in sunny, warm Nevada. Yeah, you're dealing with some nice weather today, that is for sure. Florida, Nevada, and the West Coast. Those are the only 3 places that actually have at least somewhat of decent weather. We have some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is back over in Ellis County, Kansas. We already got a decent amount of snow on the ground there. It looks like a few inches. Icy roads in San Angelo. Okay. Back over in San Angelo. Apparently there was some thunder ice in San Angelo last night. Saw it happen on radar a little bit after we got off air. This guy is having the time of his life, I gotta say. This is a 46-second video, guys. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is another reason why you shouldn't travel, by the way. It's a pretty clear reason why. It's very slick. Thank you, Pete, for sending that in. This is Isaiah in Denton, Texas. Got some icicles sticking off the rooftop. In Frisco, Texas, there's a decent layer of ice under the snow. I'd say about 0.2 to 0.5 inches of snow. Yeah, it's probably all sleet right there, if I had to guess. I don't think we've had any snow, really, in Fort Worth yet, but that looks like mostly sleet. Snow's really come down back over in Poinsett County, Arkansas. That is a lot of snow in Arkansas. My goodness, I don't know how many inches that is, but that looks like several. Franklin County, Missouri is dealing with some moderate snowfall. So over in Saline County, Kansas, the morning run, there's plenty of snow out there. Oh, there's a deer. Oh, there's multiple deer. Oops. Look at the top left of your screen. You can see the deer running. That's a lot of deer. 6, 7, 8. There's like, oh my goodness, how many deer are there? Look at all the deer. It's like 15 deer right there. There's more. There was like 25 deer over in Saline County, Arkansas. Shreveport, Louisiana, ice is picking up. It's over in Huntsville, Alabama. So Huntsville did see ice, and you can see this person put down their window, I think, or they tried to at least. They couldn't put down their window, but you can see the ice sticking to the windows and the windshield. Snow last night, had to shovel a path to the squirrels over in Missouri. A lot of sleet over in Marshall County, Mississippi. Shadow is enjoying the snow in Mount Home, Arkansas. Got about 1.25 inches last night. Nice. By the way, if you guys have photos or videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen. It is also the link on your screen if you want to send in any photos or videos. Once again, you can do that with one of the top links in the description as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this one is from Shreveport, Louisiana. We have a closure on eastbound I-220. That's in camera slot 3. You're just gonna have to trust me that this road's closed, and it's very easy to tell why this road's closed, and that's because there is so much ice we can't even see the accidents that's causing the road to be closed.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, you can't see anything on that camera, but we'll go to it for a split second. There's a road closure here. You just can't see it. There's ice on the camera. A lot of these cameras will have ice accumulating on them here throughout the morning and afternoon. This is what it looks like in a much more hilly part of our winter storm over in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
There's the football stadium.
There's a football stadium apparently here in Fayetteville, so they're right next to it. They are specifically near the Harps and Lewis Soccer Complex,
look so much bigger
just west of, or on the northwest side of Fayetteville.
You know, when you look at them on TV, you look at them and they're like...
And there's a lot more hills here. We do not have as much freezing rain or sleet in this area, but there's clearly a lot of snow on the ground. That's going to make things slick out there.
It's like, whoa. Yeah, this makes me want to watch the movie Greater, you know. I'll stay out of the ways of these crews, but there's the football stadium here, chat. We're in a hog heaven.
What does that mean?
Go.
8, 7,
Hey, Raider,
13,
for the $10 super chat.
11.
I'm an OTR truck driver. My company sent a message to shut down immediately in Athens, Alabama. I believe it. I mean, we have so many semis that have gotten off the roads and everything. It's been a disastrous.
Team isn't quite LSU, but you know, you guys are pretty good. I'll give you that. Should have won a couple national championships probably, but.
This is also Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He is over in Tennessee. This is a very different area in terms of the winter storm impacts that we'll be seeing. This is in Wildersville, Tennessee, where there is plenty of snow on the ground, and we've already seen a couple of semi-accidents on the interstate.
The cash app.
This is I-40 eastbound. And we are expecting Nashville to transition into freezing rain and sleet later this afternoon. And all of the Nashville area is under winter storm warnings. You do not have ice storm warnings. It's all snow for Tennessee right now. There's a little part of Tennessee that's actually seeing sleet. That's mainly near Memphis.
I can't even eat, guys. Thank you.
And that's what it looks like out there. Bottom right of your screen, actually, we'll go full camera that. This is one of the accidents that we've been talking about. But this is a semi that is actually getting towed, it looks like, off the road right now. So they're actually getting towed off. You can see that happening in real time over at Possum Grape. This is exit 69 in Arkansas. And so this semi was about halfway into the ditch just a moment ago, and they're actually getting pulled out now. So there's progress being made, at least with that accident. All right. We have 3 storm chasers bottom of your screen, all of them again in winter storm warnings right now. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl, we have not really shown in the last few minutes, but he's near Memphis right now. He's coming up into the Memphis area, so we'll be keeping a close eye on him. Once again, large area of snow is currently impacting Tennessee, Little Rock, and Jonesboro. If we go over to the high definition radar near the Memphis area, you can see how heavy the snow is. These darker purples right here near Newport and Jonesboro are going to be your heaviest bands of snow that are falling right now. And this is where snowfall rates will be upwards of 1.5 inches per hour. So that's just south of Jonesboro, going through Jackson. All of this is currently pushing to the east right now. Over near Memphis and near Holly Springs and Hernando and very far northern Mississippi and extreme southwestern Tennessee, this is beginning to transition into sleet, and most of it is very light right now, but it will get heavier in about an hour or two once we start to see some of those heavier bands come out of the west. Back over in Nashville, we do have a large area of snow off to your west right now. For the most part in Nashville, things are pretty quiet. It's very light snowfall, but it'll get a lot heavier in about an hour or two, and then we'll start to see about 1 inch of snow per hour, so it'll get a lot heavier, and so we will probably end up being right around 3 to 5 inches of snow before we transition into a freezing precipitation like sleet or freezing rain. This is what it looks like right now just to the south of Franklin, coming up towards Columbia, Tennessee. And so we have a little bit of snow out there. Again, it's very light. It's maybe about a coating to a half an inch. It is sticking to the interstate there just around I-65. That is Carmen Pomelo, which you can also watch inside of the Radar Omega app. It is the top link in the description below if you want to download it. There's also more camera views just southwest of the Franklin area where we have some very light snowfall coming down right now. And then in downtown Nashville, we should be able to see skyscrapers out in the distance, but we cannot. The tall buildings are not visible because of all the snow that is falling right now in Nashville. Visibility is down to about a mile or so. And so we are seeing some very light to moderate snowfall, but visibility has obviously been reduced. Temperatures in Nashville right now are sitting at about 15 degrees. It is a cold, blustery 15 degrees out there. This is what it looks like in Jackson, Tennessee right now. We also have some light snow and sleet mixing over in Jackson. It is only 16 degrees right there. And then a little further to the north, back up near St. Louis, we actually have some heavier bands of snow that are approaching St. Louis right now. That's just north of Fredericktown. We have one other live camera here over in Merrimack Bluffs where you can see the snow is coming down at a good clip right now. About 1 inch of snow per hour back up near St. Louis. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, right now we're looking south of Nashville, trying to figure out how long that snow is going to last before the inevitable shift to ice. So right here, this is that line on correlation coefficient. What that means is anything sort of in this region, this is your mixed precipitation. So your sleet, your snow, your rain, all of that's in there. Everything to the north of this is snow, and this line is moving north actually relatively quickly. So Nashville, you might not even end up seeing like 3 to 4 inches of snow. By the time it starts icing over there, we're already getting some reports out of the southwestern Nashville area that we're already starting to see some sleet mix in. So we may see a change to freezing rain here in Nashville quicker than what we thought.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is definitely important to note that our sleet is already starting to make its way into Columbia. And for those that don't know, we can use the correlation coefficient product to basically see where that sleet is mixing in. And once we start to see something like this, that is where our sleet line is basically located. So it's currently near Columbia, moving up towards Franklin and Brentwood. So that's moving actually pretty quickly right now off to the northeast. So areas like Nashville might only end up seeing a couple inches of snow instead of actually a few inches, depending on how fast this thing goes. So again, it could be really anywhere from about 1.5, 2 inches of snow upwards, maybe 4 to 5. Just depends on how quickly it transitions. We're also seeing that transition right now back over near near Memphis, excuse me, and Jackson. Again, you can see that line moving up towards Lexington right now. But again, we have very heavy bands of precipitation. Any of that yellow and red, that is where the heaviest sleet and sleet and as well as snow is falling right now. So Jackson, just south of Jonesboro, that is where the most significant impacts are being felt with this snow. Huge shout out to Gary with the $100 PayPal donation, saying, great job, thank you, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Richard, for the $20 PayPal donation. Been watching you for a long time now, appreciate everything you do, and happy for your success. Hard work pays off, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for the very generous PayPal donation as well. Guys, by the end of this weekend, I'm gonna be honest here, by the end of this weekend, I might not have a voice. We're gonna be live for upwards of 16 hours today and tomorrow. Like, we're gonna be live all day today and tomorrow. My voice was already hurting when I woke up. It is right now, but we're gonna try to push along. It's one of the rare occasions that my voice is actually hurt. I've been able to bear through marathon coverages before, but this one might be a little bit different. I don't know.
Good movie.
We'll see. This is a much larger marathon than I'm used to. We've been
very delicious.
Doing 2 videos a day. We've been doing one short form video a day on TikTok and
Jack, can you believe this is Tennessee?
Facebook and Instagram and all those platforms, and we've been doing one live stream every day since Wednesday. So
no orange juice.
It adds up a lot faster when we're doing this much
juice. I wasn't feeling it though.
content in terms of videos and everything for this winter storm.
Can you believe this is happening in Tennessee? This looks like a scene out of freaking Michigan.
This is in Wildersville, Tennessee, just east of Jackson on I-40, heading towards Nashville. This is storm chaser Connor Croft that is traveling along the interstate. Only one lane has been plowed for most of these areas. Good shout out to David for becoming a member, and Joe for becoming a member. Also, I have a coffee, because I'll need it today.
Thank you,
It looks like something out of Michigan.
PayPal donation.
This does not look like Tennessee whatsoever. Like, this is...
Ultimate destination day is to...
This is definitely not what you would expect here in Tennessee, but here we are.
Nashville.
Snow's coming down very quickly right now in the Jackson area, on just east of Jackson on I-40. Thank you, Curly, for the $100 super chat, saying some families planned, some didn't. Our customers are protected. From Fern with the whole generators. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Jinky, for the $50 super chat. Thank you, Max and team. Keep up the great work. Much appreciated. Yeah, once again, if you guys have generators, if you have, if you're one of those areas that we've alluded to that could see power outages today, I really recommend making sure that you are ready. Again, I mean, most of you should be.
Tomorrow's a to be determined.
Right, but not all of you are probably ready. Some of you might not have flashlights ready to go. Some of you might not have your candles, whatever it might be. I do want to remind you that we could see power outages in the middle of the night. So please make sure if you have flashlights, if you have candles, any light source, have them on like a countertop or next to your bed, somewhere where it's easy access. You don't want it in the back of your closet because if for some reason you don't have another flashlight on your phone or something like that that works, you want to make sure it's just easy access in general, and you want to be conserving the most power that you can, especially if you have power outages. And I'm really talking about you guys in the red and orange on this map. Anywhere like Dallas, Fort Worth, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville. These are areas that scattered, numerous, and even widespread power outages are expected today and tomorrow because of ice accumulation, even in some cases, maybe how much snow we're going to see. And in other cases, it could be because of the sleet, but I think most of it will just be from the freezing rain in general here, from the Carolinas back into Texas. So make sure that you're prepared for power outages. Have flashlights and candles. Please make sure those are ready to go. Have them on a countertop. And if you have phones, charge them up. If you have laptops, any sort of device, charge them up and have those ready to go here for this winter storm here. Again, many of you that are tuning in obviously have power, but in Texas right now, we are at 46,000 customers without power. Most of them are over in Rusk and Panola counties. So Cass, Bowie, Marion, Red River, and Lamar counties, we're sitting at almost 45,000 without power just in Northeast Texas alone right now. And that number is only going to increase as we go later into today. We've had a pretty large band of freezing precipitation move into areas near Shreveport as well. You can see all the freezing rain right now near Shreveport and Mansfield, and this is going to continue to remain pretty intense. So that right there near Shreveport and Mansfield is a very intense area of freezing rain that is currently moving through. Wow. Look at this. Visibility keeps getting worse.
Shit in the bed.
It's over in Wildersville, Tennessee, just east of Jackson.
Well, that's why. It's not even connected. What are we doing?
Visibility's actually getting worse there right now. And this is back over at Crawfordsville, Arkansas.
January. No, never.
This is just outside of Memphis.
It's just gonna stay cold.
Storm Chaser Ryan Shaw, I
during
believe,
this
is
time,
going to
too.
go into
It's just
Memphis
not
here
gonna get
shortly.
warm.
And we are beginning to see at least some sleet transition in the Memphis area. So it will start to get a little bit more icy in this area here shortly.
What?
Huge shout out to Paul as well with the $100 super chat saying, thanks, Max, Paul, and Debbie. I really appreciate that, Paul. Thanks so much for the support.
I didn't see the ad at all.
That's what I saw.
Back over off the coast of Houston, Texas, there is possibly a water spout ongoing right now. So we don't just have snow and ice, we also have water spouts and possible tornado risks to talk about too. A large area of rotation is just southeast of Galveston, Texas. It should stay offshore for the most part, but definitely not ruling out an isolated tornado risk right along the immediate coast today of Texas or Louisiana. And again, you know, these are areas that are also going to see ice tomorrow. So we're going to be going from possible, you know, thunderstorms right now, which we actually have a lot of lightning just southeast of Lake Charles from a thunderstorm that is going towards Abbeville and Lafayette. We're going from thunderstorms to freezing rain and sleet by tomorrow down near Port Arthur, Beaumont, Lake Charles, and Houston. Pretty crazy stuff there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have another incident in the DFW area. I just sent it to slot 3. This is near Cannondale, and it looks like we have a vehicle that's gone off into the ditch.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is, again, going to be very, very common today. This is at least, wow, that's definitely a significant accident. This is at least our probably 15th, 20th accident that we've seen on the stream, and we've only been live for an hour and 15 minutes. But there is a truck with a trailer that is into the ditch, and then it looks like some sort of sedan that is also skidded off. They are starting to drive, it looks like. It's hard to tell if they were both involved in this accident or not, but I would have to assume they were. Hey, Mike, for the super chat. This is once again I-20 near Green Oaks. That car is now driving off, it looks like. And it's going to take a lot longer of a time to get that truck and trailer out of the ditch right there. Hopefully everybody's all right there. Good chat's Girly with another $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. Strange place to park. All right, guys, let's not. That's not intentional. Unfortunately, I'm actually going to show you guys the street view map here of all the traffic incidents that we have right now. But if we go over to the map here, it's what it looks like currently across, you know, the entire southern plains. And we have a lot of yellow, obviously, when you're zoomed out. If we zoom into any of these areas, you'll see all, like, the road closures. Like Dallas-Fort Worth, we have so many road closures right now near Red Oak, Texas, near Irving. Right next to the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, there's a bunch of road closures right now, most likely because of the weather. We have some other road closures kind of in between some of these highways. Shreveport has a pretty large road closure just south of Shreveport. We have another one near Martin Luther King Drive area, just outside of Aubrey Park. The Memphis area, we have a couple of road closures. We have probably some accidents in some of these spots as well. I mean, this is an increasing and becoming a much bigger problem for a lot of areas. And there are obviously not very many people on the roadways, but I mean, look bottom right of your screen. There's a lot of people actually driving in Nashville right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I actually wanted to talk about that real quick. So this is on I-40, just over the Cumberland River in Nashville. It seems like we've had a little bit of a traffic incident here where there's a few vehicles piling up. There are also people getting out of their cars on an active interstate to looked like they were fighting about the accident. Don't do that. If you slipped, other people are going to slip too, especially coming around blind corners like this. You will have situations where people get hit by a car because they're out of their vehicles. So if you get in an accident, stay in your car, call 911, wait for the first responders to come over there, close off that traffic, and then you can get out of your vehicle when they tell you it's safe to do so.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go full cam to that accident or that incident that happened, and it looks like the hood has been damaged to some extent. They were just pushing the car a second ago. This is on I-24 eastbound to the I-40 westbound in Silman Evans Bridge. That is mile marker about 50 or 49.5 in Nashville, Tennessee. And I saw a couple people get out of the car pushing the car a second ago, but there's a lot of people on the roadways, which is kind of concerning in Nashville. I mean, I've seen a lot of people driving up this ramp. And guys, if you're in Nashville, I would, to be honest, unless it's an emergency or really urgent, I would not be on the roadway right now. I know it's only snowing and it's not really icy yet, but it's going to get slick pretty quickly. And things like this are going to become a lot more frequent, and it's just not worth it, in my opinion, trying to be out there. But definitely don't be out of your car like this guy. It is not safe to do so right now. This is also kind of concerning. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl
Not that I'm aware of.
is stuck behind a lot of cars. This is a lot of people. Back over here on the west side of Memphis. This is West Memphis, Arkansas, but it's on the west side here of Memphis, Tennessee.
No, it's not. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of people here that are driving on the road, and we are starting to transition now into sleet.
Music Light, thank you for the $1 super chat. Appreciate that so much. Somebody's in the chat for Music
This was
Light,
originally
or
just
super sticker, sorry.
snow, and now it's transitioning into sleet, which is going to cause
sleet
ice
and snow
accumulation and obviously bigger
on
problems.
the ground, and even falling from the sky right now. It's a little bit light at the moment. Sorry, the chat just like randomly disappeared or stopped moving, so I like didn't know where the chat went. Weird.
Interesting to see what happens. Again, there's just so many people traveling. Not a good thing to see. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, also in Memphis, looking near Sea Island Park, there's another traffic incident. We have someone go off the road into a concrete barrier that is in camera slot 3.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is this right here. Hopefully they're all right. But again, this is another concern. This is in Memphis. We were just talking about how there's a lot of people driving right now on the interstate in Memphis. And that is one of the reasons why you should not be traveling, even if you're in a populated area like Memphis. I mean, this is an area that is about to see a lot of sleet and then freezing rain. It's fully transitioned at this point to sleet for Memphis. And so we are starting to see the roadways get a lot more slick. And so things are getting a lot more dangerous out there in western Tennessee. There's an incredibly high amount of people on the roadways here in Memphis.
Because it's close.
And Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is now just crossing into Tennessee.
Never closes.
I believe he is on I-40. But the roadways are pretty much all covered over in sleet now.
Yeah, we just passed a Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel. I can't speak apparently again. Yeah, we're on the west side of Memphis here, which is technically still in Arkansas.
Whoa.
Hey, Tech.
Dude, you're flying.
Whoa. What is that guy doing?
I'm content with just going 35 here.
That guy's going like 70. What are we doing?
I think actually, the funny thing is, they call it the Waffle House Index.
That guy was going way too fast.
Some of the Waffle Houses
Hey,
in
Tech, for the
Arkansas
$10
are
super chat.
So, pretty much end of the world.
Yeah, Tech, I think you'll at least see at least 3 to 5 for sure inches of snow there in Radcliffe, Kentucky.
Memphis South, Memphis. Anyway, I wouldn't be something here.
Hey, Jakey, for becoming a member. Shout out to Eric with the $50 super chat. Getting prepared in Charlotte, North Carolina. That is good. Glad you get prepared over there in Charlotte. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so 2 things. Looks like Storm Runner Media just caught someone going in the ditch in camera slot 1. Also in camera slot 3. This is also in the Nashville area. It looks like we've had a car roll over a guardrail into the ditch. First responders on the scene for that one.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we're going to start with Storm Runner Media first. They have a person that is now in a ditch.
It's a nice that might
looks like they're trying to
areas
probably get him towed out of the ditch.
Snow maybe that wasn't anticipating.
And then back over in Nashville, Tennessee, a car flipped over. So, again, extremely dangerous traveling conditions here all across
I don't want to solely
Tennessee.
go for the triple R, so I want to at least give other ones a shot.
And I would not be on the roadway if I were you right now here across
55 here.
Tennessee, Arkansas, really anywhere that's in these ice storm warnings, any place that is seeing any type of wintry precipitation, I would just not be on the road, guys. Just not worth it. And this is what the roadways look like right now. And you don't know what's underneath these roads. I mean, this is in the Memphis, Tennessee area. We're now into Memphis.
We're tuned into the stream right now.
Like, this is what the roadways look like. They do not look like they should. They're really safe to travel on. They're either covered with sleet, freezing rain, or snow, and it's going to make it slick no matter what. We're now going into sleet in Memphis, which means there is now ice accumulation.
I think the Loves is actually right up the road here.
Hey, Robert from Coming to Moderate Velocity member, and also Christian with the $10 super chat. I'm, of course, in Illinois. Please stay off the roadway. Don't risk your life if it's not necessary.
Being sent right into the
Susan with the $20 super chat says, good job, Max. Appreciate that.
Now there's our Loves. I'm going to be paying $2.18 a gallon.
That somebody's going fast, too.
Let's go.
Somebody is booking it.
912 people. Whoa.
Scholes said he was going about 35, 40 miles per hour, which I believe.
So
that semi looks like they're going at least 60.
These storms have definitely happened before, but
that semi is flying.
Not a good one. I think mainly the ice side is what's historic right now. There's just a random mattress. Sure.
So Ryan Scholl right now is basically at the I-55, I-40 area. He's actually still in Arkansas. It's still in West Memphis, Arkansas right now. He's just on the west side, though, Memphis, Tennessee.
Especially this weekend. I don't want to play with the ice side at all. That's just way too dangerous for me, and especially my girlfriend that I have with me. And I don't want to be a risk.
How about the super chat said Tennessee can't drive when it's sunny. Do not drive if you're in Tennessee.
So we're going to be playing mainly the snow side as we can. So again, we have like a snow sleet mix here at the moment. Not exactly ideal, but that's definitely, we can deal with that.
Christian with the super chat said I'm an officer in Illinois. What do you think Chicago will see? I think maybe 1 to 2 inches. Not much there in Chicago.
Only we had a.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there are a few people in chat asking about flight cancellations. So this is the most up-to-date information. Nearly 8,000 flights have been canceled. American Airlines accounts for the most of those with about 3,500. United has canceled about 1,300, Southwest 1,200. Delta 664, Air Canada 240, Spirit 180, Frontier 171, and JetBlue 143. I expect more cancellations later on in the day. Note that there are about 11,000 delays, so there is significant issues with air travel right now, and these are going to start to impact more than the areas where the winter precipitation is occurring, just because planes aren't going to be able to get to their next leg of the flight.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, a lot of flight cancellations, delays happening all across the country. This is according to Flight Radar 24, and they are saying that there's at least 3,500 American flights alone, just are all canceled here through Sunday. And I think the map here shows major problems and minor problems and all that. So you can see major problems right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at both Love Field and also DFW Airport. And then looks like Nashville, I believe, is that one right there. And then we have some at least minor problems back over near, I believe that's Louisville or Lexington, Kentucky. But yeah, major problems again in Dallas-Fort Worth. That is going to likely continue at least into early tomorrow. So definitely not something that you want to see. And right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, again, we got a large area of freezing rain. It's been pretty scattered here throughout the morning. It's going to get more widespread by tonight. Ice accumulation is beginning to ramp up, especially over near Sherman, Texas, and surrounding areas like Denison. We've already seen plenty of freezing rain accumulate into ice here over the last few hours. The heaviest freezing rain, though, is right here. Shreveport, Monroe, El Dorado. We are dealing with much heavier freezing rain there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is another incident in Tennessee, this one near Laverne, and actually it looks like there was another one right next to it, so I'll try and get that camera pulled up here in a second, but a vehicle has gone into the median. So this is about the 4th accident we've seen in Tennessee. There's a 5th one now that I'm seeing on the map. So we've had about 5 accidents in the last like 10-15 minutes in Nashville area. If you're driving in Nashville, you should probably just not. Also near Chattanooga, Tennessee, there's another 2 in the last 5 minutes. So we're going to start cycling pulling some of these cameras through so you guys can see that there's just another accident in Nashville. But there are a lot of accidents happening right now across Tennessee as we're seeing that transition to sleet. So please just avoid the roads at this point.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. It's unbelievable. We keep getting an accident like every 10 seconds. This is, and again, I cannot stress it. If you are in Nashville, get off the road. There's no reason to be on the road right now unless it's an emergency. This is in Nashville. We have at least one car that is off the road, and it seems like a lot of these are happening in like the same areas. So Memphis, we've seen multiple accidents. We've seen a bunch over in Little Rock, and so this is again on I-24 mile marker 61 at Hickory Hollow Parkway. So at least one car is slid off. There are so many vehicles on the roadway this morning. I'm actually shocked by how many are in Nashville. By the way, you can switch out camera slot 2 and 1. I'm on slot 3 right now, but you can switch out any of them. This is slot number 2. This is I-65, so this is another incident in Nashville. First responders are going to be so busy today with how many people are out there. That's I-65 at Trinity Lane. And then this is another incident with, it looks like an ambulance on the scene as well. So hopefully everybody's all right there. With a car going up one of the overpasses on I-24 there. You can switch out slot 3, 2, 1. Those are all incidents, again, back over in Nashville that have just happened. And we got a lot more different views here in a second. Thank you, Tyreek, for the super chat saying, what's up, Max? Checking in from Ripley, Tennessee. Appreciate all you do. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Patty, also for the super chat. I've seen so many different forecasts about West Carolina ice. Are we going to get slammed? I'm expecting a 1/2 inch of ice, 3/4 of an inch of ice, even in some locations is on the table there. Girly with the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Wait till you see Atlanta drivers. Let's hope that Atlanta does not actually see ice storm conditions, because I can only imagine what Atlanta might be like tonight or tomorrow, which, again, we are expecting ice storm conditions to happen there. Temperatures currently are still above freezing by a lot. It's about 42 north of Atlanta. But by tonight, it's going to be freezing rain for most of these areas. Temperatures will drop off. And if we go over to the future radar here, this is what it's going to look like later today and into tonight. We are going to start to see that transition into freezing rain tonight in northeastern parts of Georgia, upstate South Carolina, and then eventually by midnight and just after midnight, that is going to lead to much heavier freezing rain around Atlanta. So we are going to see some pretty big problems, I think, for the Atlanta area, Shady Springs overnight and early tomorrow morning, and accidents will become a lot more common tomorrow morning with all that freezing rain that's going to fall. Everything's just going to freeze in Atlanta, Sandy Springs, and Gainesville, and the most significant ice storm impacts that we are going to see are going to be right back up here near Clayton, Greenville, Toccoa, and back towards Charlotte. Even in Charlotte, Morganton, and Greensboro, all of you guys are expecting quite a bit of freezing rain, which will lead to some pretty big ice accumulation. And same thing with Dallas, by the way. Again, I want to reiterate that right now, we don't have that much freezing rain or sleet happening in North Texas comparatively to what we'll see tonight. It's been pretty scattered, but by tonight, this is what it's going to look like. It is going to get widespread. So by 8 to 9 o'clock, almost everybody in Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, Nashville, Memphis, all of you guys are pretty much going to be dealing with freezing rain and sleet by that point. So it's going to be a lot more significant by tonight, and then widespread snow will be ongoing from Washington back into Oklahoma City with possibly 3+ inches of snow per hour in some bands in Oklahoma City and Lawton. So things are going to get very active very quickly. We do have a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Looks like the guy's gotten out of the car. They're trying to get that person out over in Nashville, one of the accidents that has happened there. We'll go over to some of your photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. This is back over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where plenty of snow is covering the cars and also the roadways. It's all sleet in Caddo Parish, Louisiana. It's over in Denham. This is in Lamar County, or this is from Denham over in Lamar County, Texas. Got ice sticking to the tree branches there. Pocahontas, Arkansas, currently looking at about 4 inches of snow, frozen grass as well. There is a tree coming down in Denison, Texas. Wow. That is from ice, by the way. A tree coming down because of ice accumulation. And unfortunately, that is going to be extremely common where our ice storm warnings are located. Big snowflakes this morning in Harrisburg, Arkansas. This is over in Kansas City, 4 to 5 inches of snow there already. We're sitting at about 5 inches of snow in Riley County, Kansas. So we're using a protractor to measure snow. This is when you know you don't live in the north where snow actually happens. We have to use a protractor to figure out how much snow has fallen. I think that says 4 inches. I don't really know. It's over in Bono, Arkansas. The birds are loving the weather today back over in North Texas. I don't know about that one, to be honest. A lot of snow over in Humboldt, Tennessee. Got a dog running in the snow in Paragould, Arkansas. Go through a few more here. 3 inches of snow so far in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Got a lot more coming tonight. And the dog is really excited in Stephenville, Texas. I've never seen a dog so excited to have sleet on the ground. A lot of sleet. And then this is the last one for now. This from Sierra, Nashville. Started snowing about 15 minutes ago near Nashville Airport. And that was actually as of about 10 o'clock. So this is about an hour old. But nonetheless, that's what we're looking at there. Again, if you guys want to send in photos and videos, it is, I believe, the third to top link in the description below. We have a drone video from James Pettis back over in the Nashville area of what it looks like right now. This is just taken moments ago. This is pretty much just about an hour or two before we really start to see that sleet and freezing rain kick into gear. Thank you, Ruth, for becoming a member. You planned it for the $20 super chat. Many thanks from Albuquerque. Drink some lemon and tea for your voice. Yeah, I don't know if my voice is going to make it through tomorrow, but we'll see. Again, that is drone video there from Nashville just a few moments ago. It looks like a winter wonderland out there. And we have our very own storm chaser, Connor Croft, that is moving into the Nashville area here soon. So we'll have a live on-the-ground feed once he gets closer there. He's right now bottom right of your screen. He is currently traveling on I-40, moving towards Nashville. Again, we got several storm chasers out there on the bottom of your screen. We got storm chaser Ryan Scholl located in West Memphis, Arkansas. He is now moving, I believe, into Memphis. So he's back on I-40 moving into Memphis, where we are beginning to see that transition into sleet. And then Nashville has been mainly so far just snow, but we are going to transition to sleet probably in about an hour or two. And then back over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, it's been all snow for the most part. That's where Storm Runner Media is located. You can see here on Radar Omega, we have several storm chasers and live cameras. You got Storm Runner Media here near Bentonville, Ryan Scholl over in Memphis. You got Connor Croft just west of Nashville. Again, you can watch all these storm chasers, all these different live cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. This is also another live chaser, Carmen Palmero, who is back over in southern Tennessee right now, where it's been mostly sleet. And the roads there are going to be a bit slippery, but it's been predominantly sleet down there. We have had freezing rain, and it's still freezing rain back over in Huntsville, Russellville, and Decatur, and Athens. I know a lot of people were asking yesterday and the day before, am I going to see freezing rain in Huntsville? And we've been saying, yes, it's not going to last forever, but there will be some freezing rain, and we have had ice over roads at this point for the Huntsville and Athens areas. Let's go back over to storm chaser Connor Croft. This is what it looks like currently on I-40 going towards Nashville.
It's still snowing, so we can drive around downtown Nashville.
So the roadways don't actually look terrible when it comes to the amount of people on the road. Currently, I mean, it's going to be different, I think, when we get to Nashville.
Changes over to sleet or freezing rain, then we are going to move north up towards Clarksville or Bowling Green, depending on what the radar looks like at the time. And then we're going to cover there until it switches over, and then we are going to head up towards Louisville.
Somewhere just send the check and 100% confirm ice on the roads in Huntsville.
That's where we're going to finish.
Appreciate the insight.
My part of the stream today, somewhere around 8 p.m.
After the super chat? That's because it's too dry, and
after
Raiders picking up basically.
Transition over to Brandon back in Oklahoma. Some of you guys, I'm sure, watch.
Back to them in a second. Somebody was asking in the chat, why does it show snow on radar, but now it's just starting to snow, even though it's been showing snow for like 2 hours? That's because we basically have some mid-level dry air, so even though radar might be picking up on snow, like in Johnson City, for example, it might not necessarily be snowing because the snow is actually falling, you know, a couple thousand feet up, but once it gets into that drier layer, it melts before actually getting to the surface. Or evaporates, I should say, before it actually gets to the surface. So it's actually not going to be, like in some places like Johnson City or Asheville, like you might have snow on radar right now, but it does not necessarily mean it's actually snowing. We can go over to Knoxville. That's an example. I mean, it shows snow on radar right now, and there's actually a couple snowflakes. You can see a couple snowflakes now, but like there are going to be certain areas, though, further off to the north and east that do have drier air in our lower levels that is basically leading to snowflakes evaporating. That is not the case for most of you, though. If you're back over anywhere in this area, it's all actually accumulating. Like we have snow, we have ice, all that stuff is happening in real time. Thank you, Nit, for the super chat saying thanks for the coverage. Keep up the great work. Really appreciate that. And somebody just said in the chat, I'm in Bristol, Tennessee, and no snow yet. Yet is the key word. Sunrise Super Chat said, thank you for all you do on the YouTube channel. Will New York get wet, sticky snow? Most of New York is going to be dealing with fluffy snow. And again, our snowfall accumulation is going to be pretty significant, as we've alluded to. And one of the biggest reasons why is because of our snowfall ratios, and Riley will talk more about that in a second. But basically, when it comes to snowfall accumulation, we are talking about a large area dealing with upwards of 12 to 18 inches of snow, especially if you're in the Northeast. This is our forecast for snow that's still to come from now until tomorrow, so this does not include what's already happened. But we are expecting a widespread half a foot to a foot of snow, essentially from eastern New Mexico all the way into southern Maine. It is a massive area that we're talking about, a big winter storm here. The most significant snow will be for areas like Cincinnati, for Louisville, back over near Columbus, Ohio. Even if you're in Cleveland, we're expecting probably right around a foot of snow out of this winter storm. And then New York City, Long Island, and southern New England, most of that snow is going to be a fluffier snow. And so we're going to be dealing with most likely 12 to 18 inches of snow in those locations. So big time snowfall is coming for those areas. And then some of those areas in between, like Nashville, for example, Memphis and Little Rock, you guys have mostly already seen your snowfall accumulation. There's not a whole lot more snow coming. We have maybe a couple more hours for some of these areas for snowfall, and then we're basically done until maybe sometime later tomorrow. Little Rock would be the one exception, though. I think we'll get a transition back into snow on the backside of the storm system by tomorrow evening. And so this is what the future radar looks like here as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning. Timestamps on the bottom of your screen. But you can see by about 7 a.m. tomorrow, for those in Little Rock, we will transition back into snow. A lot of it right now is sleet and freezing rain, but we are going to go back into snow tomorrow morning. So we'll get a couple more inches on top of what you've already seen. But areas like Memphis and Nashville, after you see the snow here over the next couple of hours, it's going to be almost all back into freezing rain and sleet. So you guys are not going to see a whole lot of snow tomorrow at all. There will be no snowflakes. It'll be all sleet, unfortunately. Hey, Gurley for the super chat. Also, they take 5 golf for the super chat. I have a flight from Orlando to Dallas tomorrow at 11 a.m. Do you think they'll cancel my flight? It's possible. Again, I can't really predict that, though. And that's just something that's either going to happen or it's not. It's definitely on the table, though, with all the ice that we're going to see in DFW. Thank you, Brenda, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Klon, for the $10 super chat, saying, go Patriots. I agree. Go Patriots. I'm a big Patriots fan. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was just going to talk about snow ratios a bit quickly because that's something that we've been talking about a lot over the last few days. So snow ratio is basically a measurement of if we were to have 1 inch of liquid, how many inches of snow are we going to see from that? So there's a few things that impact snow ratios, mostly being wind speeds and temperature, especially in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Basically, the colder the air is, the less moisture it can hold, meaning that when there's moisture freezing into snow, it's going to be drier. Drier snow creates more flakes, creating more volume. So we can see that it is quite cold right now across the southern United States. Obviously, we're much below average in terms of our temperatures there. And this is what those snow ratios are starting to look like. So right now in Oklahoma, we're still sitting around that 10-to-1 ratio. And basically anywhere across the area where we're seeing a majority of our snowfall right now, we're still in the 10-to-1 ratios. Now, that is going to change very quickly as we get into tonight. So looking out 12 hours from now, we can see that we're now looking at 14 or 15 or maybe even 15 to 20 for some of the snow ratios that we're going to be seeing in the northern parts of our precipitation. This means basically for every inch of water we're getting, we're going to get 5 more inches of snow than what we were getting before, just because it's colder outside and there's a little less wind in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Now, there are a few of you asking, is there any correlation between the snow ratio and freezing rain? There is not. This is only for snow. And freezing rain is just freezing rain. 1 inch of freezing rain is equivalent to 1 inch of water. So that is why we don't see the snow ratios impact our freezing rain accumulations.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little bit more in depth about snowfall ratios and why we're going to see much more significant snow as we go into tonight and into tomorrow morning. Again, our ratios are pretty low right now. I mean, even across Tennessee, ratios are like 10, maybe 12 to 1. And then tomorrow, and even into tonight, they'll be upwards of 18 to 1. That basically means we're going to see 2 times more snowfall tonight and into early tomorrow comparatively to what we're seeing right now. This is what the roadways look like right now. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee.
All right, that tree is going to fall into the highway. They probably need to cut that tree down.
There's a real concern that by tomorrow, what Connor just said is also true. This is, west of Nashville, but with how much ice we're going to see, we could easily see a half an inch of ice. There could be some trees here that, ends up snapping or falling. We could have some big branches come down. That is a legitimate concern. Battle for the super chat. It's already 9 degrees in Huron, Ohio. It's gonna be cold up there. We're gonna probably see several inches of snow tonight into tomorrow. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is in Memphis.
So I think I can do it.
That one's not done that as bad. It can't be.
This is what it looks like in Memphis right now. It's near downtown. Memphis is gonna be one of the harder hit cities when it comes to snow, ice, sleet.
No, the liquor I saw for like a lot of pictures online, the liquor aisles in stores were pretty stocked up still, and I don't think people prepared enough on that end. I don't know if I can go that way.
If you guys need alcohol for this winter storm, I mean, there's apparently still plenty left. Do not travel. If you need liquor, it's not worth it. There was a pretty high demand, though, the last few days for liquor here across the United States. High demand from Texas back to the East Coast. Thank you, Beth, for the super chat. And I did talk about this a second ago when it comes to the ice weighing down trees. Obviously, there's a lot of trees in areas like Nashville that are going to be weighed down by ice here tonight and into tomorrow. And the real concern is that when we get anything like a half of an inch of ice on a 20-foot wide tree, that can lead to about 4,800 pounds of extra weight on a tree. That's literally the equivalent of 100 golden retrievers. That is the equivalent of 3,700 full 12-ounce beer cans. So, like, that is a significant amount of weight, and that's why we could see trees fall tonight and into tomorrow, or snap. Branches snap off. Like, that is going to become a much larger problem tonight. We've seen it a couple times from some of the photos and videos that you guys have sent in already. We've seen that already a few times, but it's going to become a lot more common as we go into tomorrow, for sure. Especially once this ice is getting more significant. This is a photo. We got a few photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is one of them that was just sent in back over in Bowie County, Texas. You got some icicles that are starting to stick to the car, just above the tire. Car is covered in a sheet of ice. You can clearly see the car covered in a sheet of ice right there. The very top of your screen. So over in Middle Tennessee, near Nashville. The pups are already tired from playing all morning. It's over in Oklahoma. I love how the dog's just looking outside. Five and a half inches of snow measured by Coach over in Oklahoma City. Look at the ice sticking to the tree in Neelanville, Texas. Look at all that ice sticking right to those branches. By the way, if you guys have any photos of like ice, anything like that, feel free to send it to us. Again, it's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's also one of the top links in the description. This dog, very excited to play in the snow in Grady, Oklahoma. This over in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. Looks like we got some ice starting to stick onto the vehicle there, or freezing rain sticking onto the vehicle, turning to ice. This is the Walmart outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. Groceries are becoming hard to find. I mean, especially bread. We are running out of bread right now over in areas like Pittsboro, North Carolina. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we were talking earlier about that accident on I-24 over the Cumberland River. It is now compounded into about 4 or 5 separate accidents. So in camera slots 2 and 3, we have a semi that's stuck. Then we have a multiple vehicle collision between a box truck and a few other cars. They're turning that camera right now to turn it around and look at the other accident, which is a car that has gone off into the guardrail. And then also another one that's not shown on any cameras right now is a bit further down on I-40, where there's a vehicle blocking the exit and the right shoulder.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Guys, get off the road if you're in Nashville. I don't know what else. I can't do much else at this point. I mean, people are going to drive no matter what. But, like, the amount of cars that I am seeing right now on this camera in Nashville is mind-boggling. Like, I didn't even think this many people would be traveling right now in Nashville. Like, this is shocking to me that we have dozens and dozens of vehicles, and we have upwards of 10 accidents right now just around Nashville. Like, these are becoming so frequent. If you have any friends or family that are traveling, I would tell them to like look at my stream, like look at what we're seeing out there. This is a very common sight, and it's only going to get worse once we start to transition into sleet and freezing rain. Nashville's only seen snow. Like, we haven't gotten to the freezing rain or sleet yet. We're all snow still in Nashville, and this is what is still happening. So once we actually transition into sleet and freezing rain, this is going to get 10 times worse, and the amount of people that are on the road is just unbelievable to me. And then this is where another accident has gone down as well. Obviously, roads are getting extremely slow right now. This is I-24 westbound at mile marker 49 in Nashville. And Connor's making his way up to Nashville, and I mean, he's going to probably see a lot of this, but my goodness. If you have friends or family that are considering driving too, feel free to share our stream with them, or even just take a screenshot of this and send it to them. Like, this is going on all across Tennessee right now. It's not just Nashville. It's also happening in Memphis as well. And this is, wow. Somebody's flying. This is on Connor's stream. That side just flew by Connor. This is on I-40, and this is one of the reasons why we're seeing accidents. There are trucks and cars flying on these roadways. Derek with the sewer chat said, thank you for breaking that down in golden retriever weight. No problem.
He'll be in the median jackknife later, and we can just point and laugh at him.
I'm not gonna lie, what Connor just said is might end up happening. I mean, that whatever speed he was just going was way too fast, and he's driving on the lane that's not even plowed, so it's gonna be slick no matter what. That's what it looks like currently back over in...
Oh, wow, we had 185.
That's what it looks like right now back over in Memphis, Tennessee. So this is a little bit of a different zip code compared to where Connor is. Connor's getting closer to Nashville. This is in Memphis. Again, the roads have been treated a little bit, but it's not going to be enough really to prevent all these accidents that we're seeing and whatnot. It's still very dangerous to drive out there. And so this is on the north side of Memphis on I-40 near New Chelsea.
Bumpy. Me Man, Shelby, Forest,
State. Several cars on the roadway this morning.
I literally don't.
Hey, Crazy for the $20 super chat. Checking on your updates for the storm for a bit now. I'm in the Triangle, North Carolina area. Seems like we're getting coating of icing from what I'm seeing. Any thoughts on the Fayetteville and Rayford area? I mean, I think Fayetteville will probably, yeah, you'll probably be around a glazing to a 10th of an inch of ice.
The radar site's up here somewhere.
This is back over to those accidents in Nashville. This is one of the cameras that has had a view of a semi that is currently next to a guardrail. This is the more significant accident that we've seen. And again, it is unbelievable how many people are traveling right now in Nashville. We have dozens and dozens of cars right now in I-40 in the Nashville area. And I'm going to show you guys the traffic map just to give you an idea of what it actually looks like. And they're actually zooming in right now to that accident. Stay on this camera for a second just in case they do show anything else. But again, this is becoming a very common sight. In Nashville. This is what it looks like on the traffic map right now. And notice, back over on the east side of Nashville, right, we got all sorts of traffic right here. This is one of the views that we just had, but there is a crash near Napier area, just on the southeast side of Nashville. But there are just so many people on the roadway here in the Nashville area. And I know, again, it's a lot of snow right now, but it does not matter. The roadways are still very slick, and it's leading to accidents. Even the 840 stretch here between Paytonsville and Burns is looking a little bit more disruptive as well. Memphis, currently, we're not really seeing very many accidents. I don't see any on the map right now, but obviously there's still plenty of traffic here. I believe over here near Balmoral, right here on this like little overpass, I'm pretty sure there was some sort of incident there. But across the board, a lot of yellow on the map, which means, I mean, this entire area is already seeing freezing rain, sleet, and in some cases, some accidents. And that's going to continue here over the next several hours. The current live radar is showing, again, a large area of snow that is including areas like Memphis, Nashville, Jonesboro, a large area of freezing rain that is stretching from areas like Huntsville in Alabama, back into Little Rock, North Texas. We got a lot heavier freezing rain happening near Shreveport, Monroe, and El Dorado, and this is where our ice storm conditions are really ramping up, and that is an area that we are expecting power outages to become a lot more widespread as we go into this afternoon and evening. As of right now, our power outages are sitting at 47,000 people without customers in Texas. We are very early into this event. This number is only going to increase. But areas like Panola County, Shelby County, where the heaviest of that freezing rain is happening right now, have the most significant power outages. And we are approaching nearly 30% of those people in those counties without power right now. So it is getting a lot more significant back over there in Texas. We zoom out a little bit. We have about 66,000 people without power across the entire southern United States, from Kentucky all the way back into Texas. And again, that number will only increase as we go into tonight and tomorrow. Bottom of your screen, we have 3 different live storm chasers. We have obviously a lot, but these are the main 3 chasers that we have out there right now. We got Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl in Memphis. We got Storm Chaser Connor Croft now in McEwen, I think is how you say it, McEwen, Tennessee, and then Fayetteville, Arkansas is where Storm Intermediate is at. Over there in Fayetteville, and really in between there in Oklahoma City, there's a bit of a dry area here, so we don't have a whole lot of snow happening right now. The heaviest of the snow is now developing again just to the southwest of Oklahoma City, and this is an area that we are expecting snowfall rates to rapidly increase over the next several hours. Upwards of 2+ inches of snow will be falling per hour as we go later in the afternoon hours from Oklahoma City back towards Amarillo. Back over in Vega, Texas, this is what it currently looks like. It looks like somebody was actually doing donuts here on this radar mega cycle report at some point back over in Vega, Texas. So we already have a couple of inches of snow on the ground in Vega. And then if we go back over to our camera map, which has a lot of cameras, let me go over here to the Oklahoma City area. I don't know if I can full screen this. Let me do dash cam. We'll do slot 14. Let's go and full screen this. This is what it looks like right now in Oklahoma City. This is one of the live traffic cams there, or not traffic cams, one of the railway cameras. And you see some light to moderate snow's coming down. It's going to get a lot more intense by this afternoon, but we at least have some snow falling there right now. And then this is what it looks like currently in Lawton, Oklahoma, a little bit further down to the southwest. We have a lot of sleet covering the roadways. So those are some of the sites currently in Oklahoma. Hey, Sarah, for the super chat. And also slots for the super chat. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Ice sucks. We are, I mean, hopefully you guys are seeing that in real time. I mean, There are some people that are not taking this winter storm seriously enough. There's a lot of people traveling on the roadways, and as we've seen, there's already a lot of accidents. And I get some people have to travel, like that is totally understandable. Some people have to travel for certain things, but at the same time, it is obviously very dangerous out there, and we've seen dozens of accidents already this morning, and that is only going to get worse as we go into this afternoon and evening. And unfortunately, even areas like Nashville that are seeing snow, there's really no reason to be out there on the roadway because we are seeing so many slick spots right now that are leading to the accidents. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just west of Chattanooga on I-24, where it goes over the Tennessee River, the interstate is shut down in 2 different spots because they're not able to remove vehicles. Unfortunately, don't have any camera views of this, and I haven't seen any pictures of it either, but there's indications that there could be some sort of pileup on the bridge over the river here near or off to the west of Chattanooga on I-24.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So even this area has not seen a whole lot of precipitation, but again, even a light amount of sleet, freezing rain, or snow is going to cause travel problems, and it sounds like there have already been some accidents in this area, potentially a pileup just off to the west of Chattanooga. We have a live shot right now in Chattanooga. This is one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports, and again, you can watch all these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Currently, not looking at much precipitation out there. It looks like we've already had some sleet, though. You can kind of see it on the rooftop on the very bottom of your screen. It's about 28 degrees out there, so we are definitely going to be transitioning into freezing rain here pretty soon. If we go a little bit further back off to the west, back over just to the south of Memphis, we are looking at sleet falling. So all sleet pellets coming out of the sky. It's only 15 degrees right now. They're near Hernando, just south of Memphis. But this entire area right now near Memphis is now transitioning mostly into freezing rain and sleet. Well, this is interesting. We obviously have a risk of severe weather tomorrow, and the experimental NATOcast outlook is showing a 10% tornado risk in southeast Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. So, I mean, there's a possibility tomorrow we could be talking about not just the threat of ice and sleet, but we could even have a threat of tornadoes tomorrow. Back over in the southeast. It'll be very interesting to see how that pans out. This is what it's going to look like by tomorrow afternoon. We will actually have a squall line moving through the southeast. So this is what it's going to look like right around 1 to 2 o'clock. We'll have a couple of prefrontal supercells that'll try to go up in southwest Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. Intense line of thunderstorms from Atlanta back towards the Gulf Coast. This will be mainly happening during the sun or the daylight time frame, so basically from 12 to 6. But we could see a couple of tornadoes back over in the southeast. We actually have a pretty good corridor here of instability and wind shear. So we could be talking about tornadoes while there's an ice storm happening back over in parts of Alabama and Georgia and Florida tomorrow afternoon. That is definitely a risk that is going to be legit. That is not something that, I mean, we could definitely see a couple of tornadoes tomorrow.
Jackson probably has switched over to sleet and freezing rain, I think. If I had to guess.
This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He's currently on Interstate 40.
Doesn't surprise me.
Heading towards Nashville. Hey, Tyler, for the super chat.
Just tuning in. Welcome in.
I think power outages will be isolated in Virginia Beach.
Definitely really bad for Tennessee standards.
As a reminder, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be live all day today. If you subscribe to the channel, it'll make it way easier to come back to the stream. If you have to go for a little bit, again, we'll be live all day today. So subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people that are in the path of this winter storm. Share the stream with your friends and family. Again, we have dozens of live storm chasers. We have thousands of live cameras to give you insights to what is happening out there in real time. And I'm a degree meteorologist as well. I'll keep you posted with the latest, give you the latest insight on what's actually happening out there.
Slush like that going too quick, it's going to be
and again, we've had a lot of accidents already this morning, and again, the snow is making things slick out there. We got sleet now transitioning for areas like Memphis, Jackson, just south of Nashville. We're starting to see that sleet now move to the northeast. Almost all freezing rain and sleet mixing back over near Greenwood, Oxford, and Huntsville. And then our most significant area of freezing rain is primarily over near Shreveport, Dallas-Fort Worth. We've had some scattered freezing rain throughout the morning so far, but very intense freezing rain for El Dorado, Arkansas, Shreveport, and Monroe. And this is an area that is getting hammered right now. We're probably going to start to see power outages really increase here over the next few hours. Looks like we've got another semi going a little bit fast. And we've seen this several times here on I-40, but another semi going a little bit fast there. This is eastbound towards Nashville, and this is the kind of behavior that's going to lead to more accidents down the line. It's not this one, but the one that was just passing on the left.
So got 9,000 people in here. Thanks for tuning in,
got
guys.
the super
We are
chat
almost
also.
at 10,000
Carl
likes
Loda,
on the
become a
stream.
member. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is in Memphis, Tennessee.
So I guess if let's just say I put in the GPS for Jax. No, that's not the right pin.
Road conditions are not looking good here. We've already had a couple of accidents here over the last few hours.
Going around. There'll probably be signs of where to exit up ahead, so I think we're just gonna kind of judge it from there, I guess.
We just said, new to your channel, thank you for keeping us posted so we can stay safe. No problem at all. Glad you found our channel. We have 89,000 of you watching. The amount of power that YouTube has given us to give you reliable, accurate weather coverage is just unbelievable. I mean, again, we've had crazy numbers the last few days on videos and live streams, but again, it's a tremendous tribute to what social media has become for weather. You know,
I thought I missed it completely.
We have grown a serious platform here on YouTube. I mean, obviously, we've had an entire team of storm chasers now. We have, you know, an entire team that works for me too. Like, we have an actual, you know, weather station basically here on YouTube. That's literally what this has turned into. You know, we have almost a dozen employees now. We have a ton of storm chasers. So, I mean, this was not a thing a year ago. Like, a year ago, it was just me. Or like a year ago from today, it was just me basically. And now we have like 12 people working on the back end with cameras, with, you know, Riley obviously coming in. We have just so many things happening now, and designers and everything to be able to give you the most accurate, reliable weather information. So, again, I really do appreciate everybody that watches these streams, all you guys that support the channel. I mean, this would not be possible without you guys. And I mean, the social media push has just been unbelievable over the last year for meteorology and weather in general. And I think that's where this thing's going to keep going. I mean, we're going to continue to provide you, you know, nonstop weather coverage when the most significant weather events are happening, just like this one. I mean, we're going to be live for the next 15, 16 hours. Tomorrow we'll be live for well over 12 hours probably as well. So, as long as my voice stays in there. So yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. But again, really appreciate everybody that tunes into these streams. This would not be possible without you guys sharing the stream and getting the word out there. And really appreciate you guys giving me and our team the opportunity to give you the most reliable and accurate weather information that we could possibly give you. This is again over in Memphis, Tennessee, which we just got a new winter storm warning also for Monroe County, Michigan. But you can see again, still several cars on the roadway. We got several semi trucks.
Probably north eventually. We're just gonna have to play it by ear here, honestly. I mean, I'm not in a rush to go anywhere. We're just gonna kind of play it by ear all day. So.
Still an uncomfortable amount of vehicles that are on the roadway in Memphis. Again, we have transitioned fully into sleet now here in Memphis.
What?
So it is getting icy. That car on the right is going very slow.
Love your mom.
You really can't even see the road anymore. People are kind of just guessing where to drive.
We are on a mission. We need our Starbucks before they close. Otherwise, we might die. I don't think there's an in-between there.
Hey, Beauty for the super chat. This is back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who is now in Nunelli, Tennessee. He's on I-40. He's about...
Came up this big hill.
Let me see how far he is. He's about 40 miles away from downtown Nashville.
Any memberships I can gift? Pettis, I bet it's
that car's flying
in your driveway. I don't know about in your driveway, buddy.
Hey, Doug, for the maximum velocity, become a maximum velocity member. Let's see if we can get an update from Storm Chaser Connor Croft and what he's seeing and what he's going towards. Let me radio him in here. Hey, do you want to give us an update on what you're seeing out there? Radio into Connor here. I might get ghosted. We'll see. It's happened before.
If you say something, Max, I have my volume turned down.
Just want to give us an update on what's going on out there.
Yeah, when I give the update, do I have to talk into Zello, or are you just on my feed?
Yeah, talking to Zello.
Copy that. Yeah, so I'm still on Interstate 40. I'm about 40 miles east of, 40 miles west of Nashville, excuse me. And I'm just barely beating the sleet line. It keeps, like, I-40 is quite literally, for anyone in Tennessee right now, I-40 is the sleet snow line, pretty much to a T, once you get off to the east of Jackson. So it's just right in the I-40 corridor. I keep switching back and forth between sleet and snow. Because it's such a fluffy snow, I mean, you can see on my feet, the right lane of I-40 is not snow covered because the semi trucks that are driving on it just kick up the fluffy snow and it blows off the road. So it's very weird to see this light and fluffy of snow on I-40 in Tennessee, but it's actually so light and fluffy that it's negating the impacts to a degree. Obviously, we've seen a couple of jackknife semis and cars off the road, but thankfully, at least there's one lane clear of snow on I-40. But I'm going to head to Nashville, cover downtown Nashville for a couple hours until that sleet line gets rolling, and then I'm going to head up to Clarksville.
Thank you for the update. All right, so that was Connor Cruff. Again, he's also live on YouTube and also inside of the Radar Mega app. This is what he's looking at right now out there. He is driving on I-40. Conditions are obviously pretty treacherous, and this is going to continue to get worse, again, over the next hour or two. And as we continue to see that sleet and freezing line make its way up to the north, we will eventually see a lot more ice accumulation in these areas. The reason why most of the roadways like Nashville, for example, are slick right now is not because there's ice. It's actually because of the snow. It's making it slick. But we are going to see it all transition into sleet and freezing rain in the next few hours. And we've already had a lot of accidents in Nashville, regardless of it just being snow. You know, we're still seeing a lot of accidents out there. So... all right, we have, let me see if I can get an update from Ryan Schull as well. If you want, give us an update on what you're seeing out there. See if we can get an update from Ryan Schull. He's in Memphis. Or maybe we'll get ghosted. All right, we got ghosted. Nice.
Well,
Never
all I
mind.
gotta say right now is that the roads are absolute crap. But the good thing is there's not a lot of people out on these roads, and if they are out here, they're taking it very slowly. Out on, especially on the interstate, they are been taking it very slow today. Planning to go up, hopefully near Jackson or Nashville here over the next hour or so, and hopefully that stays the same for at least the next little drive we have.
Thank you for the update. So that's over in Memphis. Again, we have more problems in Memphis growing right now. The sleet is starting to move into Memphis, and we are going to start to see freezing rain later today, but sleet is currently the biggest concern for that area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just off the northeast of Memphis, I-40 has been closed till at least 4 p.m. local time. That is northbound I-40 or eastbound I-40.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So I'm pretty sure that is that right there. That has been shut down till 4 p.m. So that is another road closure. We've had a lot of road closures, especially over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that, I believe, is our first road closure now for I-40, and that is not there. All right, here's where it is. It's going to be right here. So we're talking near Union Hill Church, just to the east of Arlington, and then just to the west of Yum Yum. So it's going to be this area right here that is now shut down eastbound. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, they also just shut down I-269 northbound. We can also add on I-240 northbound. There's an additional closure on I-269 also near Memphis, and there is an additional closure on 55 trying to get onto Highway 61.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So we have even more road closures developing. These are just coming in. Again, breaking news here. Another road closure. Very long road closure from Piperton, Tennessee, back up towards Fisherville on I-269. We have another very small one near the Hilton in Memphis, near St. Francis Memorial St. Francis Hospital in Memphis, just outside of White Station in Sea Isle Park. And then I think that is it for right now for closures. But again, as closures come in on any roadways, we'll obviously let you know. This is an evolving situation where ice is becoming a much bigger problem back over there in the Memphis area. Sleet is now becoming a much larger concern. So again, if you have any intentions to travel, definitely make sure that you're looking at the road closures and all that. But on top of that, you really shouldn't be traveling at all. You know, a lot of these areas have had major accidents, and they are going to continue to be a big problem here throughout the rest of this morning and also into the afternoon hours. Thank you, Gecko, for the super channels. Thank you for becoming a member. And this is what live radar looks like right now. This is the beginning. This is the appetizer to our major winter storm. We have a large area of snow currently impacting Tennessee, Kentucky, Memphis. It's going to continue to get a lot worse, a lot more intense over the next several hours. Freezing rain is stretching from Huntsville back into North Texas, the Shreveport area, Monroe, El Dorado. You guys are all dealing with significant freezing rain right now that is accumulating very quickly. So this is an area that we're expecting power outages to increase over the next few hours. If you are in Shreveport, El Dorado, Monroe, Louisiana, or surrounding areas, have flashlights ready to go, have battery backups ready to go. Anything that you are needing to be ready for this winter storm, you should have with you right now, because things are about to get a lot worse here over the next few hours, as this freezing rain is still very heavy, and it is still coming down at intense rates. I mean, like, we're probably gonna have power outages by lunchtime near Shreveport with how heavy this freezing precipitation is currently. Back over in North Texas near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we've had a little bit of freezing rain here over the last few hours. It's been pretty scattered. Again, nothing widespread, but it's enough to make things slick out there. It's enough to start to, you know, put those power lines down just a little bit, starting to hang them down a little bit further. And eventually by tonight, we are going to see those power lines probably snap in a lot of these areas, which will lead to power outages. Across areas like Wichita Falls and Lubbock, we have a more intense area of freezing rain that's been setting up just outside of Lubbock towards Wichita Falls, and a heavier band of snow that is now setting up from Plainview, Texas, into Oklahoma City. And this is going to penetrate into Lawton and Norman over the next few hours, moving eventually towards Tulsa by the mid to late afternoon, and then a large area of light to moderate snow for St. Louis, Jefferson City, Springfield, and back into Indianapolis. And then all across Tennessee, Memphis. This is where our heaviest snow is and our heaviest sleet is, which is leading to accumulation on roadways, which is making things slick, and that is a reason why you should not be traveling right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking basically right in downtown Fort Worth on 121 off to the east of 35W. This is in camera slot 3. There's a vehicle that has gone into the guardrail. We can see a very swift change between clear road and snowy road where the brine trucks stop. So that's how much of a difference the little treatment that they're able to put on some of these roads made. And the second that people hit the snow, that's where they're starting to crash. That's where we're having these incidents. So if you're in the DFW area, we talked about this a while ago, saying you probably shouldn't drive. It's only becoming more important that you stay off these roads.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go over to camera slot 3 here. This is over in Fort Worth. Right side of your screen is, I believe, where that accident has taken, or middle of your screen is where that's taking place on the right shoulder there. And you can see there's very few cars in the roadway. Right there on the right side of your screen, you see that truck coming on to the highway right now at a very slow amount of speed. And so there's a couple of cars there up there. It looks like one of them, again, went to the guardrail. Now they're starting to move, but that car that's going on the highway is going extremely slow. It is slick out there. Now, I'm guessing that bridge right there is pretty iced over right now. Again, that is a bridge right over a lake. And keep in mind, bridges and overpasses are going to see ice, and as well as ice accumulation in general, much sooner than a normal roadway. But drivers are definitely struggling out there right now. Huge shout out to Lisa with the PayPal donation. Really appreciate that. Talking about Maryland. I think Maryland's going to be around 1/4 of an inch of ice, and then also going to see around 8 to 12 inches of snow. The most significant snow that we're going to see is going to be into tonight and as well as tomorrow, and then we'll transition into ice and freezing rain. Also, thank you, Dana, for the PayPal donation. Thank you for the emergency coverage. No problem at all. Over in Memphis, is bottom left of your screen. There are plenty of cars out there on the roadway. Again, we are starting to transition into sleet right now. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We will be going over that in just a moment, but that's for West Texas and Central Oklahoma. So we'll have that in just a moment. And then outside of that, I think that's it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, 114 due north of the DFW airport has been closed due to winter conditions. In addition to that, I-30 and parts of downtown Dallas have been closed between the I-45 and I-35E corridors.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, Riley, can you put this camera in one of the slots? This is a look just a second ago over in Nashville on I-24 at Hickory Hollow Parkway. We still have an accident here on the shoulder. There are several cars. It's not just one or two. I think there's like 3 or 4 here that are involved in some sort of accident on I-24 at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Let's check that out. This is back over in Dallas-Fort Worth. This is part of that accident. Apparently, this is about a half of a mile of several accidents that have happened. You still change it over to the other one. So this is the beginning of some of the accidents, and there's another camera view that I'll have on the screen in a second. You can put it in slot 2. That is in this same exact spot, or it's on slot 3. This is what it looks like on Old Hickory Boulevard. So you can just see, again, multiple cars involved in an accident, and a lot of first responders there. We got several police cars in the Nashville area. And as a reminder, almost all of Nashville is still just seeing snow. It's not even freezing rain or sleet yet. So we are still having major accidents regardless. Huge shout out to Patty with the $50 super chat saying thank you, Max, and the team for all you do. Much appreciated, my friend. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you, Regina, and as well, or just Regina for becoming a member. That's what it looks like back over in Memphis. Ryan Scholl just got back onto the Interstate 40 stretch. He is heading up towards where I-40 is closed.
I appreciate you guys so much.
So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like once he gets up there where Interstate 40 is closed down.
Download the app. You can also find me live on there as well.
Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is going to be heading into
I don't feel like
pretty icy territory here over the next few hours. It's going to get a lot more icy here soon.
We can go another 10 miles before we have to get off the interstate.
Hey, family fun for the super chat.
Past that, it's closed. Well, not technically. I'm guessing it has to be some sort of like semi-jackknife incident or something.
Hey, Don from becoming a member.
We're not even gonna be able to see.
I'm in Southern Ohio. Nothing yet. It's coming. It is coming. Got several cars on I-40 going eastbound here on I-40 near Memphis. And again, there is a road closure about 5 miles, I think, to his east that he's coming up towards. Again, I-40 was shut down near Arlington. So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like when he gets there.
St. Louis, you're going to end up getting mainly all your snow tomorrow.
Car on the right's going very slow, taking it slow on the roadways. Again, if you do have to travel, take it slow.
Yeah, there's a widespread storm. I can't cover everywhere. So, yeah, you actually have some good snow going through St. Louis right now. Definitely a place I considered going for covering this, but I've been to St. Louis and
Mar with the super chat just asked, why is Nebraska not seeing very much snow? The biggest reason why areas like Nebraska are not seeing much snow compared to like Tennessee is mostly because we have a very intense Arctic high up here. This creates sinking air, basically meaning it's downward motion. It does not really allow for, large clouds to build up and precipitation to really fall. So the snow is going to be much lighter for areas like Chicago, Detroit, and surrounding areas. Further down to the south, we have all sorts of rising air. We have tons of moisture coming out of the Pacific and the Gulf at the same time, and that is leading to this massive winter storm. And combine that with the polar air that we're seeing out of Canada, it creates obviously a massive winter storm like what we're starting to see right now across the Ohio Valley and the Southern Plains. So areas like Nebraska, areas like Iowa, Northern Illinois, yes, you're going to see maybe a coating to a couple inches, but it's not going to be that significant. It's pretty minor stuff here across the board. But elsewhere, further south, it's obviously way more significant. Storm chaser Connor Croft is now coming up towards Nashville. We're going to keep a very close eye on him. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when he gets into Nashville here in just a few minutes. And then Ryan Schull is now going towards that I-40 closure. In the meantime, Riley does have an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was going to talk a little bit about the future of this event and the things that we may see change over here on the HRRR here. So there's been a few people asking on and off why there's not snow in some of the northern portions of Oklahoma right now, and it's honestly the same sort of thing down here near the DFW area. We have a few pockets of dry air sitting in here in our storm, and this dry air in the mid-levels of the storm will basically cause that snow to fall into it and then disappear. So if you're in like the Tulsa, Oklahoma area right now, know that it should be snowing, but there is a pocket of dry air in the mid-levels that's just taking any chances at snow away from you. This is something that is going to probably significantly change snowfall totals for the area if we continue to see it stick around. However, when we do drag out the slider on the HRRR, we can see that it does eventually go away. However, there are still going to be a few lingering pockets of dry air every now and again. But the big thing here that we need to be talking about is the extensive change to ice. So a lot of this dry air that we're going to be talking about is going to go away in the next 12 hours and is going to be replaced by a bunch of moisture. This moisture is going to almost entirely turn into freezing rain across the southern 50% of our storm. So places like Dallas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee, we're talking about snow right now. We will not be talking about snow 12 hours from now. We'll be talking about freezing rain and a lot of it. The freezing rain on the HRRR still goes for almost the entirety of how long the model is able to run for, going out all the way to hour 45. This is the final, or 45 hours from now. That is when we're going to start to see the last of our freezing rain disappear in the higher elevations of Tennessee and North Carolina.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update on the future radar. All right, so again, if you're just tuning in, maybe just woke up or just tuning in general right now. Obviously, we have a major winter storm right now happening across much of the United States. Over 90,000 of you are tuning into one of the most historic winter storms that we've seen in really the last 5 years. And we are talking about major snow and ice accumulation happening in real time. We have storm chasers Connor Croft, Ryan Schull on the scene right now. We also have Storm Intermedia back over in now southwestern Missouri. And things are going to continue to ramp up over the next few hours. We've had dozens of car accidents on stream, and we've only been live for 2.5 hours. Nashville's getting a lot worse. Memphis is getting a lot worse. Little Rock has been very bad for the last few hours, and Dallas-Fort Worth is also going to continue to get worse later this afternoon. The worst of the impacts right now are in this corridor right here. This is where we have heavy freezing rain falling near Shreveport and Monroe. Memphis is starting to transition into sleet, and then back over in Nashville, that is where we're currently dealing with a much larger risk of heavy snow currently, but it's going to transition into sleet and freezing rain as we go later into this afternoon. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, two things. We've had more closures on I-40 northbound. One of those is just to the northeast of the other closure we were talking about in Memphis, and then one of them is basically equidistant between Nashville and Memphis. The only closures we're seeing right now are on the northbound side, but I also want to draw your attention to camera slot 3, which is a new accident that has occurred near Murfreesboro. And about the 15 to 25 seconds that I've been tracking this camera, I've almost seen these first responders get rear-ended twice. So we need to make sure if we're on any of the roads in Nashville, we're just getting off the roads. Don't be on the roads. Like, it's that simple. It's a bad situation, and it's only going to get worse as we see a transition from snow and sleet to freezing rain.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is what it looks like right now. Another accident, and guys, I don't know what else I can say. I know probably all 90,000 of you are probably just watching from your couch right now, but if you got friends or family that are trying to travel in Nashville, it is not the time. Guys, this is what we keep seeing. It has not changed at all. The situation's only going to get worse from here. It's not going to get better. So, and again, we have first responders out here too that are risking their lives on helping these accidents. Like, this is not something that they should have to risk their lives for right now. Look at the car up there at the top of your screen that just went by. That thing flew by. Like, people are driving too fast too for these conditions. I get there's snow and it's not icy technically yet, but like, this is only going to continue to get worse over the next few hours. It's only going to get worse. This is a photo that just got sent in from one of our viewers. This is Mike over in Nashville, Tennessee. A car completely flipped over. This is on Bell Road in Nashville. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos of ice accumulation, anything like this, like accidents or, you know, even like slipping when you go out your door in the morning, like that sort of thing, like feel free to send it in to us. It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I'll put the QR code on your screen in just a second. We have had several photos and videos sent in. We got a cat playing in the snow, or actually in the sleet in Killeen, Texas. Got a lot of snow falling right now in Spring Hill, Tennessee. But again, if you want to submit any photos or videos, the QR code is on your screen. It's also the link on your screen as well, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have another road closure, this time in Mississippi. This is on I-22 near Tupelo, just off to the northwest. There are closures on both northbound and southbound. Also, it looks like they just closed Highway 45 southbound, also north of Tupelo.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Looks like that accident that we were just looking at has been, or at least the person that was involved in the accident has been able to drive off. The first responders, the police officers there, are now moving. But again, they are driving very slow. There are people that are flying on these highways, so they are trying to be very cautious, obviously, on getting back onto the highway. Things are getting very slick very quickly. They were able to get off the highway there, it looks like. But first responders are all on the scene right now to some of these accidents that are happening. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who is now coming up into Nashville, Tennessee. He is currently located near Fairview and Kingston Springs.
Beefers, thank you for the super chat.
Things are about to get a lot more intense here soon, and I mean, he's going into a very populated area. There's been a lot more problems in Nashville more than anything, so we will have a pretty in-depth look here, what Connor's looking at here shortly, once he's in Nashville. But the roads are obviously very treacherous. Only one lane has really been plowed at all. Every other lane is not in good condition. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is in a mix of sleet and snow currently over near Lakeland on I-40. He's located near Memphis. He's now traveling eastbound, going towards Arlington. There is a road closure on I-40 coming up, so we'll see if there's like an accident or something like that here soon. But nonetheless, there was some sort of road closure up ahead. Also, we have a new mesoscale discussion that just came out. Expanding area of mostly sleet will continue northeast through the afternoon. That includes areas like Oklahoma City, Vernon, Wichita Falls, and back over towards Graham, Texas, and Gainesville. So we have an elevated risk of winter precipitation growing right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this time looking to the southeast of Nashville near Antioch Park. There's a car that's gone off into the guardrail that is in slot 3.
Thank you for the update. So this is another accident. And that car hit the guardrail. It's spun out on I-24 westbound here. Haywood Lane, mile marker 58 near Nashville. I mean, some of these people, guys, are just flying. I mean, that truck that just flew by on the top of your screen, probably going about 60, 70 miles per hour. Like, some people are going dangerously fast. I'm not saying this person was going dangerously fast, but it's possible. And I bet some of these accidents have been because of that. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I-40 westbound, I-40 westbound or eastbound actually. Might be both. These road closures are coming through and they're flickering on Google Maps. Off to the west of Knoxville, some sort of road closure impacting I-40 between Crab Orchard and West Hills.
Alrighty, thank you for the updates. We got more road closures. Again, if you are planning on traveling anywhere, which hopefully you're not, but if you are, there are more and more road closures that are developing here across Tennessee. We had no road closures, or at least very few road closures, when we went live about 2.5 hours ago. They have exponentially increased since then. And unfortunately, they are just continuing to get even more and more significant. We have some photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. Here are a few more that were just sent in. This one sent in by somebody in Texas, in Eastland, Texas. Oh, that's not the right screen. So over in Eastland, Texas. It's a video of the birds feeding off of some of the food there with sleet. I don't even know if the birds know what's going on. It's cold down here in Texas. I don't know if the birds are ready for this. This is over in Erin, Kentucky. This is a downhill road. It's obviously like sloped. It's in a hilly area, but the roads are starting to get covered, and it's just the beginning. These are areas that are going to be dealing with snow, and it's going to make it slick. So any of these side roads will also be slick, even though it's just snow. This isn't really sleet or any sort of freezing rain, but it's also going to make it slippery. Clarksville, Tennessee is getting a little bit more treacherous out there. Snow's starting to accumulate onto the roads. Got a dog over in Van Zant County that's enjoying the snow. I think the dogs are having the most fun out there. Sebastian County, Arkansas, snow angels are happening. Oklahoma City is starting to look like a winter wonderland. We got a lot of snow on the ground there now. This is near St. Louis. Wow. This is what it looks like in the St. Louis area right now. Visibility down to about a half of a mile. Things are getting a lot worse out there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this time in Shreveport, Louisiana, I-49 basically throughout the entirety of Shreveport is closed in both directions. The other thing I want to mention is there's a lot of places that are saying, oh, these roads are going to open at 4 p.m. We're going to get the roads open at 5 p.m. Don't listen to them. That's just not going to happen. Don't plan on traveling on these roads after 4 p.m. It's only going to get worse than it is now. So even though they might be okay, Dallas just closed a bunch of roads. I-35W north of Fort Worth is closed. I-820 in Fort Worth and Dallas is closed. 183 is closed. 114 is closed. I-35 is closed. I-635 is closed. Highway 75 is closed. Highway 80 is closed. And there's an additional closure further north on Highway 5, just to the north of Dallas. Another closure on I-35 just to the south of Gainesville, Texas. All of these are coming through in like the last 10 minutes here, 10 seconds. There is a lot of roads being closed. Another additional closure on 503 near Denison. An additional closure on Highway 75, also in Texas. There's just another road closure on 385 in Memphis, Tennessee, and another one near Huntsville on 231. So a lot of road closures. We just hit like 8 different states there. I would just not travel anywhere if you're in any warnings at all. Google Maps is basically like the more you zoom in, the more red circles you're going to see. Just got an additional road closure on I-24 near Monteagle in Tennessee, and another one in Nashville as well. Another one off to the west of Gordonsville, Tennessee on I-40 also closed there. So there are a ton of road closures. I'm not going to keep listing them. Just don't travel anywhere. Like there's way too many roads to even talk about closing.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is a lot of road closures. Didn't think it would be on for that long. We have basically everywhere is closed at this point. All right. Over in Texas, we can just pull out this graphic. Texas is closed. All right. It's over. We're all closed. The only place that's even open is Houston probably right now. Houston's like the only city that hasn't seen anything wintry yet. So just shut it down. And honestly, at least to start next week, I would just say Texas is closed. All right. We're going to have ice accumulation for the next several days. If you're over in Texas, this might be you. Tomorrow when it's frigid. Hopefully you're not driving tomorrow because it'll still be icy out there. Thank you, official, for the super chat. I'm expecting a quarter to half an inch of ice in northeast Georgia. Just love what the super chat saying. Just want to remind you, you're the best and you're appreciated. Thank you. Thank you also, Nick, for the super chat. How much ice in Charlotte, North Carolina, or Rock Hill, South Carolina? I'm expecting a widespread half an inch or a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of ice in that area. Yeah, first responders starting to try to push this car onto the road. This is obviously pretty dangerous with the amount of people driving. So they're finally able to get the car out of where they just slid off. And it's, my goodness, this is dangerous. Very dangerous conditions here. You can only imagine how much worse it's going to be if people are still on the roadways when there's actually sleet and freezing rain happening. Because, like, it hasn't even started again here in the Nashville area yet. It's a good meme. Welcome to Whose Lane Is It Anyway? The winter game show where lanes are made up and the plows don't bother. This is basically anywhere in the southern plains in the Ohio Valley right now. Oh my goodness. So true though. I mean, like, literally you cannot see the lanes right now. It is so incredibly hard to see anything that's happening right now. You cannot even see the lanes. First responders have gone off the scene. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He's coming up to Nashville right now.
So far. We'll see what happens when we get into Nashville.
Hey, Honey, for the super chat.
That stays or changes.
Also, Douglas for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're going to be live all day today, all day tomorrow, covering this winter storm. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. It is going to be a long stretch of weather.
Brandon, by the time YouTube and Apple take their cut, and then you get your cut, let me math here. You're getting probably maybe like 30 cents of that donation if you're lucky.
Have you seen the models for snow next week in Texas? Guys, I've looked. We need to get through this winter storm first, all right? I get that there's a possibility of a major, or maybe not major, but at least another winter storm next week. But we need to get through this weekend, all right? Let's get through this weekend. It's going to be cold all the way through the middle of next week, so it's going to be pretty terrible for almost the entire country for the next 7 days. But yes, there have been signals that we could see some more snow in the south or ice, but I'm not going to get into that yet. Thank you, Birch, for the $50 super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. In camera slot number 2, that is an accident that we covered earlier near Jackson, Tennessee. About 45 minutes to an hour later, they're finally getting a truck out there to get that semi pulled out of the ditch.
Thank you for the update. So let's go full cam to that. Got a semi in a ditch, top right of your screen. And it looks like a road closure. This is I-40 at US 70, mile marker 87 in Memphis, Tennessee. So there's a semi in the ditch right there on the very top right of your screen. You got somebody about to tow him out of the ditch. And a large backup of vehicles right behind that as well. Conditions are not very good right now. Storm Chaser Orion Scholl is now in Arlington, Tennessee. And I-40 eastbound is closed past the road, past Arlington, basically, for several miles. So he's actually on a side road right now, which can tend to be more dangerous in conditions like what we're seeing at Highway 70 here in 79 near Arlington. That's bottom right of your screen here. Side roads are not typically treated in these areas, so this road might not be treated very well, so any ice accumulation that happens could be more dangerous, basically. And right now, what we're looking at across the board, these are 20 different live cameras that we are keeping an eye on right now. With snow happening in so many different places. We got snow in St. Louis. We got snow over in Memphis, Oklahoma City, Amarillo, and a lot of ice happening across areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, Monroe, and even as far north now is getting closer to Memphis with sleet coming into play. Keeping an eye on every single thing that's happening out there right now. Shout out to Tyus for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be honest, like, I know a lot of people have told me this in the past, but like, I should be hired by a major news network. But at the same time, we have literally created our own news station pretty much here on YouTube and on social media in general. Again, we have an entire team of people that work with us now. It used to just be me for about 3-4 years when I was doing this. And the last 12 months, we've gone from just me to upwards of 12 employees. Like, we have an entire team now in the back end that's doing stuff. We have tons of people in the back end during these streams that are working on things like finding us the cameras, the accents that are happening, you know, posting to social media, all that stuff. So it has grown into an entire operation. So we've built a platform here on social media to give you commercial-free weather coverage whenever there's major events like this. We are not running commercials while you guys are watching, unless you click on the stream. That's different. But during the actual stream, we're not playing ads. We're not going to 5 minutes of commercial breaks. We're just going until I can't talk anymore, pretty much. It's very, very different from what TV is. And even during major weather events, there are still typically commercials on TV networks. Thank you, Todd, for the $20 super chat. But we've basically built a small business. Like, I don't know how it happened really, but it just happened with the power of social media. You know, weather on social media is growing rapidly, and obviously over the last, few weeks, and especially this week, there's just been so many posts on social media talking about this winter storm. There's a lot of people that don't have a clue what they're talking about, and they're just posting computer models, and that's where I think we come in. I'm obviously a degreed meteorologist, so I'm able to give you reliable and accurate weather information. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this weather stuff that we're talking about, like today, for example, with the freezing rain, sleet, snow, everything that's happening in real time. But I think it helps to be able to give you a credible source, to be able to verify, am I actually going to see 30 inches of snow in New York City? I know your Apple app might have said that. Maybe somebody on social media said that, but that's not happening, right? But we could see 12 to 18 inches of snow, right? So like that type of stuff really comes into play. And I think now more than ever, that's becoming way more important on social media, is having credible weather sources, because there have been a lot that are not credible that post crazy computer model runs 300 hours out showing 50 inches of snow in some random place that shouldn't be seeing snow. Hey, Sargent for the $50 super chat. Crazy drivers in Nashville, no surprise. We know, we live here. Hey, I know, there's a lot of crazy drivers everywhere. I mean, guys, I gotta say, like, for this winter storm, I'm one of the most accurate people, all right? Like, this can't be any more accurate than what we're expecting. This is true accuracy when you see it. This is the amount of snow that we're expecting out of this winter storm. This forecast, there's no chance it's wrong. Unless somebody in this pink area saw over 30 inches of snow, which I don't think will happen, but... I don't want to brag, but I mean, like, I think that's pretty accurate. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl over in Arlington, Tennessee, just northeast of Memphis. This is a side road, and it is now fully covered in snow and sleet. You can't even see the lanes anymore. Literally can't even see the road. It makes it very easy to spin off into a ditch in this type of these type of conditions.
I definitely can tell it's mixing with a little bit more snow now.
Huge shout out to AJ with the $50 super chat. I've been seeing snow on the northeast side of St. Louis for almost an hour, and streets are seeing accumulation.
Like every hour.
Thank you for the report. In about 2 hours, we're probably going to start to see snow, or maybe not snow sticking to the trees, but we'll probably start to see freezing rain sticking to the trees in a couple hours here near Arlington. We should see that transition to freezing rain a little after lunchtime.
First state road. Wow. That's nice. Huh?
That's kind of cool.
I know.
We have Storm Chaser Connor Croft now moving into Nashville. It's on the west side of Nashville. It's getting a lot more hilly here.
It's a gold star.
So this is now on the west side of Nashville. This is on I-40 near Bellevue. We have moderate snowfall right now on the west side of Nashville. This is what it looks like out there.
Yeah, we're slowly losing our right lane.
Hey, Carl with the $20 super chat. Shout out to Mark with the $20 super chat as well. Most of West Virginia is going to get 8 to 12 inches of snow. Higher elevations 12 to 18.
Like 20 minutes ago.
Give it the $5 super chat. How screwed am I in Charlotte? I would expect a quarter or half an inch of ice. I wouldn't say you're screwed, but just, there's going to be travel impacts and power outages probably for many of those areas. Thank you, Cake, for becoming a member. And Dave. Apparently one of our storm chasers, Carmen Parmello, has freezing rain in Ardmore, Tennessee. So this is over in Ardmore. This is right on the bottom right of your screen. It's right on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. And he is now seeing some freezing rain, which is accumulating into ice. Connor's making his way into Nashville. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is going through some side roads in Arlington, and they do not look safe.
Next road on the left.
Hey, Wiz for the $50 super chat.
Yeah, so we got another like 60
Gainesville area, anywhere near Gainesville and Donlonga, anywhere in that area in northeastern Georgia, we are anticipating a quarter.
Whoa!
Ryan Sholem said a bird. We're expecting around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice.
That's a beautiful cardinal.
I don't think you're being warm nose,
I think it was 2
unfortunately.
of them.
I don't know. I just saw it fly over the hood.
It's okay.
Birds got to be careful. Yeah, right now, anywhere in Atlanta, anywhere in the surrounding area of Atlanta, like right now, the roads are fine, obviously. We haven't gone below freezing at any point. Temperatures are still around 40 degrees, but late tonight, temperatures will drop and fall. And that's when things are going to get a lot more concerning. And more significant. Thank you, Susan, for becoming a member, and Rod for the super chat as well. Asking about Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, Springfield, Missouri is going to be mostly snow throughout this entire event. We're not looking at any sort of ice accumulation for Springfield. It's going to be almost all exclusively snow. I'm still anticipating around 8 to 12 inches for the Springfield area. Joplin, Tulsa will see an additional 6 to 12 as well. St. Louis is seeing some pretty heavy snow right now. We do have a live camera on the Radar Omega app on the west side of St. Louis. And again, you can check out these live weather cameras on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. This is what it looks like right now on the west side of St. Louis. And the rooftops are now covered in snow. Snow is starting to stack up onto the ground as well. So generally speaking, things are getting a lot more interesting right now in the St. Louis area. And we are expecting around 6 to 8 inches of snow in St. Louis at least, maybe even a bit more than that. Looks like about 1 inch of snow thus far. A little bit further south of St. Louis in Jefferson County Parks and Recreation Building, we got some smaller snowflakes a little bit further south. And then back north of Memphis and Lauderdale County, it is looking a little bit more like a winter wonderland. Most of the surface has been covered in about 1/2 inch to 1 inch of snowfall. Are you standing up? I am standing up. Yeah, I need to stand sometimes. I mean, if we're doing 16 hours of live coverage today and or tomorrow, like, I mean, I'm going to have to stand at some point. Thank you, Aline, for the $20 super chat, and also Joseph for the super chat. Our thoughts on any power outages in the Carrollton, Texas area? We are expecting some power outages. This is our power outage map to give you an idea of where we think widespread power outages are going to happen. It's basically anywhere in the red. So near Dallas, Fort Worth, northern Louisiana, like Monroe and Shreveport, back into the Carolinas, and also around the Nashville area. Those are the locations that we're expecting the threat of widespread power outages today, tonight, and into tomorrow. The orange is where numerous power outages are expected. So basically from Virginia Beach back into West Texas. I would call numerous basically scattered power outages. So some of you will see some power outages, some of you won't. And then the yellow area is where they're going to be pretty isolated. So we're talking, you know, lower percentages of power outages. And anyone on the northern side of that yellow, it's mostly because of the snow. It doesn't really have to do with the ice. And then on the south side, that's all because of possible ice accumulation. Hey, War Eagle for the super chat. What about Huntsville, Alabama? Are we in the clear? You guys have ice accumulation right now. I mean, we've had freezing rain in Huntsville. From what I've already heard from people in the chat, and also just reports in general, we do have quite a bit of ice accumulation around the Huntsville area, which is causing some travel impacts. So I would not be traveling if I were you. There is ice out there, and it is still below freezing. We have not transitioned into a normal cold rain at this point, so please keep that in mind. Shout out to Susan with the $50 donation through the donation link saying, be safe on the road, and thank you. Yeah, guys, please be safe on the roadways. Again, they are dangerous out there. Again, if you're over near Nashville, I would get off the road. We've already seen dozens of accidents here on this live stream. This is what it looks like now with Connor in Nashville. So he's now entered into the west side of Nashville near Forest Hills. Luckily, there's not very many cars on the roadway on I-40, but on other highways in Nashville, there are several roadways that we've seen accidents on.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's you know, a fine line between that happening and more freezing rain, but I still think we're going to switch over to mainly freezing rain, probably, and more chaos later. It looked like
by the way, if you guys have photos or videos of anything happening out there, you can go to the third to top link in the description below, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We're going to be showing some of those photos and videos here on the stream.
Between 2 and 4, so probably about on schedule.
Thank you, Janny, for the $50 super chat. Thank you. I just drove back from Chicago to St. Louis watching your live stream. Made it back. Glad to hear. Thank you, Doug, also for becoming a member, and Price for the $20 super chat.
2 or 3 times.
Appreciate the support.
I think up in southeastern Kansas and southern Missouri, it's under both.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, in Arkansas, looking just off to the northeast of Little Rock, we have a semi that is partially blocking the right lane of traffic as well as the shoulder. That is in camera slot number 3 here in a second. There it is.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have a semi that is now blocking a lane, and it's probably because of all the snow and ice accumulation that we have now seen here. So this is near Redmond Road. So if you're traveling on I-57, conditions are getting a lot worse. I mean, again, the roads are completely covered over in sleet, snow, and a freezing rain layer, which is making things very slick out there. So use extreme caution on the roadways, especially over here. Hey, Thomas with the $50 super chat. We are parents who live in San Diego. Appreciate your services. We have kids in Springfield, St. Louis, and Dallas. And you keep us informed so we can keep them safe. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Blaze, also for the super chat. Hey, for the weather updates, what is Justin, Texas looking like? Justin, Texas is going to continue to see scattered freezing rain over the next several hours. Really goes for anywhere in North Texas, anywhere near Dallas, Fort Worth. We are going to continue to see scattered freezing rain for at least the next several hours. And then later this afternoon into the evening, it's going to get a lot more widespread. It's pretty patchy right now. Our most intense area of freezing rain is setting up from Wichita Falls to Lubbock. A lot more of that, though, is sleet right now. But by tonight, we're going to have a lot more moisture. So pretty much all of North Texas will have freezing rain tonight. Over here in the Tennessee, Kentucky area, we still have snow coming down. If you're in Bowling Green, Nashville, Franklin, Gallatin, all of those areas are currently dealing with at least some light to moderate snowfall. Our heaviest bands of snow are just south of Nashville. This is on one of the side roads here in Mason, Tennessee. This guy is going very slow up the hill. The road conditions are not great.
Well, I can pass, but I really don't want to. Not preferably, at least. Oh, like I would be able to anyways. I don't know if that's police or what.
Hopefully this car doesn't get stuck. You're going about 10 miles per hour on a road. I think that's supposed to be 40 or 50. I haven't seen a speed limit sign yet.
Whoa! Whoa! That just came out of nowhere.
Look at that truck on the left. They're going a lot faster than the car here on the right side.
The fact that it's sleeting and it's 13 degrees is diabolical. Literally diabolical.
There's more snow and ice coming for Fort Worth. Yes, sir.
We're just finding all the birds today, aren't we?
Potentially a red shoulder hawk.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, back in Arkansas, we're on I-49 this time near Pitkin Corner. Camera slot 3, there's a semi that is stopped in traffic. Looked to be a 2-vehicle accident. One of the cars drove away. So it's now just a single vehicle accident, but I do believe it was a 2-vehicle accident at one point in time.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So bottom right of your screen, now going full screen to it. We got another accident here. So it sounds like there were 2 vehicles involved. And there's a plow. This is a rare sight in Arkansas. We got a snow plow making its way through Pitkin Corner near mile marker 49. There are not very many snow plows out there. So, again, this is kind of surprising that we even have snow plows out here. One second, guys. I'm going to refresh the camera here. I don't know which camera it is. I don't know which one it is. All right, we'll go back to here for a second. See if I can refresh this camera. A snowplow making its way through there, Pitkin Corner in Arkansas. I think that car just might be chalked, or that camera might be chalked. All right, we'll go back to here. Let's back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Especially now that I can, like, actually drink it normally.
Yeah.
In Mason, and then we're going to go back to Connor in a second as he comes up into Nashville. Here's
James,
a live view right now in
that.
Nashville, Tennessee. Again, you should be able to see some very tall buildings with this camera. There are tall buildings back there, but the visibility has dropped a lot. Light to moderate snow's coming down. It's piling up pretty quickly right now in Nashville. Visibility is down to about a mile or just under a mile. So visibility's dropped quite a bit here over the last several minutes. And again, you can watch these live cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download the app with the top link in the description below. Tons of cameras here across Tennessee, right in the heart of where this winter storm is impacting today. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who's now in the west side of Nashville. He's near the Richland area. We should start to see a lot more traffic coming up here because there are a lot more people driving out here right now, which shouldn't be.
NATO cast with the 10% tomorrow. Time to dip.
The fall thing for the $20 super chat.
Did you say?
I have a family member that's dispatched to help people without power from Toledo, Ohio. I'm glad. That's awesome.
Yes, I did, because the RRFS shifted like 80 miles north, proving again its complete uselessness, but now it's in line with everything else.
Christine K with the super chats.
Seems like that area did get 16.
Yeah, good reminder, by the way, if you are tuning in, if you want to help get the stream out to more people, even if you don't have friends or family in the path of this winter storm, liking the stream is one of the best things that you guys can do. Just click the like button. It pushes our stream more into the algorithm, gets the word out there more about what's happening. And we have ground truth of what's happening here across all the Ohio Valley, the Southern Plains, East Coast, with this very major winter storm. And I'm a degree meteorologist as well, and we have a team of people on the back end that are giving us the latest information, the latest reports of what is happening in real time. And so we'll continue to keep you posted with the latest. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. We do live streams like this for major weather events pretty much all of the time.
They're pretty heavy in the morning.
So yeah, well, it looks like in Nashville right now.
Dry slot for a couple hours in the afternoon, but then there seems to be a little calm ahead on the back end of the system.
Shout out to Sue with the $50 PayPal donation and Jennifer with the $25 PayPal donation.
Yep. Yeah, no, Nashville won't beat theirs, but Nashville will have its own problems with snow, sleet, and ice. Now, last time I was in, or 2 times ago when I was in Nashville, I got off at a random exit and was low-key fearing for my life. So, I think I'm going to stick to just downtown.
Thank you, Salty, for the $10 super chat. Tell Riley it's time to take down the Christmas tree.
I think downtown Nashville's pretty nice.
Chattanooga, Tennessee's getting hammered, or just a little bit this evening. Chattanooga is going to be, I think, on the lower side of everything in terms of ice in Tennessee and snow. You guys still have your Christmas tree up? Let me know in the chat. How many people still have their Christmas tree up right now?
Well, I think downtown Nashville is ballin'.
We are now at the end of January. Hey, Christian, for the $20 super chat. This is for a coffee or caffeine. I really appreciate that. I'm going to do a poll in the chat. We're going to... There's a poll that you guys can just say yes or no to make it easier. Out of curiosity, it's in the chat. And this is what it looks like right now, downtown Nashville, Tennessee. Conditions are progressively getting worse here.
Welcome to Nashville, guys. Roads are not great. More ice on the road than snow here. Coming over.
Shout out to Eddie with the $20 super chat. So about 22% of you
Like
just answered the poll in the chat still have their Christmas tree up.
Left lane is clear. And
that is
if you're
actually
driving
crazy.
Middle lane, you're just SOL. Cairo, thank you for becoming a member.
So again, that's what it looks like out there in Nashville, Tennessee right now. Conditions are progressively getting worse right now, and they will continue to get worse over the next few hours. We have still a lot of heavy snow right now impacting central Tennessee, western Kentucky, northeast Arkansas near Jonesboro, Evansville, and Louisville. You guys are starting to see some snow as well. We have a large swath of freezing rain that is stretching from Midland all the way back into Dallas, into Shreveport, Little Rock. All of you guys are experiencing freezing rain and sleet right now, and it's just going to continue to get worse worse and worse tonight. We've talked about this a lot already in the stream, and we've talked about it in our videos this week, but I do want to remind you that we have 2 waves of precipitation. The first one is happening now. This is the appetizer to the entree that we're going to see. So this isn't going to necessarily fill you up. What's going to really fill everybody up here is going to be the second wave of precipitation. I don't know where I was going with that, but if you're basically across the central and southern plains tonight, we are going to have a lot more moisture developing, and that's going to lead to a much larger winter storm. This pictured here is 7 o'clock tonight. So about 8 hours from now, nearly 100% of you that are tuning in from these winter storm warnings are going to see snow. The only exception is over here in Washington, New York City, and Boston. It's a little bit different there. But if you're anywhere in Ohio, Kentucky, like almost this entire corridor here is going to be dealing with freezing rain, sleet, or snow. It's going to get a lot more widespread. Currently, I would say in this region, the coverage is about 50-60%. It's going to be near 100% tonight, and it's going to be a lot heavier by 7 to 8 o'clock. We'll have heavy snow, especially near Oklahoma City. This is the kind of snow that's going to dump snow upwards of 3 inches per hour. So Oklahoma City is going to quickly go from about 3 to 4 inches is what they have right now to 12 inches of snow by late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We'll have light to moderate snow all across Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. We'll have freezing rain and sleet stretching from western North Carolina back into San Antonio and Austin. And that freezing rain by late tonight into early tomorrow morning will continue to shift further down to the southeast. So back over in Houston, Texas, you guys are going to see some freezing rain tonight. Northern Louisiana, like Shreveport, Monroe, you'll be dealing with freezing rain pretty much all day today and all morning tomorrow. Heavy snow moving to the northwestern sections of Arkansas, so Fayetteville and Benton. Mountain Home as well. We'll have our sleet and freezing rain lines starting to shift off to the north. If you're back over in Virginia, Kentucky, even near Raleigh and Virginia Beach, you guys will be starting to pick up on that sleet and freezing rain. And then by tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., when many of you are waking up, there will be heavy snowfall from Columbus, Ohio, back into northern Arkansas near Washington, D.C. Freezing rain and sleet continuing near Dallas, Fort Worth, back into the Carolinas, Richmond, Virginia, just south of Washington, D.C., dealing with freezing rain and sleet. And then as we go later into the morning and into the early afternoon, we are going to have a massive area of snow ongoing from southern New England back into Ohio. This is the kind of snow that is going to be very memorable for many of you. It'll be one of the biggest winter storms that we've seen in the last few years for parts of New England and as well as the New York City area. Freezing rain, sleet continue tomorrow nights for Washington, D.C. and New York City. We will see some icing if you're in the Philadelphia area, Washington, D.C., New York City, and southern New England late tomorrow night. And then Monday is when things really start to calm down. But again, the big story with this winter storm is not necessarily the size. It's just about how long the impacts are going to last across the United States. I can't stress it enough. This is going to be a long event. This is not just a 2-hour, this isn't like a tornado outbreak where you might be under a tornado warning for 45 minutes and then you're done. This is more about a prolonged period of time where you guys are going to be dealing with heavy snow, heavy freezing rain that is going to lead to significant snow and ice accumulation. So in terms of how much snow everybody's going to see, this is our updated forecast. If you've not tuned in already today, this is our latest forecast. This is how much snow we're expecting between now until tomorrow night and into early Monday. This does not include what's already fallen, which many of you in Oklahoma City have already seen snow. We are still expecting a widespread 6 to 12 inches of snow from northwest Oklahoma, near Oklahoma City, back into Tulsa, stretching into St. Louis, and also into Indianapolis. Areas like Columbus, Ohio will be picking up on about 8 to 12 inches of snow. Back over in the Northeast, we are expecting a widespread 1 foot plus of snowfall. So New York City, New Jersey, back into Philadelphia, State College, all of you are going to pick up around 1+ feet of snow. There could be some isolated locations that see around 20 to 24 inches of snow as well. I'm not ruling that out. And then anywhere in the dark blue, we're expecting 4 to 8 inches. That's mainly Toledo, Ohio, just north of Lubbock, Texas, and then back right along the Red River Valley of Texas and Oklahoma, like Little Rock, and then Memphis area will be right on the cusp there, probably seeing about 3 inches of snow or so. So 3 to 4 inches is what we're expecting there. Nashville, right around 1 to 4 inches of snow. Now, in terms of total ice accumulation, the ice is a big threat, obviously, and if you're anywhere in the dark purple, this is where widespread power outages are possible. The National Weather Service has also warned that power outages could last days, in some cases a week. Not ruling out with an ice storm like this, power outages possibly as long as a month in parts of Mississippi, because we are expecting the threat of over 1 inch of freezing rain to fall in northern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, back towards Monroe and Louisiana, especially near the Tupelo areas where we're expecting the threat of around 1.5 inches of freezing rain accumulation. That means ice accumulation. That means we're going to see significant icing across northern and central Mississippi. If you're anywhere in the dark red, that's where we're expecting at least a 1/2 inch of freezing rain accumulation. If you're in the light red, we're at least expecting 1/4 inch of ice. This is all going to lead to at least scattered to numerous power outages, and for some of you, it will be widespread. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to direct your attention to the newest Storm Prediction Center outlook. We haven't had all the information load on that, but we do have a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. It is a 5% tornado risk that just came through. So we have a ice storm going on tomorrow and a 5% tornado risk.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we do have a new risk from the Storm Prediction Center. We are expecting severe weather tomorrow on top of this winter storm. Tornadoes are possible. Damaging winds are possible, and even some hail back over in the Florida Panhandle, back over in southwestern Georgia, southern Alabama, and southeastern Mississippi. So you might not be seeing ice and snow, but instead you're seeing the threat of tornadoes. We have a 5% tornado risk that is outlined there near the Mobile, Alabama, and back into the far western sections there of Florida. And we'll be live covering tornadoes tomorrow too, I guess. It's not just about the snow and the ice. We might be seeing some tornadoes out there in the south. It's going to get interesting. Storm chaser Connor Croft is now in downtown Nashville.
Going up the hill. I'm sure this hill is there's nobody.
What it looks
out
like
here,
in downtown Nashville right now.
A freaking mess. Once it snows even more than this, but this isn't great.
That bus going down the hill there on the left.
Nobody out in Nashville. A lot of construction here.
Got a person walking out there in Nashville. I'm surprised there's basically no cars out there, especially with all the vehicles we were seeing on the highways earlier. So that's what it looks like right now in downtown Nashville.
Here, and then you go
this
lower.
Is Storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's been behind this car for a while.
Snow, and then it doesn't
driving very slow in Staunton, Tennessee, or Stanton, Tennessee.
And now it's sleet on the ground. So
that's with the super chat asking or saying Flower Mart checking in. So when's our next wave? It'll arrive tonight.
It's kind of weird how it works.
Hey, ready, Mark, for the 5 gifted memberships?
A lot of meteorological terms.
And private to become a member. When is Austin going to get ice is what somebody just asked in the chat. I think ice will arrive, or we'll start to see freezing rain and then accumulating ice sometime around 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. But I would still be off the road well before that because we can still see temperatures drop suddenly and lead to ice accumulation sooner than that. We saw it happen last night in a couple of locations in like Little Rock, for example.
This is a really tiny bird. What was that?
Maybe a chickadee?
Bean Weasel, welcome in. Watching.
The Storm chaser Connor Croft in Nashville's hitting another stoplight. Hey Joshua for the $10 super chat. Have you looked next weekend for Alabama on the GFS? We might get blasted. Guys, I'm not really looking ahead too much. Gotta get through this winter storm.
You guys are just joining us. Welcome to Nashville here.
If you guys are wondering, are we going to see another major winter storm right after this one? We're not going to see another major one, I'd say. But yes, there's a possibility of some sort of winter weather setup next weekend. The latest GFS model run only shows snow, though, over here in the east. It doesn't even get down to Alabama, really, anymore. So if you go back to, like, yesterday, for example, the GFS was going crazy and showing a pretty significant winter weather event down here in the south. And this is why I'm still cautious about really talking about Friday and Saturday of next weekend, because things are going to continue to change. But yeah, snow's possible, but I'm not putting any sort of crazy. I'm not thinking that we're going to see anything major as of right now. Like, I mean, it's just too early to actually say there'll be anything major anyway. But you never know. I mean, this winter storm trended up a lot, you know, about 5-6 days ago out of nowhere. I mean, it was nothing on the models for a while, and it trended up into this massive winter storm, and obviously now it's happened, or now it's happening, I should say.
Oh yeah, just put that smudge right where the camera is. Perfect as usual. Thank you, windshield wipers, for your amazing performance.
Downtown Nashville seeing some light to moderate snowfall. Bottom right of your screen, our heaviest snow.
What's up, Dio?
It's located near
Yeah,
Columbia.
today's stream is absolutely cooking.
West of Franklin. There's a few more cars here in this part of downtown Nashville. Looks like most of the
Absolutely
businesses in Nashville are closed. That car is struggling. Look at that car. They're struggling to get through that light.
Just saw a freaking balloon go through the sky.
Thank you, Glenn, for becoming a member. Yeah, it's all snow right now in Nashville. We will transition to sleet in a little bit. Going back to sitting desk mode. Oh, that car is trying to drive and can't really drive.
So light, fluffy snow, very dry snow, chat.
Hey, Veronica, for becoming a member.
Coming down here in Nashville. There's a lot of construction going on in Nashville. Some more people are out and about now that we're in downtown.
I think this guy is like...
This guy's driving on the sidewalk in that truck.
I think this person's struggling to drive. There are just people in general struggling to drive right now here in Nashville. Hey, Justin, for becoming a member. Shout out to Robin with the $20 donation. Hello from Germany. Thanks for your amazing coverage.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a couple...
I'm glad I can help you out, Robin.
Couple nice tornadoes tomorrow in southeastern Alabama.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now in Nashville. We obviously have some travel problems out there. We've had upwards of 2 to 3 dozen accidents at this point here around Nashville alone. And even Memphis has had some accidents too. We are now fully transitioning into freezing rain and sleet in the Nashville area. So things are starting to ramp up back over in Memphis when it comes to ice accumulation. And then back over in Boonville and Tupelo, those are almost exclusively ice right now. Same thing with Oxford and Holly Springs. We are seeing a lot of freezing rain and sleet right now, which is leading to bigger problems for northern Mississippi. And we are expecting much heavier bands of freezing rain to make their way up into northern parts of Mississippi here over the next hour or two. So please be ready for, again, heavy freezing rain. We could see power outages here pretty quickly. And speaking of power outages, we now have over 50,000 customers. For the first time today, over 50,000 customers are now without power in Texas. We're sitting at 54,000 customers without power. And most of them are in Rusk, Bowie, and Panola counties in Texas. So Panola County, Shelby County, and Rusk County. That is where we have about 15,000 people without power. That is all related to the ice and the freezing rain, and also, you know, the other stuff, you know, accidents and stuff can sometimes lead to power outages too if somebody would crash in like a power pole or something like that. So that could be related to that as well. But generally speaking, almost all of this is going to be related to weather. And these numbers will only go up. Over in Somerville County, just south of Fort Worth, we're actually sitting at 714, so a localized outage there. New Mexico's at about 11,000 without power. This is also related to the winter storm. So almost 12,000 customers without power there. But across the country, we have now over 100,000 people without power. That is the first time today that we've crossed 100,000 people without power. Arkansas is beginning to ramp up as well near the Texarkana area for power outages. Louisiana is also ramping up. DeSoto County is almost all without power, actually. We're up to 50% without power in DeSoto County. So definitely not something that you want to see, but this is unfortunately going to be the reality of today. Those numbers are going to skyrocket later today. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this first band of freezing rain that we have stretching from northern Louisiana all the way into parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. This does seem like it's actually a little bit more significant than what we first thought, and the ice is accumulating a little bit faster than what we anticipated. There was one report of 3/4 of an inch out of Shreveport, Louisiana. However, I'm not sure how valid that report is because there has not been any other significant ice reports. If you guys are in Louisiana right now, especially the Shreveport area, please let us know how much ice you're seeing so we can sort of get a better idea of what's accumulating. We're only supposed to see around 3/4 of an inch in this area across the entire icing event. And of course, as Max was putting it, this is just the appetizer to what's to come. But the appetizer has been a little bit extra significant. We ordered 6 chicken wings and they gave us 8 across northern Louisiana. So we might end up seeing ice accumulations over an inch in some parts of northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. The other thing that I want to touch on is I know there are a lot of people watching from Ohio. Ohio has just declared a state of emergency, adding on to the list of states that has done so ahead of this winter storm. Multiple parts of Ohio are looking at well over a foot of snow with a widespread 8 to 12 inches. The highest values in Ohio will probably be in this northeast quadrant where we see just a little bit more moisture make it into that system. The other thing too that I wanted to touch on quickly is further down here in Texas, we are starting to see some of this icing here from Midland all the way to Dallas fill in a little bit more. I would not be surprised if we see some upgrades to some of our warnings down here, because right now the wording that they're using in these warnings, specifically around College Station, is technically valid for an ice storm warning. However, it has not been upgraded. I would imagine that they are waiting to see when the ice will start for sure. Or not, they're going to switch those over to an ice storm warning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is some of the latest information, again, of what's happening in real time as this major winter storm continues to expand in size here across much of the United States. We have a new graphic to show you the state of emergencies that are in effect right now across the United States. And it's a large area. Is West Virginia included? Do we know if West Virginia was added? All right, so West Virginia is also included. So West Virginia should be on the map, but every one of these states that are here are under state of emergencies because of this winter storm. So it includes New York, all the way back into Texas. This is one of the largest state of emergency regions I've ever seen for a weather event. This is covering, I think, 24 states in total, which is over 150 million people pretty much in this entire area. So pretty crazy stuff. All right, it has been updated. Here you go. There's your state of emergency. We got a new graphic. So West Virginia's in there now. Can we also get a new ice storm warning graphic? I don't know if it's changed since last night. This is what it looks like right now in downtown Nashville. There's a lot more cars where Connor is now. A lot more vehicles traveling out there. We got slick spots in Nashville. It's a little slippery. We've seen several accidents in Nashville now.
Let's see, what road am I coming up on here?
Got some people actually walking out there. People are crossing the road right there on the left. This is Storm Chaser Brian Scholl. Back over in Stanton, Tennessee, where there is a lot of snow on the ground, and it is transitioning into sleet now. This is west of Jackson, Tennessee, northeast of Memphis, where it looks like a winter wonderland. He's no longer behind any cars.
Maybe the interstate might be closed still at that point. I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, Susan, for becoming a member.
Oh, it should be okay.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, another accident, this time on I-20 in Shreveport, Louisiana. This is just north of the airport. That is in camera slot 3. It looks like this might be 2 different accidents, actually. One person in the right shoulder, one person in the median, that happened on different directions of the highway at more or less the same time.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go full cam to that. This is over in Louisiana. This is the first accident that we've seen on a camera today in Louisiana. It's been mostly Tennessee and Texas thus far. But left side of your screen, there's an accident there, and then there's one on the right side. Car in a ditch. And then it looks like a couple of cars involved in an accident on the left side. So both directions here on I-20 at Monkhouse, and that's mile marker 13, which is, I believe, right next to Shreveport. So, again, Shreveport is bottom right of your screen. You can see how intense the freezing rain is right now. And, again, you can track the freezing rain, all the precipitation that's happening right now inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. But that is what we're looking at right now across northern Louisiana, right near I-20. Heavy freezing rain is currently ongoing near Monroe and Shreveport. This is another good example of why you should be staying off the roadways. Here's a map of all of our watches and warnings right now across the country. I do want to just quickly point out that this is one of the largest areas that you'll basically, ever see when it comes to our expansive area of winter storm watches and warnings. It includes about 50% of the United States right now in terms of population density. So this is a very large area that we're talking about. We have winter storm warnings in effect from Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, all the way back into New England. The purple here that my cursor's over, that right there is ice storm warnings, which do not include Houston right now, but they do include areas just to your north, near Nacogdoches and Lufkin and Shreveport and Monroe. And we just got a new winter storm warning, it looks like, for Maine. So Maine's actually just been upgraded as I speak to winter storm warning. So that's up here. Back over in Atlanta and upstate South Carolina, like Greenville, we are also looking at ice storm warnings. And then areas that were hard hit by Helene in the higher elevations of the Appalachians are also under ice storm warnings. But we have 7 weather alerts in the United States right now, technically speaking. 7 winter weather alerts, technically speaking, when it comes to all these watches and warnings. But it's covering well over 24 states. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, apparently we also missed that Delaware was under a state of emergency, so we're going to go ahead and make an all-new state of emergency graphic because Delaware is such a massive state to miss out on, so we'll send you that just to make sure we're fully up to date.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is what the map looks like without Delaware being under a state of emergency. It's going to be right here. So that area will be added here in a moment. The entire map is pretty much covered at this point for this winter storm. Huge shout out to Pam with the $100 super chat saying thanks from New Jersey. Max and Riley, appreciate that. Thank you very much for your support. At this point, we can just shut down the entire country. I mean, like, basically half the country right now basically can't drive or do normal things because of this winter storm. I know for sure parts of Texas will be closed for a while, but by tomorrow, for some parts of North Texas, you'll be closed as people are going to be trying to find their snow shovels. Thank you, Kay, for the $20 super chat. I think the most positive thing coming out of this weather event is this right here. This is the most positive thing that we can think of right now. There will be no mosquitoes. Can we all agree that this might be the best news of the week, or of the weekend? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking south of Nashville, they've closed I-840. I am noting that we have had a very strong deduction in accidents. I think that's because the roads are closed, not because they're not happening. So unfortunately, we don't have camera coverage on side roads, but there has been a noticeable deduction in the amount of accidents that we've been seeing.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. This is another amazing meme. Texas weather just went from 80 to a 35, just like you saw a state trooper. It basically did. It was actually pretty warm, especially down in Houston. It's about to go down to 30 degrees by tomorrow morning. An entire selection of memes just for this stream. Connor Croft is going by the stadium here in Nashville. That is the where the Tennessee Titans play. Or sorry, where the Tennessee Titans tank, my bad. Tennessee Titans participate, I should say. They participate there.
Where are they building the new one?
I can't believe they're building a new stadium. Wow. They did so bad this season.
The new one by the old one, or what's the deal?
Gurley with the $10 super chat asking on Bryan, College Station. We are expecting ice accumulation down College Station. Around 1/10 to 1/4 inch of ice is expected.
It looks like I'm going across the bridge.
I'm gonna be honest, the ice accumulation that we're actually expecting is gonna be pretty impressive down in this direction. Like, it's gonna be a very brief amount of time that you guys actually see ice down here near Houston, but we're talking about right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch. Right around and just north of Houston. It's gonna be close to ice storm criteria near the Woodlands too. So there's gonna be plenty of ice right down here in southeast Texas.
Thank you for the super chat.
once again back over to where the Tennessee Titans participate, right in Nashville.
This area still seems chill.
Nice. Doesn't seem terrible on the roadways here as of right now, but we've obviously seen cars that are not really able to drive on these conditions slip and slide. We've had several accidents, so.
Yeah, so this is the new stadium they're building. They're literally right next to each other.
Shout out to Doodle with the $20 super chat. North Texas has begun closing for Monday, and I predict Tuesday will have a late start. I think I mean, like, the problem is with this winter storm, our temperatures are going to be basically below freezing. And for a lot of you guys, it's not even just Texas, but these are the temperatures tomorrow morning, and temperatures will be in the teens and single digits in some areas across the southern plains, including Oklahoma. Monday is going to be pretty cold as well. We'll have temperatures around or just below 0 degrees back over in Oklahoma City, but temperatures are not going to go above freezing for most areas like Dallas, Fort Worth on Monday afternoon. This is what the high temperatures are forecast to be Monday. Basically about 28 degrees for DFW. Texarkana might get above freezing, but a lot of areas that are seeing ice will not be above freezing Monday. Tuesday will be your best chance of being above freezing. Little Rock should get to 38. Nashville's only going to be about 30 or 28. Back over in Dallas, Fort Worth, 45 degrees. Most of Oklahoma only in the mid-20s. Like, it's going to be cold still. And so some of these areas will actually have ice melting, but not all of you. Wednesday, we might also get above freezing again, but Arctic air is expected to spill in sometime around Thursday. And so areas like Nashville and most of Tennessee will probably end up being below freezing throughout the entire week. So definitely not good news. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update on Little Rock, Arkansas to the northwest portion of the town. I-430 over the river has been closed. In addition to that, we have another accident in, believe it or not, Nashville, Tennessee. They still don't know how to drive there. This is on I-65 headed over the Cumberland River. That is in camera spot number 3.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's check out the latest incident, and it looks like we at least got one car on the left side of the highway here that has pulled off, and likely another accident here. Again, we've had several accidents in Nashville this morning, and we're actually about to approach the afternoon hours, and we are continuing to see accidents, and we will continue to see a lot more accidents from where this came from as we go throughout the rest of today and also into tonight. So dangerous conditions are expected to continue. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we're going to be live all day today with extensive coverage, so make sure that you're staying tuned. We'll be live again also all day tomorrow, so we're going to be live for a long time. We're expecting to be live for 32 hours probably this weekend, just Saturday, Sunday, 16-hour streams both days. We're currently only 3.5 hours into this extensive winter storm coverage. Again, we have thousands of live cameras and live storm chasers out there covering everything that is happening across the United States. All right, we're going to go back to standing mode. Since I know a lot of you guys are just tuning in, we're going to go back through the forecast and just give you an idea of what's happening here over the next several hours after I'm stood up. Thank you, Nightly, for the super chat. Everywhere in Tennessee will transition into at least some sort of sleet or freezing rain. I'm going to break that down here on the models. All right, we're going to start with, let's start with around lunchtime today. So over the next several hours, we are going to continue to see heavy freezing rain impacting areas like northern Mississippi, northwest Alabama near Florence. Freezing rain is going to eventually transition for those over in Nashville. So if you're in Nashville, again, a lot of you guys are seeing snow still, but eventually by later this afternoon and into the evening, we'll have freezing rain and sleet moving to the north. So most areas across Tennessee will be dealing with freezing rain and sleet by this evening. Freezing rain will continue back into areas like North Texas, northern Louisiana, central Arkansas. It's going to be mostly scattered though if you're back over here here in central Arkansas. It's not going to be very heavy, but eventually by tonight is when things get a lot more widespread. So right around 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have a widespread area of snow stretching from Virginia back into the Texas Panhandle. Oklahoma City will eventually be dealing with upwards of 3 inches of snow per hour from these snow bands, as it'll be very intense and heavy snow by this point. We'll also have some light to moderate snow impacting areas like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and northern Kentucky. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning is when the most intense freezing rain is going to happen. All right, so if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, if you're over in Lufkin, Texas, if you are in Shreveport, those are the areas that are going to be getting hit hard by freezing rain. And this is where we're anticipating scattered, numerous, and even in some cases, widespread power outages that could last days, maybe even a week. And in rare cases, if we see over an inch of ice accumulation, it could last for as long as a month. As we go into Sunday morning, that freezing rain will continue around Nashville. Most of southern and eastern Kentucky is going to continue to see that freezing rain. And some of the most intense snow that we're going to see will be across areas.
Like we got some sort of accident or something up here on Interstate 40 westbound, west of Jackson here.
Okay, Ryan Scholl has a accident apparently. Let me go over to him in the middle of my forecast.
Here, once we keep heading east here.
So Ryan Scholl said he has some sort of accident coming up.
Sleet.
Of course.
I was worried about that. Oh.
Yep.
Oh boy, what's going on here?
All right, so there is some sort of accident up here. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Looks like we got some sort of accident or something up here on Interstate 40 westbound, west of Jackson here.
That is a large backup.
I don't know. Not exactly sure. Like, I don't. What's going on? Looks like it's already.
Can't really tell what's going on. Maybe an accident that has been getting cleared up, but there's a large traffic backup here.
Maybe
This is near Stoughton, Tennessee.
It wasn't a very long one.
This is on I-40, just south of Brownsville, for reference.
I never saw an accident though. That's the thing.
Well, again, there was likely an accident at some point there.
Actually,
It's a good reminder if you are, again, traveling on the roadways to make sure
that means more birds.
that you were taking it very slow out there. There is sleet falling now for most of Tennessee. Bare minimum, there's snow that's making the roadways slick. You can see the roads are completely covered over in snow. You can barely even see the lanes right now in Tennessee on any of these interstates. So please keep in mind that this is still a very dangerous situation, and it's going to continue to get worse here throughout the afternoon.
Especially now that we're on the interstate. This is like clean.
All right, we'll keep an eye on Scholl. Let me go back through the forecast here. So as we go into Sunday morning, we will continue to have a widespread area of snow stretching from Maryland, including Washington, D.C., all throughout Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana. Areas like Indianapolis and Columbus are likely going to end up seeing over 8 inches of snowfall just tomorrow from this winter storm. Back over towards St. Louis, back through Springfield, Missouri, we are expecting a widespread area of snow all throughout tomorrow morning. Areas like Dallas, Fort Worth will be transitioning from freezing rain and sleet into a heavier snow. It's not going to last a very long period of time, but there will at least be some light snow out there. And then eventually, as we go later into Sunday morning, areas like Houston, Texas will transition into freezing rain. And the freezing rain back down near Lufkin and Nacogdoches, Texas, that's going to be pretty long lasting. I think we're going to end up seeing around 1/4 of an inch of ice for some of those locations. And even down into central Louisiana near Alexandria, we could end up seeing some ice storm conditions transpire back over in those areas during the morning hours on Sunday. All across central and northern Mississippi, we will be dealing with a large area of freezing rain that will lead to some pretty significant ice accumulation. Sunday afternoon is where things are going to be very significant if you're in the Ohio Valley or Mid-Atlantic, as a widespread swath of snow will be all around southern New England, including the New York City area, State College, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Sleet is going to start to transition from the snow that we're going to be seeing in areas like Maryland, including Washington, D.C. and Delaware. And then eventually, as we go into Sunday afternoon, that freezing line is going to continue to lift to the north, which will translate to areas like Washington, D.C., going from a snow to a sleet and then eventually a freezing rain. So we are expecting the threat of around 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice in some of those locations. Areas like the Carolinas, including upstate South Carolina, will have pockets of heavy freezing rain, which means significant ice accumulation is expected, not just tonight, but also tomorrow, which will lead to some isolated to scattered power outages. Heavy snow will continue Sunday afternoon and evening across Ohio, Pennsylvania, and southern New England, where we are anticipating a widespread 1 foot of snowfall with some locations over 18 inches of snowfall being possible. And then as we go into late Sunday night and early Monday morning, most of the snow is moving out of New England. It'll be very light across central and southern New England for Monday. So the worst of this winter storm again is going to be today into tonight. We are expecting some much more significant conditions to transpire as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning. This is again the appetizer to the big event that's going to be happening tonight. This first wave back over in the Ohio Valley is not going to be nearly as significant as what we're going to see overnight tonight once this winter storm becomes very large across the United States. By the way, guys, we are actually recording our video right now, so I'm basically doing two things at once. But we're recording a video that we'll post on our channel later today. So I'm working on two things at once. But I'm also giving you guys a breakdown of what's actually happening. For those that might just be tuning in and don't know what the future looks like here across the country, this is a bit of an update for you guys anyway. All right, now let's talk about snowfall accumulation. We're multitasking here. We got to do two things at once. Kind of is what it is. Now, in terms of total snowfall across the country, we are expecting a widespread 1 foot of snow anywhere from Oklahoma City all the way back into Tulsa. I do still think that St. Louis will end up picking up around 8 to 12 inches of snow. If you're back over in Evansville, Cincinnati, back through Columbus, we are expecting at least 8 to 12 inches of snow in those areas. And then areas like Chicago, Detroit, we're only looking at maybe a coating to 1 to 2 inches. Dallas, Fort Worth will likely end up only picking up about 1 to 2 inches. And then Little Rock is going to be on the lower spectrum. We've mostly seen our snow in the Little Rock area in Memphis. So at this point, we're mostly going to be talking about sleet and freezing rain, maybe with a brief transition into snow as we go into tomorrow. And let's go to the East Coast. And this is the latest model data. It's pretty crazy. Areas like southern New England, like Boston, are going to see a lot of snow. Now, in terms of total snowfall along the East Coast in the Ohio Valley, this is where the most significant snow is going to fall. Areas like Columbus and Cleveland, Ohio, are going to pick up right around 10 to 15 inches of snowfall. Even back over near Cincinnati, we could be approaching 15 to 18 inches of snow in some isolated locations. Evansville will be talking about pretty significant snow as well. We're thinking about 12 to 14. And then southern New England and southeastern New York, this is where we could have some places pushing 18 to 21 inches of snow as we go into Sunday night and early Monday. Get ready for a major winter storm, one of the worst winter storms too that we've seen in southern New England over the last several years. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, want to draw your attention to Maine. All of our winter storm warnings for Maine just came out, and New Hampshire as well. So all the winter storm watches are mostly gone at this point in time. We basically have winter storm warnings from Albuquerque, New Mexico, all the way to Maine. Well, not basically. We do have that much expansive winter storm warnings in a row as of now.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, the number of winter storm warnings is increasing. It pretty much covers the entire country. All right, so this is going all the way from New Mexico back into the Northeast. And it covers about 150 million people. I mean, this is almost, I don't know what the record is for the most people ever being included in winter storm warnings, but this might be challenging it. I mean, we're talking about such a massive area with winter storm warnings right now. It is pretty crazy stuff. Also, Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton, they're back out there. We just had them go live here a moment ago on the Radar Omega app. They are currently located in central Kentucky, where conditions are going to start to deteriorate. We do have some snow right now moving through the south side of Louisville. For the most part, this is light snow. It's not really too significant, but generally speaking, it's going to get a lot heavier as we go later into today and also into tonight. Let's go ahead and check out some of the Storm Chaser activity that we're seeing right now. This is back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He just passed by an accident a few minutes ago. He is on I-40 near the Brownsville, Tennessee area. So he's heading in the direction of Nashville right now. And again, conditions are expected to continue to get worse over the next few hours. We've seen a little bit of sleet mixing in here near Jackson, but it's going to start to go more towards freezing rain later today, which will lead to much more significant accumulation. And then back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft. There are a lot of people right now in downtown Nashville. Just
a lot of cowboy boots.
This is the most popular area I've seen so far in the Nashville area.
Believe it or not, I don't think I see anybody not wearing cowboy boots.
This is actually pretty crazy how many people are down here in downtown. Hey, Husky for the $20 super chat. Love your coverage, Max. Appreciate all you do and your team. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. We have some new photos and videos that have been submitted. Again, a lot of you guys are sending in your own photos and videos of what is happening outside your own doorstep. And this is what it looks like over in Florence, Alabama. This was sent in by Wes. You can actually see the ice accumulating to the side of the car here on the left side of your screen. I need to get my pen tool fixed. Oh, now it's working. Nope, now it's not. What's going on here? My pen works on only one monitor. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. But again, back over here in Florence, Alabama, you can see right here on the left side of your screen, though, a little bit of ice sticking to the bottom of the car. It's gonna get a lot worse later today. This is from Shelbyville, Tennessee. That dog is really hyper. Dog loves the snow. Over in Shelbyville, Tennessee. It's been snowing for about an hour over in Ferguson, Missouri. This is over in Salina, Kansas. Just a little bit of snow. I would say that's just a little bit, not really much. That's maybe an inch. We just said you're the Scott Hansen of weather. 7 hours of commercial-free weather coverage. Red Zone actually can't say commercial-free anymore, but still. We basically have commercial-free weather coverage. This is snow back over in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. This is also dawn over in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Big snowflakes. Another dog playing in the snow in Williamson County, Tennessee. Texarkana, got Camden County, Missouri checking in with some light to moderate snow. That's what it looks like in downtown Nashville from a skyline view. Pretty cool stuff. In Smyrna, Tennessee, got the dog in the snow. Guys, we got cats in the snow too. What are you guys in the cat? Team cat or team dog? I have a cat myself. I used to have dogs. This is back over in Nashville, Tennessee. Playing the snow in East Nashville. Dogs having a splendid time there. This is in Bowie County, Texas. Got ice sticking to the tree right there on the right side. Another dog playing in the snow in Thick, Tennessee. As he living her best life. This is over in Nashville, Tennessee. Another dog playing in the snow in Cabot, Arkansas. And by the way, if you guys want to submit photos and videos, there is a link on your screen there. It's also one of the top links in the description below. Apparently, there is a Nashville Predators hockey game today. And that's where all those people in Nashville were going. I was showing you guys Storm Chaser Connor Croft here. All the people that are here in downtown apparently are going to that hockey game. I didn't even know there was a hockey game going on today. So that's news to me. But apparently there's a big sporting event going on here today. And that's why there are so many people out here. There's a lot of cars driving. And I mean, again, that would be the only thing you could think of. But if you are one of the people tuning in that are going to that game or are at that game right now, just make sure you're driving slowly and very safely when you're going home. Because the big problem that we're going to have in Nashville is that it is going to be snowing for the next few hours, and then we're going to transition to sleet and freezing rain, and it's going to get a lot worse.
I'm very interested that they blocked
as we go
that
late
off.
today and tonight. So things are not really going to get better.
Whatever. All right. I'm going to get back on the. I'm going to go all the way down this road, hop on the highway, and we're going to go to Clarksville chat.
Moved the game up 2 hours, didn't cancel. That's actually surprising. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised they even had the game going. Looks like one of the cameras that we had an accident on. This back over in Nashville, Tennessee. There is a semi that is about to be towed off. There have been multiple accidents in the Nashville area over the last several hours. We got a semi that is about to be towed out near Fessler's Lane. And again, we've only had snow in Nashville so far. We're going to transition to sleet in the next few hours and freezing rain. But this is definitely a sight that is very common. It's been very common all throughout the day today. Thank you, Mark, for the $20 super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just gonna talk about where that rain, snow, freezing rain, sleet, snow line is. So looking at Nashville is something we've been tracking basically since the first few minutes of the stream today. That line is getting ever so closer. So right here, taking a look at correlation coefficient, we can see an area where the correlation coefficient is not correlating very well. That means this is where our mixed precipitation is. So on the northern side of this, we're most likely dealing with snow, and on the southern side, we're most likely dealing with sleet and freezing rain. We do have reports out of Nashville that the snow is starting to shrink in size, and it's also getting wetter and heavier. So that indicates to us that we're either going to switch to sleet or freezing rain by the time this moves north. It's also not just in Tennessee that we're sort of seeing this line work its way north. If we go look at the Memphis radar site, we can also see that line. This time we're looking at the southern side over here and the snow side over on this portion, slightly or opposite of what we were before, just because the radar site is in a different spot. And then it's a little harder to tell down into Arkansas, just because there's no really line that this radar can catch up to. The other thing that I wanted to touch on quick is our freezing rain band in Shreveport, Louisiana. Not looking at winter weather radar because it kind of hides how significant the rain is. These are quite high reflectivity values that we're seeing. That means that we could see freezing rain accumulations as high as 1/10, maybe up to 2/10 of an inch per hour. So if you're on the roads anywhere in northern Louisiana where we do have that ice storm warning in place, know that if they're not already bad, which I believe they are, they're going to get worse, and they're going to get worse quickly. Also, we did get more warning updates this time in North Carolina, South Carolina, and extreme portions of western or eastern Tennessee. We did update the ice storm warning. It is still 1/2 inch to 1 inch in higher elevations. And then down here, we're looking at much the same with a 1/2 inch and 3/4 of an inch in ice. We could end up seeing locally higher amounts, especially in the higher elevations that are above an inch, and as well in parts in southern North Carolina and northern South Carolina, where we could end up seeing more ice. The other thing that I want to touch on is the NWS is also extending extreme cold warnings in the northern United States.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, that's what we're looking at in terms of the full-blown in terms of the new warnings, the new updates to all the warnings. Again, all these warnings, especially the ice storm warnings and even the winter storm warnings, they continue to update. Again, the National Weather Service is frequently updating them in terms of the conditions that we're expecting. Again, near Asheville, for example, we are now expecting the possibility of maybe some isolated locations over 1 inch of ice accumulation, which is just so bad because those areas were just hit very hard, again, a couple of years ago by Hurricane Helene. And I truly do think the power outages could be widespread in that area tomorrow. It's just not good news at all. Back over in the higher elevations there of the Appalachian Mountains. But right now we have very heavy snow still all across Tennessee and Kentucky. That little line of freezing rain and sleet is starting to make its way up towards Nashville. You can see on the live radar right now, our heaviest band of precipitation in terms of sleet and freezing rain is still west of Nashville, especially near Interstate 840. We have a decent cluster right there, actually, of much heavier sleet. If we go over to the correlation coefficient, you can see our sleet and freezing rain line is right here. So south is all sleet and freezing rain. North is going to be basically all snow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at Kerrville, Texas, northwest of San Antonio, we do have thundersleet. This is the first instant we have seen of thundersleet today. But in the Radar Omega app, you can go ahead and toggle on the lightning detection layer. And if you see the lightning bolts or those little pluses, that means that there is lightning present inside of the storm. Radar Omega has one of the best lightning detection networks out of any weather app. So if you're trying to track any sort of freezing precipitation, I would definitely do it in the Radar Omega app.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So over near Harper and Fredericksburg, if anybody's tuning in from those areas, let me know if you guys saw any bright flash or heard any thunder, because we just had thunder, sleet, thunder, freezing rain, thunder, ice, whatever you want to call it, back over near Fredericksburg. Pretty crazy stuff. That's pretty rare, by the way. It's not something that you see very often. Anybody tuning in from Fredericksburg area right now? Anybody hear it? Let me know in the chat if you guys heard anything. Hey, John, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Got a live shot here from the Nashville area. This is one of the cameras that we just had an accident on. And you can still see several people are on the roadways right now. got semis, got all sorts of vehicles that are still traveling like it's a normal day out there. Obviously, conditions are going to deteriorate over the next few hours. There is a hockey game going on, and Storm Chaser Connor Croft is still in downtown Nashville, and this is what it looks like right now. People are still going pretty fast for the conditions that are present.
A lot of railroad tracks right through downtown.
Hey, Secretary, for the super chat. How much snow can Southgate, Michigan see on Sunday? Probably only a few inches. Not expecting anything significant over there.
All right. Thank you, downtown Nashville.
Hey, Jacob, for the $10 super chat.
Whatever. Clarksville.
Got a police officer there over on the right. Might have an accident or something there. Can't really tell.
Onward and northward. Yep.
So Connor's now driving off to the north.
Real close. And our snow quality is taking a dump. Turning into mostly sleet. Sleetish type.
This is also Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They're located in Kentucky right now. Working on getting their location on the screen here. We'll put it bottom. We'll fix it. So there you go. They're in Upton, Kentucky right now. They're currently traveling southbound. It has begun to snow a little bit. Got a lot of people traveling still out here near Glasgow and Bowling Green.
See if it clears up any. Because even like the overlays, like.
Also, we are going to put, instead of the winter storm watches, I'm going to go ahead and put ice storm warnings down there. That'll be right there. Bottom of your screen. Or below me. Visibility is only about half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile right now in Upton. Hey, Lucas, for the $10 super chat.
Okay. Looks like it's good now.
I had somebody ask about Southern Illinois. And I think Southern Illinois, for the most part, you guys are going to be dealing with the biggest concern for you guys will be snow. We're not really looking at much ice over there. Very limited ice, if anything. But I'm expecting for Southern Illinois, areas like east of Jackson in Missouri will probably pick up in the ballpark of 6 to 10 inches of snow. I think it'll be much higher for areas like Evansville, where we are going to see repeated rounds of moderate to heavy snow over the next several hours and also into tonight. This area here is where we're going to start to see the highest snowfall accumulation. And again, we're very early in the event. If you're in Cincinnati, if you're back over in Louisville, like again, we haven't really got to the thick of it. We're still very early into this event. And so things are going to get worse as we go into tonight and also into tomorrow. This is very early stages of this major winter storm. My husband is a huge fan. He loves weather. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that. And I'm glad I can help you out with weather coverage. And some people are asking about, like, where am I, like, am I going to see ice in, like, New Jersey or Maryland, or will we see an ice storm? A lot of areas like Maryland, DC, like, we're not expecting an ice storm, okay? We're not expecting widespread power outages either, but we are expecting some ice accumulation. I'm going to go ahead and put this map together here. We're going to get the National Weather Service forecast. I'm going to go full screen to this. All right, so here's your forecast for ice accumulation. We'll go west to east first. So in terms of total ice accumulation, most areas in central and southern Texas will be picking up at least 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Even down towards Houston, Texas, we do have the risk of upwards of 1/2 inch of ice accumulation, which could lead to power outages. Where our ice storm warnings are in effect are going to be over here, back over in northern Louisiana, East Texas, and all the way back up into northern Mississippi. And this is a region that we are expecting a widespread 1/2 inch of ice. Some areas near Monroe could be near 3/4 inch of ice. And then really where the extreme ice storm is going to setup is northeastern Mississippi near Tupelo. That area could actually see as much as 1 to 1.25 inches of ice, with a localized location or two as high as 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. Areas like Nashville are still expected to pick up around 1/2 inch of ice, which means power outages are possible. Memphis will likely see right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Most of eastern Kentucky will also be talking about a widespread 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Then for those that are in the East Coast, the Mid-Atlantic, these sorts of areas, we're expecting still a widespread 1/2 inch of ice, even at around Atlanta, Georgia. Same thing with areas like Charlotte, North Carolina. We're still talking about Greenville, South Carolina, seeing around 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. And if we go back over to areas like Maryland, Virginia, even back through New Jersey, this is a corridor that I would at least anticipate around 1/10 inch of ice accumulation. These aren't ice storm conditions for most of you in like Washington, D.C., for example, and Virginia Beach, but it's still enough to cause slick roadways, cause major travel impacts, and even cause the possibility of isolated power outages. I did that also for the video that's coming out later, but kind of works out. But yeah, that's basically what we're expecting. If we go into this map here, this is the National Weather Service's map. It's an experimental tool, but it basically shows us where we're going to see the most significant ice. And anywhere in the purple, this is where we're talking about a potentially historic ice storm. Like, that's basically what we're talking about here over in Mississippi and Tennessee. We're talking about at least 1/2 inch or an inch of ice accumulation. Areas near Tupelo will be as high as 1.5 inches of ice, though. That's just significant, obviously. It's major. But this event is going to be very dangerous. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's see if my pen will work this time. It has not worked yet. There we go. Now I got my pen back. I didn't have my pen for a while. But yeah, basically anywhere in the dark purple. That is a significant corridor where we're expecting major ice, possibly catastrophic ice that could lead to power outages for weeks. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm going to go ahead and steal all 3 camera slots here in a second to show you guys what is going on I-40 in Tennessee. So all of these cameras are on like the same few miles of road, and there are cars in the ditch every which way. We have a semi in the ditch in one spot, we have another semi in the ditch in another spot, and these cameras are flipping back and forth really quickly, trying to track all the people who are going into the ditch on I-40. So once again, this is in Nashville. This is just off to the west of the airport on I-40. There have been like 3 or 4 accidents here in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is looking very concerning. I'm going to go to slot 1 first. This is over in Nashville. We got a semi that is in the ditch. Got multiple vehicles there also pulled off to the side. And again, this is... I cannot believe how many accidents we've already had. And we're going to see a lot more if people are traveling in a few hours in the Nashville area. We have not really seen ice accumulation in Nashville yet. Again, it's been mostly snow. There has not been really any sleet in Nashville yet. There's not really any ice here. But the sights that we are seeing are not good. Again, that is Nashville. That is live. You got a lot of semi-trucks. You got a lot of cars on the roadway. And unfortunately, it's just going to keep getting worse. But again, this is over on I-40 eastbound at Fessler's Lane. This is at least the 2nd or 3rd accident we've seen near Fessler's Lane. The next one is on I-40 eastbound as well. Can't really visibly see where it is. I think it's on the left. Can't really tell. The last camera is also on Fessler's Lane, where we've also seen accidents. I'm not sure if the accident is still there. I don't know where it is, but I don't see it. People are... Look at that semi that went by. Like, these people are driving fast. And this is one of the reasons why we are seeing so many of these accidents, is just because of the fact that people are driving fast. And I'm not saying this semi, for example, drove fast, but there are a lot of people that we've already seen on Connor's stream and a lot of other streams like that. People are just driving way too fast for these conditions that are present here. So conditions are vastly different everywhere, but they're definitely very dangerous. This is Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. They're in Kentucky. The conditions are deteriorating very quickly. This is just outside of the Bowling Green area of Kentucky. And I think they're stream destroyers. We'll back to them in a second. This is in Jackson, or this is in Nashville, Tennessee. This is not Jackson. The location's incorrect. This is over in Nashville, Tennessee, though. Mr. Hammers with the $10 super chat. How's North Atlanta looking? I think anywhere near like Kennesaw is going to pick up around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. So we're talking about ice storm criteria there for sure. This right here is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is actually in Jackson, Tennessee right now.
Where's the exit?
Only one lane has been plowed from the snow. at this point.
Welcome back, Lynn. Sorry, your chat kind of got pinned back in there with the random spam.
Go back to that in a second.
Kentucky, the sea.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Huntsville, Alabama. It sounds like they are going to go ahead and suspend and cancel all public transportation for the time being. No estimated time on when it'll be or sort of enabled again, but it sounds like they've also closed a very large portion of 431 and 231 through downtown Huntsville.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So now we are sitting at major problems back over there in Huntsville, mainly because of the public transportation being down. I think most of these cities, if you rely on public transportation, they're probably mostly shut down. I would have to assume like areas like Nashville are probably the same way in Memphis, or at least will be shut down at some point tonight or tomorrow because of all the ice accumulation that we are anticipating as this winter storm continues to get more intense across the Ohio Valley. Thank you, Ryjan, for the $50 super chat. Central Virginia here, expecting a hefty weekend full of snow and ice. What are the updates for us? I mean, there's not really any new updates for those along the East Coast. We're just waiting for that snow and ice to get there. Again, the leading edge of our first wave is still in Kentucky and Tennessee. It hasn't really made it into Virginia or the Carolinas. Tonight is when things will ramp up for the Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, and that's when we're going to start to see some more significant snow. And then tomorrow afternoon and evening is when a lot of you will be dealing with freezing rain, sleet, and ice accumulation. So things will eventually get worse. Looks like we got some sort of accident over on this camera. This is also on Fessler's Lane. This is, I don't know how many cameras we have that are over here on Fessler's Lane, but we got another accident. It looks like a spin out. I mean, that truck is facing the wrong way. This is also eastbound on I-40. There are several road closures around the Nashville area as well because of the accidents that we are seeing. We have a new update for those in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Freezing rain mixed with sleet is expanding northeast through the late afternoon. So if you are in the Oxford area, Decatur, Huntsville, Lawrenceburg, Columbia, Murfreesboro, back through Gatlinburg, all these areas are going to see a lot more freezing rain and sleet this afternoon. So again, stay off the roadways if you're in Huntsville, basically anywhere in the pink. This is where conditions are going to get a lot worse. If you're back over in Nashville, we are expecting sleet and freezing rain to ramp up by as early as 2 o'clock, maybe even sooner than that. Our freezing or our sleet line right now, let me go over to the live radar and show you guys. For those over here in Nashville, our sleet line is back over near Franklin and Murfreesboro. So this is all sleet. That's our transition line. Everything north is purely snow still, which means like Nashville, for example, is not currently seeing ice accumulation, but there will be some soon. So conditions are only going to continue to get worse here over the next few hours. Thank you, Jim, for becoming a member. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Go ahead and check some of these out. Again, if you want to send in any photos or videos, it'll be the one of the links in the description. Also, real quickly, before I go to this, the semi-truck there that we just saw on your screen, I don't think has... Yeah, that semi-truck, there were people there. There were first responders there, and it looks like they're just going to leave the semi there for now until most likely they get a tow truck that can actually get that thing out of the ditch. So this is once again in Nashville. Does not look like they're going to try to get that thing out, though, for right now. All right, here's some of your photos and videos. This one's sent in in Stillwater, where it looks like we have several inches of snow on the ground. It's like a fresh amount of snow. This is over in Stone County, Arkansas. Keep up the great work. Plenty of snow here in Mountain Home. That looks like almost 6+ inches of snow there in Mountain Home already. Or Mountain View. Natalie in Louisiana has a little bit of sleet on the ground. Dog is happy to be in the sleet. I think that's all sleet. I don't even think that's snow. That's just purely sleet in Abilene, Texas. Over in Scottsville, Kentucky. Got snow falling right now onto the rooftop. This is from Ethan over in Fort Worth, Texas. Got more snow over in Trenton, Tennessee. By the way, if you guys are sending us photos and videos of snow, it would definitely help if you get a measurement and at least put it in the description. That way we know how much snow is on the ground. This is is this a bird? Funny looking bird on my feeder today. That looks like a squirrel. It's in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Hey, Carolyn, for becoming a member. A squirrel cam alert. Plenty of snow in Dyersburg, Tennessee. This is a dog over in Springfield, Missouri, enjoying the snow. Millie's favorite weather. About a quarter of an inch of ice in east of Huntsville. So actually, east of Huntsville is getting a good amount of ice. Up to a quarter of an inch. It's actually above forecasted, by the way. Already a few wrecks, and I-72 is shut down now, broadcasted via an emergency alert. So there's a legit ice over here in Huntsville. It's actually more than what we even thought. We thought it would only be about a tenth of an inch. Beautiful snowflakes over in Dyersburg, Tennessee. Got a lot of people checking in from the Dyersburg area this morning. Glasgow, Kentucky, this is a security guard or something, and they say, I hope it stops soon. I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. Thank you, Beth, and as well as Connie for becoming members. And that is a blank photo. Let me, I'm gonna go ahead over to Chaser for a second. Let me see if I can refresh this. Seems like it's freezing. I think it broke, Riley. Just says loading reports in my thing. Oh, I got it. Never mind.
I limit myself to usually one a day, unless if I really.
Does Ryan Shull back over in Jackson while
I need to go somewhere?
The reports thing fixed.
Yeah, it's getting colder, so I think we're gonna start mixing in snow here very soon.
Our photos and video stuff fixed. This was sent in by Lexi in St. Louis. This is the weather so far. We already got about a couple inches of snow in the ground here in St. Louis. And then we have, taking a long time to load, 2 inches of snow over Greenwood, Louisiana. Or actually, no, that's sleet. Sorry. That is all sleet. So about 2 inches of sleet is on the ground. They said about a quarter to 3/8 of an inch of freezing rain since early this morning, and it's still coming down. And for those that are in Shreveport or Monroe, the freezing rain is still going, and it's going to continue for several more hours. So it's going to continue to get worse, and you'll have some big icicles hanging from some of these rooftops. This person measured about a 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch of ice accumulation at 11:30 over in Nashville, Arkansas. This is in Kingston, Arkansas. I got some cows out there enjoying their snow. Got a dog enjoying the snow. That's Charlie enjoying the snow over in Columbia, Missouri. And then snow flurries have begun. Roads are slushy. Thanks for keeping us and the dinosaurs safe. I'm glad I'm helping you out. I'm glad I'm helping the dinosaurs over at the Holiday Inn in Glen Rose. Backyard in Shreveport. Lots of ice. That pool, that pool might be at risk. I don't know if it's going to freeze over in ice, but definitely not a good sign. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we are tracking another accident. It's in camera slot number 2 right now. This is to the northwest of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Also, I'm going to go ahead and send another one. This one's in Knoxville, Tennessee, to slot 3.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have yet again another accident with first responders there. This is over near Baker Road on I-24. This is also right next to Nashville, Tennessee. We've had a lot of accidents in the Nashville, Tennessee area. And then in Knoxville, Tennessee, this is an area that is beginning to see some freezing rain, and it's not really visible. You can't really see anything. It doesn't look white out there. That's because freezing rain, it's hard to see. Again, it's just rain falling out of the sky that freezes onto the ground. And so we got some sort of accident there that might be related to that. At least that's what it looks like as of right now. But 2 cars are on the left shoulder here on I-40/75 at Paper Mill Road in Knoxville. You see bottom right of your screen all the different freezing rain and snow areas that are currently impacting Tennessee, Kentucky, and then back into Mississippi right along the Mississippi River. This is a photo sent in Cookeville, Tennessee at the Tennessee Tech campus, which there's one person walking outside. A lot of people parked there as well. Most people are probably just hunkering down for this winter storm. Fate, Texas. The trees are suffering. Unfortunately, I do think with all the ice that we're going to see, we're going to have a lot of trees either damaged or destroyed from this winter storm. Shreveport, Louisiana, about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of sleet and ice accumulation so far. Luckily, it looks like those power lines are hanging on for the time being, but probably will not last like that forever. This is sent in by Jason with about 4 inches of snow so far and sleet starting to mix in right now over in Vaughn's, Tennessee. Monroe, Louisiana has over an inch of freezing precipitation on the ground. This is most likely in Monroe, Louisiana. This is most likely all just sleet. Maybe a little bit of freezing rain. I think the freezing rain is really picking up now, so it's going to be a lot heavier now, but it was mostly sleet to start. About an inch of snow so far as of, looks like 9 a.m. Or it started at 9 a.m., so this was at about 30 minutes ago, about an inch of snow at least in St. Louis so far. It depends on where you are, obviously. This is in Oak Park Estates, Tennessee. There looks to be an accident. What in the world is going on here? This guy got stuck on a railroad track. That's a railroad track, right? This guy's stuck. Yeah, it's on a railroad track. Somehow this guy got stuck on a railroad track with his car. I don't even know how that happens. I'm gonna be honest. People might be confusing railroad tracks for roads. It's hard to see the road. I don't. That's what I'm guessing, right? I do want to remind you all that it is very difficult to see the lanes on these roadways. We've seen that throughout the day today. This meme is so valid for today. Welcome to Whose Lane Is It Anyway? This is literally what we're talking about right now across Tennessee and many other states. Thank you, Brandon, for sending that in. This is Chase over in Lauderdale County, Alabama. Driveway has a 10 p.m. a thin layer of ice and thin layer of snow. It's over in Olive, Oklahoma from Hudson. Sending a photo of Max V. Couldn't even write the entire velocity out. Not enough space. A lot of sleet, though, over there in Colbert. Hey, Whiskey for becoming a member. And also, Zippy for the super chat. Thanks for your hard work and keeping us informed and safe. Appreciate the support as well. Nevada County, Arkansas, sitting at about 3 inches of sleet. That is a lot. 3 inches of sleet there in Nevada County, Arkansas. That's what it looks like in St. Louis, Missouri. Leaving for the St. Louis Air Show at 10:40 p.m. I don't even know how you're going to see the planes with all the snow falling. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a member. Fort Worth, Texas. The dogs are going to go play in the sleet and the ice. In Scottsville, Kentucky, snow is hard and accumulation's about 2 inches right now. Testing out the new snowblower before the big part of the storm in Randall County, Texas. That is quite impressive. If you actually had a snowblower in Texas, that would be literally insane. I'm not even kidding. Like, that'd be crazy stuff. Got a dog playing with their toys in the snow. Another dog in the snow in Nashville. Hey, dude, for the $10 super chat. Do you think anything of the Storm Prediction Center going slight risk in the southeast tomorrow? I do think we're going to see a few tornadoes tomorrow. I think we'll see a few tornadoes down in Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia, and even Florida, right in the middle of while this winter storm is happening. This is Tux from Hampshire County, Massachusetts. This is apparently Max Velocity's biggest fan. Love the cats watching the stream. And this over in Galloway, Texas, this gives you an idea of the power of what ice storms can do. They can weigh down tree branches. They can knock down branches. This tree taking a serious beating here from this ice storm over in East Panola County in Texas. And unfortunately, I think things are only going to get worse for some of these areas. Only going to get worse. About an inch of snow in Cookeville, Tennessee right now. This is over in St. Louis. The dog is staying warm. Nice. Shreveport, Louisiana has some ice sticking on the tree branches and also across the tree. We got some little icicles that are hanging down from the tree here in Shreveport. About 2 inches of snow so far in St. Louis. And then that is it for the photos and videos for right now. But again, if you guys have photos and videos you want to submit to us, especially if it's like ice accumulation, if you have like snow photos with rulers and stuff like that, if you have people walking outside, slipping on ice or whatever it might be, or even if you have like a photo or a video of like a crash that happened, feel free to send it in to us. It does help get the word out there for everybody that's tuning in of how significant this winter storm is. Again, it is one of the top links in the description as well. Go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com if you want to submit something. As of right now, we are sitting at 50 winter storm warnings. We have 13 ice storm warnings across the country. Again, the worst of this ice storm is still yet to come, but it's really ramping up from Shreveport back into northern Mississippi. Tupelo is beginning to see some pretty significant ice accumulation. Surrounding areas like Huntsville have already seen some ice accumulation as well. I do think Huntsville is going to continue to get a lot worse as we go into the later afternoon. We've already seen a lot of ice there. Freezing rain and sleet is on the table as we go into tonight as well, back over in the Huntsville area. And as of now, this is the latest from that accident that happened. A semi went off the road on I-40 at Fessler's Lane. That truck has not moved at all. It is still there. I believe the person that was in there, or at least the people that were there, all went away. Not sure if the semi-truck driver is still there, but at least for right now, that truck might just be there for the rest of the day with the conditions that we are currently seeing out there. Storm chaser Connor Croft is now north of Nashville. He's going towards Clarksville.
Wild stuff about you, Connor.
What the heck, Scott?
So Connor's going towards Clarksville. Only a few cars on the roadway right now.
Just silence. Nothing. Not even. Not now. He's gone.
Hey, Andrea, becoming a member.
You ain't got it what it takes to say to your face.
I guess not. But on a more serious note, did anyone have anything actually productive? They were. Not that, you know, Scott, whatever he said wasn't productive, but did anyone have any productive reason of calling me? People in my chat were just saying they were trying to get a hold of me.
That's Connor's view. This is Storm Run, or this is Ryan Scholl, who's over in Jackson, Tennessee.
You're getting there.
And he's actually driving through sleet. You can hear it.
Right up the road.
So Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is driving through the sleet. So we have officially transitioned to sleet in Jackson, which means that we are now getting
really
ice
should
accumulation.
switch over here.
Which the roads have already been dangerous, but they're about to get even more dangerous.
Gosh!
2 times.
That's the third time.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the third.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's the third time it's done that.
Bruh.
It wouldn't be a Ryan Scholl stream without something going on with his vehicle, right?
Big country for the Super
Christopher,
Chat.
welcome
and
in. Nice to
Super
see you
Chat.
back here once again. I love the one little tiny strip of I-40 on westbound. Is just this little tiny strip is red.
We also
Nothing
have
else.
Storm
Not even
Chasers.
yellow.
We have also over in Oklahoma actually now. This is Storm Chaser Storm Runner Media, and he is now in Springfield, Missouri. So
I'm getting
we have a
little
chaser in
hungry
Missouri.
here,
We'll have,
so,
by the way, we'll have chasers in
it
Virginia
might
later
be
when
in
things get
March.
going.
Sounds good, Carter. Thanks for tuning in.
Like, we got chasers in a lot of states. We got Storm Runner Media in Springfield.
I don't know.
We have a couple of chasers right now in Oklahoma, near Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is over there in Nashville. We have Tornado Pagey right now in Kentucky.
So that's how
Scholl is over
all
in
this time
Jackson, Tennessee.
started coming
And then later today and tonight, I think we'll at least have one chaser near Dallas Fort Worth, another one in Virginia. We'll use basically everything here over the next several hours.
Blame Brady Harris.
Look at all the wind here. It's near Cooksville. Or, sorry, Clarksville. Will there be chasers in Pennsylvania tomorrow? I believe so. Yeah, I think we're gonna have chasers all across the Northeast tomorrow. I think Tornado Pagey might be going up there. I know Connor, I'm pretty sure, is going up there to Pennsylvania. Feed audio. You guys should be able to hear the feed, right? You guys can hear it?
Yeah, as of now, Chad, these snowfall rates have really dropped. They're probably like, honestly, a 1/4 inch an hour rates right here. It's very small snowflakes, not accumulating very efficiently.
So Connor's driving through some pretty light snow. There's another semi that's flying. My goodness. But snowfall's pretty light right now between Clarksville and Nashville. Looking at live radar, it's a little bit less dark blue. Basically, what we're looking for heavy snow is back over here in Jackson. A lot of this over near Paris is heavier. We do have a camera over in Huntington, Tennessee, which is picking up on some of those snowflakes. Even with the heavy snow, I mean, the snowflakes are pretty small. We should still see snowfall rates right around 1 inch per hour. And then back over here near Jackson, Tennessee, we got some light snow coming down right now across southwestern Tennessee. Yeah, it's very light. Temperatures right now are sitting in the upper teens. They're only about 15 right now in Memphis. Memphis is covered entirely in sleet and snow at this point. Sleet is now coming down over in Memphis. This is a skyline view of Memphis at the University of Tennessee Health Center. where we have basically just small sleet pellets that are falling out of the sky. And that's going to lead to more ice accumulation over the next few hours. Medium Rare with the $10 super chat. What can we plan on for Chattanooga? I think Chattanooga is going to be predominantly freezing rain over the next couple of hours. We got a little area of freezing rain currently impacting areas right around Chattanooga. If we go over to the latest, or like the little look at the close-up radar, you can see the freezing rain is right here on your west side. We've had a couple bands move through, and that's going to continue. It's going to be very light, but again, even the lightest bit of freezing rain can lead to ice accumulation very easily, and it'll create slick spots. Chattanooga is currently sitting at 30 degrees, and this is what it looks like right now. We've already had sleet, and we've had freezing rain just moments ago, and so that should continue. What about the Atlanta area? Atlanta's not going to see anything until tonight. So let me show you guys the future radar here for tonight. This is what it looks like for tonight here across the southeast. Oh, actually, real quickly, I need to go to Connor. Connor has an accident.
Since that's probably what's happening just from walking out here.
Got a truck off to the side of the road right there.
So yeah, I think it's starting to solidify.
Let me see if we can pull up
Somebody
Connor's
slid off there.
Had a
stream and go back a second so I can pause it.
performing so far.
Apparently, from everyone I've heard, it's just a sleet storm.
Yeah, today was supposed to be a slow day though. Like tonight, tomorrow was supposed to be the main icing here, but
This is what we just saw a moment ago on Connor's stream. Trying to get it on here. This one just looked like a second ago. So a car slid off into a ditch. It's like at least the truck was involved. I'm guessing the other 3 cars were probably helping out, if I had to guess. Hopefully not involved. So again, that was just moments ago. I don't know if the semi was involved or anything like that, but there was 3 people there. All right, so again, what we're expecting for tonight, we're going to see some freezing rain across the board in the Nashville area. We're expecting Nashville will transition to all sleet in the next 2 to 3 hours. It's expected to happen by 3. By 5 to 6, Nashville will be freezing rain. Areas over here in the Carolinas and Georgia will eventually start to see freezing rain as we go into tonight. Areas like Gainesville in Georgia will be seeing upwards of, half an inch of ice accumulation tonight into early tomorrow morning. But the ice is going to get going for those in Atlanta overnight tonight. Temperatures are still around 40 degrees for those in Atlanta. They're going to drop down below 32 degrees around 2 a.m. tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we should continue to see that freezing rain, which means that many areas like Atlanta, Georgia, will pick up around 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. But this is what it's going to look like when we all wake up tomorrow morning around 7. Just say everybody's waking up at 7 Central. We're going to have snow from New York City all the way back in Oklahoma City. Heavy bands of snow located near Louisville, Cincinnati, as far west and south as the Conway area near Little Rock. Areas like that will be dealing with heavy snow. Freezing rain will be pretty heavy from Nacogdoches all the way back into Memphis, and Charlotte and Raleigh will be dealing with some pretty heavy freezing rain as well. And then throughout the morning hours and into the afternoon, we're just kind of a bunch of freezing rain and sleet from DC and New York City back into Charlotte and Raleigh. A lot of snow falling in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, southern New England. All those areas are going to be getting slammed by a bunch of snowfall. For those in Maryland, Philadelphia, New York City, we are expecting to transition into freezing rain and sleet tomorrow night. So there will be some ice accumulation, not ice storm criteria, but we could see up to 1/4 of an inch of ice in some of those areas, which means isolated power outages are once again on the table. And I'm going to show you guys the power outage map here. And I do want to remind you that power outages are going to be a big concern over the next couple of days. We are expecting widespread power outages anywhere from North Texas back into... Why did my pen break? I was going to try to record another segment for this video. My pen is broken like 4 times in the stream. It's actually impressive. But in terms of power outages, guys, if you're in the red, that's basically where we're expecting widespread power outages. Areas in the orange expecting scattered to numerous power outages, and then in the yellow, isolated power outages are expected. So, again, you should have everything ready to go. If you are in the yellow, I'd be prepared for power outages just in case. I don't think we're going to see very many power outages in the yellow, but it's a good idea to be prepared for these power outages. If you are in the red, that is where you should 100% be ready for power outages. We've already seen some in Northeast Texas. And in the orange, you should also be ready. Flashlights ready to go. Have your devices charged. If you are watching me on a phone right now, charge it. You should have your phone charged. You know, have it charged just in case you lose power. I don't want you to drain your phone entirely if you're watching the stream on your phone and then all of a sudden not be able to have a flashlight tonight if you lose power. This is what we're looking at in terms of power outages. We're now up to 120,000 customers without power. So we have now gone up to 120,000 without power. That is the highest number so far today. We're up to about 100,000 a few hours ago. But the number continues to climb. We are sitting at approximately 52,000 customers without power across Texas. 22,000 without power now in Louisiana. And then over in New Mexico, we have about 10,000 without power. So the number is continuing to increase. The highest numbers right now are in Panola and Shelby counties. Sitting at around 5,000 without power in each county selectively there. Bowie County is about 5,000 as well. Texas has hit its highest number. I think highest number is 52 or 54,000. So these numbers are pretty high. We had a record low temperature set in Flint, Michigan today. A record low temperature of 24 degrees below zero was set in Flint, which actually breaks the previous record for today, which was negative 13 degrees in 1963. That's an 11-degree temperature record broken today from this Arctic blast that is impacting the United States. It's pretty crazy stuff. It's got a flood warning in Mississippi. The storm chaser Connor Croft in Pleasant View, Tennessee. Even though we have a winter storm going on right now, it's not just a winter storm. We have trains still. Train cam in Oklahoma City. Thanks, Stephanie, for becoming a member. This is Storm Runner Media. They're located in, I don't think they're in Warner, Oklahoma. I think that location's wrong. They're currently in Marshfield in Missouri. They're going towards St. Louis right now. And so far, snow right now in the Springfield area is pretty light. It's going to get heavier again tonight.
Grab like some kind of like chip bag or something, and then he like totally flipped his car over it. I mean,
this is storm chaser Ryan Scholl over near Cedar Grove, Tennessee, just outside of Jackson. In the chat, people in the ditch don't think that this is
so I'm going good speed for the conditions. Again, it just kind of varies at times, honestly. I know it's just cold, that's why it isn't hail. Man, I swear, at some point here, we should be heading into snow territory. I don't know when it's going to be, though.
So yeah, that's what it looks like right now out there in southwestern Tennessee. Sleet is starting to ramp up. You can hear the sleet pellets hitting his windshield. And then this is in Smiths Grove, Kentucky. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Paging. And they're mostly just driving through snow over here in Kentucky. If you look bottom right of your screen, we're looking at mostly snow right now in and around Bowling Green, Gallatin, and surrounding areas. The transition line is still just south of Nashville. So we got several hours of snow ahead here. And again, only one lane has really been plowed. There are very few snow plows even out there.
A crippling ice storm for portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, southern Tennessee, and then again over in the northeast.
So apparently for tomorrow in the outlook,
southern Virginia,
for severe weather, they have mentioned the risk of strong tornadoes. In case you guys did not hear, we do have a 5% tornado risk tomorrow on top of the winter storm in the southeast. So we're not just dealing with a bunch of freezing rain and snow, but there will be a few severe storms. If you're over there in southern Alabama, southern Florida, or sorry, not southern Florida, northern Florida, southern Georgia, there is a risk of tornadoes. We have a 5% tornado risk, and they have mentioned the risk of even strong tornadoes near Tallahassee and then back into Mobile. No, they will not be snow-nados. We do not have snow down here, but that would be pretty crazy. You know, we've had it happen before, though, where like areas like Illinois, for example, go from, you know, being like 30 degrees and there's a bunch of snow on the ground to having tornadoes. And I've never really seen a full-blown tornado actually happen when there's snow on the ground, but, you know, definitely something that's happened. We've had snow-nados before. Let's just say that. We've had snow-nados before. They're just not overly common. The last time we had snow-nados was actually back in 2000. At least the last time I remember we had snow-nados was back in 2021. I am going to show you guys a photo of a snow-nado because it actually is a real thing. This is a snow-nado. If the image loads. I don't know if it's going to. I'll just put it up on here. This is what a snow-nado looks like. This is a snow-nado in Cedar Creek Lake in Gun Barrel City, just southeast of Dallas-Fort Worth back in 2021. That was right in the middle of a pretty significant winter storm. This is another snow-nado that happened near Louisville, Texas, around the same time. These do exist. They don't usually cause damage, but they do exist. Huge shout out to Kim with the $50 super chat. Thanks for your coverage. My husband and I are watching from Dayton, Ohio area. We always tune in for severe weather. I appreciate you tuning in. And thank you for the very generous super chat. Where are you guys all tuning in from? Let me know in the chat. Let me know where you guys are all tuning in from. We have a very diverse audience today. We actually have a way that you guys can submit your locations too. If we go over to the map here that we have about 3,000 of you that have submitted your locations. I'm not sure if it's actually working. It says loading, but there's over 3,000 of you that have submitted your locations. We've had a lot of people tuning in from like Dallas, back into like Ohio. Columbus was a very populated area yesterday. Oh, there you go. Here's the heat map. But this is where basically everybody's tuning in from. And if you want to submit your location, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We have about 3,000 of you sharing your location. The number is now going up. Majority of you are tuning in from Dallas. We got a lot of you in the snow belt from Missouri and St. Louis back into Oklahoma City, Tulsa, just around and south of Cleveland. We have a lot of you there as well. Plenty of people near Nashville, Atlanta, Greenville area, and then a bunch of you around New York City and Maryland. I have a few people saying they're coming in from Canada. This is what the map looks like all told. We have a few fish tuning in. We have a few fish tuning offshore of the East Coast. Are there people tuning in from Bermuda? There are people tuning in from Bermuda. We got somebody in Jamaica. We got some people in Cuba. We got people in the United Kingdom. Wow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, over on slot 3, we have an accident involving one vehicle south of Nashville. I want to point out that this person was standing outside of their car well before any first responders arrived on scene. That is not something you should be doing. If you get in an accident, need to call first responders, a tow truck, anything like that. Stay in your vehicle until the first responders tell you it's safe to do so. And even if they do, please try and stay in your vehicle as much as you can.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so bottom right of your screen, we'll go full cam to it. We got yet again another accident in the Nashville area. Got first responders on the scene. But again, if you get involved in an accident, do not go outside your vehicle. Just stay in the vehicle. It is not safe. Again, there is a real possibility, especially in a few hours when we actually have ice accumulation in Nashville, where there could be another car right behind you that slips and slides and rears back right into you. It could happen at any time. So there's no reason why you should try to get out of your vehicle. It's just not safe. But yeah, just a few cars on this roadway here. This is I-65 northbound at Amory Road or Amory Drive. It's all snow still in the Nashville area, but it is expected to go to freezing rain and sleet here in the next few hours. We have some more photos and videos that you guys have submitted. We'll go to that in a second, actually. Looks like the car on the left is kind of struggling. Hey, Lone, or Julie, for becoming a member. Here's some more photos and videos that you guys have submitted. We have about 2 inches of snow so far over in St. Louis. Over in Mexico, Missouri, our cats can't escape now. We got about 2 inches so far. They look really happy. And it looks like the... Oh, it worked. There we go. This is in Christian County, Missouri, from J Hall, showing about an inch, maybe an inch and a half of snow so far in Missouri. Got a few little ice crystals sticking to the roof in Austin, Texas. So the first icicles are starting to appear. In Cheatham County, Tennessee. Looks like about an inch or two of snow there. Beautiful look at a little mountain over in Lunsford Corner, Arkansas. That is over at the Pinnacle Mountain. Just seeing some good snow right now. Got a kid out in the snow, waking up to 5 inches of snow this morning in south side of Arkansas. Light snow still falling there as of right now. Thank you, Alexander, for the $50 super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get an update to some of our warnings across Texas. Notably, Austin, Texas is now in an ice storm warning. That was something we talked about yesterday and earlier today of a possible upgrade to an ice storm warning. This is for 1/4 of an inch in ice with isolated totals to 1/2 of an inch. This stretches almost to the border between the U.S. and Mexico. I do believe that they're going to continue these ice storm warnings further to the northeast through places like Killeen and Waco. And then also the other thing that we have our eyes on is that a supercell down there in the Gulf that's getting increasingly closer to land. It's probably going to make its way into Louisiana somewhere, but it does look like a waterspout may be possible around the time that this makes landfall.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is not good news. We now have ice storm warnings in effect for the Austin area. And so things have gotten a lot worse there. If you're in Georgetown, Austin, Round Rock, Kerrville, New Braunfels, ice storm warnings, meaning that we are going to see a much more significant ice threat in these areas. And they are also mentioning that the dangerous cold temperatures are going to be in play, especially as we go into Sunday. And then back over in the Gulf, we do have a little storm out here that is rotating, and that actually probably has a large water spout. So there's a water spout while we have a major winter storm impacting areas from the southern plains back into the northeast. So pretty crazy stuff there. Hey, Liz Hamilton for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And the National Weather Service of Nashville did mention they could upgrade to a ice storm warning, but with how late the ice is going to start here, it's not starting until 3 or 4 o'clock. I think they'll probably just maintain it as a winter storm warning, but even then, we're still talking about upwards of 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Here's some more photos. This is from Oklahoma City. Got a cat looking outside at the snow. And the program keeps freezing. All right. Guess we'll just wait until that loads. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Yeah,
He's
okay,
located in Wildersville, Tennessee.
So we're gonna stay on.
This is on I-40, just out the
snow
Huntington.
side here. Obviously, it's sleeting right now, but that's not a big deal at the moment. So
Actually, we just got a cool video sent in. This is from James Pettis back over in Nashville. This is a drone video, just taken moments ago. Let me go back to the beginning here. This is from the Nashville area just a few moments ago. A winter wonderland in Nashville. By the way, if you guys have any drone videos, you can send it in to us as well. Again, the ports.maxvelocitywx.com link is down below. Beautiful drone shot, though, from the Nashville area. Drone enthusiast. All of our storm chasers, a lot of our storm chasers do have drones. Like Connor does. I don't think he's used it at all today, but he does have a drone. Hey, Donna, for becoming a member. Yeah, that's a look there at Nashville, Tennessee. Large drone shot there of what's going on in real time. This is what Storm Chaser Connor Croft is looking at right now. He's back up now near Clarksville. Just got off the exit. It's pretty slushy up here on the road.
Yeah, it's possible.
Not really looking at much ice accumulation at all here, as
like,
again, it's mostly just snow right now around Clarksville. We'll have freezing rain and sleet in about 4 hours or so.
I mean, it is absolutely juiced tomorrow morning by like anywhere along the Ohio River.
Thank you, Nancy, for becoming a member. Shout out to Cat and Jay with the $10 super chat. Peace, Kirk, keep up the great work. Appreciate that.
Well, that's good at least. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it evolves.
Gonna go a little bit more rural.
Saying hello. I didn't say hi to you earlier. I don't think I saw you were on here. I've been off the radio for the most part, trying to help get people unstuck.
It's back over to Yuma, Tennessee. This is on I-40, so a little bit further down to the south.
Tire pressure sensor thing.
Hey, Clyde's becoming a member. When's it supposed to start here in Cincinnati? Cincinnati's going to start within the next 2 hours. We've got very light snow off to your west.
I'm shut down.
This is in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
35E. Oh my gosh.
Conditions are deteriorating right now in the Bowling Green area. Again, most of these roads are not very well treated. Even if they are, they're not really holding up very well.
What is that out of I-40 out of Fort Smith? Looks pretty rough.
There's a Corvette museum, y'all.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is about as breaking news as you can get in the weather space, but we've just got word out of northern South Carolina and the Greensville area specifically that Waffle House is planning to close at some point during this event. So obviously that doesn't happen very often. Waffle House is always open and only closes for the most insane events. But it sounds like Waffle House in Greenville and other portions of North South Carolina will be closed for this event.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Riley, for the update. We might have to, I don't know what we got to do to get the word out there. But guys, this is catastrophic news. I don't know what else you can, I don't know what else can close to make things worse. Waffle House is closing. North Carolina, you guys are about to get hit by a beast. For those that don't know, Waffle Houses never close for like anything. Like the weather, we have to have like a Category 5 hurricane basically for a Waffle House to be closed. So that is crazy. Hey, Deb, for becoming a member. If anybody else knows about Waffle Houses being closed, please let me know in the chat. If anybody has any other reports about that. Somebody said Waffle House in Cookeville, Tennessee has closed both locations. Guys, this has gotten a lot worse. You know, we're going to upload a video later today, like a forecast update on our channel, and I might make the title, Waffle Houses are closing. That'd be really funny. Let's back over to Nashville, Tennessee. We have an accident that happened here. It looks like we got a couple of tow trucks on the scene, a couple of police officers. There are only so many cars on the roadway right now. I never went to a Waffle House until last year. It's actually pretty good. Can't lie. Orlando Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they're getting off at an exit here in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Stream tomorrow and Monday.
Yep.
There's literally a news article that says South Carolina Waffle Houses reach code red as some locations close ahead of a catastrophic or crippling ice storm. Code red is what they call it.
So the 18Z HER is
Hey, Danny, for the $20 super chat. Cedar Park, Texas, appreciate you tuning in.
Sleep line, whatever you want to call it, the mix line. We'll call it the mix line. Because there's only a very thin area of sleet. It has it getting to the Tennessee-Kentucky border around 5 p.m.
Hey, Doug, for the super chat. We need a Waffle House map? We really do. We need a Waffle House open and close map. It'd be nice if we had one.
It is. Don't worry, guys. We stocked up on windshield washer fluid.
7 p.m. Kind of looks like we phase a little bit better with our 2 pushes of moisture. So could even see some banding into early this evening, later this evening.
So yeah, that's what it looks like out there in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. We are looking at, again, mostly snow for Kentucky and Tennessee. Our sleet is starting to reach up towards Franklin now, so ice accumulation is now beginning near areas in Nashville. It hasn't begun in Nashville yet, but it will be pretty soon. And then back down towards Memphis, Tupelo, and Oxford, we're dealing with mostly freezing rain. There's a storm chaser right now in Russellville. I believe he's going most likely towards the freezing rain right now, so we should have a vantage point of some of that freezing rain and the ice here pretty soon. Hey, Rose, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Louisville's getting beat up with snow. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of snow near Louisville. Again, this is our forecast, basically between what we've seen so far this morning and all the way through the end of this event. And I'm still forecasting Louisville and Cincinnati to get over 12 inches of snow. If you're in other locations in the Northeast, like New York City, most of Pennsylvania, basically, I'm still fully forecasting that we are going to see over a foot of snowfall with this winter storm. This is going to be a very historic winter storm. We've talked about it again all week, but like this could be one of the biggest winter storms that we've seen in over 5 years. Could be bigger than the 2021 winter storm in general. I mean, this is obviously dumping a lot more snow in a much larger area. The ice is a lot more significant for those, even in the North Texas area, but back into northern Mississippi and back into the mid-Atlantic. This is just, in my opinion, the most high-impact winter storm that we've had in the last probably 10 years or so. Nothing really compares to what we're looking at here over the next few days. And obviously, the ice accumulation is an extreme concern here. And if we go over to our winter storm severity index, let me find that graphic here. Where is that graphic? If Riley, can somebody make that winter storm severity index graphic? Let me go over to here. All right, so here's our winter storm severity index here. And again, if you're in the purple, that means you're basically in code red, as if Waffle Houses are closing everywhere. That's pretty much what this means. So every single one of these areas that is in the purple, you are in a pretty much a very dangerous situation. It's basically an extremely dangerous situation, if you will, as we are expecting extreme impacts to travel, to infrastructure, to power lines, as a major ice storm is about to happen. And it is already beginning. But there are certain locations there, like Monroe, Louisiana, that are right on the cusp of that. Tupelo is included in that. Western Central Mississippi is also included in this. So your power lines are basically already writing goodbye letters here over in Mississippi and Northeast Louisiana, and you just gotta be ready for big power outages. Anywhere in the red is where we're expecting the threat of scattered power outages, or at least numerous power outages, but not including this red. I'm talking about the red that goes from Nashville back down here into the Mississippi Valley. Back over in the southeast, let me go to the mid-Atlantic, actually. In the mid-Atlantic, you can see here, again, there are some purple areas that are right north of Atlanta, back into the Appalachian Mountains, just west of Charlotte. These are areas that are also going to face extreme impacts. Again, this is the highest level that you can get on the Winter Storm Severity Index at all. We can't get any higher than this. So we're talking about big problems here in the Appalachian Mountains. If you're in the red across the Northeast, that is all because of snow. Maybe a little bit of ice, again, back over in these areas. But generally speaking, we are talking about some big-time power outage potential, again, in the mid-Atlantic when it comes to ice accumulation. And then snow for everybody else here. But once again, that is the highest level you can get, is that extreme risk. You don't really see that very often. It only happens with these big events, and I mean, this is going to be one of those big events. And if you look at the ice accumulation map here, it's going to be a widespread 1.5 inches of ice in that dark purple. That goes from areas near Tallulah and just east of Monroe, Louisiana, back into Greenwood, Mississippi, Tupelo, Mississippi, and then all the way up here into Adamsville, Tennessee. And then at least 3/4 of an inch if you're in that lighter purple color, which just goes from about east of Jackson into central Louisiana, and even some slivers now here over in East Texas. We just had an ice storm warning issued over in Austin, Texas, and that's where we're at least expecting 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice in some locations. So this is only going to get worse, and if you're back over in like northern parts of Georgia and South Carolina, like Greenville, we're at least expecting 3/4 of an inch of ice. Some spots will be over an inch, and we could even see a few locations near 1.5 inches of ice here in the higher elevations near Helen and Cleveland. Not far there from Gainesville. But I'm very concerned. Again, this winter storm, I know there's a lot of fun with this when it comes to the snow. That's the fun part for a lot of you. The ice is not fun whatsoever. This is the most concerning thing that we could be talking about at this point, is the ice that's going to be coming from this. And so, I mean, again, if you're anywhere in the ice risk, just make sure that you're ready. I mean, at this point, there's really not much else you can do because the ice is already beginning for most of these areas. In the Mid-Atlantic, I mean, most of you still have a few hours until the worst of this really starts to get going, but yeah, you should just be ready. I do want to point out that if you're confused on what freezing rain and sleet is, these are the differences. I've been talking a lot about sleet. I've been talking a lot about freezing rain. If you don't know what that is, sleet are little pellets that fall out of the sky. It's basically like seeing tiny hail. Freezing rain is essentially a liquid form of rain. It's literally just rain. There's nothing special about it. It's rain, but it's falling while there's freezing temperatures. So areas like Nashville, for example, in a few hours, will have freezing rain. That's going to stick to power lines. That's going to stick to tree branches. And that's what makes icicles. It's not sleet. It's freezing rain. That's what's going to make icicles. And that's what's going to lead to the threat of widespread power outages, even near the Nashville area. This is our risk scale, by the way, in terms of power, in terms of ice accumulation. This is basically the scale when it comes to wind and what ice actually means. So if we see over 1 inch of ice accumulation, it doesn't matter where we see it. We're at least seeing prolonged and widespread utility interruptions with extensive damage to main distribution line, feeder lines, and some high voltage transmission lines and structures. Outages could last 5 to 10 days. So we are basically guaranteed to see this almost everywhere in northern Mississippi, western Mississippi, and even northeastern Louisiana. Same thing back over in extreme northern Georgia and western Carolinas. There will be some areas, though, that see almost 1.5 inches of ice accumulation, and that could lead to catastrophic damage. Outages could last several weeks in some areas. That includes areas near Tupelo. And that's also mentioned here that shelters are needed, which is pretty scary wording, but that's, essentially what it is. So, and hopefully that gives you an idea of how significant this winter storm is expected to be. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, back to the DFW area off to the southeast of Dallas. We're looking at Hutchins, Texas. It's in camera 3. You can see a cop car there. There was a car that somehow found its way into the guardrail, even though it doesn't look too slippery there. The other thing that I wanted to mention is right after this dude hit the guardrail, his first instinct was to start walking back up the interstate to try and get to wherever he wanted to go. I think this is the 4th time we've had to say at this stream, please don't walk on the interstate. If you slipped for a reason, and another car coming up the road could also slip as well. So make sure that you're staying in your vehicle until the first responders are there, and don't get out of it for any reason.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is a full cam view of the car that ran into the guardrail here in Texas. Hopefully they're okay, which sounds like they are if they were walking down the interstate, but again, do not get out of your car. By the way, the reports website is down. We're working on fixing it, so should hopefully be back up soon. In the meantime, if you do have photos or videos, you can just @ me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or on our Facebook page. Looks like, and again, this area near Hutchinson, Texas, we have seen freezing rain and sleet already. Looks like that emergency vehicle did not go to that person, so maybe they're going to something else. Well, hopefully they're all right. This is what it looks like right now in Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton that are out there. Go ahead and ring into them. We'll see if they can give us an update here. They want to give us an update on what's going on out there in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We'll radio into them. Thank you, Carly, for the super chat. I don't think Nashville's going to turn purple, but we're going to see some pretty significant ice accumulation over in Nashville. Probably around 1/2 inch of ice. All right. Well, I think I got ghosted by Bryce Shelton. Wow. Alrighty. No response. This has happened multiple times with our chasers today. I've tried to reach out to them, and half the time we've gotten no response. Nice. Hey, Connor would give us an update. Connor's been pretty consistent. That's what it feels like to get ghosted on a stream. Let me try again. You want to give us an update on what's happening out there? Try one more time. There's a lot of people on the roadways right now in Bowling Green, for the record. Want to give us an update on what's happening out there? I'm going to go to Connor. Connor's going to respond instantly.
Yeah, Max. Right now, we're kind of the dry air is finally starting to win. It looks like, at least across northern Tennessee. You have heavy precipitation to my south, but I think part of that it just kind of looks that way because it's falling as sleet, so it looks a little bit meaner on the radar. But snowfall rates right now are borderline accumulating, probably like in the tenths of an inch of an hour range rather than anything meaningful. And this is kind of an expected lull. But right now, I'm just kind of slowly meandering my way up north, trying to stay in the snow while also getting a position for later this evening and then obviously tomorrow, where it's supposed to hit the hardest up by the Ohio River. So definitely a little bit of lull in the precipitation right now, just light snow. That sleet line is working its way all the way up through Nashville and Clarksville now. So I'm just trying to stay ahead of the sleet line.
Thank you for the update. All right, well, Connor responded.
Yeah, we're in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's really starting to come down now. As you can see, the roads are in very bad shape. There's a few cars that are spinning around, but conditions are continuing to go downhill here in southern Kentucky.
Hey, we got an update we finally got an update from Tornado Pagey and Price. Thank you for the update. Took a while. It only took him 5 minutes to get back to me. I'm just joking around. I don't even think he had Zello open, so it's fine. Thank you, Judge, for the $50 super chat. From Nashville, Tennessee, thank you guys for your coverage. The amount of weather I've watched this week is more than I've ever watched, but every bit of it is educational. Yeah, no, I know. Like, the amount of people that have watched weather content in general this week is at insane numbers. Like, it's insane. I don't even know how many views we've had in our channel just this week, but, like, the numbers are just absolutely insane. I think just in the last 7 days, we have had 18 million views, not including this live stream, but 18 million views. Even today's stream's at 1.5 million people that have already watched it, which is just insane. This is a big update for the Nashville area. We just got a new forecast from the National Weather Service. I know a lot of you guys are tuning in from Nashville, and I'm not ignoring the other places, by the way. I know a lot of you are tuning in from other places like Dallas, Maryland, all that, but I'm trying to get to some of the major updates that we have, and this is one of the major updates that we now have for the Nashville area. They've increased the forecast amount of ice for Nashville, so we are now expecting 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch of ice accumulation. Lafayette is expecting the same thing. Columbia, Waynesboro, and Waverly. All of you are expecting at least 1/2 inch of ice. That means widespread power outages. They've said it, too. It's not just me saying it. They're saying widespread power outages, dangerous to impossible travel, and down trees and tree branches is expected. So if you are in this area, you need to be ready for a pretty significant ice storm again tonight. It's definitely not good. They have outlined that the chance of seeing greater than 1/2 inch of ice too is around 40 to 80%, depending on where you are. And then just to the southwest of Waynesboro is where those probabilities skyrocket to well over 1 inch of ice. Here's your winter storm severity index. We did talk about this a second ago, but here's a little bit better of a map to show you where the extreme impacts are. And again, we have extreme impacts lined up in northern Mississippi near Tupelo, southwest Tennessee, just outside of Waynesboro, and then major impacts anywhere in the red. Like if you're in any area here, you're basically expecting winter storm impacts. If you're not in any of the areas, basically you're not expecting much. Huntsville's not included in anything, but there is ice accumulation there, so there are problems. For those that are asking why you can't submit photos and videos, our site is down. We are working on fixing it. Thank you, Rock, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Back over to Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. Going through some of the treacherous conditions already in Bowling Green. Like right now out there. This back over to Connor Croft, who is now coming up towards Clarksville. And this is what it looks like out in Clarksville. Again, conditions here are not too terrible. Been mostly light snowfall so far. We're expecting heavier bands of snow to make their way up into here over the next couple of hours. And only one lane has really been plowed anywhere here on these busier highways. Fruitcake with the $10 super chat says, no storm yet in Mass, but already dealing with no water in apartment from 2 bursting water mains. Given 12-hour estimate, losing heat too. That's not good. Hopefully you stay all right up there. That's definitely not a good thing.
That is how
you still got some time. The winter storm will really ramp up tomorrow. Mid to late day. I had somebody just asked in the chat, how's Dallas-Fort Worth doing? Dallas-Fort Worth is in a little lull, but we're starting to ramp up again. It was very quiet here for the last few hours. We've had very light freezing rain. We are now starting to see more moisture building across central and west Texas, and that's what's going to lead to our second wave of much more significant precipitation. And so we are starting to see freezing rain again fill into areas near Dallas and Fort Worth. There's a camera over in Abilene, Texas that has been frozen over, like the lens. This is the lens. You can't even see anything. It's 9 degrees there, and we've seen freezing rain freeze over that camera. There is a camera in the city of Denison, Texas, that is now frozen over. If you guys tuned in at the very beginning of the stream, that camera, you could at least see the steam coming off the lake. We can't see anything now. It has been fully iced over there as well. Wichita Falls, Texas, and Burke Burnett, we at least have this camera where it shows some light snow. There's, not really any sleet or anything like that. And then back over in Glen Heights, this camera is showing all the ice accumulation that we've already seen near Dallas. And again, all these cameras you can view inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. That is back over here in Glen Heights. Thank you, Alpha, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and Jeffrey for becoming a member. What are the totals for St. Louis? I'm expecting around 6 to 10 inches of snow for the St. Louis area. Same thing back over near Springfield. We're expecting right around 6-10 inches. Few isolated locations here, 12 inches. So we just super chat about St. Louis. I'm basically the same thing. Thank you, Alpha, for becoming a member. We're overdue for a bird feeder update. Working on getting the site back up.
Let me know in the chat, what is the weather like at your house right now, Chad, or wherever you're watching from? What is the weather like right now? In this very moment.
Got a report in the chat. Some snow near Amarillo. We do have a little bit of snow in Amarillo, or just outside of Amarillo right now. Back over in Vega, Texas, is one of the other live Radar Omega cyclone ports, showing some of the snow that is on the ground right now just outside of Amarillo. Got some donuts in the parking lot as well. Let's go back over to Nashville real quick. This is a live shot in Nashville. I was talking about this earlier, but you weren't able to see the skyline earlier in Nashville. We can now actually see the skyline. The snow was pretty heavy earlier. It was reducing visibility to about or just under a mile, and now we at least can see the skyline. But the snow is very light right now. It's gotten a lot easier to see out there in Nashville. We are in a little bit of a break. You can see on radar here, there's a lot of light blue and white. That basically means very light precipitation is falling. If we go a little further to the west, though, near like Waverly, for example, it's a little bit heavier. The visibility has dropped just a little bit lower. It means probably a couple miles of visibility, so it's not terrible. But a lot of this area now, like Decatur, for example, in Tennessee, a lot of these areas are mostly sleet. There really is not much snow left over at this point for these areas. If we go over to Jackson, Tennessee, this is one of the areas that's going to be getting hit the hardest with sleet over the next hour. And you can see here, a lot of sleet pellets currently falling down and reaching the ground now, back over in the Jackson area. But freezing rain and sleet are all moving to the north. All of the purple or pink that you're seeing here, that is mostly sleet and freezing rain. We have a sleet line, though, that goes all the way up to Nashville, according to radar. It's just not picking up here on our MRMS radar here. So there is actually sleet just south of Nashville, even in that dark blue. It's actually not mostly snow. But all of this is freezing precipitation that's accumulating into ice from Shreveport, Monroe, back into Greenwood and Oxford. And then our second round precipitation is now ramping up back over in Texas. So things are starting to get worse there. This is what it looks like back over in Holiday, Tennessee.
I moved it because it's fine.
So this is just outside of Jackson. No. This is near I-40.
It is heavy sleet, but it couldn't be what we would want it to be in snow. Thank you. These pants are very susceptible to my phone just flying off. Oh, I accidentally pressed the button to be in low. I don't need to be in low gear. We are back on the move finally.
Let's go back onto I-40 here near Jackson, Tennessee, heading in the direction of Nashville. And what you're hearing, that audio, the pellets that you're hearing, that's all sleet. So we've transitioned into sleet fully. Near Holiday, near Sugar Tree, near Camden. So ice is beginning to accumulate in these areas. And again, the temperatures are in the teens, so it's very easy for the ice to accumulate in these conditions.
All right, back on the road. Road. Yeah, it's stupid cold for sure. I don't know where to put it. I'm just gonna set it nicely right down there.
There, Marino, the super chat.
Now, I need to build like some
Jared
sort of, like,
for the $10 super chat.
Thing of some sort.
Dayton, Ohio is going to probably see right around 6 to 10 inches of snow.
Yeah, like, I can definitely do something. I just don't know what it would be.
I just wanted to be like.
Yeah. Oh, look at the precip right now.
So that's what it looks like out there in Holiday. Again, that is all sleet that's falling. It's a different story in Bowling Green, where Storm Chaser Tornado Page is driving through purely snow. Everybody's moving pretty slow on the roadway other than that red sedan on the right. They're flying barely to everything else. Actually, quite a bit of people on the roadways right now in Bowling Green. And people up here in Kentucky are, again, a bit more accustomed to snow like this, so it's not rare to see anything like this, necessarily, but... Huge shout out to Susan with the $50 PayPal donation. Really appreciate that. And also James with the $25 PayPal donation, and Paul with the PayPal donation. Red sedan's gonna spin out. It's a little bit less likely in Kentucky right now because it's mostly snow, but it is possible to still have accidents happen here. I mean, it is slick. Thank John for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. If you have any friends or family in the path of this winter storm, we are providing commercial-free coverage all day today. We have dozens of storm chasers, thousands of live cameras here across the country. We are currently monitoring on our new camera dashboard that we have. We literally have so many cameras here. But we're monitoring 20 cameras at a time, just myself, but on the other side, we have a bunch of people on the back end monitoring every single situation when it comes to accidents and other things like that. And so pretty cool stuff that we built out here. We now have 20 cameras. We actually have an empty slot. I have to put something there, but we have lots of different views of everything that is happening out there in real time. I feel like a blizzard already hit. It's actually not that windy. I mean, it is like, it might look windy. It might also feel very windy, but in general, the temperatures right now are obviously in the teens. Many areas are in the single digits. The wind gusts are around 20 to 25 miles per hour, which is somewhat windy, but it's not as bad as it could be. I mean, we could be talking about 50, 60 mile per hour winds, like a full-blown blizzard, but we're not at that level here for most of the country. But the one problem with the wind is that if we have higher wind speeds, especially in here, that is going to lead to a much more significant and crippling ice event. So areas like northern Mississippi, northern Louisiana, back into Dallas-Fort Worth, if our winds pick up that much, it's going to lead to a much more significant ice event, as any 10 mile per hour wind increase can lead to power outages being a lot easier. So if our winds are 35 miles per hour, it's going to make it way easier for catastrophic ice impacts to be felt with only half an inch of ice rather than it being 15 miles per hour. It's a lot more minor. The wind actually does make a big difference for ice storms. Richard the Super Chat said, wife is contemplating going to work. She has to go from Norman, Oklahoma to the north side of Oklahoma City. What do you think the road conditions will be like by then? There's going to be a lot of snow. It'll be probably pretty slick out there. So if you're traveling, again, drive very slowly on the roadways. And if you are wondering, literally anybody, if you're wondering what the roads are like out there, trying to find our graphic here. This is all you got to know. This is how the roads, if you're asking how the roads are anywhere, this is what the roads are responding with. But as a reminder, like, again, if you want to go to work, if you want to go travel, it's all up to your risk tolerance. Like, I can't make that decision. Like, again, I am giving you the information that should help you make that decision, but I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly if you should or shouldn't go travel. And, like, it's all up to risk tolerance. That's literally what it is. Depends on what you would exactly like to do. In my opinion, I would not travel, like, anywhere. I wouldn't travel anywhere in this region. I mean, especially if you're in that major impact region with the Weather Prediction Center, the Weather Prediction Center's Winter Storm Severity Index scale. So let me find that right here. But like this right here, if you're in the red, if you're in the purple, if you're in the orange, I would not be traveling. Travel's not advised if you're in the extreme impact area, which is the purple. If you're in the red, avoid travel if possible. And then if you're driving in the orange area, you need to use extra caution while driving. That's exactly what the Weather Prediction Center says. To be honest with you, even if you're in the orange, especially in Texas, I wouldn't be driving. There are drivers out there that do not know how to drive in ice, and there could be a few of them on the roadway that you might be a good driver on some ice, on an ice rink, but many others might not be. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I wanted to talk about while we're sort of covering the WSSI here is... Oh, 1 second. One thing I wanted to cover here while we'll talk about the WSSI is what happens after the storm comes through. So just because the WSSI isn't showing any sort of active weather doesn't mean that we're done with it. Doesn't mean we're going to be done with winter conditions. So taking a look at the ARRR here and taking a look at what our temperatures could look like, we are going to see that it's going to stay very, very cold for quite some time after this. What that's going to do is it's going to mean any ice, that's going to stick around. Any snow's going to stick around. Any sleet's going to stick around. And it means that even though we're not going to have any active precipitation falling, we're still going to have stuff going on. Now, another thing that I want to cover is coming over here to the snowfall or the snow on the ground. What we could be talking about further down the line in terms of how much snow is going to stick around for how long. So obviously we're picking up a lot of snow right now, and we can see by the time we get to the end of the 18Z ARRR, none of that is melting. Switching to a model with a little bit more of a range on it, we can see that this snow is going to stick around across a large portion of the United States for a very, very long time. This is just the snow that's been being added. Hold on, let me switch to another model here. and show the snow depth in real time. So this is for the entire U.S. How much snow is going to be on the ground at your place in time. If I drag this slider forward across Texas, we can see that we're looking at sometime late next week. We're still going to be adding snow onto this. And by the time we get to the end of the Euro, we're still talking about snow in parts of central Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, well in through the Ohio Valley. Switching over to the GFS, we can see it's the same sort of thing, except for it's disappearing a little quicker towards the end of next week. So we probably have at least a week of snow on the ground in some of these places that are getting snow now, and we might be even longer than that before everything goes away completely.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a breakdown of what to expect here in terms of the temperatures and the snow pack, which is going to stick around again for quite some time with how temperatures are going to be so cold. So if you're in Missouri, if you're in Illinois, that snow is going to be sticking on the ground for quite a bit. And obviously, we're expecting a lot of snow in these areas. So that's good news for the snow lovers that are out there. Thank you, Callie, for the $10 super chat. Other weather sources are saying like 10 inches less snow than what you had for Long Island, New York. What's the latest? I'm still thinking right around 10 to 15 inches of snow for Long Island. The National Weather Service is saying 8 to 12. I mean, I'm still thinking 10 to 15. Now, it depends on the transition for the sleet and maybe even freezing rain for that area. Because what's going to happen as we go into Sunday night... This is the latest model run here. So as we go into Sunday, we'll have a large area of snow stretching from Oklahoma all the way back down into all the way back up into New York. And so this entire area is going to be covered with light to moderate snowfall with our heaviest bands of snow right here. So that's north of Little Rock back into Washington, D.C. It's going to be pretty intense for Long Island and New York all day on Sunday, mostly during the afternoon though. And so we should have pretty heavy snow at least between 10 and 3. Then after that, it gets a bit more questionable. If our sleet line gets up there fast enough, which right now the HRRR model shows around 3 to 4 o'clock, then the snowfall accumulation would be lower. But if in the case that we end up having the sleet line further south and it doesn't get there fast enough, we will almost undoubtedly see over a foot of snow. But I do think the problem is the warm air might just get a little too far to the north as we go into Sunday night, and that could really lead to basically very low end ice accumulate or very low end snowfall accumulation for parts of Long Island if it gets there fast enough. But again, I do think we're at least going to see at least 8 inches of snow. That's definitely almost a given at this point, unless for some reason it was even warmer than forecasted up there for those areas in New York. All of Pennsylvania, other than Philadelphia, will be basically talking about over a foot of snow. Philadelphia will be right on the cusp of a foot, I think, by the end of this because of that sleet line and the freezing rain. But when you mix together both sleet and snow, it should definitely be over a foot total of accumulation for both precipitation types. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he's going over a bridge, which is probably pretty icy. You can hear all the sleet pellets hitting his...
Wow, that is sick.
His windshield. Back over here near Buffalo, Tennessee, just west of Nashville.
Wow. Okay, we are getting stuff mixed in because I am getting big splatters here on the window.
Hey, Alex, the super chat.
We are totally mixing in snow right now.
Maybe.
Yeah, we are totally getting mixed in snow because you can see like the little
police officer right there.
Flecks of it. So I don't know if it's like...
Somebody just said in the chat it just stopped snowing in Nashville. Yeah, there's a little dry slot, but you're going to get more snow here in a few minutes. Look at the bottom right of your screen. That's Nashville. That's all snow.
So fast.
We got a lot of snow coming to you guys here soon. Let's back over to Connor Croft, who is in Clarksville, Tennessee. Hey, Bob, for the super chat as well. If you don't know if you're in the red on that weather prediction, so on the WSSI Outlook, and this is very important. If you don't know where you are in this map, and if you don't know if you're in the red or the orange, it really doesn't matter. Just go with the highest category. All right. This goes for anybody. I'm not dodging like that city name or that question, but I want to emphasize that if let's just say you live right here where my cursor is, like right on that line, like you just don't know where you are, you're either in the red or orange, just go with the highest level, because you're basically gonna be seeing the highest level impacts that are in that general vicinity. This is kind of an approximation sort of map, but I know that the Weather Prediction Center makes it look very detailed, but I would just use whatever is very close. If you're within like 5 or 10 miles of the red, then just say you're in the red. Same thing with the purple. And if you don't know what every category means, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. It's a little bit hard to read, but all the categories are on the bottom left of your screen. You can see like extreme impacts, major impacts, what all they mean. You can take a screenshot if you want and zoom into it. But basically, extreme impacts are expected anywhere in the purple. The red is major impacts. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking back at DFW again, we're looking at the 635 and I-30 interchange. There's an exit closed. I have that camera in slot 2. It sounds like there are multiple accidents here that have caused that exit ramp to be closed until further notice.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have another, at least, bunch of accidents that are closing an exit over here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There are a surprising amount of vehicles currently traveling on I-635 right now. And again, if you are traveling right now near Dallas-Fort Worth, we did have a lull in freezing rain and sleet. If you look bottom right of your screen, there's now a lot more freezing rain and sleet starting to fill in to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So it's starting to get a little bit more intense out there. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we just surpassed 50,000 people out of power in Texas. This is mostly because of a widespread power outage occurring in Panola County, Texas, where 37% of customers are without power. This is, of course, associated with the freezing rain and the ice storm, and you can see on the regional view that it's basically also moving right into Louisiana. There's a very solid swath across Louisiana on the power outage map where you can see exactly where our heaviest ice accumulations are occurring, and this is only going to start extending off further to the east and the north as these ice accumulations start to pick up throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is what it looks like now in terms of power outages. This is the poweroutage.us map here, and you can see that swath where that heaviest freezing rain is, that is where we're going to be seeing all these power outages. They're pretty isolated to scattered right now. Once we get our second round of freezing rain tonight into tomorrow, that's what's going to cause widespread power outages. So this is the beginning for many areas near Shreveport, near DeSoto, East Texas. We got a large area as well back over here near the Texarkana area. So really 2 areas that have been hard hit already by this ice storm, and we are going to see a lot more of that as we go further east. So for those tuning in right now from Western Mississippi, Northeast Louisiana, and even Northern Mississippi, you guys are going to start to see power outages here soon. They'll at least be isolated. Not everybody, but some of you will start to see power outages. We're sitting at 90,000 customers without power just in the south central region of the United States. The number has been consistently over 100,000 people for the last few hours. It's at 124,000 customers without power. We will probably be closing in on 1 million easily by late tonight and into early tomorrow. The number is just going to rapidly increase once all this ice continues. But again, we have a very significant band of freezing rain that is stretching basically from Memphis back into Monroe. And we're not really expecting that to change here anytime soon. That's just going to continue to pummel areas near Oxford and Greenwood. Unfortunately, do not have a whole lot of great news for those areas at this point.
That's what I'm going to do over here.
Somebody just said in the chat, my power lines are buried. That's great, but it doesn't matter. The infrastructure is above ground. So, like, you might have below ground power lines, but it doesn't necessarily make a difference.
I'm going to go put some bright flashy lights on our screen so I can sit for a second.
All the infrastructure for the most part is above ground.
Pole, a truck into a telephone.
I hate to tell you that,
potentially.
Looks like there's, oh wow, look at that. Got a big accident here.
Okay, we got some interesting stuff here.
So there's an accident. Looks like a truck drove into a power line in Clarksville, Tennessee. And this is live. Got emergency responders on the scene. Got at least 2 cop cars. I think there's actually 3. There's another one off to the left. Got a fire truck there. Hopefully everybody's okay. This is dangerous, by the way. We got live electrical lines
into a
that are in play here, which makes it even more dangerous. And this person drove right into a power pole, which is more likely because of the fact of all the slick roadways out here. Again, it's a lot of snow. We don't have really any ice up here, but snow makes it slick enough.
Oh, he knows. This truck is jacked.
For this to happen. And the truck itself could actually be heavily damaged or even totaled.
Yeah, I'm on the fence if I want to go down.
So somebody put in the chat, Waffle House in Ball Ground, Georgia closes at 4 o'clock.
40 and then take 40 east and then back up north.
We got a Waffle House emergency with these places
just
closing.
Like straight up head towards like Clarksville, Franklin, that corridor. It looks like it's still snow up there for now.
JD with the super chat just asked if I have more ice coming for Sherman, Texas. You do. There will be more ice. More freezing rain is coming, especially tonight. And we already have a new band forming right off to your south and west right now. Shout out to all the first responders. Yeah, put W's in the chat for the first responders, man. This is a brutal stretch of weather for so many people. I mean, there are people out there that really shouldn't be driving in these conditions. And, I mean, if you have any friends or family that have any thoughts about driving, I would try to just say, hey, don't. Because, like, I mean, these first responders are already going through it. I mean, they're literally out there 24/7, basically, with all these accidents that are happening. We've seen over 24 accidents just on today's stream, and there will be dozens more. Unfortunately, tonight and tomorrow. Thank you, Valerie, for becoming a member. Yeah, one person being off the road can make a big difference in an event like this. This is a very dangerous event to be traveling in. Obviously, most of Tennessee is dealing with snow right now. Not necessarily freezing rain, but once we see that transition into sleet and freezing rain, it's going to get a lot worse in the Nashville area. Any worries for San Antonio, Texas? I am expecting some pretty decent ice accumulation down there. If you guys have not already heard, this is breaking news as of about 20-30 minutes ago. But we have ice storm warnings that are in effect. That does include areas like Austin, Texas. It includes Kerrville, Texas, Georgetown, Round Rock. All those areas, you guys are included in ice storm warnings. So we're at least expecting 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. Possibly even over that. San Antonio is going to be looking at right around 1/4 inch of ice accumulation. And then ice storm warnings obviously stretch from Nacogdoches and Shreveport all the way back up into northern Mississippi. Also into southwestern Tennessee, just outside of Jackson. Storm Chaser Brian Scholl, bottom middle of your screen, is right next to the ice storm warning. It's been mostly sleet so far for that area, but it will be transitioning to freezing rain within the next couple of hours. Right along I-40, but this one looks like right now you can hear all the sleet pellets hitting his windshield and just his car in general right now.
Chronicles made a great point. You can use correlation coefficient to see exactly where that rain snow line is, and you can see it's right there.
That's crazy.
That just makes complete sense now.
Hey, Logan for the super chat. You have forecast for the Washington D.C. Snowball Fight Association event on Sunday at 11 a.m.
That just makes complete sense.
And the snow should be good before 11. After like 2 o'clock, it's going to be an icy snow.
It should stable out later, though. It feels like we're mixing in snowflakes, though.
Hey, comes to the $20 super chat. Update for Ardmore, Oklahoma. Will this continue through Sunday? It will.
Yeah, you could just, no.
Let me give you guys a breakdown of the future radar here again. This is what it's going to look like for the rest of today. So again, we got our first wave of snow, freezing rain, and sleet moving into the Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley. Our second wave is developing just closely behind it, and this is going to be a lot more intense by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. We will have widespread freezing rain from Midland, Texas, back into Tennessee, including Nashville, Memphis, Jonesboro, Little Rock. All of you guys will be dealing with freezing rain by around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. Heavy snow will be continuing from Pikeville and Charleston back into Oklahoma City. So basically all across parts of Oklahoma and Texas, Kansas, Missouri, all the way back into Illinois. Overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, we'll have a widespread icing event happening as far south as Houston. We will see some freezing rain in Houston tonight. It'll be mostly happening after midnight, but there will be some sleet across North Texas overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. Notice how we will see some snow on the backside of this. So if you're down near the Red River or in North Texas, you will see some snow. Even back down near Little Rock, we should see a little bit more snow out of this event. Not everybody's going to see big snow, but there will at least be some snow. And then as we go throughout the day on Sunday, we're talking about a major winter storm for the Ohio Valley and the Northeast with a widespread 1+ feet of snow in the forecast for Columbus, Cleveland, all around the New England area. Many areas like Boston could get close to 18+ inches of snow when this event's all said and done. So we got a lot of snow coming. And then we will see a transition to freezing rain and sleet for those in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia during the evening tomorrow. And again, we'll be live all day today covering this. We'll be answering your questions all day, and then we'll also be live all day tomorrow covering this winter storm. Extensive coverage. It's happening today and tomorrow.
Just chilling. Yeah.
Looks like the fire truck is now moving out of the scene of where this truck crashed into a power pole.
Like cleaner at these gas stations for me to use. It's a rough situation for the windshield.
Looks like the windshield is actually
I
cracked.
put some heat on the windshield, thaw it out a little bit.
Can't really tell. It looks like it's cracked over there on that truck.
Smudge less.
This guy's lucky, like that power pole didn't fall completely onto his car, or his truck, I mean.
Chat. Not sure what they're doing here, but looks like they're getting ready to maybe do something. Right now they're just directing traffic.
This is close to road over in Clarksville, Tennessee. Let me give you the roadway of where this happened. This happened at right next to the Murphy Express near Winna, Rudolph Boulevard, and Morse Road. So if you're, for some reason, traveling right now on the northeast side of Clarksville, that is where this accident happened. Hey, Dave, for the $20 super chat.
Eric,
Absolutely my favorite weather channel. Appreciate that.
cash out, brother.
Thank you also to Ankita for the sewer chat. Please provide an update for Irving, Dallas for power outage chances. I mean, it's possible. It's going to be scattered to numerous, I think, all around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Yeah, we are expecting power outages. They'll be pretty scattered to numerous. Widespread the further east you go. Safe light repair, safe light replace. Right, that ad is that's a catchy jingle for the record. That is a very catchy ad. Hey Sammy for the super chat. Asheville, North Carolina. Really anywhere over here, we're talking about major ice storm potential. I mean, I'm pretty sure Asheville, North Carolina, the Waffle Houses are closed, which means you're at a code red level at this point. That hardly ever happens for winter storms. And so, Western North Carolina, I mean, with those closing, this is looking like a pretty dangerous situation there. Now we got a tow truck on the scene. So tow truck's gonna help try to get this truck unstuck.
This is better.
Just
all right, we got some action now here. Got Lee's Automotive on the scene.
Lee's Automotive was just heard by 62,000
Lee's Automotive
people.
is on the scene, chat.
Some random towing company. Basically free promotion on this channel. Hey TJ for the super chat. Hey mechanic also.
We're gonna fall. I'm not sure. I think it would have already
snowplow
fallen
right there.
if it did.
It's crazy to see snowplows even in Tennessee. We got a snowplow.
Oh, yeah, we're just gonna sit and watch this, guys. Heavy snow's on the way. I'm just gonna sit here and watch this.
So we'll keep that on the bottom right of your screen. Again, we have pretty heavy snow coming towards that area. This is what it looks like on live radar right now, and our heaviest bands of snow are just southwest of Clarksville. Actually, not far from where Ryan Scholl is. Ryan Scholl is still driving through sleet on I-40, but just off to the north, that's a little heavier area of precipitation. We got some heavier snow also just west of Clarksville. If we go over to this live shot in Stewart County EMA, you can see the snow is a lot heavier just to the west of Clarksville there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, back to the Nashville area. We're looking just to the north near where 431 and I-24 come together. We got another accident there in camera 2. Looks like this one's going to be cleared relatively quickly. It was noted about 2 minutes ago, and you already have a tow truck on scene.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So another accident here near Nashville, Tennessee. It's on I-65. The tow trucks are everywhere today. I mean, they are. This is literally like their job is today. This is one of their biggest days because there are people out there that are traveling that are, there's multiple accidents happening. Also, just saw a report on Twitter that there are multiple accidents in central Kentucky. Yeah, Riley, the video did not post on Twitter. I don't think it did on Facebook either, but I'll check. This is what it looks like right now in Kentucky. We've had reports of multiple accidents in central Kentucky.
Tomorrow evening.
It's a storm chaser, tornado Pagey. They're driving very slow on some of these side roads.
Still haven't hit where the tornado was. Where's in Bowling Green?
Yeah, the EF3 came through here a few years ago.
There are several cars on the roadway here over in the Bowling Green area.
Which side of town it came through there?
Anybody tuning in from Kentucky in the chat?
It was close to WKU, wasn't it?
I think you showed it to me before, didn't you?
I think so. That was a crazy chase day.
This might sound crazy, but I've gone through about 10 water bottles since last night. I'm on my 11th. My voice, I can feel my voice pretty sore. I mean, I'm fine right now. Like, my voice, obviously I don't sound different from any of you, but I can feel it in my voice.
I think it's in Smith's Grove.
Yep.
Need a water fund. Low key, I just need to buy, like, an entire filter system or something right next to my studio, so I don't have to use water bottles. Got some people tuning in from Louisville, Western Kentucky, Dawson Springs, I'm seeing. A lot of you guys are tuning in from Kentucky. Paris, Kentucky?
Okay, it was in...
There's actually a lot of you tuning in from Kentucky. I'm kind of surprised. It's about 150, 200 different places in Kentucky to mention in the chat.
College Hill.
Well, that's what it looks like right now in Bowling Green, and a lot of other areas will look like that here pretty soon. Once again, we do have some snow that's getting a little bit heavier in southern Kentucky. It's making its way off to the north and northeast. Go over to the live radar feed. It'll pop up here in a second. I want to remind you how crazy this winter storm is. We have widespread winter storm warnings, ice storm warnings, basically stretching from Texas all the way back into the northeast. This is still a huge area that we're talking about over the next 24 to 48 hours. The most significant snow is still located across Tennessee, and then we have a much more significant band of snow that will develop tonight in Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. And this will be something that's going to cause a lot more problems down the road. We're talking about 3 inches of snow per hour in some areas like Oklahoma City and near Amarillo. That's all going to ramp up over the next several hours. Eric with the $20 super chat just said, here's $20 for Riley to take down his Christmas tree. It's almost February. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Linda, for becoming a member. Steven just said in the chat, major accident at I-20 and I-45 in Dallas. All right. I think Riley's looking into that. See if we can find it. We'll probably have a camera for that in a second. You're looking for that, right, Riley? Is it bad? I don't know if we can show the accident. It sounds bad. Want to send me a photo? Send me a photo in Discord. Alright, we're good to show it. Alright. Sounds like there's a bad accident on I-45 and I-20 in Dallas. Again, do not travel in Dallas. There are multiple semis. Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is bad, guys. You can only... I mean, they moved... There are cameras up there that are looking at this incident that have shifted the camera away because of how bad it is. We're not going to have a close-up view, which is... There's a reason why. But there is a major accident here over in Dallas on I-20, and very concerning. Got now a fire truck, multiple fire trucks there. They are now zooming in, but there are multiple semi trucks involved in this accident. where freezing rain is ongoing. It looks like a semi is down in the ditch. I really can't tell. It's hard to tell everything of what's going on there, but it looks significant. And there's obviously a massive traffic backup now. Is there any closer views? Or is this it? There was a camera right at the overpass that was possibly taken offline, it sounds like. So, yeah, it's not good. There could be... there's probably injuries involved with what we're seeing there. And they're now shifting this camera away, it looks like. So this seems... Well, maybe it's going to go back. I don't know. But we can only really speculate, but there could be at least injuries, if not possibly, you know, worse than that involved in this. And this is the exact reason why get off the roadways. Even if you think you're a good driver in conditions like this, there's other people that might not be. And if there's an accident, it's also hard to slow down, you know, because of all the ice and the sleet. But you know, there's 3 fire trucks right here before the accident. Like that, you don't see that very often. There's like just 3 before. There might be more up there. I don't know. Again, this is on I-20 at the I-45 interchange. It's at State Highway 310. So in case you are traveling, which we shouldn't be, but if you are, this is the area that we have this accident in. There are multiple trucks involved in this, though. Thank you, Doug, for becoming a member. Also, Jody for the $20 super chat. I'm investigating this too. I'm gonna put it on the map so you guys can see where this is at. All right, so this is the accident. I'm gonna show you guys on the map here where this is located for those that are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Right here. So we got the car accident right here. It's just southeast of Dallas near Hutchins, and they have reported 2 different crashes, but it's basically one crash backing up traffic significantly. We do have a camera here that has a view zoomed out of the traffic that is backed up from this accident. I think it was just zoomed in a second ago. This is also a zoomed out camera view of all the cars getting off the exit. There's obviously a lot of trucks stuck there. But again, traffic's backed up. If we get any more updates, we'll obviously let you know about this. But this is a pretty major accident that just went down here a few minutes ago near I-20 and the I-45 interchange, where we currently have a significant amount of freezing rain that's moving in here now. And very light freezing rain, again, can cause ice accumulation and can lead to major problems like this and sometimes major accidents. So it is a good reminder, if you're out there on the roadway, to please take it slow out there. It is dangerous. Thank you, Athena, Pamela, for becoming members. But yeah, again, the freezing rain, it doesn't matter how heavy it is. Again, it can be super light. Like, we have very light freezing rain even down here near Austin right now. And even the lightest bit of freezing rain will cause the roads to be super slick and slippery. And, like, this isn't even from ice.
It's not resting, and it's very, very close.
This was an accident that happened back over in Clarksville, and this is live.
We'll see what they do about
this is an accident that happened in Clarksville, and this is just from snow being on the ground. This is very just slick surface when it comes to snow.
Free Casey.
Huge shout out to Jersey with the $50 super chat. Thanks for the content, Max. What's your time projected snow in southern Maryland? It should be very late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and I'm expecting around 8 to 12 inches.
Yep. The leaning telephone pole of Clarksville.
I don't know what's going to happen with that power pole once that truck moves.
We came here at the right time.
If power's out right now in the Clarksville area for you, then this is probably why.
Getting clear, so maybe they're thinking something's going to fall, or who knows. I would move a little bit.
Is there another crash on that highway? Just east of that?
Where's the Fox? Oh, my bad. Oh, I just honked. That's awkward. That's awkward.
Oh, they're moving the truck now.
I was gonna say I would move. Oh, here they go.
They're moving the truck.
Okay, okay. It does not look like the pole. Okay, the pole is not on the truck at the moment.
So the power pole is just stuck.
The pole is upright for now. Anyway, what I was going to say is I would move to get a slightly better angle, but there's a Fox news station team to my left, and looks like they're a local station, so they're a little bit more important than me. So I'll let them keep their angle without me interrupting
The truck's
them.
getting towed into the
All right, they're
back of
pulling
the tow truck
up. The pole looks fine. Pole looks stable. Honk again to let him know it's an accident? No, dude, that's so embarrassing.
You didn't sleep? I slept for about 5 hours. It's not a good sleep. I don't even know if I slept for 5 hours, to be honest. This happened with Hurricane Melissa. I slept for maybe 5 hours, 4.5 hours, and I was basically dead at the end of the stream, but I'm feeling good right now. I'm not feeling tired. Knock on wood. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is one more accident in the DFW area right now. I will put that on camera real quick. It is definitely not as significant. Oh, and that camera just went dead. It's definitely not as significant. I'll see if we can get that pulled up here in a second. It just looks like there's one vehicle accident, and for the most part, they've already gotten that cleared out. However, there are a number of accidents in, believe it or not, the Nashville area where I don't know how many times we have to tell people not to drive here, but going from Nashville to Murfreesboro, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different accidents. So if you want to just go ahead and pull up camera slot number 3. I'm just going to loop through some of these accidents. So this is the first one that we have. This is the closest to Nashville. This is near 254. And then going even further down the same road here, we have another accident there in slot number 3. And then about 200 feet past that, another traffic camera is picking up this accident, which is another car that has found its way into the barrier. And then about another 5 miles down the road, we have another car that's found its way into the median. This is getting closer to Williamsburg and Aberdeen Park in Tennessee. And then last but not least, there is another one right near Murfreesboro that was just cleared out where 24 and 96 intersect. But this is an area where we've seen about 20 to 25 crashes in the past 2 hours. However, there is still a large amount of traffic on Interstate 24. I would avoid Interstate 24. I honestly don't know why they're not just coming out and closing the interstate with how many accidents we have been having here. But definitely a significant situation there between Nashville and Murfreesboro.
Can you go back to that last camera? One before it. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, that is what we're looking at out here. A lot of accidents around Nashville. This is, I don't even know how many accidents we've had in Nashville. We need a counter at this point. We've at least had 24. No, I meant the last one in Tennessee. So I think it was the third one he pulled up. You can just go back in order if you want. It doesn't matter. Let's go through all 4. But again, this is what we're seeing in Nashville right now. We have several accidents. Got a semi off the road here, and then you can go to the next one. Yeah, another car off the road. And again, a lot of cars are just sliding off the road here. And so this is the danger of traveling. You might not even get involved in an accident with somebody else, but you sliding off the road, it does risk other people getting into accidents too. And I know all of you pretty much tuning in are probably not traveling, but if you had any intentions of traveling, hopefully this is a warning sign that it is dangerous out there and you probably should just stay indoors, as this is going to continue to be a pretty dangerous situation here over the next several hours, and it'll get a lot more dangerous tonight. This is, again, really just the beginning of our problems. It's weird to say that this isn't even the main event. I mean, you know, we were live for like 9 hours yesterday. We're live for probably about 16 hours today. And it's weird to say that this isn't even the main event. Tomorrow, tonight, like, get a lot worse. So it's strange. This is a weird weather event. Like, it's so long lasting. It's weird. We don't usually cover things that last this long. I Hey, Doug, for the $20 super chat. How are things looking in Independence, Kentucky? Not a single flake here. Right now in Kentucky, we have a large area of snow. It's the heaviest over near Bowling Green, but we will have the snow picking up here across eastern Kentucky here pretty soon. Same thing back over here near Murray and the Mayfield area. The things will start picking up. Again, a lot of the first round of snow here is not going to be that significant. It's going to get a lot more significant tonight once all that moisture surges out of the Pacific and kind of lines up with our boundary from Kentucky back into the southern plains. Hey, K for the 20 months. Also, Eric with the $10 super chat just said, how much more freezing rain will Dallas get over the next 24 hours? This is the map of ice accumulation, and I'll go ahead and refresh it so you can see the numbers here. But this is the amount of ice that we're expecting from here on out, and I think these numbers are low, to be honest. Like, it's showing 1/10 of an inch of ice for an additional amount of ice here in DFW. I think it's gonna be higher. I think 1/4 of an inch of ice is coming for most of this area from here on out. So I think these numbers will end up being higher for the DFW area. I think if you're back over here near like Houston, the Woodlands, any of these areas, we're still talking 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice before this thing is done. Back over in the dark purple from southwest Tennessee back towards northeastern Louisiana, a widespread 1 inch of ice is expected. Some areas could pick up 1.5 inches of ice accumulation, and then that pink area is where we're expecting at least 3/4 of an inch of ice. That does go up into Nashville now, so Nashville is expecting essentially ice storm criteria at this point. They have not upgraded Nashville into ice storm criteria yet, but we will likely have that at some point here soon. Well, it looks like with the truck now going onto the truck, or the tow truck, power pole still leaning over in Clarksville.
Yep, truck skidded into the pole. Not really sure how, because it looked like it hit it really hard. I'm not sure how you do that, but he did it, or she did it, whichever one. Just Jay's. It's not, I can't choose who gifts memberships, brother. But
so that truck is now officially on a tow truck. For those that are wondering, by the way, our report dashboard that we get photos and videos sent into end up experiencing some sort of cyber attack, and so that has led to us disabling it for right now, but we're going to get back up here soon. And nobody's at risk, by the way, of anything. It's just something that happened on our end with our site. Unfortunately, somebody decided to do something. Hey, Doug, and also Lance for the super chats.
And yeah, there's quite a bit of snow. I mean, it just started not too long ago, but it's 15 degrees. So it is sticking to everything.
Really shame. We should get some shame spams in the chat.
Totally real, not clickbait.
Shame is back in full force.
Bigfoot.
That's what it looks like in Dixon, Tennessee right now. Got sleet falling. This is just west of Nashville and Franklin.
There's a little Bigfoot thing in the ravine there. I don't know if you guys were able to see.
Bro, it's talking about Bigfoot. Drink a lot of water.
Monster.
I know, I'm drinking an excessive amount of water.
I think my girlfriend would probably off me if I tried to drive a motorcycle.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
Hey, fuel for the super chat.
She would be way too worried.
Truckers need to be off the road. Hey, these guys have jobs, and I mean, a lot of the trucking companies have, you know, they're not.
I ride a tricycle.
I mean, a lot of them haven't closed. I know some of them have. I heard at least one person in the chat say, like, all my truck drivers aren't going to be on the road. We're basically closing down, sort of thing, for today. And so it sounds like, you know, some have, but not all of them have. Unfortunately, it has obviously led to some big problems in some areas. There's the power pole, by the way.
What the heck? When did the telephone pole fall?
Wait, what the heck?
What the Sigma?
The pole actually fell. It wasn't like that like 5 minutes ago.
I don't know when that thing fell, but we missed it. Oh, there were two. Okay, yeah, there were probably two. When it was hit. No, but okay, all right. It's not even worth it.
This is what it looks like in Clarksville. Obviously, that accident has now been, for the most part, cleared, other than the power pole.
If you were in the stream 5 minutes ago, you'd know that we saw the pole standing upright. So therefore, the Starbucks isn't even open, is it? That's so chalked. Oh, brother. Yeah, that Starbucks isn't even open. Chalked. Little winter storm. Starbucks can't stay open.
Anybody tuning in from Clarksville right now in the chat? Anybody from Clarksville, Tennessee?
Little itty bitty winter storm. Only the freaking most publicly hyped winter storm of all time, and they close. Like, what?
Somebody just said in the chat, if I suck at math, can I still become a meteorologist? You can. You gotta grind a little bit, but you can. It's very doable. You just gotta, you know, go to office hours and stuff like that with your professors. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, Wendy's looks chalk too. I think they closed everything. Well, it looks like Cane's is open, but Cane's is mid, so that doesn't do me any good. Yeah, this road is cooked. There's so much snow, I'm sliding. Yeah, Don's is probably open. I'm just gonna go up and down this road anyway, since I'm going towards Clarksdale and there's a heavy burst of snow coming in, so.
All right, so that's Connor getting back over in Clarksville. The conditions have been deteriorating here for the last few hours, and it will continue to get a lot worse as we go into tonight. But for right now, we got a pretty decent band of snow actually making its way now into southern Kentucky. So our heaviest band of snow is right here. That's for those in the Tennessee Valley and the Ohio Valley. If you're back over here in Oklahoma or Texas, that band of heavier snow is now moving into Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, and it's going to continue to stay heavy for the next several hours, but it's also going to get way heavier. And by tonight, we're going to be talking about a widespread area dealing with heavy snowfall. It's pretty scattered to numerous right now. Like, we have some holes here and there. Those holes will basically be filled by about 7 o'clock tonight. So this weather is about to get a lot more intense here in the next few hours for Oklahoma, which is a good thing if you like snow. If you don't like snow, then this is not for you. Freezing rain will also get more intense across Texas and Louisiana. Areas like Shreveport and East Texas are getting a break from the ice storm, but again, it's going to get a lot more significant by tonight. We have a large area of freezing rain that is making its way into eastern Texas right now, and then we still have very significant freezing rain happening all across northern and central parts of Mississippi. So, conditions are continuing to deteriorate. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I want to talk a little bit about the severe weather threat that's happening right now in the Gulf, and then cover what's happening tomorrow. So just a few seconds ago, we had 2 special marine statements. We don't have those anymore, but both of these are storms that could eventually move onshore in parts of Louisiana, and there is actually some rotation on these in the upper levels. So it is something to keep an eye on as we get into the later hours of the stream here, as there would be some tornado potential should these make their way onshore. Even little stuff like this might try and spin up as they get closer to the to land. In terms of tomorrow's severe weather threat, what we're looking at is this line of severe thunderstorms right here. And this is going to be going through parts of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and Georgia. And there's actually a slight risk of tornadoes tomorrow. If we come over here and take a look at the Storm Prediction Center, we can see that this includes places like Montgomery, Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, Panama City, Florida, and Dothan, Alabama. And I honestly do think this could be expanded a little bit further north. And this is all because of a slight a slight tornado environment that we do have in place for tomorrow. We have a lot of wind shear and some pretty quick moving storms and some pretty powerful storms embedded within this line as well. So taking a look at our significant tornado parameter, we're going to see that peak tornado potential sort of around noon to 4 p.m., a little bit earlier than what we normally see it. Of course, we'll be covering this live and let you know if there are any tornadoes during that time. But I do think the highest tornado threat will be right around the Florida-Alabama border here with any storms that come on shore. That's basically going to be the thing that we have to watch for tomorrow is storms that are moving off to the northeast along that line and sort of form a train of storms making their way onshore. We could probably see quite a few tornado warnings in the same areas over and over again as storms train over the same areas over and over again.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little outlook on our severe weather potential for tomorrow. I do think we'll see a few tornadoes back in the southeast. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they added an enhanced risk of severe weather for tomorrow, too. We could actually have a strong tornado. And I believe we actually have a storm chaser that'll be down there tomorrow. A lot of the storm chasers that work with us are mostly covering the winter storm. But I believe Carmen here, he's actually going down there, I'm pretty sure. So we'll definitely have to wait and see what happens with this winter storm event. If you look at this, this is back over in Mississippi. We got icicles sticking to one of the cameras, one of the traffic cameras. There's a lot of birds out there too, but this is on US 82 East at Old Highway 61. And we have icicles that have grown onto the traffic camera. And with the freezing rain continuing, we might have really large icicles in about an hour on that camera. Actually pretty cool to see this on a camera. Thank you, Pretty, for the $10 super chat. South Carolina forecast and timing. I definitely recommend watching like our stream anytime that we've done a forecast. Like we did a forecast near the beginning of the stream. It's basically the same information there as what I would tell you right now for timing and everything like that. We're gonna have a video in about 2 hours come out on our channel that'll actually be like more detail about everything. I'm basically recording this for like the forecast that's coming out in like 2 hours on this live stream. We're doing that again. We've already kind of done part of it, but we're gonna do more of it at some point. I don't know what else we have to add to that forecast, to be honest, but figure it out. Let's go back over to Ryan Scholl. He is currently driving through a slew of sleet coming up towards Nashville, just southeast of Dixon.
I don't know why it does that. It's being weird.
And we'll start in Cincinnati.
I couldn't tell that
about
was
an hour or two will
for
start.
like the longest time. Yeah, so we just stay. Yeah, we just stay on this line right here. His lane ended half a mile, or is that the
Hey,
other?
Vox, the super chat. Watching Max on one screen and the day after tomorrow on the other. I was watching the day after tomorrow while watching the stream. That's actually pretty crazy. It's good timing too, because I mean, for a lot of you, today and tomorrow are basically the same days. And that movie's literally about that. So back over in North Texas, we are getting a little bit of heavier precipitation now, just west of the Gainesville area. So west of Gainesville, near Decatur and Denton, we are beginning to see some heavier freezing rain. The freezing rain a little bit further down to the south of that is a little bit lighter. It's not as bad if you're in Dallas, Cleburne, Frisco. Those areas are seeing some light snowfall, but again, it's not anything too crazy as of right now. It's definitely, or sorry, did I say snowfall? Light freezing rain in those areas. We do have some cameras out there that are showing that. This is a, we'll go around our camera map here. This is a camera back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This right here is going to be back over near Flower Mound and the Texarkana area. You can see all the sleet that is accumulated onto the ground. We got a lot of sleet that's accumulating over here. If we go back up towards Sherman, this is what it looks like over in the Sherman, Texas area right now. It looks like almost a winter wonderland, but not in the good way. A lot of this is sleet and freezing rain mix. There hasn't really been any snow yet in that particular area. And we have a camera completely iced over in Denison, Texas. Further to the east, over near areas like Canton, Texas, things haven't been as bad. This particular part of the country has been mostly dealing with, this particular part of Texas has been mostly just dealing with very light freezing rain, so it hasn't been bad yet. It's going to get a lot worse tonight. If we go back a little further to the east, let's go back over towards Memphis. This is what it looks like currently in Collier, Tennessee. So there's a lot of snow out there and a lot of sleet. And at this time, it's mostly turned into
why I'm snacky.
sleet, and then in a couple hours, it'll turn more into a freezing rain event. And if we go a little further down to the south into Mississippi, that is where a lot of these cameras have iced over. You can see the ice here. You can see the ice here is, well, I mean, the ice is just on the ground over here in Jackson. There's also a couple cars on the roadway right now going very slowly. The red truck's going a bit faster. And if we go a little further to the east, pull up one of these university cams, you can just see, again, all these bridges and overpasses are iced over much easier than like a normal roadway. And I want to remind you, if you do travel over an overpass, if you travel over a bridge, anything like that, you can notice the gradient here of how much more white it is on the bridge. And that is because we have a lot more accumulation that's happening as cold air is going underneath the bridge. And so that cold air is basically entrapping anything in this bridge here to accumulate much faster. So temperature technically on the bridge would be about 2 to 3 degrees colder than what it is on the actual roadway itself. But right now over there in the University of Mississippi area here in northern Mississippi, it is definitely pretty treacherous in terms of the conditions with all the ice that we're seeing. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, in camera slot number 3 right now, we have another accident that has occurred. This one is to the southeast of Memphis, Tennessee. This is where 385 connects to Interstate 240.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So let's go full screen of that. That's in Memphis. And yeah, that car has gone off the road. Luckily, it did not crash into the barrier, but my goodness. That is kind of scary, I'm not going to lie. Another slip and slide over here in the Memphis area. So again, over on I-240. No first responders on the scene yet. I'm guessing they will probably be there soon, or at least some sort of tow truck. Thank you, Wright, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Magma, for the super chat. Made it to South Carolina for the ice storm work. How we're looking for weather. For the most part, the ice is obviously the biggest concern. And it's going to be mainly up here in upstate South Carolina near Greenville. I'm still thinking a quarter to half an inch of ice for most of you is what we're going to be expecting in those areas. Tornado Pagey is now driving around in Bowling Green again. This is what it looks like currently in Bowling Green, Kentucky, where conditions have been deteriorating. We have light to moderate snow in the area. It's going to get heavier here soon. They're getting back onto the highway. I believe they're going on I-65, so we'll check out and see how the I-65 looks here. Going southbound.
Can already tell people are driving too fast for conditions.
Near Franklin. Not a whole lot of people on the roadway, at least going southbound.
Susan said, I wish I had hot dogs. Well, the hot dogs were all sold out in Kentucky Walmart, Lexington.
All the hot dogs were sold out.
No, not a hot dog in sight.
Hot dogs were sold out?
All the hot dogs were sold out.
We've got banana outages, we've got mushroom outages, and apparently we have hot dog outages. Huge shout out to Alexander? I can't see the full name. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I'm flying from Hong Kong on Monday. I'm flying through DFW. What are the chances? What chances do I hate that flight being on time? I'd say if you're in Dallas, I think the flights will probably be on time. I don't know if they'll be delayed by Monday. Like, again, a lot of these airports, Dallas-Fort Worth is one of them, like Nashville as well. A lot of these airports do end up having some sort of like icing protocol. So like if there's ice, they usually are able to clear it out, even, you know, during an ice storm or after an ice storm. I know right now, going into Dallas-Fort Worth, most flights are canceled and or delayed. This is what we're looking at right now, according to Flight Radar. We're now over 10,000 flights that are now canceled due to the winter storm. Over 10,000. We're now sitting at 4,200 cancellations from American, 1,600 from United. Delta's at about 1,400. Southwest at 1,300. JetBlue is at 500. Air Canada 263. Spirit is at 236, and Frontier 173. DFW is topping the airport cancellations with over 1,000. So Dallas-Fort Worth is the biggest problem. I think tomorrow night it should get better, but I don't really know. Again, I don't run the airport. I'm not sure what their protocol is, but I'm guessing it would probably be better by tomorrow night. But I mean, that's insane. American is canceling basically every flight. 4,200 is a lot of flights being canceled comparatively to every other one of those airlines. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Delta the biggest airline? Anybody know? Is Delta? I thought Delta had like the most flights going. It's crazy how high American is. Not a whole lot of planes though flying through the ice storm area today. United is the biggest. What is American on that list? Is it like third or second or third? It's, I don't know where American's like flying into, but that is a really large number. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft in Clarksville. Got a person walking down the side of the road. I don't know if I'd be doing that.
Nothing like Memphis. Clarksville is not like Memphis. Yeah, I mean, I think
Zach from coming to
slightly over dramatic, but Clarksville's not.
We have
safe
a new update on power outages. We are now sitting at 135,000 customers without power. So we're up to over 57,000 here now in Texas. If we go to the south central United States, that is about 109,000 without power, stretching from Kentucky and Tennessee back into Arkansas and parts of Mississippi. Our most significant county for power outages is DeSoto Parish in Louisiana. They are over 50% without power now, and this is where our ice storm is currently the most intense. And obviously tonight, the ice is going to get a lot worse. We're going to have a lot more ice accumulation tonight and into early tomorrow. So areas like northwestern Mississippi, northern Louisiana, East Texas, you guys are going to start to see more significant icing by tonight. This is, again, just the appetizer to what we're actually going to see late tonight and early tomorrow. Southwestern Arkansas, we got a little area there, at least one county now. That's Sevier County, which is now around 40% without power. The good news for some of these areas is that there are a lot of utility trucks already out there, and I bet some of them are currently helping to restore power. If you look at live radar right now, a lot of the freezing rain has moved away from Shreveport. There is still some, but it's a lot lighter. It's not nearly as widespread. So that is good news for right now. That means that there could be some power, or some places that do end up restoring power. But otherwise, like, I mean, we're going to see a lot more ice tonight, so this is just a temporary thing. Like, you might get power back for a little bit, but it will probably go out again. So some of these places might, or some of the power companies might try to restore power now. Hey, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Leanne, for the super chat. This is not going to be impacting the United Kingdom. At least not anytime soon. Hey, esports with the super chat. Also, thank you, Maddie, for becoming a member. I'm a little east of Jefferson City, Missouri. How's it looking for us tonight and tomorrow? It's going to be a lot of snow. I mean, I think anywhere up here near St. Louis or Jefferson City or Union, you're talking 6 to 10 inches of snow. St. Louis has been performing pretty well so far for snow. It's only 5 degrees right now in Merrimack Bluffs, which is just outside of St. Louis. And this is what it looks like currently. The snowflakes are definitely a decent size. They're not huge, but they're large enough to stack up around 1 to 2 inches per hour. So it looks pretty good. Riley, can you check email? My email? Getting some drone video and stuff. Real life, the super chat said a lot of American hubs are in the path of this storm. They're the biggest tonnage wise too. Makes sense. Yeah, it's a staggering number compared to everybody else or every other airline. It's a very large number. It's pretty surprising. I'm trying my best to stay hydrated right now. Let's go over to Connor. Let me see if I can radio into him and see if he can give us an update. Want to give us an update on what's going on there in Clarksville? Maybe we'll get ghosted. I don't know.
Krista, I'm not staying in Clarksville. Okay? I promise, I'm not.
We got ghosted. All right.
Driving a RAV4.
No response.
For those of you just
Hey, the no responses are stacking up. I think 50% of our messages have actually gotten responded to from chasers today.
Max is talking on Zillow.
Nah, not really.
Nope, you just said not really. Okay.
Max, give me 2 seconds. What did Max say?
I'm just kidding. I can give you an update whenever. Just come up to that again when you want me to.
All right, so Charleston's giving us an update in a minute. Bro just said, not really. Thank you, Bobby, for the $50 super chat. When do you think Wichita Falls, Texas will transition from freezing rain, sleet, into snow? It will probably be sometime around like midnight tonight. Bro really gave us a descriptive report, but he is driving down some hills and stuff. This is a little bit more dangerous territory in Clarksville for people getting stuck.
Dang, this hill kind of sucks. Oh wait, yeah, this car's trying to get up the hill. That's cooked.
That car is stuck. That car is not going anywhere. It is the sedan's trying to go up the hill and they just cannot.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying not to slide into you, Chief.
That guy is stuck.
Is this downtown? Oh wait, yeah, this is downtown. I'll go this way. Yeah, that car's chalked. It is not getting up that hill.
These are some big hills here in Clarksville. This is gonna be literally this is gonna be super dangerous once ice actually happens. I didn't realize how many hills were here.
My message go through? Is this downtown? Oh wait, I'm literally on the screen. Bro did not say anything over Zello. If he wants me to give an update still.
Bruh. Bro didn't even know he was on
it's
stream.
going to pure sleet. Some bogus chat.
You actually hear it sleeting now in
No way
Clarksville.
somebody compared this to Memphis. Are we dead ass, chat? Are we dead ass comparing this to Memphis? What are we doing, guys?
You can actually look at live radar right now, and you can see the sleet line is actually making it now up into Clarksville.
I have no idea what's going on ahead of us, but it's either an accident or a plow train heading straight into Nashville.
Okay, we have Ryan Scholl, who just said that where is he? Let me get his camera up. He's telling us that something big is happening. Let's go to him.
Hill.
Ryan Scholl said there might be an accident or something.
I know.
Whoa. Oh, it's a plow train.
What is going on up here?
This is a pretty impressive plow train. Plow train is heading towards Nashville right now.
Going on ahead of us, but it's either an accident or a plow train heading straight into Nashville. Yeah, it's not an accident. It's a plow train. I know, very, very random.
Pretty impressive. All going right towards Nashville. This is on I-40 eastbound.
I guess not really random, but definitely interesting.
You're on Pegram right now.
Time to have that.
Outside of Bellevue.
Slow down completely,
Yeah.
which is fine. Not the end of the world. No, not a jackknife situation.
That's what I thought it was at first.
Well, yeah, because it looked like they were all stopped for something.
Yeah.
We have a do not pass
we cannot
truck
pass.
behind it, too.
We are pinned
Smart.
down behind this line here.
That's pretty cool.
That's okay. Again, we are.
You gotta go over to Connor in the hill country of Clarksville, basically.
I'm gonna go to Russellville. That's
Hey,
gonna
Luke, for
keep
the $10
me in
super
the
chat.
snow.
Walked to work at Red Robin. Worked for 3 hours before getting
If I go
told we were
quickly.
shutting down for the day and closed tomorrow. Very well could be closed Monday too. I would be surprised if anybody was really even going to Red Robin. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would be going anywhere today. I don't know what Red Robin you're at, but most of Tennessee and Kentucky's
just-
dealing with big problems.
Alright, it's freezing to my windshield now.
Or sleet freezing to his windshield. Shout out to Kevin with the $20 PayPal donation.
You're in a bad area. Looks alright to me, brother.
I think that's a plow truck up
10
there.
people in this whole city that are outside and about anyway. So I'm gonna go back to College Street. Chat, what college is in Clarksville? I see college dorms or apartments off to my right. Yeah, University Landing. Austin Prey. Just
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Back over to Tornado Page in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Wood wagon.
Austin P University. I've never heard of it.
Travel behind the wood wagon. It's actually starting to drift.
Yeah.
Let me radio into Bryce and see if he has an update for us. You want to give an update on what you're seeing out there? Will we get ghosted? Will we? Say yes or no in the chat. Not off to a good start. He hasn't said anything yet. I think we might be shocked. I think we're getting ghosted again. The ghosting is unbelievable. This is the first time that we've done radio, and we're gonna do this for every like live stream. But
Not sure what happened.
unbelievable.
Sorry, Bryce.
We're just on next levels of chalked when it comes to
That's why I wasn't changing location.
radio communication today.
We are close to Franklin.
All right, well, we got ghosted again. Nice. We have a drone video that was sent in. Let me show you guys. We got a drone video. Where is this from? Do we know? Riley? I'm gonna find out where this was from in a second, but this is a drone video from Keller, Texas. This is what all the sleet looks like over there in Texas. Pretty incredible drone video. It's about a minute and a half long. We're halfway through it.
Max, this is Bryce. If you're trying to contact us, I haven't got any notifications. I'm not sure what's going on.
That was Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. So that's again a drone video here in Keller, Texas. It looks pretty icy. And it's only gonna get worse. I was just asking if you could give us an update on what's going on out there. Go back to radar here.
Yeah, we're on I-65 south of Bowling Green, Kentucky. We're closing in on the Tennessee state line. As you can see, the road conditions are very poor, and we can't do over about 30 miles per hour. Well, I think we're closing in on the sleet line pretty soon. We'll keep you updated when we do hit that.
Thank you for the update. All right, so that's Bryce Shelton again. He's currently going into Tennessee. So he's been up in Bowling Green for a while. Now he's traveling down towards Nashville. You can see bottom right of your screen, we got a large swath of heavier snow and sleet that is making its way up towards Nashville now. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is stuck behind a convoy of snowplows. Everybody's maintaining a pretty good distance with all the sleet that's falling right now.
What in the world is going on?
Which is good.
I have the good plan. And
I think I might have missed that.
And then this is
That was
Storm Chaser
exactly
Connor
20
Croft, who's
minutes
now,
ago.
I believe,
You're still in
leaving
here,
Clarksville.
Julie.
Or he's at least still in
If I already
Clarksville. He's
thanked you,
currently
thank you
on
again. And if I didn't thank
Wilma
you,
Rudolph
I
Boulevard.
apologize and thank you. Red Dozer with the 50 gifted memberships.
Hey, Joe, for
Welcome in all new
Modern
members.
Velocity member.
Reminder,
PS for the super chat.
members are
Day 2 of
$1
sleet in Vernon,
pop.
Texas. The roads
Hill
are
is
solid
kinda
white
brutal.
with ice. They are for
Right
most
here.
of Texas at this point.
Holy cow.
Thank you for the
This
report.
is kind of a struggle. Anyway, thank you, Red Dozer, and welcome in all new members.
We just send the chat. Only 1.5 hours left in your 8-hour shift. We are going to be live for probably 16 hours today. I am not kidding. We've been live for 6.5.
Yeah, tornado chase
I'm pretty
season's
sure
right
we're
around
going
the corner, chat.
until like a midnight at least tonight. I'm not even joking. This is the first. We're basically only through maybe a third of today's stream, and then tomorrow's going to at least be 12 hours. I'm pretty sure too. How much is overtime paying? I'm way over overtime. I was way over overtime on Wednesday. If we're starting from Monday till now, I've literally been working 15 to 16 hours every single day. I'm not even joking when I say that. Like, every single day I've literally been here. We've been working on videos, short form content, everything. This is a very large operation when it comes to
Red Dozer,
what
I like
we're doing
that
right
name.
now.
So
Because of
that's a
how
good
significant this
YouTube
event
name
is.
Right there.
Speaking of that, I'm going back to standing.
Yeah, so all right, new plan. I'm gonna go towards Bowling Green. There's a non-zero chance that I just completely run out of snow, and then I have to go up north to get more snow. But
all right, let's go back over to live radar. Once again, if you're just tuning in, major winter storm is underway from Texas all the way back into the Ohio Valley. If you're back over down towards Dallas-Fort Worth, we are beginning to see an increasing amount of freezing precipitation in the form of rain that is falling near Dallas, Plano, surrounding areas as well, up towards Sherman, Gainesville. Abilene is also starting to pick up on freezing rain at this point, and we are going to continue to see that increasing coverage over the next several hours. Moderate to heavy snow is ongoing for most areas in central northern Oklahoma, or central northern parts of Texas, back into central Oklahoma. We have several bands right now of snow that are more significant, like this one, west Oklahoma City, which is dropping upwards of 2 inches of snow per hour, and we are expecting snowfall rates to get as high as 3 inches per hour by tonight, as we are going to have a lot more moisture and a lot colder of air across areas in the central and southern plains. So dangerous conditions are continuing in these areas. We do have a lot of state of emergencies that I do want to touch on, as we have the map expanded significantly. In terms of state of emergencies for this winter storm. I need to find the graphic. Let me get the graphic first. But pretty much every state along the East Coast is under a state of emergency at this point. Here's our state of emergency map that we now have. All right. Let me get the list here. So a state of emergency is in effect for Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, and Delaware, as officials brace for impacts that could last weeks or even months in some of the hardest hit areas. So that is anywhere in the pink, which is pretty crazy. It's a time to panic. There's no reason to panic. I mean, like, I get, like, this is, I get for a lot of you, this is scary, especially when it comes to the ice storm risk that we have. But, like, I wouldn't be panicking. Just stay calm. Let's hopefully we'll ride through this all together, right? Hopefully the power stays on for all of you. Obviously, so far it has not been that way for many areas, but yeah, I am definitely concerned about the amount of ice that we're going to be seeing. The ice is, again, the most concerning thing with this winter storm. We're talking 1.5 inches of ice in some areas like Tupelo, back into, Corinth, Mississippi, at Adamsville, Tennessee. And there is even a non-zero chance. Like, if we go over towards, like, Tupelo, for example, right now there is a 4% chance. It might sound low, but there's a 4% chance of 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. Right now, the forecast is 1.2. Or 1.04, excuse me. So about 1 inch of ice is expected there. Try to see if we can find a location here on the website that will actually give us a higher number. Like right here. This is Mitchell. This is Mount Mitchell, North Carolina. They're forecasted to see 1.37 inches of ice with the 17% chance of over 1.5 inches of ice. Their high-end forecast is 1.65 inches, which would be catastrophic. Again, if we get anything over 1.5 inches of ice anywhere, doesn't matter how strong the wind is or what the conditions are, that is going to lead to the threat of catastrophic impacts. So it literally does not matter what the wind speed is at all. If we have wind at all, which we do have some wind, if we have wind at all, it is going to lead to more catastrophic impacts. So areas that are seeing like 1 inch of ice, for example, those areas will end up having a better shot of catastrophic power outages because of wind. All right, so if we get enough wind, that is on the table. Winds for most of these areas that are seeing ice should remain under 25 miles per hour. So that means if we go over to our scale here, so this scale right here, if we have winds under 25 miles per hour, we're basically looking at these two categories for at least prolonged and widespread power outages, which would last at least 5 to 10 days. So you basically need 3/4 of an inch of ice in these conditions to have widespread power outages that could last around 5 to 10 days. And then in the same conditions, if we got at least 1 inch of ice accumulation, that would lead to catastrophic damage for utility systems. Outages could last several weeks. And shelters could be needed for people that are in homes that are obviously cold and whatnot. So that would basically be anywhere in the purple here. I know it sounds scary, but that's the reality that we're in with an ice storm like this. Let's hope that the numbers aren't as high as forecasted, but it does not look good as of right now. As a reminder, a lot of you right now are experiencing all sorts of different precipitation types. Some of you, you're seeing heavy snow. Some of you are seeing sleet. Some of you are seeing freezing rain. But the difference between sleet and freezing rain, these are the two different types of frozen precipitation aside from snow that happen. Sleet is sprinkles of ice. Think of it like hail, all right? But during a winter storm, in this case. It's very tiny little pellets that fall out of the sky. And in most cases, what we are talking about with the sleet is the sleet hitting the ground. It'll bounce off your windshield, your car, whatnot. It'll bounce off the ground. But what it does is basically accumulates onto the ground. That will cause some slick spots. It does not affect power. It does not really affect any of that type of stuff. Freezing rain is what is the glazing of a donut. And this is a lot worse for everybody because what it does is it sticks to everything pretty much. That includes cars. It sticks to roof, like it sticks to the side of roofing, all that stuff. It'll stick to power lines too. And that's why freezing rain is way more dangerous. And that's unfortunately what we're seeing for most areas right now that are in this purple corridor. Thank you, for the super chat, and also Jeff for the super chat. Can we see anything south of Hartsfield Airport in Georgia? I don't know where that airport is. So I couldn't tell you. But basically, the main area that we're talking about for major impacts in Georgia is going to be in the purple. So that's Somerville, Gainesville, Atlanta, Lawrenceville, Athens, back down towards Augusta. That's where ice storm criteria will be met. And then in that area that's just one county down towards Waynesboro, just north of Macon, that general vicinity could see up to 1/10 of an inch of ice, but that's about it. Hey, Dragon, for becoming a member. Looks like we have a accident over in Arkansas. Oh my, we got a semi flipped off into a ditch. My goodness. This is over in Arkansas. This is probably because of all the ice accumulation. There is a semi, it looks like, flipped off into the ditch. This is located at mile marker 259.8. Trying to work on refreshing this camera. Hey, Miss Bennett for becoming a member. Also, thank you, American, for the super chat. So yeah, this is another reason why you shouldn't be traveling. We've had a lot of semi-trucks involved in accidents today. We had a big one over near Dallas-Fort Worth earlier. And so if you are, again, planning on traveling, or if you're traveling at all right now, I definitely don't recommend trying to, drive fast. Or I wouldn't even drive in general. But if you're driving, definitely take it slow on the roadways.
Be wrong.
There's a ton of cops on the left side here where Connor is. I think there's a road closure there in Clarksville where he's at.
Should be open. Yeah, it's open.
It's located near the courtyard of Clarksville.
Dang, that Waffle House is packed. Not only is it open, it's packed. Ray, thank you so much for the super chat. They did say they were going to close down a couple Waffle Houses, though.
Apparently the Waffle House in Clarksville is open.
I think it was more in the ice storm where they were going to shut
we got another
down.
person walking in the middle of the road. It's definitely a decision during an ice storm like this.
Yeah, they hardly ever close. There was an announcement that they were going to close down a couple of them. And I think it was Mississippi, maybe.
Hey, for the $20 super chat. Dixon, Tennessee for ice accumulation.
Yeah, I don't even like
power
Waffle
outages.
House, but
Where Dixon's at.
they do have a reputation of staying open through everything. What the heck? Did I just run over?
Dixon, we're talking about about a half to a 3/4 of an inch of ice, so there will be likely some widespread power outages. That is also according to the National Weather Service of Nashville. They have said basically the same exact thing that
This is sleet right now. There's a couple snowflakes mixed in, but it's mostly sleet.
That's what it looks like right now in Clarksville. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one trend that we are noticing here in the last couple of hours, it is going to be very substantial for the rest of the storm, is we've sort of been talking about the appetizer portion of the storm versus the main meal. We're getting into the main meal here. The appetizer is starting to end. So I want you to keep your eye on places down here in Texas. Specifically, look at this hole of convection that we have stretching across the United States. Over the last few hours, this is very rapidly starting to fill in, and this is the start of the main course. So I know you guys were hungry. We had people in the chat saying, hey, this storm, like, this ain't anything. Like, this is light work. I see this on a random Tuesday afternoon. I promise you, we're getting out of that random Tuesday afternoon storm into an actual winter storm that we've been talking about for multiple days. So basically anywhere under any winter storm warning from Texas to Mississippi into places like Nashville, we're going to start seeing freezing rain pick up. We're going to start seeing those higher snowfall accumulations. We're going to see the snow ratios go up. Everything that we've been talking about for the last few hours and even into yesterday is starting to happen now. So if you've been tracking this and you're like, okay, when's it going to pick up? The answer is now, is when we're going to start seeing that convection start to fill in. The first thing that I have my eye on is places like Arkansas and Northeast Texas, where we're going to see the ice storm warning start to fill in and the snow start to fill in as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the insightful update. So again, if you're hungry, the entree's coming. It's coming to the table. I don't know why we're referring to this stuff as food. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of started this weird thing where we're referring to the first wave as an appetizer. I don't even know if it makes sense. Do you guys think that the analogy makes sense here? I don't know. I just kind of made it up. I don't know. I've been saying this literally the last 2 or 3 days. I'm pretty sure on videos too. But hey, what else can we call it? This is basically the CJ Stroud right here, and then this is the Drake May. Basically, what this is. If you want to think, I don't know if that helps either for anybody that watches football. No, actually, no. This is a better analogy. This is the Jarrett Stidham. This right here is the Drake May. All right, way more snow, way more freezing rain. I need that analogy for tomorrow. I need my Patriots to win tomorrow. Thank you to Christy for the $20 super chat. Leesburg, Virginia prediction. Well, good luck.
Good lord, 3K NAM is crazy.
Drake May. I think I said Drake 3 times. Leesburg will be around 8 to 12 inches of snow and possibly around 1/10 of an inch of ice. That's what Clarksville looks like right now. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is stuck behind a convoy of snowplows right now going towards Nashville. So if you're on I-40 heading towards Nashville for whatever reason right now, there is a convoy of snowplows that is right about 5 miles, I want to say, west of Nashville now on I-40. So Ryan Scholl has just entered in officially to the Nashville area. Exploding trees be considered a snack? What's that truck doing?
I think we're picking up speed here.
Truck's flying around, everybody. We've just reached 136,000 customers without power now. We just went up a little bit more. And here's the updated power outage map. I'm just kind of giving you these updates every little bit just so you kind of have an idea of what's evolving. Again, we're up to now about 136,000 without power. And we will probably be over 200,000 sometime in the next few hours because of all the ice accumulation that is currently happening in areas like Mississippi, Louisiana, and also across North Texas. So the ice accumulation is getting a little bit more intense, and it's going to get a lot more intense tonight. We have a very large area that is blown up from Dallas to Midland where there is a scattered amount of moderate to heavy freezing rain. It'll fill in the cracks here pretty soon, and we will eventually have just a solid block, basically, of freezing rain in this area in a few hours once the second band of snow and freezing rain develops. But for right now, again, it is still in the process of developing. We do have, again, winter storm warnings in effect from New Mexico and Colorado all the way into New England, including Maine now. So we have no winter storm watches really left at this point. We have winter weather advisories in this light purple color. Ice storm warnings are in the dark purple. That goes anywhere from just southeast of Dallas back into Columbia, where over 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation is likely. Ice storm warnings were added to Austin, Texas, Georgetown, Kerrville, and New Braunfels. Those areas have all been added into ice storm warnings, as we are expecting 1/4 to 1/2 an inch of ice in this area. Localized areas could be higher than that, so a significant ice storm is expected there. I am currently seeing if we can get a 200 frame loop of our radar, because why not? Here's a 200 frame loop of our radar. The timestamp's at the top of your screen. So this is over the last 6-8 hours, somewhere in that range. So this just kind of gives you an idea of the evolution of everything. Again, this right here being your first wave, your appetizer, your Jarrett Stidham, and then this right here is now the brand new developing entree, or Drake May. So that's an entire loop. This is only 10 a.m. This loop's actually really slow. I thought the loop would be a bit faster. Let me go a little bit faster here. Here's a little bit faster. You just see how the freezing rain is basically going over those same areas. Like Shreveport's been basically getting hammered for the last several hours. You can see how the development has started over west of Dallas. Look at that over the last few hours. It was very, very limited at 12 o'clock, and now this is what it looks like. It's all filling in now, so things are getting a lot more significant back over in West Texas and Oklahoma. We have a lot more moisture now filling in, so it's vastly different from what we were seeing earlier. Riley, what's the exact video length? You figure out what else to talk about for that. Thank you, Scoop, for the super chat. What are the snow ice totals for Metro of Richmond? Anywhere near Richmond, Virginia, we're going to be talking about probably 5 to 8 inches of snow. And then in terms of ice, 1/4 to maybe 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. The National Weather Service right now is forecasting 4 to 8 inches. So pretty much what I was saying. And saying about 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. So literally what I basically just said. Didn't even read that beforehand. Just what I'm thinking for that area. I think in terms of snowfall, and like for those in Virginia, it's gonna be a very sharp divide between who actually sees decent snow and who sees almost no snow at all. But let me show you guys on the HRRR, for example, what the snowfall for. Actually, let's go over to the NDF deal. We'll just do the National Weather Service forecast here for snowfall. So you guys can see basically what we're looking at. But look how sharp the divide is here over in Virginia. Like this area right here is basically 1 inch of snow at best. All right, so we're talking like 1 to 2 inches of snow, maybe near Virginia Beach, near Lawrenceville. Then Richmond is closer to 4 to 5. Lynchburg is about 6 to 7. And then up near Washington, D.C., the number continues to skyrocket. It's a very sharp dividing line. And same thing in Kentucky. Like if you're right along the Kentucky border, like near Clarksville, it's like 3 to 4 inches. If you go about 10 miles, 15 miles north, it's about a 3 to 4 inch increase. And if you go about 50 miles to 100 miles north, it's almost a foot or more in some areas near like Louisville. And all across the Northeast, we have several areas back over in like New York, for example, that are now forecasted to see about 21 inches of snow. So just south of Albany, from this winter storm, we're now expecting about almost 2 feet of snow from this thing. Long Island's forecast to be about 10. Most of New Jersey ranging from 6 to about 12. Philadelphia will be right around 10. So again, a lot of snow coming, almost a foot for basically all of Pennsylvania, though. There's your large swath of snow that's coming here over the next few days. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
Okay, the location updated to say Nashville, Tennessee, so you're action-packed here right now.
Hey, Kyle for the $20 super chat. Thoughts on Columbia, South Carolina, specifically 30 miles west of it?
Wait.
I think anywhere west of Columbia, we'll be talking anywhere there like Greenwood, we're likely going to see right around a half of an inch of ice accumulation.
Back wiper went. Okay, well, I think one plow diverted. That's a good sign for us here.
Okay.
Back over
Thank
to
you,
Connor.
Michael, for your PayPal donation.
Connor's now in Kentucky. He was in Clarksville for a while.
Yeah, I've never tried boiled peanuts either. So now I kind of want to try them.
Boiled peanuts.
What is a boiled?
It's actually 2 semis in the ditch up here.
I've never actually tried boiled peanuts. Like, does it taste like peanut butter or something? Like,
What is boiled peanuts? I didn't even know that existed.
The Cajun boiled peanuts are the best.
Cajun nuts are the best. No, Connor, I mean, it's literally just peanuts soaked in Cajun. Like, they're soggy. They're good. They're freaking good if you like Cajun.
interesting.
Now, the texture might bother me a little bit.
Hey, Carson for the $10 super chat.
I don't like the texture of nuts, Scott.
St. Louis today and through tomorrow. We're expecting around 6 to 10 inches for St. Louis.
Definitely not. I like, yes. I'm not going to speak anymore.
Man, oh, they're so good.
8 out of 10 sounds fast.
Have you never had boiled peanuts? I don't know. I've never had boiled peanuts.
Yeah, we're
I
turning
didn't even know
into
I didn't even know they
We're
existed.
turning into like free.
I've had like Texas Roadhouse peanuts. We have a new problem over on Friendship at exit 83. Assuming the camera loads here. We have a semi that has maybe jackknifed. Can't really fully tell. There's a guy crossing the road. That is so dangerous. Oh, there's a semi coming. So we got an officer on the scene. Looks like a tow truck. This is over in Arkansas Friendship at exit 83 in Arkansas, westbound. We've seen so many semi accidents here today. Saying with the $10 super chat just said, snow is just so nice to look at. Most of this, what we're looking at here, is just sleet. That is all sleet accumulation here in Arkansas. But really not much snow, and most of Arkansas has been either sleet or freezing rain. There was a little bit of snow last night for Little Rock, but unless you're in like northern Arkansas, it's almost all freezing rain and sleet at this point.
Just drive down US 65. It's starting to get a little hairier down here in the middle of nowhere. And a little bit of my accumulation on the highway too.
Yeah, I don't want to try boiled peanuts down there.
We're still talking about boiled peanuts. For those that are asking about snowfall accumulation and how much to expect, I've had a lot of questions about this. Let me go over to the latest snowfall accumulation map. So again, this is what I'm forecasting. This does include what we've seen since about 10 o'clock or so this morning, but it basically is still relevant for how much snow you're going to see in total across these areas. And again, we're expecting at least a widespread 6 to 12 inches in the pink color. So that's basically from eastern New Mexico into Amarillo, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Springfield, Joplin, St. Louis, Springfield, also in Illinois, and then back towards Indianapolis and Cleveland. All of you guys are expected to still see around 8 to 12 inches of snow from this winter storm. If you're in the white, that's where we're expecting over a foot of snow. So that'd be Louisville, that'd be Evansville, that'd be over in Cincinnati. Back up towards Cleveland, and almost all of Pennsylvania will see that. Tornado Page, you showing something?
Homer, I bet you didn't know that you're gonna have to buy Anna.
I don't know if we missed something. Did we miss something on Tornado Page's feed? We're looking at something. But again, anywhere that white, we're talking about over a foot of snow, possibly even some spots over 20 inches. There could be 20 inches of snow, especially back over near Albany, just south of Albany. There's going to be a few locations off to the northwest there of New York City that almost get close to 2 feet of snow. Most of Virginia is going to be a pretty sharp dividing line. It'll be very minimal down towards Virginia Beach. Over in Richmond and Roanoke, we'll be watching for 4 to 8 inches of snow, with the higher snowfall accumulation being further west. And then the pink, right up here in Northern Virginia, is where we're expecting 8 to 12. And then once you go into Washington, D.C., that's where we get over a foot of snow. So again, it's a pretty sharp dividing line, especially in Virginia. And even Kentucky's pretty sharp as well. But yeah, again, this is what you can expect in terms of snowfall. And if you don't know where you are on this map, it might be a little bit difficult to tell. But like this is Oklahoma City. This is like Benton and Fayetteville area. That's St. Louis, etc. Indianapolis. So that is what we are expecting. Tornado Pagey is now in northern Tennessee. They are getting off at an exit near Rubensville. This has mostly been snow so far. We've not seen any sleet yet in this particular area. Clarksville has begun to have sleet.
I can't believe that.
Sounds like there is a car getting pulled. All right, so we have a new camera view. This is a car that went into a ditch on I-24 off of Highway 96. There's a car that went into a ditch. There are multiple people there too. This is over in Nashville. Thank you, John, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the support. Thank you, Astro, for the $50 super chat. We're expecting for Morehead City, North Carolina. Morehead City, I'm not expecting much. A glazing to a 1/10 of an inch of ice is all I'm expecting over there. That's right along the coastline of the Carolinas. That's near like Cape Hatteras. And Cape Hatteras is not really going to be dealing with much. I mean, we're really going to be on the low end anywhere right along the coastline of the North Carolina area. Wow. This is an image of
Thank you, Daniel, for
a truck significantly damaged. I don't know what is in the back of that truck, but whatever was in the back of that truck looks pretty damaged too. This is from an accident over in Arkansas. It involves with those semis, and the top of the other semi is actually collapsed. I didn't even see that. Hey, Doodle, for becoming a member. That is some serious damage. No doubt about that. Back over in Memphis, we are beginning to wind down in terms of precipitation for right now. For those in Memphis, we do have a dry slot that is built in over Arkansas. So again, it will be dry for a few hours, and then we'll eventually go back to seeing basically widespread freezing rain. It's mostly just very light sleet right now in the Memphis area. Same thing with Jackson. Nashville, we are still seeing some light to moderate snowfall. You can barely see the tall towers of Nashville right now out in the distance. The visibility's dropped a lot. You can again watch all these different live cameras inside of the Radar Omega app that I'm showing you here on the Radar Omega app. Temperature's down to 18 degrees right now. All the weather data is also on these cameras inside of the app. Every circle that you see, by the way, I want to clarify this because I know a lot of you are new to watching my streams, but every single circle you see is a different Radar Omega cyclone port. It's a camera basically that is out there with a bunch of weather data and stuff like that.
I have an update for you if you have a minute.
Who just talked? Go ahead. Got an update.
So we have found the snow sleet line. It is just south of the Kentucky-Tennessee border by about 2 or 3 miles. And as we were coming down, I don't know if the temperature changed pretty dramatically or what happened, but something caused our windshield to crack all the way across as soon as we hit the sleet line. I don't think the sleet is big enough to crack the windshield, but here we are.
Can you show it on your stream? Apparently, Bryce, his windshield just got smacked by something.
Yeah, we got you.
So, we're going to see what it looks like in a second. It definitely wasn't from sleet, unless we had like a bowling ball of sleet come out of the sky, which is not possible. That's what it looks like. There's a little crack. It's not, I mean, that just came out of nowhere. It must have been a rock or something. That's the only thing I can guess. Oh, whoa, never mind. There's another one right there. What the heck?
Right there. It started. And it traveled the whole way over there.
What in the world? I don't even know what it would have been. The only thing I can think of, I mean, we got sleet and freezing rain falling, but maybe it was a full-blown donut that came out of the sky. We've been talking a lot about the donut reference of freezing rain and sleet. Maybe there was a legit donut that just fell out of the sky. But it was a hard donut. Couldn't have been a soft one. It had to have been a hard, like, stale donut that was, like, 2 weeks old. Thank you, Bean, for the super chat. Thank you also, Tyler, for the super chat as well, and Linda for becoming a member. That car that is in the ditch, I think, is getting out now. We have a camera here in Nashville where a car is getting towed out of the ditch, and I think that is the car. You can see the skid marks there when it slid off. Hopefully the person there is all right. Hey, Deb, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your reporting and not loading your map. Hey, no problem. Appreciate the super chat. When's the snow gonna start in Virginia? Your jokes cracked it up, somebody just said in the chat, bro. It's actually a funny one, I'm not gonna lie. That is funny. If you're back over in Virginia, we got some very light snowfall in far western Virginia. It's gonna cover most of the state by about 5 o'clock. So if you're not seeing snow yet, you'll probably see snow by 5. We have some of the moisture from this first wave of snow making its way into northern and central Virginia. Just give it a little bit of time and you'll have some snow here relatively shortly. As a heads up, in Texas, ERCOT has issued a weather watch between Saturday and Tuesday. So it began today, mainly because of the fact that we're seeing extreme cold over the next few days. The temperatures are going to be even worse tomorrow for a lot of these areas and Monday morning. But they have emphasized that there will be an increased amount of demand and strain. There is a possibility by Monday that the levels that are going to be utilized in Texas could be at levels where basically demand and the supply are almost equal. So there is a possibility of some isolated power outages on that end if we were not to see widespread power outages elsewhere because of the demand and the supply there. Many National Weather Services back over in Georgia and the Carolinas and mainly in the ice storm warnings have mentioned that power outages could last for days, possibly even over a week in some spots where the most significant ice accumulation happens. Once again, if you are in any of these areas, we don't have a whole lot of power outages yet. They're going to get worse tonight and tomorrow. Make sure that you're charging all mobile devices and power banks right now and have flashlights, batteries, backup heating sources ready. And if you have a bathtub or container of water, or if you have a bathtub, I should say, or containers, you should fill them with water. If electricity dependent systems do end up failing. And so that if you don't have water bottles, for example, and you can filter out water, then you should just do that and put it into like a bucket or something like that. But you should be preparing for upwards of 5 to 7 days of power outages, especially if you're in those ice storm warnings. If we go back over to our graphic over here, if you're basically anywhere in the purple or pink, you need to be preparing for upwards of a week of power outages. That's pretty much Tupelo back into northeastern Louisiana, just northeast of Monroe. And then we also have an area just southwest of Nashville that we need to be preparing, again, for a long period of time of power outages. Just in case. Shout out to Richard with the Venmo donation. We have several areas right in the Appalachian Mountains that need to be preparing for that same threat. Just in case it happens. We have apparently a semi-truck jackknifed. This is another jackknife semi in Prescott, Arizona. What did I say? I meant to say Arkansas. Did I say Alabama or something? A little bit hard to see, but there is a semi that is jackknife there. Right now, back over in central Missouri, we do have some snow coming down currently. Back over just to the west of St. Louis. This is what the road looks like right now. Looks a little cold and kind of sketchy, I'm not going to lie. Storm Intermedia there. Let's go back over to Ryan Scholl. I believe he is now in Nashville. So this is what it looks like right now in Nashville, Tennessee. He is, I don't think, behind that snow plow convoy anymore.
I just see the cop.
Yeah. Interesting. We've made it. Goodbye, plows. Good riddance.
He just got out of the plows. All right.
Man. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's definitely something.
I don't know what that was.
I don't know. It looks like there's a person there.
Still a lot of cars on the roadway here.
We're free, though.
A lot of people still traveling on the roadways in the Nashville area.
You okay?
Heck no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those suck.
Looks like we had some sort of
way better than sitting behind.
We had some sort of accident over in Oklahoma City. This is a live shot from Storm Chaser Jeff Porter of an accident in Oklahoma City. This is going to be located just off, or it's just to the northwest of Oklahoma City, west of Edmond. Got several first responders on the scene. Not entirely sure what happened there, but... Hey, Lisa, for the super chat in Staunton, Virginia. Nothing yet. Keep Virginia posted. I'll keep you posted. We're definitely going to be live when this thing starts. Over there. But Storm Chaser Connor Croft, bottom middle. We'll put that other shot, bottom left. Apparently you can add Ohio into the state of emergencies that just went into effect. Can we get... Is Ohio added? If Ohio's added, we have... I don't know how many states we're up to. I think we're up to 24, though. If that's true. Ohio's already on here. Never mind. Ohio already happened. That happened a while ago. We have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I think we're up to 24 states. We have literally almost 50% of the United States under state of emergencies for this winter storm. This is crazy. Indiana and Illinois, I mean, if we got state of emergencies, it'd only be for like the very far southern part of it, but I don't even think either of those states will get them. But yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff. I'm kind of surprised Connecticut and Rhode Island haven't been added to this. Latest power outage update here in the United States. We're now at 138,000 without power. We're basically going up by 2,000 every time we check back in on this. We're at 132, 134, 136. Now we're at 138. We're going up very gradually right now in terms of power outages. Most of them, again, are in Texas. Louisiana is rapidly increasing, though. Look at Louisiana. We're getting a trail of power outages around Shreveport. And it lines up with where our heaviest freezing rain has been. This has all been training for hours over Shreveport and Monroe. And unfortunately, we are now getting a large area across North Texas and West Texas of heavier freezing precipitation for Dallas and Plano, back towards Brownwood, and ice is starting to become a problem again. Over in Killeen, Texas, there's a camera here that is frozen over. We have a lot of cameras frozen over in Texas. I think this might be one of the only 2 cameras, at least on Radar Omega, that are not frozen over right now from the ice. This one's at least giving us a good view of the ice accumulation that we have out there that's accumulating onto rooftops and onto the roadways, and you can only see like one car going by right now. I mean, there's very few people on the roadways, which is a good thing, but unfortunately on some of these busier highways over near I-20, we have had major accidents happening, so this is going to continue to be a pretty big problem this afternoon with anybody that is traveling. Another camera's frozen in the city of Denison, Texas. It's only 20 degrees there. And then in Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett, we're basically light sleet, which will go into light snow here pretty soon. But for right now, it's all sleet still, which is stacked up to about an inch, it looks like, on the ground. So it is definitely slick out there and slippery. And then back over in Abilene, Texas, this is reading at 8 degrees, but it is a little bit off the ground. The camera's completely frozen over, so we cannot see anything on that camera view either. Snow is starting to pick up a little bit again over in Vega, Texas. It's been dry for hours, but we're starting to see some small snowflakes again pop up here. Apparently there is a car stuck on this camera. We got a car stuck northbound on Hazen exit 193 in Arkansas. They're pushing out the car. It's an Exxon gas station. There they go. We got like 3-4 people trying to push the car out back onto the road. Oh, the camera keeps freezing. There you go. Yeah, they pushed the car out. And they're driving again. Huge W. Gas is only $2.29. That might be why that person was there. We do have an update from Rhode Island. So this is according to Governor Dan McKee. He said, in case you, or it says here, our state of emergency operations center will be active for the storm. Rhode Island.news has 500 plows and 60,000 tons of salt. The state police called in extra troopers. Rhode Island Energy secured additional tree and restoration crews. And then emergency pop-up shelters are activated. If you're in Rhode Island, you can call 211. But they have not declared a state of emergency yet, but they are mobilizing the emergency operations center essentially. So we're basically in a state of emergency, just not. I don't know. It's basically what it sounds like.
Totally no, I don't know where I'm going.
Well, it looks like a Nashville right now. We have apparently a Predators game going on right now. Nashville Predators playing hockey currently.
Little detour through the city. White Castle. Oh yeah, that's what they have down here. That White Castle. Never had White Castle before. It's obviously like burgers or like little tiny sliders. Metro Police.
Pennsylvania's in a state of emergency. You are. Shout out to Kathy with the $25 Venmo donation.
Whole Foods.
Great work, appreciate that.
Crazy building.
Apparently the governor of Florida just reposted one of my posts about the Waffle Houses.
I've never been down this way before, so again, this is like brand new. Yeah, this is not bad. We should go ride around on one of those scooters.
No.
No? Why not? That's lame.
Alright, so that's what it looks like in Nashville right now. It's pretty slushy out there. Plenty of snow coming down still, and plenty of sleet. It's mostly sleet at this point. Hey, Joe for the super chat. Any more concerning things for Fort Worth? Guys, you guys are still getting hammered. All right, if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, if you're in North Texas, if you're in Southern Oklahoma, you guys are far from done. I want to reiterate that for those that are in Texas, if you are not seeing any freezing precipitation right now, it does not mean you're done. You are far from done, especially in Arkansas and Texas. Like, these areas are about to get a lot more freezing rain and sleet and snow here over the next 24 hours. Dallas-Fort Worth will not be officially done with precipitation until like 12 tomorrow. Like, I'm talking 12 p.m. Little Rock will be going until early afternoon. Memphis will be going towards the middle of the afternoon. Shreveport will be ongoing until at least 10 or 12 o'clock. Like, this is just going to continue. We're going to continue to see significant freezing rain, significant snow in some spots like Oklahoma. It's not going anywhere, all right? That's why I continue to tell you guys, like, we're going to be live, obviously, pretty much for the next 8-10 hours, whatever it is, and then we'll be live tomorrow for probably 12 to 16 hours. Like, there is so much to cover, and this event is going to be such a long-lasting event. This is not like a severe weather event where we have one line of severe storms and then you're done, and it takes 20 minutes of your time. This is a 3-day winter storm that we're seeing that is going to last for the next 30 hours or so, 30 to 36 hours. So, again, lock in. And just be ready, again, for this winter storm. It's going to throw a bunch of curveballs here over the next 24 to 48 hours. Thank you, Kentucky, for the $20 super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, what you're saying is mostly true for almost everyone. However, there's one place that's actually looking at lessening winter impacts, and it all stems from the moisture that we have coming out of the Gulf right now. So earlier we were talking about these water spouts that we had off the shore of Texas. Luckily, those are starting to dissipate before they're going to move on shore, but that doesn't mean that the warmth and the moisture associated with that is going to be done. So this is sort of split situation, because one part we're going to have all this moisture go up and crash into the cold air in Mississippi and lead to that extra freezing rain and ice that you were talking about. But that's not the case for everyone. This is also bringing around a lot of extra heat, and that heat is coming north. That heat is moving right into places like Birmingham, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, and into those places where we have a winter weather advisory instead of a winter storm warning, an ice storm warning, or any sort of weather alert. Right here, we're already starting to see the most significant ice accumulation start to fall away in that northeastern Alabama portions, as well as north central Alabama, other than places like Russellville and Florence, where we still do have those cold temperatures in place. This is going to cause that ice accumulation to already start to melt away. We've received reports out of Huntsville, Alabama, that your ice is already starting to melt away, and we've seen on the radar that it's already switching to precipitation that is not freezing rain. So it sounds like we're done with sleet, we're down with freezing rain, and we're going to start transitioning to rain in Huntsville. Now, that's basically the same story for all the way up to the mountains here as well, because there's just a lot of heat coming in there, and this is what's setting up our severe weather threat tomorrow, but it does mean that parts of our ice storm are going to be a little bit less significant.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Just a little update here in the weather studio. I have now officially gone through, I think, 15 water bottles. I have literally a pile of water bottles. It is terrible. And I've gone through this like probably 5 times now. I don't even know how many times. It's unbelievable. The amount of liquid I'm going through right now is insane. So we can be live for the next, 30 hours or whatever, basically, and not have problems with my voice.
Welcome to Smashville.
This is
very cool.
This is Ryan Scholl over in Nashville. This is right next to the Predators game. The National Predators are apparently playing today. A lot of people are actually attending it.
Hey, don't hate on them. Just
Nashville.
Hey, don't hate on Nashville.
Dave Alex with the $10 super chat starting to snow in Cincinnati.
Oh my!
I think we went up.
Wow!
I think the Blues went up against them in like the Stanley Cup.
Well, you got police everywhere.
Focusing through your
Is
windshield.
that not?
I'm surprised how many people are downtown
that
here.
windshield's messed up. Oh my gosh! Wow, dude,
Dang.
this is kind of sick.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So right now in camera slot number 1, we have a semi that is crashed into the median in Sweetwater, Texas. So just a continuation of the accidents that we've seen in Texas from the ice and snow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's go to camera slot 1. There is a semi that is in the median. That's US 84 southbound at CR 111. We've had so many accidents at this point with semis, and it is still going. Still continuing to be a big problem. And this, again, live. This is not a stationary photo. There's just literally nobody else on the road. It's just this. Like, this is literally live. Like, this is a video, so. Crazy stuff. Storm chaser Connor Cruff is over in Kentucky right now. He's in Russellville. So he's just west of Bowling Green. Generally speaking, the snow is not nearly as heavy as earlier. Same thing with where Tornado Pagey's at. They're actually in Franklin, so they're just a town over to the east. So the snow's not as heavy as before. We still have some light snowflakes coming down. It's nothing really that intense.
Nope.
But it's obviously enough to make the roadway slick, and we've had several people slip off the road and whatnot. But it's still an ongoing problem.
The road sounds slushy.
Hey, tune for the super chat. How much more snow is Bentonville, Arkansas going to experience?
What?
On top of what we've already seen, we're probably going to see another about 5 to 10 inches of snow. I'm pretty sure Bentonville, for those that are actually, you guys should just say in the chat, wherever you're located right now, put how much snow you've seen. I'm curious what your numbers are at right now. I'm guessing Bentonville is probably close to about 5 inches. If you've already seen 5, then you're at least going to see another 5. Atlanta, 0 inches. Thank you so much. Pittsburgh, 0. All right, I'm talking about places that have actually seen snow. I can officially say here in Florida, I've seen 0 inches of snow. I actually saw a trace of snow at Walt Disney World one time when they had the fake snow blasting out of the machines. Got St. Louis saying 3, Louisville about ½ an inch, Knoxville at 1, 4 to 5 in northeast Oklahoma. Amarillo's at 2 to 3. Cancun has 0. That's where the Broncos will be going after Sunday, so. Denver Broncos are going to Cancun where there's no snow. 4 inches in northeast Kansas. Seeing Nashville at 2 inches. And Nashville's all sleet at this point, so that's basically all the snow you're going to get, unfortunately. It basically fully transitioned into sleet. Las Vegas has no snow. Ohio update. Not really any updates right now. Again, we got some light snow coming into Ohio right now. It's very, very light. Just mostly flurries. Very light snow. Generally speaking, we're not looking at anything heavy yet. We will start to see heavier snow in about an hour or two. Back over here near Indianapolis, Columbus, and Noblesville. Those are going to be areas that are going to be getting harder hit by heavier snowfall here pretty soon. But for right now, it is all light snow for Columbus and surrounding areas. It is beginning to very lightly snow. But this winter storm, guys, this winter storm is going to be bad. All right, this winter storm is going to be bad. This kind of winter storm doesn't perform well on Sundays. This one right here. Kiss me for the super chat. Well, Philadelphia get hit tonight. Philadelphia will start about probably around 10 o'clock or so. We'll start to see some snow. For those that don't know what I just drew, it's CJ Stroud. All right, my handwriting sucks. You know what really would have been epic with this winter storm is if the Patriots were playing in New England. Like, everybody tomorrow would be tuning in to that game. I don't even know if I'd be live tomorrow. If the Patriots are playing in New England, I'd probably just be watching the game. Like, that's a serious snow game with how much snow has happened. Like tomorrow it's being played in Denver, not as fun. But like, if we had a football game with over a foot of snow forecasted, that would be insane. Like, that's what New England's expecting tomorrow. Yeah, this is what it's going to look like as we go into tomorrow around lunchtime and after that. Like, we're going to have heavy snow all across New England, New York, Pennsylvania. All these places are going to be dealing with heavier snowfall. We'll have some sleet and freezing rain near Philadelphia, New York City, Washington, D.C. So, you know, this is going to be a pretty impressive winter storm. I've got to say, like, it's uptrending quite a bit for those in southern New England. And we're probably going to be talking about some locations near Boston around 15 to 18 inches of snow when this is all said and done. Here is a live view of Ryan Scholl almost running a stoplight. Thank you, Sam, for the super chat. What do you think of Washington, D.C. for snowfall? I would say right around 10 inches of snow.
Literally showing me, Connor, and Paige. That's literally.
Thank you, Holly, for the $20 super chat. Yeah, keep in mind there are truckers that are out there that are actually delivering essential supplies.
I didn't want
like,
to try to slam my brakes, and then that means
some
I'm
of
literally
these
sliding.
truck
Again,
drivers
there's,
that
like,
are getting
a sheet
stuck
of
in
ice
ditches
here.
and stuff could be delivering literally essential
They have a
supplies.
little bit of grip, but like a lot.
It could be anything. First aid kits. It
That
could be
is so
basically
cool, Chad.
anything.
I'm not a Tennessee Titans fan, but
Has anybody ever
that
been to
is
Nashville
really
before?
cool.
I've been to Nashville once. I don't remember ever seeing the Tennessee Titans stuff though.
you want to sit back out.
It's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It'll work for what it needs to be.
Ice sold for Atlanta. Talking about quarter to half an inch of ice in Atlanta.
I think it's because of the game coming out.
Oh yeah.
Very slushy.
That's so weird.
This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey in Franklin, Kentucky.
That snow is going to start for you around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., depending on where you're at, and at least a foot. If you're in Indiana County, Clearfield County, Cambria County, Blair County, up in the center. But 12 to 17 is what they have.
Got a report in the chat in Holly Springs, North Carolina that there's light sleet.
Is
Starting to see a little bit of winter precipitation.
18, 19, around there. Pittsburgh, 19.
Oh, Pittsburgh might get it pretty good.
Yeah. And the
Riley, can
low
you
is
give me
about
the
10.
something I
9,
talk about?
10.
I don't know where it went. I don't know what channel it's in.
Yeah. Yeah, the expected for
All right, we're gonna go over some weather stuff here. We're making another video for today. It's going out in like, I don't know, it might be an hour from now at this point, but we're gonna be having another weather forecast come out at some point in the next little bit. Again, a normal video, and so we're gonna be filming a little bit more of it. We basically filmed all of it. We just gotta film like, I think, the winter storm intensity outlook and stuff. So it's actually useful information for the stream for those that haven't already heard. This is crazy. We've gone back to the power outage map 4 times now. Every single time, the number's gone up 2,000. Like, it's consistently going up 2,000 customers every single time I go back to the power outage map. It was at 132, 134, 136, 138. It is now at 140,000 people without power. Or customers, I should say. Again, Texas is the biggest culprit at this point with 57,000 customers without power as of right now. And then Louisiana's at 46,000 without power. And most of that is in a little trail here near I-20. So Shreveport has been pretty hard hit. And Shreveport specifically, that general area, we are looking at about 20% without power in that vicinity. We got over in, these are parishes, I should say, but this is over in Ouachita Parish. We're sitting at about 27,500 without power. That's about 33% of the county. Mississippi's been lucky so far, but I don't think that luck is going to last much longer. We're starting to see some isolated power outages ring in just north of Vicksburg and south of Tupelo, and we should see that number increase over the next hour as heavy freezing rain continues. Arkansas is also climbing, mainly the southwest side of the state. I think these numbers have improved just a smidge, but unfortunately those numbers are probably going to remain pretty high as we go into tonight, or at least they'll go higher as we go into tonight. And then Oklahoma has seen almost nothing. It's only McCurtain County, really. So power outages, again, are still increasing out there. And they will continue to get worse tonight. All right, I want to talk to you guys more about something interesting that is going to happen with this winter storm. All right. And this is also for our video, so I'm just going to start it as an actual video here. But now, as we go into Sunday, behind this winter storm, some of you will be experiencing normal rainfall, which is a cold rain that'll be happening from Texas back into Tennessee. But unfortunately, what we're going to see on the back side of this winter storm is that we'll have temperatures rapidly dropping, and we're going to see something called a flash freeze. So if you're in Houston, Texas, if you're in southern Mississippi, even near New Orleans, we'll have a flash freeze. And so any remaining liquid water that's on the roadway could lead to some places seeing black ice and also seeing the possibility of just ice accumulation in general. And that that is why some areas near the Gulf Coast, for example, are under winter weather advisories. Even if you're not under a winter weather advisory, be very cautious Monday morning because temperatures will be as low as the 20s and teens as far south as the Gulf Coast, which will make it extremely dangerous, not because of the temperatures, but also because of the ice risk. Hey guys, that's gonna be in our video later today. Bang. Working on the video. But in all seriousness, like, I mean, again, I know this is how I do videos, by the way. This is normally how I do a video, but there will be a flash freeze, and this is going to be happening for those in Houston and other areas as well. But even if you're not under one of those ice storm warnings or, you know, winter weather advisories, even like Huntsville, for example, you know, right behind this whole entire winter storm, like as we go into Sunday night into Monday, we are going to see temperatures fall down into the teens very quickly. And so right behind all that rain, the temperatures are going to rapidly fall, and that means a flash freeze is probably going to happen for you guys back over in northern Alabama, even around Atlanta. So definitely not a good thing. All right, let's go into the Winter Storm Severity Index. WSSI is what we call it. I think this is the updated one, hopefully. So for those that are wondering what we're looking at here, this is basically a map of all the risks that we're expecting out of this winter storm. I'm going to try to center it a little bit better for the screen here. Here you guys go. So basically, if you're in the red or purple, that is where we're expecting most significant impacts and where power outages are going to be the most likely to occur. Especially in the darker purple. This map's actually not up to date. This is the up-to-date one. Here we go. So it's not very different from the one I just showed you, but basically the purple is where we're expecting the most significant impacts. Now, in terms of where we're expecting the most significant impacts out of this winter storm today and tomorrow, anywhere in the purple is where extreme impacts are possible, and that includes northern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, and also back over into western North Carolina and the higher elevations. These are areas that were hard hit by Hurricane Helene just a couple of years ago, and these are the places that we could see power outages last weeks, and in some cases even months. If you're in the red area, that is where we're expecting major travel impacts and the possibility of some isolated to scattered power outages. So that includes areas like the Carolinas, Atlanta, Georgia, back down towards Houston, Texas, and then anywhere in the orange and the yellow, that is where at least minor to moderate impacts are expected out of this winter storm over the next couple of days. So this is the last chance to make sure that you are prepared for this winter storm. So this is the last chance that you are... I messed up the ending. I looked away. This is a video. I keep forgetting this video, not just a live stream. I have so much more motion on a live stream. So this is the last chance that you need to make... So this is the last chance to be prepared for this winter storm. There you go. You know, I'm doing this as if it's just a live stream. Like, we're making a video, obviously, right now for the channel. And so, you know, it's a little weird. I'm not used to doing videos on live streams. This, I think, is going better than yesterday, though. We were doing this entire video thing on our live stream yesterday, and it went not nearly as good. And it was mainly because of the fact I kept basically restarting every single time I messed up. And I didn't realize I looked away. So it kind of made me think, like, I'm not doing this right. I try to always look at the camera whenever I'm, like, at the end of a sentence, going into a new scene, essentially, if that makes sense. Hey, Stella, for becoming a member. Lots of pauses yesterday. Yeah, I'm adjusting to this, all right? I think whenever we have to go and make a weather forecast on a stream as we go into, you know, our next winter storm or whatever it might be, I think I'll be way more used to it. This is honestly not that hard. It's just adjusting, I guess. If we have any other accident stuff, just let me know. We got a photo from Ryan Scholl from downtown Nashville. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you guys. It's actually a really funny sign. It's related to weather, for the record. It's related to weather. Let me give it to you. Let me put it up on here. This is a sign over in downtown Nashville. We can't fix the weather, but we can make you a drink. This is going to get more sales for whatever business this is, for the record. But whoever did this, they're smart. That's good marketing right there. The liquor demand is pretty high right now, again, across these areas and in Tennessee. I'm going to show you guys some safety graphics. We haven't really talked a whole lot about safety with this winter storm, but I want to talk a little bit about it. In terms of like generator safety, you want to keep your generators at least 20 feet away from your home. Never use a generator in an enclosed space, and don't overload the generator. Because again, a lot of you guys will possibly lose power tonight and tomorrow. Many of you probably have generators. And so these are just some general tips if you have a generator. Always use ground cords and inspect cords for damage prior to using your generator, and use the proper cord for the wattage behind or being used, excuse me. Make sure the generators are at least 3 to 4 feet of clear space on all sides with proper ventilation. And read and adhere to any manufacturer directions in the for a safe operation. I've seen this happen before where people do use a generator inside of a house. Never do that, guys. All right, do not do that. It is not safe. Like, what I am showing you here is just no-nos across the board. Or this is what you should be doing. Everything opposite of this is no-nos, basically. Hey, JC, for becoming a member. Our Super Chat, Super Chat, Stella for the Super Chat. And this is also another safety thing. It basically just gives you a better idea. You can screenshot this if you want. But those are a couple safety tips. Let me know what the video length is once that stuff's implemented. Because I really only want to talk about ice accumulation after that. Here's in North Alabama. Whenever we get our website back up and running, we'll do another one of those heat maps. From what I've seen, most people are tuning in from areas like Dallas. We got a lot of you guys tuning in from Little Rock. A lot of you in Indianapolis. If you guys are, wherever you're tuning in from, feel free to leave it in the chat.
Yeah,
This is from Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He is at a stoplight in Russellville. Has he been here for a while? I could have sworn he was at the same stoplight earlier. Maybe I'm tripping. It's in Russellville, Kentucky here.
Yeah, there's only like 3 inches here, but the roads are really slick.
That's what it looks like right now back over in Russellville, Kentucky. This is also a live storm chaser back over in Oklahoma City, where right now visibility is okay. There's not really many problems here in Oklahoma City. It's starting to get a little bit heavier though for our snowfall, and our snow is expected to be a lot heavier as we go into tonight and early tomorrow morning. We are expecting an additional 5 to 8 inches of snow for the OKC area. So we did have an accident in this area earlier as well, from what we saw, and that's entirely possible again here with the snow increasing over the next few hours. This is Ryan Scholl in Nashville. Again, Nashville just looks so slushy right now.
I expected the dryer to eat in eventually, but this is like really early.
Kyle with the $5 super chat saying, I was in Dallas, Fort Worth for aviation training. We're now stuck here because of ice. Sorry to hear that, man. If you look bottom right of your screen, that freezing rain is only getting more intense right now. I'm actually going to full screen it. All the freezing rain that we are currently seeing is getting more and more intense, as we are continuing to see just training areas of precipitation coming from Midland. And you can see near like Midland, for example, you know, all that freezing rain is actually kind of just piled up into one area. And then we have a lot of just more scattered bands out here near Dallas. But again, in about 2 to 3 hours from now, this is all going to be widespread from Little Rock all the way back into West Texas. That broke it, Austin. It says untitled. My stream is now broken. You tell Austin that? You told me to restart the report dashboard. Now it says untitled. Apparently we're on an untitled stream right now. Oh, we're an untitled stream for the time being. Oh, the stream is broken? Or was it? It was broken on that. Oh, I can do this. All right, we can fix it for the time being. Our alerts are broken, but we can do that. All right. The alert numbers are going to be broken for a moment. We're fixing our overlays. Live on stream.
$150 miles. 2.5 hours.
Not too bad.
Can we have our lights on, please?
Hey, Rain, for the super chat.
Like,
watching from
please.
West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Any prediction on what the snow's going to look like here?
For some people
I'm expecting around 14, 16 inches of snow. That general area. I think snowfall accumulation will be much higher for those back over here in far western Connecticut, and same thing with western, like anywhere in Rhode Island generally. I think the snowfall accumulation will end up being a lot higher for those areas. We have a live shot. It looks like another accident. This one is in Nashville, Tennessee. Not sure exactly what happened here, but we've had several different car spin-offs, several accidents that have happened, and this is just one of several that we've seen now over in Nashville at this point. As a reminder, we are currently sitting at about 24 states with state of emergencies. Rhode Island has not been added to the state of emergency list, and Connecticut hasn't either, but at least according to the governor of Rhode Island, they're basically mobilizing their emergency operation units that they have, or their center, to be able to have a lot more plows and a lot more salt being added to the roadways in those areas where we are forecasting 12 to 18 inches of snow in Connecticut and Rhode Island. As of right now, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We got 21 states under state of emergencies. Southern Indiana has not been, Indiana in general has not been added to a state of emergency, but on the southern part of the state, right near Evansville, there will be a stretch of around 12 to 15 inches of snow I'm forecasting for that area. I don't think they'll be added to a state of emergency, but if we were to get one here and 2 over here for Rhode Island and Connecticut, we would be right up to 24. And we are currently looking at 42% of the United States with state of emergencies, which is insane. That is a really large number. Also, we have over 10,000 flight cancellations, according to Flight Radar 24, for this weekend due to the winter storm. There's over 4,000 flights that have been canceled for American, over 1,500 for United, 1,400 for Delta, a little under 1,400 for Southwest. JetBlue, Air Canada, Spirit, and Frontier combined are sitting up around 1,000. So, and Dallas-Fort Worth, by the way, is the heaviest impacted by this. So if you have plans to go on an airplane one of these next few days, definitely check with your airline to make sure your flight is still on time or delayed or canceled. There will be plenty of cancellations. Even if you're not one of the people that is flying from, like, let's say you're going from Miami to Seattle, you could still have a flight cancellation because of this winter storm if that plane is for some reason in Dallas right now, for example, and it can't get out, that sort of thing. Like, you might be flying to somewhere not even related to where the winter storm is, or where the, you know, that sort of thing. Like, the flight could be coming from, like, Dallas, and it could still cancel your flight. But this is what it looks like across the entire country for air travel right now, and most of areas like Arkansas and Oklahoma barely have any planes flying through them right now. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. There's an increasing precipitation coverage, and as well as intensity is expected into the evening. So that includes north central Texas near Vernon, just west of Wichita Falls, back through Fort Stockton, Midland, and Lubbock. And freezing rain is going to lead to ice in these areas. It has been, and it will do that even further over the next few hours. And on top of that, we're also expecting the risk of snow on the northern tier of this area, so closer to Hereford and Wellington. Show the globe of everybody viewing you. We have a map. See if it loads. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is currently on some side roads in Russellville, Kentucky.
Channel 3. Channel 2. Channel 1.
Let it go. Let it go.
It could be worse. You could be sitting at a
Let It Go.
low.
Thank you,
on the
Chuck, for the super
very
chat.
edge of all the icing with
I'm gonna look for ice in
roads,
Charlotte,
being
expecting a
below
quarter or half an inch of ice.
Well within range of the Cracker Barrel in Meridian.
I'm just out of curiosity, how far is it to the Cracker Barrel and Meridian from where you guys are?
This is our heat map, the latest one that we ran. And again, this is basically where everybody's tuning in from currently, or at least here over the last few hours. And again, the biggest population density right now is near the Dallas area. We have a very large area of people that's tuning in. Same thing with Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bentonville, Springfield, Wichita, Kansas City, and St. Louis. Those are some of the hot spots. Cincinnati, Columbus, and Nashville are some of the other hot spots as well. Atlanta, we got a lot of people tuning in. Maryland, and back into New Jersey. I've had some people saying, like, I haven't seen anything in Atlanta. What's going on? Again, for many of you along the East Coast, the worst of the impacts are late tonight and into tomorrow. So things like places like Atlanta, Georgia, you guys are going to start to ramp up here soon. I know it's been quiet. I know there hasn't really been a whole lot to talk about there. It's been very quiet, actually. But we are going to see things ramp up here over the next few hours. It's going to get active, right? I can't stress it enough. Like, you got to be patient for some of these areas. This is a multi-day winter storm. I am one person. I'm covering literally the entire country. And it's hard for me to explain like how complicated this forecast is because there are so many places being impacted. We don't usually talk about a winter storm of this size, like at all. You know, if we go over to the winter storm severity index here, like this is how large the winter storm is for the next 2 days. This is not easy to cover. Now, as a meteorologist, I have never seen a winter storm of this size, at least when I've covered winter storms. Like, I've never seen anything this big. And so we are talking about over 24 states that I have to cover that I'm trying to give everybody weather information to. So it's difficult, guys. And obviously, timing is different for everybody. I mean, the East Coast is going to be Saturday night into Sunday, even into early Monday. You know, the Southern Plains is all the way through tomorrow morning with the worst of the impacts tonight. But I think generally the message needs to be that the worst of the impacts are tonight and into tomorrow. Even though today will be significant, it's going to get a lot worse into tomorrow. But if you're anywhere in the red, anywhere in the purple, these are the areas that we're talking about the most major impacts. Travel impacts are going to be significant, power outages, all that stuff. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member. Also, Victoria for becoming a member. But trust me when I say this, like, guys, but making the graphics that we have, like, it's complicated because, like I've shown you guys the snowfall accumulation map. Like, we are talking about snow in almost 30 states. The fact that we are trying to forecast exactly how much snow we're going to see in every single one of these cities and towns is so impossible. And ideally, in like a few weeks, maybe in a few months, we're going to have an interactive snow map graphic like this that's going to be on a map that you guys can actually see what we're forecasting for each individual location. Like, that's the goal. We want to have something like that where, like, we don't have to just show you a map like this. We can actually show you every single city, but based on my forecast, not just models, but like on my actual forecast. So ideally, we're going to get there at some point, but for right now, this is, you know, basically the best we can do. And I mean, we're talking about so many areas. It's such a tricky forecast, though. We have a accident, it looks like, over in Nashville. We have an ambulance, police officers on the scene. This is over on Briley Parkway, westbound on I-65. Mile marker 16. By the way, guys, if you're wondering about the warnings and the alerts, we are fixing the program right now. So everything is currently broken for the time being, but we're Fixing it as we speak. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who is located right now in Russellville, Kentucky. Well, actually, let's go over to Ryan Schull. He's in Tennessee. What it looks like right now.
It's more frequent bathroom breaks with Gabby in the car.
My bad.
Did you just do that? Oh my god. It's fine. I don't care. It's not like we're tornado chasing and it's like life or death situation. Like we cannot stop, otherwise we're gonna miss something.
I'm quick.
Shout out to Christy with the $20 donation through the donation link. Something for a great meteorologist. Get some rest. Thank you for all you do. You and your team do to keep us safe. I'm gonna be honest. There's not much rest between now and tomorrow night.
More disappointing than
I'll be sleeping no less than about probably 10 hours on Monday. But tonight we're live for the next.
The storm right now.
Time is it right now? We're gonna be live for like, I think the next 8 hours, and then we're live tomorrow for probably 12 to 16.
We're gonna be up further north tomorrow, probably in southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, which I haven't been in that region in a long time. So that's where we're gonna be tomorrow. Again, if you're talking Nashville tomorrow, it's going to be an ice storm, not really the snow that you probably saw earlier today. I think the Tennessee Department of Roads or Department of Transportation does actually.
I do want to remind you guys again, if you're just tuning in, the alert thing is bugged. We're working on fixing it. Those that are seeing zero ice storm warnings and stuff. We have a new video or a new camera. This is live of another incident. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on here, but it looks like another accident near the Sonora Rest area in Texas. This is mile marker 396 westbound that we're looking at here. Looks like there's actually a truck backing up there. There's a couple semis very slowly driving, but the icy roads near this rest area are obviously making it very difficult for people to drive, and there's probably an accident to the right of those trees. Actually, a snowplow right there on the left. Up down in St. Louis, still expecting 6 to 10 inches of snow. We go over to St. Louis here. We actually have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermediate coming up into St. Louis, but this is a live camera, and you can actually see a snowplow on the left. Snowplow driving by, but snow is still pretty light to moderate. It's not that significant, to be honest. It's still pretty light, but by tonight it'll be much heavier. And we are expecting snow to be upwards of 2 inches of snow per hour here across areas in the St. Louis area. But still been pretty light to moderate. We're starting to see some heavier snow bands now pick up back over near Oklahoma City, Lubbock, and Plainview. And then freezing rain is getting a lot more significant from East Stockton back over towards Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco. It's getting a little bit more widespread now. If you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if you're in Plano, Denton, Decatur, Gainesville, Sherman, Cleburne, all of you guys are starting to see a much heavier band of freezing rain, which will lead to more significant ice accumulation. Your submission page isn't working, we're working on it. Working on fixing it. Snow's coming back to Oklahoma City. It will be. Thank you, Clay, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Storm looks like a fluke. Guys, this is so... I cannot stress enough. We are so far away from this thing actually being intense. Like, tonight is going to be the intense part. Like, we are still in the early stages. By tonight, we're going to have widespread snow and ice. Like, this is scattered, I would say, to numerous. By tonight, we're going to have almost this entire area filled in with both freezing rain and snow. Stay hydrated and stretch your legs. I'm currently standing, if you couldn't tell. I have a standing desk. The amount of water bottles that I have gone through is an all-time high for live streaming. That way I can keep my voice rested up, you know, for both tonight and tomorrow, since we'll be live for such a long period of time. Hey, picture for becoming a member. We can't tell you're 7'9" on the screen. I'm actually 8'7". Very tall person. I do want to touch a little bit on our ice accumulation real quick, because this will be the most major part of our winter storm here. Let me see if I can try to center this on the screen. I want to try to center this. It's so tricky to try to center this on the screen. Let's do this. For that. Professional out here. It's basically centered. We're gonna get a graphic like this too at some point. We're gonna get some fancy stuff here pretty soon. Now, in terms of total ice accumulation, this is going to be the most significant part of our winter storm, as we are expecting a widespread 1+ inch of ice in our dark purple region. That's going to include areas in southwestern Tennessee, even back towards Tupelo, where there could be some spots upwards of 1.5 inches of ice accumulation. And so this is going to lead to the potential of catastrophic power outages that could last upwards of weeks. And even in some very rare cases, it's possible that we could have power without, in some areas, it's possible that we could have some areas without power for upwards of a month in some isolated locations. Further down to the south and west, we'll have a much larger area from trying to record a video for the record. That's why I'm doing this right now. Further down to the south and west, we'll have a large area of 3/4 of an inch of ice or more, stretching from the Nashville, Tennessee area back towards Monroe. Anywhere in the dark red, that goes all the way into eastern Kentucky, central Louisiana near Alexandria. We are expecting at least 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. That means scattered to numerous power outages are going to be possible in your neck of the woods. So that would include areas in central and southern Kentucky, and we could even have a few isolated locations in southern Kentucky around 3/4 of an inch of ice. Over in the Carolinas, that is where a cold air damming event is going to happen, and that is where we could see some very significant ice accumulation, especially in the Appalachian Mountains. Some isolated locations could pick up over 1 inch of freezing rain. Just northeast of Atlanta and Gainesville, we are also going to see some pretty significant ice accumulation. Bang. All right, now I have to do an outro for the video, and that's good to go. Should be a pretty short outro, though. What's Lawton, Oklahoma looking at? Right now, we're currently in sleet mode. I think we're in sleet mode right now. It's still sleet, I'm pretty sure, here in Burke Burnett. But it should be transitioning into snow within the next couple of hours. Is ice accumulation bad? It is. No, I mean, like, the ice with this winter storm is, again, the most concerning thing. And that's what's going to knock out power for so many people. Hey, our power outage just dropped. It actually dropped. We're down to 135,000 customers without power now. It was originally at, I believe, 140,000 or 141,000. So we dropped by about 6,000 customers, which means the power trucks are out there helping in the little lull that we have over here. I'm guessing that is this area because we have a lull in freezing rain for Tyler, Shreveport, and El Dorado. That's good news. But obviously, again, the next round of freezing rain is going to be much more significant. And that is going to end up leading to more power outages and probably knocking out the power that people just got back, basically. Huge shout out to Galv with the $50 PayPal donation. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the awesome weather reports. Our entire team at the Galveston Computer Solutions watches you. Keep on rocking. Appreciate that. Thank you for the very generous PayPal donation. All right, we're gonna for this outro. By the way, is Riley listening? Is Riley here? All right, Revel. For this outro, we're gonna do just keep the entire screen on, and then timestamp can be there. It doesn't really matter. And as always, thank you all so much for watching today's forecast. We are currently live on our YouTube channel for over 30 hours of live coverage on YouTube, so make sure to check it out. It is the top link in the description below. We're answering your questions. We're going over exact details on what's happening in real time with dozens of storm chasers and thousands of live cameras. Come check it out, and we'll see you on our live stream. What an amazing outro, guys. Incredible. All right, we're done our video. Now we're going back to live streaming normally. All right. Happy birthday. My birthday's actually in about 5 days. Birthday is in 5 days, believe it or not. First take for the outro. Incredible. I'm a natural. I know how to record videos. All right, let's go back to, let's see. What do we got popping right now? Storm Media is currently over in the St. Louis area. Looks like their audio is broken though. But Storm Media is currently coming up into St. Louis, where we have some snow on the ground. Roads are covered over. One lane is cleared off. I think Connor right now is probably in the most interesting spot when it comes to snowfall. Jackson, this is not Jackson, Tennessee. That location's incorrect. It's actually near Bowling Green, just north of Auburn. Happy birthday, thank you. Only 5 days away. Hey, Clay, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I'm getting old, guys. I know, I'm getting old. For those that are new to the channel, I mean, anybody can guess, really, but how old do you all think I am? I'm curious. Everybody can say whatever age in the chat, but I'm curious what you guys are thinking in terms of how old I am. This is a live view from.
Gotta keep rolling.
We got a really intense snow band right now in Oklahoma.
But there's a weird gap over the entire.
Look at this. From Storm Chaser Nathan Moore. He's in Guthrie, Oklahoma right now. Snow is very intense here. There's a bridge there too. Everybody's saying actually low ages. That's kind of surprising. There's a few people that said. People are guessing 102 years old need to be banned. People said 30, 35, 35, 41. I'm not that old. A lot of people are right around it. I'll be 23. There's an accident on this camera. Oh, they just panned away from it. This is... Oh, now they're going back. Maybe. This is on IH-20. That is a big accident. What in the world happened there? There are a ton of emergency response vehicles. That is not good. This is on I-20. We've had a few accidents now on I-20 today. This is in Texas. Wow. That is a serious accident. There are several cars flipped over. My goodness. Huge shout out to Troy with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Philip, for the $12.50 super chat. Appreciate it. And we got a major accident here. This is on I-20. I believe this is going eastbound, but I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't really say. We have freezing rain currently in the vicinity of this area, and there are 3 cars flipped over, it looks like, on this live shot. Maybe 4, I couldn't tell. I don't know if they're going to zoom back in again. We'll see. Hey, Region, for becoming a member. It's off on the shoulder. So it's not in the median. It's only affecting one lane of traffic. Or one direction, I should say. Alright, this camera's facing east, so it would be west. This is westbound on I-20. near Roscoe. Huge shout out to Laura with the $50 Venmo donation. Outstanding weather coverage. I really appreciate that from Edmund. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to keep it bottom, bottom right of your screen in slot 3. Then you zoom back in again. We'll go back to it. Hey, Rob, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities, as well as Kristen. Nashville updates. Nashville should begin to go into freezing rain here pretty soon. It's still sleet, but we're probably about an hour or two away from it being all freezing rain in Nashville. There's a live camera in Nashville. This is one of the Radar Mega Cyclone ports, which again, you can watch these cameras, like these Radar Mega Cyclone ports, live inside of the app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And right now, it's mostly just light sleet. But pretty soon, we will be going into freezing rain. And then after that, it's just going to be freezing rain pretty much the rest of the way. Further down to the south, near Lynchburg, it's pretty much all freezing rain here. Some of these cameras are starting to freeze a little bit. Let's look closely. Bottom left of your screen. I think you can see it. Maybe not. Okay, you cannot see it. Let me zoom it out a little bit here. You can see bottom left of your screen right here. That is icicles that are starting to accumulate on the roof. So we are seeing freezing rain now at the University of Tennessee Southern, just west of Lynchburg. We're probably starting to see a little bit of ice accumulation here as well. Hey, Red Dog for becoming a member. This camera over here north of Lynchburg is completely frozen over. The lenses are covered with ice. Hey, Blake for becoming a member, and Jennifer for the super chat. See if anything is going on in Memphis. Nice stadium here. Not really seeing any ice accumulation there. I'm trying to see if we can get any decent views of actual ice accumulation on any of these cameras in particular. We've had a couple good ones in Mississippi. Let me see if I can pull one of those up. Go back to the camera map. There was one good one over here. It was right here, I'm pretty sure. There were a couple traffic cams that were in this area that were showing icicles. I don't know which camera it was, but there was a camera showing icicles that was growing over here. See, this camera's pretty blurry, and that's because of ice accumulation, too. Got a couple city shots. It's gonna be like the last camera I click, isn't it? Sleet on the roadway there. This is all in Rolling Woods, Mississippi. I don't know which one. I don't know which one it is, but there have been icicles accumulating some of this stuff over here in Rolling Springs near Woodland Hill Estates. Let's see if we can find any others down here. It'd be mostly over here near the Mississippi River. And you can see a little bit of ice accumulating on the right side of the camera. This entire roadway right here in western Mississippi is covered in sleet and freezing rain. There's a sign at the top right that says caution, obviously, for the ice on the roads. All right, I got the camera that has the icicles. It's this one. Well, this one's frozen over. A lot of cameras just getting frozen over at this point. Wow, this one has legit icicles on it. You can see the icicles. Those are big. This is US 61 northbound at US 82. Hey, Stacy, for becoming a member. It's pretty impressive. That's right next to Leland in Mississippi. Hey, Kate, for the super chat. Austin, Texas here. We're big fans. Freeze through Tuesday with wind chill. I would expect that. Yeah, at least through Monday. You might warm up above freezing on Monday. But Tuesday, for sure. Once again, large accident, bottom right of your screen with multiple cars flipped over on I-20 in Texas. Bottom left is Storm Intermedia near St. Louis, which I'm probably going to change that out to go back to Connor over in Jackson, Tennessee. And Storm Chaser IRL in the bottom middle of your screen, that's Nathan Moore back over there just north of Oklahoma City, where there is heavy snow ramping up. And we'll change that to Tornado Pagey for now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I just wanted to cover again the increasing ice accumulation across this whole section. This has been the section that we've been circling all day, but it's not just this we're talking about now. The actual forecasted ice accumulations are coming up as well. So this is the NDFD. This is the official National Weather Service forecast for ice accumulation. And I'm just going to go ahead and drag the slider all the way out just so we can get the full picture here. We're expecting basically what we have been over Texas, but we're starting to see more ice accumulations as parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, and even up into Kentucky. We're expecting to have more ice here, and this has led to a few NWS offices in Kentucky saying that there's going to be more damage. They've said that we may see outages lasting weeks straight from the National Weather Service. And that was over in here. So make sure if you're in Kentucky or Tennessee, you're prepared for the switch to ice because there's going to be more ice than what we were first expecting. They're not going to issue any new warnings or anything because they already have ice storm warnings in place, but we may see updates to those over the next few hours. The other thing that I want to note is where we do have winter storm warnings in this region. If we're going to see this much ice, we're probably going to see a switch to an ice storm warning there just because it's a winter storm warning right now, and there will need to be a new warning for ice accumulations alone.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. There's a little general breakdown on our ice and snow accumulation. Thank you, Jess, for the super chat. Kansas pretty clear. Kansas is going to see more snow tonight, especially on the southeast side of the state. So not expecting any big changes in terms of snow forecast. I mean, we're going to still see a few more inches, but it's not going to be that heavy unless you're on the southeastern side of the state. For the most part, like Topeka and Kansas, Manhattan, we only got a little bit more snow coming. This is basically the heaviest you're going to get. After this, it's going to start to, we're still going to have snow until tomorrow morning. It'll just be very light after 10 o'clock or so tonight. Thank you, Terry, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you also to my chat slowing down. Thank you, Fire, for the $5 super chat. Thanks for the coverage. What is the latest for southern New Hampshire? I'm expecting around 12 to 15 inches of snow for southern New Hampshire. So, I mean, that's pretty much anywhere back over near Salem, Manchester, Concord, all those areas. A decent amount of snow is coming for you guys. We're going to go back to that 3-cam view. That accident bottom right still looks significant. We haven't gotten another zoomed in view of it, but from what we saw, did we post the photo to social? Let me pull it up if we did. Riley, have we posted that? Okay, I got the video at least. And for those that are don't know what I'm talking about, this is what the accident looks like. This was just a moment ago. So, multiple cars involved, multiple cars flipped over. I don't even know how this happened, but obviously a serious situation over here in Texas on I-20, where 3, maybe 4 cars were flipped over. Just hopefully everybody was all right. That's very dangerous stuff there. I do want to remind you, if you have any plans of traveling today, and actually we have a new camera view. It looks like something else. I think this is the same camera. We got a semi that just went into the ditch right there on the left. So we have now 2 different accidents within like a half a mile of each other, right on this I-20 stretch. So we got one right there, and then we have the one I think the other direction. So this is all westbound, I'm pretty sure, on I-20. If this isn't enough to show you to not travel today, I don't know what will be, but I mean, unfortunately, the biggest problem that we're going to have here over the next several hours is that the freezing rain is only going to get worse. And with it being nighttime, it gets a lot more dangerous to travel on this type of stuff. I mean, we're talking about ice accumulation tonight. We already have ice accumulation out there. And for those that are planning on traveling tonight, it's going to be a lot harder to slow down and brake if there were to be an accident. And a lot of the time, it's just so dark you can't even tell if there's ice on the road too. So if you don't know how to drive on ice, which I don't think anybody does, you know, just make sure I would just not go out if you can, unless it's an emergency. We've seen probably almost 50 accidents on this stream today. I think more than 50. We should have an accident counter, to be honest, because we've just had so many. Camera shifting back to the other accident here, I believe. Unless it's just a different accident. Everybody's going very slowly, though. I mean, these trucks and cars are only going maybe 20 miles per hour, if that. Huge shout out to Armadillo with the $50 super chat, saying, highly reliable, Max. Much appreciated. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the very generous super chat. It's again in Roscoe, Texas. I'll keep it bottom right of your screen. Just looking back and forth with the different accidents. Hey, Troy from Become a Member. I have some people asking about, like, what should I do? Or, like, should I drive? Or can I drive? Or, like, how's my travel going to be? Again, I want to reiterate that I am giving you a forecast. I'm obviously giving you what's happening in real time as well, but I am not going to be able to give every single person here, like, the forecast of what the exact road conditions are going to be from X to Y. It doesn't matter where it is. It could be from Jackson, Mississippi to Montgomery, like any of these places. If you want to travel, that is at your own risk. Like, that is, if you want to go out and travel, that's all up to you. I'm not going to really give advice on that type of stuff. I get those questions a lot. It has more to do with your risk tolerance. It depends on if you feel comfortable driving in conditions like this, whether it's snow or ice. So I'm just going to continue to say that because, again, I'm not the kind of I'm not going to be the person that's going to tell you exactly if you should travel or not, because I don't want to be, you know, that person that is telling that to everybody, like, if you should or shouldn't travel. I get those questions a lot. It's different with severe weather, but when it comes to, like, winter storm activity, it really has more to do with your risk tolerance on traveling. Hey, Sinji for becoming a member, and as well as Ian. Well, Max, tell us about my town. We should low-key plot every single town on this map and just show you how many towns we got to talk about. We should plot a town. We should plot every single town that exists in the United States. This map would literally look insanely terrible. It would be impressive, though, I think. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is behind a plow truck, I believe,
Cross into southwestern Indiana.
over in Morgantown, Kentucky. Got a lot of snow plows out there. Huge shout out to everybody that is a first responder or one of the people that is on the front lines of plowing or getting the power back out and restored for a lot of these areas. Connor is very quiet. I need to radio him to him. Let's play the game of radioing to our storm chasers and see if Connor wants to respond this time. Want to give an update on what you're seeing out there? I'm watching your stream. You can just talk on stream. Don't need him to radio back. You can just talk. Or maybe we'll get ghosted even on his own stream.
You've got such a long road ahead of you.
Alright. I think we got ghosted again.
Following this plow truck. This is nice.
Oh, me? Yeah, probably, but it's chill. There's nobody on the road. I'll pass an occasional vehicle here or there and an occasional snowplow, but man, it's smooth sailing.
Max, what do you think about Pittsburgh? I'm thinking about 12 to 15 inches of snow.
Is what's making this easier too, because because of that, you can also
Pittsburgh will probably be
speed
up there in terms of snowfall accumulation.
So it's like if you do wipe out, it's only you that's going to be wiping out.
I think Ryan Scholl is fixing his car in Tennessee. Something might have gone wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch of trucks here.
Hey, bite for the super chat.
Yeah, I usually do not like traveling through Arkansas because of all the traffic.
I've become a member.
People staying in the left lane, but man, oh man, this is.
We're on next levels of
nice.
ghosting at this point.
I'm not gonna lie.
So if nobody wipes out. Yeah, you can't wipe out because nobody's around to like.
Max is looking for me.
So don't wipe out.
I keep turning my volume down on my phone.
Okay, noted. I won't do that then. I didn't quite have that on my plans. I promise I won't do that.
I'm watching your stream. You can just.
In fact, don't wipe it
Wow. All right. What up? Oh wait, he's waving me on. What up, Max's viewers?
We only got ghosted for like a minute and a half. Not as bad as it could have been.
So a quick update on my end for Max's folks is clearly there's not a ton going on right now. We got some lovely crippling flurries here in central Kentucky, just north and west of Bowling Green. And I say that both sarcastically, but also look at the road. I mean, it actually is kind of crippling. But right now I'm kind of just heading north, getting in position for tomorrow, while also anticipating some heavier snow bands up by the Ohio River on the Kentucky-Indiana border. Tomorrow looks like the main jackpot zone is going to be somewhere between the Ohio River and Indianapolis into places like Cincinnati, Dayton, and Columbus. So I'm going to be somewhere along that corridor tomorrow, but you guys can see, even if it's not actively snowing like crazy, I mean, like the road conditions are, I mean, it's slick. People are going to have problems. If you're not an experienced driver in the snow, which I assume most people in the middle of Kentucky aren't, then you're going to have some problems here and there. So for now, I'm just chugging along. I'm only able to go about 35 to 40 miles an hour comfortably. I've seen a couple squatted trucks, probably driven by 18-year-olds doing about 50 to 60. So don't be those guys. But outside of that, just kind of chilling, driving north towards my target zone tomorrow.
All right.
The radio back on. So that's the update from me.
When I stop again
Connor. There you go.
I'm gonna lose power.
Go back to a zoomed out view. Thank you to Waking with the $10 super chat. Brandon with the super chat as well, saying thanks for the coverage, Max. Bad accident at 64 and 55 in St. Louis. Traffic cam's looking right at it. Can you see that, Riley? 64-55 St. Louis. We'll try to get that camera pulled up. Thank you, GRL, for the becoming a member. 0 warnings. Again, if you're tuning in, our warning thing is broken right now. We're fixing it. It should be working here soon. For those that are wondering, we have 50 winter storm warnings and we have 13 ice storm warnings, I believe. I don't think that's changed. So we're still sitting around that number. But we're fixing all of our back-end stuff right now. All right. Yep, that is an accident. Number 2. This is over in St. Louis. Yeah, that's a major accident. So St. Louis is having problems now. This is our first accident that we've seen in the St. Louis area at this point. At least on our stream. Been plenty of accidents, but this is the first time we've seen one in the St. Louis area. Definitely not good. Definitely not good. We still have that accident back over on I-20 in Texas, but visibility has dropped a lot. Look at that. We were able to see the 2 different accidents on I-20 very clearly just a few minutes ago. We can't see a thing anymore. Hey, Pixel for the super chat. Is Tulsa 3.5 inches so far? Thanks for all your hard work. I think Tulsa is going to continue to see a lot more snow this evening. We have a lot of snow currently filling into Oklahoma. Many heavier bands off into the panhandle, but we're going to see much more significant snow impacting areas over there in Tulsa, in Oklahoma City, and even towards Lawton for the next really 12 to 20 or 12 to 16 hours. That's the time frame for you guys. So the snow's going to stack up. Even if you only saw about 1/2 inch of snow every hour in Tulsa, which is probably about the average you'll see, you're still going to see at least another 8 inches. So again, the majority of the snow is going to happen tonight as this thing gets a lot more widespread. Our forecast is still on pace. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of downtrends or uptrends that we've really been seeing, maybe some localized ones, but generally speaking, everything is pretty much on par for what we have been expecting and what we are still expecting. Nothing's really changed. Again, we're still expecting a significant amount of snow from the Texas Panhandle back into the Northeast, a lot of ice in between that, and then also a severe weather event tomorrow in the Southeast where tornadoes are going to be on the table. Shout out to Carrie with the $20 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. Lane just asked in the chat, will it be snowing and sleeting all night in Fort Worth, and is our power likely to go out? I would say power outages are at least possible. They will probably be scattered over in North Texas. We have a lot of freezing rain that is currently moving into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Same thing with the Wichita Falls area as well. I think generally speaking, we are going to have a risk of power outages. I'm not going to say it's going to be widespread, but I would at least say it's going to be scattered to numerous, especially east of the Fort Worth area. We have a lot of freezing rain setting up right now, especially west of Fort Worth. If we go over to live radar here, let me show you guys the winter radar, but look at this right here. Like, this is a really intense band of freezing rain that is now impacting Bridgeport, Denton, areas near Frisco, Gainesville, Sherman. All of you guys are now starting to get into some heavier freezing rain. And this is going to stack up pretty quickly, especially for those near Decatur. And so power outages are going to get a lot more likely in the next few hours. We have, whoa, look at this. We got thunder ice south of Dallas. Breaking news, we got thunder ice, thunder freezing rain south of Dallas. Anybody hear it? Anybody in southern Dallas? Anybody in that area? Hey, Corey, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate it. From Nashville. This is at least our third instance of freezing ice. We actually are thunder ice. We have a fourth one. We got another one near Centerville, Texas. We got another thunder ice situation. Now, the real question is, do we have any in Mississippi or Alabama or Tennessee? I'm trying to look and see. There's a much better chance on the Mississippi River tonight into tomorrow for some thunder ice or thunder snow. But I'm not seeing really any. Nope, none. So again, Texas is seeing some thunder ice. And that's a pretty intense band, by the way, of heavy freezing rain, too. These are the last several frames. Got a couple of different lightning strikes there. Thank you, Carmela, for the $20 super chat. Thank you. You always do a great job. Appreciate that. All right. There you are, Patrick, for the $20 super chat. How about will the weather be in Birmingham, Alabama tomorrow? Birmingham should be fine. You guys are not even in any sort of winter weather advisory. However, there will be a risk of a flash freeze as we go into Sunday afternoon and evening. So after the cold front passes through tomorrow, temperatures are going to rapidly drop. So those in Birmingham, Montgomery, there will be a risk of some black ice or even ice in general. After all that rain falls, it could still be on the ground. And if it stays on the ground once that cold front pushes through, there will be a legit risk for a flash freeze, which basically means ice accumulation after a front passes. Thank you, Cheryl, for the $20 super chat. A friend of mine is planning on going to Savannah tomorrow from Daytona. Can you enlighten her why this is a terrible idea? Savannah tomorrow from Daytona? I don't think it's that bad of an idea. I mean, Savannah's not really going to see anything, so I don't think it's a terrible idea. There's a possibility of a flash freeze Sunday night, but outside of that, there's no ice forecasted. We still have a major accident currently in St. Louis. This is a live view of that right now. Got multiple trucks involved in a major accident here just outside of St. Louis. Looks like a tow truck is trying to pull some people out right now. Victoria with the super chat says, one will hit Anderson County, South Carolina. I mean, every county pretty much in South Carolina will be seeing some sort of freezing rain just after sunset, closer to 10 really, for many of you. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is now in Morgantown, Kentucky. This is what it looks like in downtown. There are a few cars on the roadway. Got a snowplow coming by. Now, it's interesting. The further north we go, for those that have been watching this stream all day, you know, we started with chasers mainly down in Memphis and Arkansas, and they've made their way up to the north. And the further north we've gone, the more and more snowplows we've seen. There were very few snowplows earlier today. Very few. I opened up YouTube from accidentally, and I just saw one of the top videos that I just had in my recommend on YouTube is exploding trees in the brutal cold on the Pat McAfee show as a video. If you guys don't know what a exploding tree is, it is a very common occurrence in the northern plains this time of the year with how cold it is. So that's what it looks like across Morgantown right now. Again, just a large layer of sleet has developed and snow. And again, our sleet line is making its way now all the way up into northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky. Can somebody put that large accident in St. Louis on slot 3? I accidentally just flipped it out. Is it going to snow in central Mississippi? It will not be. Max English with a $10 super chat says, are the people saying DFW Metro has underperformed, right? We've had a few power outages, but it feels like it's barely started. It hasn't underperformed. Again, everything's on line for being forecasted. I get people keep saying things are underperforming because, like, there's no precipitation here, for example. So, like, if you're in Shreveport or Little Rock, you're probably hearing some people mumble and say, like, oh, this is a bust or whatever it might be. But it really isn't. I mean, tonight into tomorrow is when we're going to have the most intense freezing rain. And we already have some very intense bands of freezing rain near Dallas, Fort Worth, near the Red River Valley as well. And this is going to grow and expand in size and get a lot more widespread as we go into tonight. So, again, if you're in this area, like Dallas, Fort Worth, you guys are still far from over. I'm still expecting at least 1/10 of an inch of ice, if not even higher than that, for many of these locations. I think 1/4 of an inch of ice is going to be widespread there. Wichita Falls is mostly sleet at this point. Abilene's kind of a mix of sleet and freezing rain, but we're still far from over, guys. Like, there's a lot of time until this thing's done for these areas. Riley, I'll give you this thumbnail. Probably just use that one, to be honest. I'll have to make it, though. It's snowing right now in Lubbock, somebody just said in the chat. That's a W. So what it looks like in Vega, Texas, this is a radar mega cyclone port that's just to the west of Amarillo, and we have some very light snow flurries coming down right now. It's expected to get a little bit heavier, though, as we go into tonight. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I have a bunch of snow totals out of Oklahoma. as of 2 p.m. Eastern. I apologize in advance because I'm gonna botch a bunch of these names, but the heavy or the deepest snow is in Porham Landing for a total of 7.5 inches. Second highest is out of Marble City and or Skiatook, where we have 5 inches of snow. Weister is at 4.5, Bald Hills at 4.5, Owasso's at 4.5, Crowder's at 4.5. Then we have 3 places at 4 inches. This is Muskogee, Collinsville, and Weelakta. Definitely watched that one. McAllister's at 3.5, Bartlesville's at 3 inches, and Salpulpa and Tahlequah are at 2 inches of snow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a bunch of our snowfall accumulation numbers as of right now. I will show you guys a map as well in just a moment of all of our snowfall accumulation. Riley, can you send me that snowfall map? So we do. There is a map essentially that plots all of our snowfall accumulation numbers so far. Shout out to Walker with a $20 Venmo donation. Would love to hear your backstory on how I got into meteorology. I mean, I've been into weather since I was 3 years old. I was watching the Weather Channel instead of SpongeBob. That's how it started. I'm in Abilene, and we've seen snow today, not sleet. It's probably sleet. I doubt you've seen snow. There's a reason why, and it's because we have a large temperature inversion. If you're in a higher elevation, it's possible. Like, this camera is mounted up pretty high, so, I mean, there might be snow a little bit off the ground, but it's all, for the most part, sleet. And I'll show you why. And again, you might not think it's sleet, but like sleet, again, are tiny little ice pellets. This is a sounding in Abilene. Our temperature increases above freezing at about 2,000 feet off the ground. So everything that's still falling there should be sleet. It's not snow. It's too warm for that. In the higher elevation, or the higher part of the atmosphere. Obviously 11 at the surface, which makes it so that the snow, or that sleet, will reach the ground and whatnot. These are the snowfall totals that we've seen so far out of this winter storm. These are all the official, or maybe non-official numbers that we've seen. Highest total so far is 8 inches of mainly sleet and snow. It's a mix of both over in Gibson, Arkansas. We got about 6 over in Natural Dam, Arkansas. We got about 7.5 in Porham, Oklahoma. 8 inches over in Delphos, Kansas. Yeah, Oklahoma City area is right around 5 as of right now. We got 5 over in Tulsa. Got a couple inches over here in parts of West Texas. Most areas like Dyersburg are actually not doing too shabby. I mean, these are numbers that were a little bit higher than forecasted, but right around 4 to 5 inches of snow in Alamo, in surrounding areas like Millington. Back into Kentucky, 1 to 2 inches. And then around 3 to 4 inches all around Kansas City, 2 to 3 inches right around St. Louis. So again, snowfall accumulations definitely running a little bit higher than average for parts of Tennessee. And then Jonesboro, it's actually at 7. But yeah, some of these numbers are running a little bit higher than what we expected. And again, we're still early into the event. I want to remind you, a lot of the snow is actually happening tonight, not what we've seen. Like, what we've seen is kind of like a third, I would say, of what we're actually going to see tonight. Shout out to Field with the super chat. Also, Calamisso for the super chat. I've heard we're seeing about 12 to 18 inches of snow in Allentown, about an hour north of Philly. Can you confirm this? That is what I'm forecasting. And I can confirm it with our very own graphic. Gives you an idea of how much snowfall accumulation we're expecting this weekend. This includes what we've already seen, by the way. And also what is to come. I'm obviously joking. This is our actual map. I won't be wrong with that graphic. You know, you can only be right with that graphic. Can't be wrong. Unless we went over 30 inches in some spot, or 67 inches. Hey, Dan, for the $20 super chat. Any snow in Bryan College Station area? I'm not expecting snow down there. No, nothing down near Houston. Where's the color legend? The numbers were on the map. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're just going to go through a brief overview of highway closures real quick. So the majority of our closures are in the DFW area. We have I-35 that's closed both northbound and southbound from Central Fort Worth all the way north to Alliance. I-820 is closed almost entirely throughout Fort Worth and Dallas. So is 114, 635, I-35E, and as well as Highway 75. The rest of our closures over here have mostly been cleared out. There was a long period of time that I-44 was closed in Oklahoma as well. That has since reopened. Shreveport, we do still have a road closure running down I-49 for almost the entire area. That is closed until at least 10 p.m. There's an additional closure on Interstate or Highway 71 outside of Shreveport as well. Moving up into Arkansas, we have one closure that is on I-30 near Friendship. That is because of an accident. All the roads that we were talking about earlier that were closed in Memphis are now reopened. There are now just one closure on an exit ramp on I-55, but that is not due to winter conditions. And I-40 between Memphis and Nashville has opened as well. In the Nashville area, we do still have closures on I-840. That is looping around the south side of Nashville, as well as one closure on 255 coming north out of the airport. All of our roads in Alabama have opened up. We did have some brief closures near Huntsville, but those have opened up as well. I do believe that more roads will be closed as we head into the evening hours because it's going to be harder to effectively remove snow from roadways, and the drivers are just going to be worse than they even are, especially in the Nashville area. We're going to start to see accidents stack up as bad drivers go drive on a lot of ice. So Nashville, keep an eye out for those as we make our transition to ice, but for now, the roads remain open.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is an update on the roads, and I'm going back to sitting mode. Thank you, Jane, for becoming a member. E-Skirt is in the weather studio. Going back to our 3-cam view again. We have a major accident near St. Louis on the bottom right. I'm actually going to go back to that real quick. It looks like there is first responder outside of their vehicle. Not really entirely sure what the pole is going up to the top. I don't know if something was hit or something. I'm not really sure what's going on there. But again, it looks like multiple semis were involved in an accident here over in the St. Louis area. Multiple people outside of their car, multiple people going off the exit. Got like, it looks like at least 5 or 6 different emergency vehicles just on the left side. So hopefully everybody is okay there. This is Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton. They are located back over near Bowling Green in Glasgow, southwest of Cave City, where we currently have some light to moderate snowfall making its way up to that area near Bowling Green.
Just heading north because we are probably going to be covering Cincinnati area tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like very heavy snow tomorrow during the day.
Hey Chase, the sewer chat, what do you think we'll see in Mount Airy, North Carolina, right at the bottom of the Appalachian Mountains? I think anywhere that's over there,
just a little bit coming.
Basically anybody that's over here in the Carolinas, like you guys are almost all going to see, and it doesn't matter really where you are in the Appalachian Mountains in this spot, we're basically talking about at least a half an inch of ice accumulation. And it does not really matter where you are. Also, we all have a storm chaser here pretty soon in West Virginia and Northern Virginia. We'll actually have, I think, at least 2 over here. So once impacts start to get going, we'll have some storm chasers there. We also have storm chaser CJ Ziegler, who is now going towards Indianapolis, starting to get closer to some of that moderate to heavy snow. So currently we are going to be sitting at, I think, about almost a dozen storm chasers here from Oklahoma City back towards Washington, D.C. So plenty of people out there. Back over to Connor here for a second, just listen in, and then we'll go back to live radar.
Florida.
I wish. No, Mississippi.
I was gonna say, dang, bro.
Well, I'm out of here. I'm going to Eastern Florida, all right?
All right.
That's what it looks like out here in Morgantown, Kentucky right now.
How far away are you from that location?
Hour 40. And at this rate, I'll actually be there in an hour 40 because I'm doing highway speeds.
Hey, Jupiter for the $10 super chat. Drink hot tea with honey for your throat. I don't have any tea. I'm just drinking a lot of water at this point.
Okay, and then from there, you're probably going to
basically chugging along water.
Wherever.
Heck yeah. Now, I
do have a video that I'm going to have to show you guys here in a second.
Now, this is wonderful. Concerning for you, though, because you're multiple hours out from where I am right now, and with the amount of...
we do have a video that is from one of the Nashville traffic camera. This is the danger of wow. Yeah, this is the exact reason why it is dangerous to travel. And there are people pulled off to the side for some other reason. This is dangerous. It's what slick spots do. Maybe place with the super chat. It is a lovely cat. Hey, Max for the super chat. Once again, hit Virginia. Virginia's going to start ramping up over the next few hours. We already got some light snow in western Virginia. Almost all of Virginia should be covered in snow by late tonight. And tomorrow will again be one of the worst. Will basically be the worst day. Back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we are starting to see heavier freezing rain. We do have thunder, ice, thunder, freezing rain, whatever you want to call it, happening near Corsicana. This has been very frequent, by the way. So if you are somebody that lives near Corsicana, Ennis, or Waxahachie, keep an eye out outside because you actually might see a flash in the sky, which is thunder ice. It's when lightning happens while we have sleet or freezing rain falling. And that is happening right now near Corsicana. We've seen ever since this was near Waco, we've had over 7 lightning strikes detected. And you can view these lightning strikes being detected on Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. You can actually see this data in real time. And so we have at least 1 or 2 that just happened over here near Frost in Texas. No thunder ice up here north of Dallas-Fort Worth. It's all just normal freezing rain, which is really getting heavy right now. Decatur, Denton, back through Sherman and Gainesville, very intense freezing rain. Back over in southwestern Oklahoma and as well as southern Oklahoma, we have a large area of snow developing with heavier bands of snow now moving towards Oklahoma City. Freezing rain is still pretty heavy from Wichita Falls back through Ada and Pauls Valley. A little bit of freezing rain near Vernon as well and some sleet. And then back over in West Texas, it's mostly snow for those in Lubbock and Amarillo with sleet kind of in the middle right here and then all freezing rain for the most part off to the east. Abilene is also sleet, by the way, but areas like Midland are more of a freezing rain sleet mix. San Angelo is definitely more of a freezing rain. And back down towards Austin and even near San Antonio, Texas, we now have freezing rain beginning to ramp up in San Antonio and New Braunfels, which means travel impacts are going to become more significant here over the next little while. What software is this map that shows the storm chasers? This is Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description. You can get it on your computer too, but it's also on iOS and Android.
Horse and buggy, got the Amish out.
Got a little buggy. Nice.
To Columbus, they got a little area. They got that area hatched as locally heavier snow amounts are possible just north of this mix. But they have everywhere in the 8 to 12 range.
I mean, I don't know that we'll
Go wait for the snowplow to pass, and then he's probably going to go around them. But pretty cool.
I mean, the model's been fairly consistent.
Another snowplow here again, and a lot more snowplows in Kentucky than there are down in Mississippi or Tennessee, like what we've seen so far today. And even Arkansas.
Well, maybe like Cincy or south of there, but I don't know. That sounds pretty reasonable for
nice.
Total. Someone, where's he from?
Hopefully that horse is staying warm.
He's really good forecaster. I think he has like
Mark with the super chat said thank you for always doing such a great job. Really appreciate that. So Morgantown right now, the snow is definitely not as intense as earlier. It was pretty intense earlier. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, Connor's right in between the snow bands. So it's gotten a lot less intense there. If we go over to Storm Chaser, I think Tornado Pagey. I don't know which button it is. Maybe it's this one. Tornado Pagey right now. They're in Park City, Kentucky, and they are near Glasgow. There's still very small snowflakes coming down, but for the most part, our initial band of snow is starting to weaken in most of Kentucky. It's still pretty intense if you're back up near Louisville. Most of those areas are actually just getting started. But surrounding areas like Bowling Green and Glasgow are winding down, but we have another band of heavier snow behind that near Benton and Murray that's going to be moving towards Princeton, and then eventually tracking towards Bowling Green. We also have over in Oklahoma City, we're going to have some snow here soon. This is the Oklahoma City railway camera. Actually, a railroad here. We got a train going by. Very nice. Right in the middle of a winter storm. And then this is live back over in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where Storm Chaser IRL is located just north of Oklahoma City, where snow has been pretty much light to moderate the entire time. It's been a little slippery here, so there's been a couple of instances where cars have been skidding a little bit.
I remember that. I remember that very well because, like, 5 minutes after I did that, somebody died in the beach right below us. Remember that? Well, it was assumed they died because somebody they never found that got swept away.
A lot of semis again driving today. A lot of these semi trucks are, delivering essentials and whatever else it might be. There's a lot of these semis that are obviously working, but some of them are delivering things that are essential to some of these places. That's what it looks like back over there in Oklahoma right now. Man, oh man, the accident that went on in St. Louis, this is still a pretty crazy situation here. I mean, again, there have been so many emergency vehicles here. Hopefully everybody's okay here. St. Louis area on I-64 55, there's still a pretty major accident, it seems like, there. It's not what you want to see. I don't know how long this has been like this. I think it's been for over at least half an hour now, but I think more than an hour. Hey, Stacy for the $10 super chat. When do you think the second wave will hit Kansas City? The second wave isn't really going to be a thing for Kansas City. It's a little bit different.
It'll probably be a pretty narrow zone, but I think somebody...
If we go over to the future radar here. Good, Riley. Go over to future radar. This is what it's going to look like by tonight. So by about 8 to 9 o'clock, the first wave is actually going to kind of merge together with the second wave. So it's going to become basically one large winter storm by around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. So in about 3 to 4 hours, this is going to be a big deal, right? It's going to be huge. By 10 to 11 o'clock, we'll have a large area of snow still ongoing from Virginia back into Oklahoma. And then a lot of ice falling in between for Dallas, Memphis, back into Nashville and Kentucky. Let me skip ahead here to 2 a.m. So this is 2 a.m. tonight. And so if you're in like Kansas City, you're really not seeing a second wave. It's kind of a second wave, but not really. The northern side here of this system is going to be pretty much light snow the entire time. The only areas that are really seeing the second wave are going to be like down here. So we're talking about anywhere down here. That's where the second wave is actually hitting. So overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, we're going to have a large swath of heavier snowfall impacting areas like New York City, Washington, D.C., Cleveland, Columbus, Chicago even will have a little bit of snow, not much, but a little bit. If you're back over in St. Louis, Oklahoma City, all of you guys are going to be dealing with moderate to heavy snow tomorrow morning when you wake up. This is right around 6 to 7 o'clock. By about 9 to 10 o'clock, freezing rain will start to get going back down near Houston. Near Jackson, Mississippi, we'll continue to see some freezing rain there. And even seeing a little bit of freezing rain, perhaps as far south as the Baton Rouge area of Louisiana early tomorrow morning. After lunchtime, we're dealing with a large swath of snow from central Arkansas, including Little Rock, back into southern New England. And the heaviest snow will be mainly located back over southeast of Columbus, back over right along the West Virginia and Ohio border. And all across Pennsylvania, we'll be dealing with heavy snowfall. So that's going to continue. As we go into the overnight hours, or as we go into the afternoon hours, excuse me, on Sunday, large snow amounts will continue across much of the Northeast and the Ohio Valley, including Columbus and Cleveland and back towards Lexington, Kentucky. And then freezing rain will continue for Richmond and Washington, D.C. Most of our freezing rain will be done by no later than midnight on Sunday. There will still be some isolated locations, primarily back over in the Appalachian Mountains, that still have some wintry precipitation, but a lot of it is going to weaken out before midnight. And then by Monday morning, we will still have a little bit of freezing rain, sleet, and snow back over in central southern New England. Hey, Sophia, for the $20 super chat. Hey, also Madison for the $10 super chat. How's Shreveport doing? Shreveport's in a lull. All right, so again, we have a large area right now of just a little bit of drier air, not really a whole lot of convection going up, really not a whole lot of organization. And once the radar loads here, I'll show you. But basically, Shreveport and this entire area here is in a little bit of a lull, and we're going to start to see heavier freezing rain come back into play here soon. I'll just go to the localized radar, then we'll show you the MRMS radar. But basically, this is what it looks like in Shreveport. So there's not really much happening. We've got a little bit of sleet and freezing rain kind of around you guys. But back off to the west is where everything's growing in size. Like, we have a large area right now of freezing rain across North Texas, and this is eventually what's going to go towards you guys. Let me refresh this real quick. There we go. So this is what it looks like right now. So again, a lot more freezing rain now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then back over here in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas, that is where we have basically a large hole of, you know, dryness at this point. It's a dry area. But by around 9, 10 o'clock is when a lot of this area will be filled in freezing rain and sleet again. But Shreveport, you guys are okay for right now, but things will get worse again tonight. We have an update on our power outages. They've been improving. Again, this is definitely good news for right now. I do, again, think things are going to get worse tonight. But for at least the time being, the number of power outages that we have gotten a little bit less significant. So Texas and Louisiana, we are now down to about 129,000 customers without power. We peaked at about 141,000 about an hour and a half ago. This mostly has to do with that lull that's happening back over Northeast Texas and as well as northwestern Louisiana. And so if we go over to the map here, you guys can see here that, again, let me fix the map here, but you basically can see the area of power outages is mostly across the I-20 corridor from Texas back into western Mississippi. And some of these areas are in a lull right now. There's not really a whole lot of freezing rain happening, so that's making it easier for some of these power companies to actually go out and fix the power lines and fix the power in general. So that is right there good news. But the bad news is in a few hours, we're going to see more significant impacts. And a lot of these areas, even the places that are getting power restored, will probably end up losing power again. Western Mississippi right now, we are starting to see some power outages. The numbers increased a little bit since we last checked. We've got several counties now north of Jackson and west of Tupelo that are now increasing in terms of total power outages. We got a traffic trailer jackknifed. This is over on I-40 East in Tennessee. That's on mile marker 341. This is one of several semis that have been jackknifed today. Hope at the super chat been watching from Indianapolis all day. Who's been watching the entire stream? Who's been here since the beginning? A lot of you guys have been watching since the beginning. We have two different traffic incidents on the bottom of your screen, and the number of these continues to increase. You can actually see the snow filling in pretty well right now. We got a large overarching area of snow now from New Mexico back into Tennessee and also into Virginia. It's pretty impressive. It's very, very impressive. By the way, guys, we just uploaded our new forecast. We made a video forecast during the live stream, and if you want to watch that video, it goes over everything that you need to know. Make sure to go check it out. I'll put the link in the chat. We just dropped a new video though on the channel, and come back to the live stream after you're done watching, but it does help out get the video more out there to people that are in the ice storm risk. I'll go ahead and pin it in the chat for those that are watching in the chat. You can also just go to my channel. We just dropped a new weather forecast video that is now out. Definitely make sure to check it out. Still nothing coming down in Richmond. It's going to start ramping up here soon. There are a lot of areas, like in this area particularly, that are still in a bit of a dry air region. So like Richmond, for example, Virginia Beach, you know, you can see on radar here, it's very gray and kind of white. And a lot of the time there's dry air in the low levels. And until we start to see that moisture from the Pacific kind of surge more to the east, that's going to stay there. So we still have another hour or two until we really start to see a bit more of a steady snowfall in those areas. Northern Mass, Southern New Hampshire, we're expecting right around 12 to 18 inches of snow pretty much for all of New England. There will be very few areas that don't see that. The only areas will be really like northern New England. A little bit dangerous, but somebody's outside of their truck now with the jackknife truck. Luckily, there's obviously first responders there, but it's pretty dangerous with the conditions that are present here near Knoxville, Tennessee. It is very icy right now in southern Tennessee. If you look bottom right of your screen, we have a large swath of freezing rain and sleet stretching from Chattanooga back into Memphis and Jackson. And so this is continuing to cause a lot of problems on the roadways. And unfortunately, that is just going to continue. And this is back over to that accident in St. Louis. Really no updates here. We don't have any details on this accident aside from what we're seeing, obviously, which is at least a couple of semis involved in some sort of incident. There are almost a dozen emergency vehicles there. But hopefully everybody's okay there. Let's go back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft. Thank you, Joseph, for the $20 super chat. Just says we keep seeing Little Rock getting ice this whole time, but it's only snowed here so far. It's snowing now, even though we've had orange pink over us. That is actually sleet, probably. It's probably sleet. And a lot of people are going to confuse snow and sleet. If you feel snow, it's usually fluffy. All right. The stuff that a lot of you guys are seeing, that I've had this confused in Abilene too. Abilene is not seeing snow. It's just not. Same thing with Little Rock. It is not snowing there, but what we're seeing is sleet. So it basically is a little harder. It's going to feel a little hard. It might not feel that hard, but they do feel a little hard in terms of the texture. It's a lot softer when we're talking about snow. So sleet, once again, is just like sprinkles of ice that are flying out of the sky. And then we need to add snow to this. I don't know why we don't have snow on that. We should add snow to this graphic and have it somewhere related to donuts. But snow is a lot fluffier. It's like the powdered sugar on a donut. There you go. Powdered sugar on a donut. We need to add that to this graphic. Snow is basically like powdered sugar on a donut. We're coming up with a very unique graphic here. We need to add that at some point. Those that are wondering about there being snow next week in the southern United States, the trends are not really there anymore for that. Still possible, but not seeing it right now in most of the models. This donut talk is making me hungry. We have Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who's now just entered into Kentucky. He's now in Bowling Green, and this is what it looks like out there right now. So he is in Bowling Green, driving north on I-65. And roads are not terrible here. They're a lot worse down to the south. Hey, Lone Star for the $5 super chat. West Little Rock here. Chanel CC area, 100% snowing now. I'll have to look. It's definitely snowing here. So this is northeast of Little Rock. That's in Searcy. I think we got another camera there near Little Rock. That's what it looks like southwest of Little Rock. Maybe it is snowing. Yeah, it looks like it actually is snowing. So radar is entirely wrong then. All right. Well, I guess we just learned something new. The St. Louis accident, yogurt spilt all over the road. Is that actually true? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update from the Nashville NWS. They said that if it still continues to look like a significant ice storm is going to be present, which at this point, in my opinion, it does, when we see this precip switch from snow to ice, they will immediately issue an ice storm warning for Nashville and the areas surrounding. Also, one quick add-on, everyone can see in the background, my tree has exploded, so no more Christmas tree. It's that cold here. It feels like 35 below zero, and it's exploded.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Exploding trees are not just happening outside, they're happening inside, too. Don't forget, we do have an exploding tree risk in the northern plains and the upper Midwest tonight. And Riley's has officially exploded. Thank you, Corey, for becoming a member. Hey, whoever super chatted $20 earlier for Riley to take down his tree, it's slowly getting taken down. Hey, Jets for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all the great updates. Nashville's still getting sleet, about 19 degrees. It is cold in Nashville. And yeah, it's gonna be sleet for a while, and then it'll be back into freezing rain. Trees can explode. Yeah, so exploding tree, for those that are wondering, it sounds really crazy. It's really not as crazy as you think. But basically what it is like a tree looks like this, right? I'm going to draw a tree. So that's a tree. All right? That's a tree. And so basically, the tree itself, what happens is that we have inside of the tree, like the tree root here that goes up, it expands because of... yeah, I'm great at arts. I'm terrible at drawing, guys. It expands, and sap basically expands. And then, essentially, it's very cold. The temperatures are dropping rapidly. It's 20 degrees below zero or even worse. And sap will expand, and then eventually what happens is that it explodes in a way that, you know, it basically crumples open. I don't know how to really draw it, but let's just say it goes from this to something like this. Bang. What an amazing... This is really incredible. Really impressive drawing, I've got to be honest. That's what the tree looks like after. I'm terrible at drawing. I need a designer. But yeah, that's what happens, and it makes a loud explosion. These are all the different... back on the bottom of your screen, these are all the different accidents that are ongoing. There are obviously a lot of flashing lights. We have a major accident near St. Louis. We have another one near Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we have another one in Knoxville. I'm going to go to the one in Chattanooga. So we haven't looked at this one yet. But a bunch of flashing lights. Looks like some sort of accident in Chattanooga. That's on Highway 153 at US 27. Can't really tell what it is, obviously, with all the flashing lights. But There are tons of accidents right now here across the United States from this winter storm. Nate Adele for the super chat. Thank you, Crease, for the super chat. For the exploding tree thing, think of it as the same thing as soda cans exploding in the freezer. Michael just said with the super chat, Louisville, Texas has ramped up again. Yeah, we got pretty intense, heavy freezing rain again on the north side of Dallas, Fort Worth. Same thing near Dallas. The freezing rain's gotten a little bit more intense there as well. Across the board, freezing rain is starting to pick up in intensity yet again. Let's go back to... Let's see. Actually, we have a chaser in Oklahoma City. Let me pull him up. See if we can get a vantage point here from Oklahoma City. This is Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter. This is the first time we've looked at Oklahoma City in a while.
I feel like all our Oklahoma roads are going to...
So this is live back over in Oklahoma City. Where snow is supposed to pick up here over the next hour. It's a little bit of a dry slot again, but we should have heavier snow here pretty soon. And this, I believe, is the local Walmart. Huge shout out to Frey with the $50 super chat saying, please make a cheese burst shirt for the Winter Storm 2026. Thanks for the coverage. We love your cat.
Under zero.
Appreciate the super chat. We'll think about it. Thank you, Joe, also for the super chat.
That it's going to be so much.
Also, Grenade for the super chat. So in Springfield, Ohio, snow totals by 18Z. H-Triple-R and Rufus are crazy.
Like 4-6 inches.
I'm still thinking around 12 to 18 inches of snow there.
Upwards of 20 inches, I heard, in certain areas. I mean, I love it. At least we didn't have to drive halfway across the... Well, no, more. Yeah. Across the country. We were from the bottom of the state. I mean, the next one's Texas. So we're the second bottom state all the way up to basically the Canadian border.
Which the crazy part is...
What are the round icons on the map? They're all cameras.
All the way through Texas.
Cameras and storm chasers. Is what that is.
The same amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, that is true.
What we did.
That was a brutal trip. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, come on.
Hey, Poppy, for the super chat. Thanks for all the hard work you and your team have done watching from Cleveland. Appreciate the support. You guys are going to see a pretty decent amount of snow over there in Cleveland. Hey, Bear, for the $5 super chat. Light sleet, Nashville, North Carolina. Good to know. Thank you for the report.
I hate you.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is an update out of Johnson, Arkansas. I'm going to send the camera to 3 here. We have a car that just went in the ditch and they're trying to drive out, and it is not going very well for them.
Alrighty. Thank you for the update. This is over in Arkansas. And yeah, that car is chalked. It's cooked. That is well into the ditch. And I think that car was going to try to help out, and I don't think he's going to be able to. I think that car's gonna be stuck there for a while until some sort of tow truck gets there. Apparently it's been trying to drive out. We haven't seen that yet, but... Hey, Thomas, for the super chat. Think we'll get any thunder snow with this storm? There's already been some thunder ice. That's mainly been back over in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Texas, but I think the thunder ice threat will start to increase. Oh, there's a police officer. Huge shout out to John with the $100 super chat saying, for the best meteorologist, thank you for all your help. Mad Max Rules, appreciate the super chat. All right, so again, we have a first responder luckily on the scene there. We'll continue to keep an eye on it as that situation evolves. All three storm chasers bottom again. By the way, let's go over to model data. I want to show you guys how much snow we are anticipating from here on out. We have some new model data for snowfall. I'm going to go ahead and go over to this graphic here. This is the latest run from the National Weather Service blend of models, and this will give us an idea of how much snow we can expect. This does not include what's already fallen, by the way. This only includes what is to come. And so areas like Oklahoma City and Tulsa, we're talking about 6 to 8 inches of snow for many of you. If you're back over in St. Louis, near Evansville, any of those areas, even back over towards Columbus, we're talking about a widespread 10 to 15 inches of snowfall in this entire area still. That has not changed. Really interesting is that this model is actually showing around 16 inches of snow in an isolated location in southern Indiana. So that is a little bit of an uptrend. We haven't seen any numbers over here in particular that were indicating that we'd be anywhere near that number. So it'll be interesting to see if that pans out. But the highest number on this entire graphic, according to this model, is about 17 inches of snow. So that'll probably be somewhere in this area. So we'll see if that happens. But that's quite a bit of snow. If you're back over in Memphis, Little Rock, Dallas, we're not really looking at much snow. It'd be less than an inch. And then Texas Panhandle, we're still looking at a few inches more of snow. And on top of that, possibly another inch of sleet accumulation as well. And then along the East Coast, things have really not changed a whole lot. In fact, they've actually gone up. If you're over in Boston, Massachusetts, believe it or not, the National Weather Service blended model is up to 23 inches there, which is insane. The National Weather Service forecast is only suggesting 16, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers were a bit higher. Either way you put it, these numbers are pretty impressive. Columbus and Cleveland, right around 12 to 14 inches. You're in Philadelphia, we're going to be right on the line of 10 to 12. Long Island should be right around 12 as well. Huge shout out to D-Money with the $20 super chat. Appreciate the support. 30 miles south of Washington, D.C., we're going to be talking about mostly snow tomorrow morning and then into ice. Should be right around 6 to 8 inches of snow there. Let's go ahead and check out power outages again. Sitting at 131,000 before, and we're still at 131,000. Actually, I think that number went back up. I think it was at 129. So we went up a little bit again. So we're back up to 131,000 customers without power. Looks like we're starting to see some isolated power outages actually in Wise County, Texas, which is an area that's getting hit hard by freezing rain right now. That is just west of Denton, Texas, near Decatur. So we are starting to see increasing power outages now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I know it's minor, but that is an indication that we are starting to see a more significant ice event beginning now. You can see the freezing rain train that's developed near Decatur and Sherman. It is getting worse. Huge shout out to Danielle with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, shout out to Missy with the $10 super chat from Mid-Ohio Valley, right on the river, West Virginia. Really enjoying your coverage. I've had the live on since you started. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Jay Wall, for the $50 super chat. I've been watching you since Denton County weather. I appreciate that. It's been a long time. It's like, how long is that? Started that back in 2020, where it all started. Thank you also, Mary, for the super chat. Thank you, keep me company and up to date while I'm working on my crochet project. No problem. Thank you, Martin, also for the super chat. Love your channel from Scotland, where there's no snow. Scotland is not usually a place that sees a whole lot of snow. At least, it depends on where you are in Scotland. If you're further north in Scotland, there's more snow. Amazing with the super chat saying, thank you for your hard work. 100% the best. Appreciate that. Also, so he's asking about Brazos County, Texas. And hit hard with places like Dallas. Yeah, I mean, in general, like the power outage risk is going to be more elevated, primarily in this area here. It's I'm terrible at drawing today. This entire area, basically, though, is at an elevated risk of power outages tonight and into tomorrow morning, especially near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We are starting to see, again, a large increase of freezing rain. The coverage is getting a lot more significant, and that is going to lead to a much larger ice risk. and that will lead to and all roads lead back to power outages. It's going to be a more significant power outage risk by tonight here in North Texas. We could see some power outages in Dallas-Fort Worth at any time at this point. I mean, we've had this large area of freezing rain training over the northwest side of the Dallas-Fort Worth area for a couple hours now. This is on top of what we already saw yesterday. So things are progressively going to continue to get worse there. And we are starting to get that shape once again of snow. It's basically a large boomerang of snow that is stretching from Texas back into the Northeast. Hey, Aaron, for the super chat. What? Wait, what camera, Aaron? Wait, what now? What? Riley, can you check that? Riley, put it in slot 1 if you want. It's starting in the Atlanta area. We are starting to see rain, but nothing freezing yet. Again, it's going to take a few hours until we drop below freezing in the Atlanta area. Apparently somebody just got arrested on a camera in Florida, so I was trying to see what actually happened there. That actually happened. That's crazy. Apparently Riley doesn't see it, though. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead. Oh, wrong button. What in the world screen am I on? All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I sort of just wanted to do a brief overview on who's seeing what. So starting things off on the HRRR, we are starting to see this convection fill in, like we've been talking about for hours. But an important thing that we need to start talking about is the movement of our freezing line. So we talked a little bit earlier about how Nashville was already talking about ice storm warnings and how those will be issued when we see a switch in precipitation. And in Tennessee right now, we're actually basically seeing all the types of precipitation we're talking about within this system. So in the northern part of the state near Clarksville, we can definitely see we have that snow going on. That's one type of our precipitation. We get a little bit further south and we get a little bit warmer. Somewhere in here, we have a bunch of sleet and mixed precipitation, and then we also have freezing rain. And then down further south, just barely into parts of Tennessee and Alabama, we have our rain. So all types of precipitation are going on here. And the easiest way to see where these changes are occurring is, of course, by looking at correlation coefficient, like we've talked about a few times. You can see right now that it's looking pretty consistent across the entirety of the Nashville area, but there does appear to be a slight line around here. That is probably where we're seeing a switch over from snow to some sort of mixed precipitation. Nashville, unfortunately, I have bad news for you in the form of freezing rain. That is going to be something that we're going to be switching over to pretty soon if I had to make an educated guess based on the temperatures we are seeing. Down here in Huntsville, we already see that the correlation coefficient is pretty clean, which means we're mostly at a mix of freezing rain and just rain. We also have some sort of boundary here, so we can identify some other sort of warm temperature change or precipitation change going on. If I had to imagine, this boundary is going to come through with some sort of power, and it is going to lead to a change in precipitation. So we are going to see ice storm warnings upgraded here, but that's not the entire story. The rest of the story is going down in Texas right now, where we are starting to see a switch over from the snow that we were seeing earlier in some of these places to almost completely freezing rain. Taking a look at our winter weather radar, we can see that it's almost entirely orange, and we're starting to see some of that thunder sleet here. What this means is not only is this stronger convection, but we're also going to see more significant rain accumulation because it's a more powerful system. So in areas like this, if you're in this, it might be cool. Like, yay, thunder snow, thunder sleet, thunder rain. Like, that's cool, but it does mean that it is a more powerful band of convection, and it's going to lead to quicker accumulations, especially during freezing rain.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. While he was talking about all that, we finally fixed our alerts. It took long enough. But fixed all of our alerts so you can see the warnings and everything again. Apologies about that. But everything's fixed. Thank you, LB, for the $20 super chat. Checking in from Roanoke, Virginia. Snowy, thanks for your coverage. I appreciate you tuning in. Should see some good snow there tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Got a little bit of snow already starting up over there, so that's good. Also, Mystic for the $10 super chat saying, hope everybody stays safe out there from Graceland in Mississippi. Appreciate you tuning in. It's the Melbourne camera. Oh, yeah. I've never seen this before. We actually have a camera of somebody getting arrested. This is on Radar Omega. I've never seen this before. This is the first time this ever happened on a. I'm pretty sure, at least when we've been live, this never happened on one of our one of the Cyclone ports on here. Somebody's getting arrested. That camera was just added like 2 months ago too. That is diabolical. The person that controls that camera is facing it down too. It's not even just you know, I can control the camera too if I wanted, but that's pretty funny. It's completely off topic, but crazy stuff. Big 2026. Any tornado risks? We do. Yeah, tomorrow there's a risk of severe weather. We have a 5% tornado risk. It's gonna be right here. That 5% tornado risk is setting up for Montgomery, Dothan, Crestview, Pensacola, Panama City, and Mobile. And then a 2% tornado risk for Columbus and Tallahassee. It also goes into New Orleans, so we'll see a few tornadoes possibly tomorrow. $46,000 or $47,000 of you just saw somebody basically getting arrested. Or that person doesn't even know that 47,000 people just saw him get arrested. It's terrible. It's getting dark outside in Kentucky. This is what it looks like back over here in central Kentucky right now. Road conditions are not great. This is also Storm Intermedia over in St. Louis. They're not in Warren, Oklahoma. They're in St. Louis right now.
Too much cheese in there for me, but hey, Susan, good to see you. Too much cheese. Say, I think you're thinking of Universal City, or there's another University City in the Los Angeles suburbs. I think there's one in St. Louis. I think that's by where the tornado hit, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to check it out.
Hey, Sponge for the super chat. You have to pick one scenario. 2 feet of of snow
Louis, you're probably like only
with
like
brutal
30%
cold
of the way
after, or 2 inches of snow with 0.25 inches of freezing with brutal cold after. 2 feet of snow. Snow's more fun.
Long ways to go here, St. Louis.
The ice sucks.
You're probably like 30% of your way through the storm. So the real question is, we kind of know we're going to be St. Louis this evening. The real question is, what do we do?
We do have some photos and videos that you guys sent in earlier. We're going to go through. We finally got our reports thing back up. It's going to be temporarily down for submissions, but we have gotten some of your photos and video submissions from earlier that we're going to go through here real quickly. This is back over in St. Louis, Missouri, a little earlier with 1 inch of snow. And again, most areas there have seen more than that. Let me skip ahead a little bit. I think we're right back here. So this is Fort Worth earlier today. Dogs running out in the snow. Oh, actually, we were further ahead than this. When did we actually end? I've seen all these. I think all the ones that are here right now I've already seen. Oh, this one I haven't. This is over in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Just north of Tahlequah, there was about 10 inches of snow measured. Am I reading that correctly? Or is that centimeters? 10 inches of snow? There's no way we saw that much snow there. Over in Denison, Texas. Look at the icicles there. Hey, Vicky, for becoming a member. Got Snow Angel over in Smyrna, Tennessee. Over in Hunt, Texas, a little bit of snow and sleet on the ground there. St. Charles County, Missouri, all snow. Looks like a decent sledding hill. Culper County, Virginia. There were no bananas left at the local grocery store here. No more bananas. It's over in Drummond, Tennessee. About almost 4 to 5 inches of both sleet and freezing rain at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's pretty impressive. Cardinals are loving the snow. I don't know if they're loving the snow. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if these birds really enjoy the snow or not. I don't feel like they do. Forgot to unplug the fountain in Virginia Beach. Guys, if you have a fountain and you haven't unplugged it, make sure you're unplugging it. So yeah, that is it for right now. We'll have more at some point here. So we're working on getting everything back up and running. Look how cold it looks right now over in... This is over in St. Louis right now. It is cold and blustery. It's in Hillsboro, Missouri. Cold, blustery, and snowy. Temperature currently in this area is sitting at 5 degrees. It is a toasty 5 degrees. Just on the west side of St. Louis with the Merrimack Bluffs camera, it's about 8 degrees. And this is what it looks like right now there. Snow is covering the rooftops. Thank you, Nancy, for becoming a member. Can you ask Riley why he took his tree down? Somebody super chatted $20 and told him to do it. Thank you, Stacker, for becoming a member. Not actually the reason, but... Apparently the governor of my state reposted my tweet earlier. This tweet has... What in the world? This tweet about Waffle Houses has like 6,000 likes. What in the world happened? Bro, we're over here in Florida and there's nothing happening. It's like actually quiet this weekend. It's so weird that everything's happening off the north and like here in Florida, it's just dead. Other than the Panhandle. Panhandle's different. Like down in central and southern Florida, there's nothing happening. Yeah, Waffle Houses are closing. Again, that's when you know things are getting real. Back over in the Carolinas there, upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina, there are Waffle Houses that have closed. There are also other ones that have closed too, but it's pretty notable over there for sure. Good shout out to Premier with the super chat. Germantown, Maryland. Back over to Stormer Media, who's in St. Louis right now.
Is to find a time for everybody to get in one place to do it. That's the hard thing. So... Yeah, I played in that tournament for 3 years. My dad's company sponsored our team. But, like...
Got my cat here.
I mean, heck, we could do team... I
think my cat is like, why have you been in here so much recently?
Versus Storm Society. Well, we won in football.
So we did win in football.
It wasn't even really close. I don't think they scored a single time, did they?
You have any cameras in New Jersey? We do.
Me and Garrett.
We'll also have storm chasers up there too.
Freddie.
We'll probably. I'm pretty sure we'll have at least a storm chaser somewhere up there tomorrow. There was a water spout spotted on Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma about an hour ago. So somewhere over here, there was a water spout on one of the lake, or it's more like a snow spout, but it's basically a water spout. Happened in Oklahoma just an hour ago, according to a storm chaser. There's a photo on social media of it, but we cannot show it. Hey, Teresa, for becoming a member. What's the cat's name? Cheese curd. Fernando Pagey's driving through Glendale, Kentucky. Got a little bit more lighting here.
We've looked at a few, but haven't chosen any yet.
Hey, Tux to the super chat. Happy birthday, Joyce.
There's a lot of snow on the road here.
Yeah, there is.
Must have been all snow here. A couple inches.
Thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. Also, Nancy for the super chat. Yeah, Nathan for the super chat as well. Appreciate the coverage, no problem. Why does New Jersey keep downtrending? It's not really downtrending. Still expecting around 8 to 12 inches. Really depends on where you are. The southern side of the state, there's gonna be a bit more sleet and freezing rain, so it'll be lower. Very far southern part of the state's like 4 to 6, 4 to 7, just southeast of Washington near Salisbury. But the problem is, as we go into tomorrow, I'll show you guys the future radar here, but as we go into tomorrow, you can see this freezing line. We're gonna get a surge of warm air out of the south, and so our freezing line is gonna be, or our freezing rain sleet line is gonna be lifting north pretty quickly. And unfortunately, for those in like New Jersey, you're only gonna see snow from about 3 a.m. until about maybe 11. It's gonna be about an 8-hour period for some of you, not all of you, but between that time frame for southern New Jersey is when we're expecting just snow, and then we'll transition to sleet, and then maybe even a cold rain after that, or a freezing rain. So unfortunately, for those areas that want a lot of snow, you might not actually get a whole lot because of that the sleet line lifting off to the north and the freezing rain line lifting north. This is what's going to look like tonight in about 11 hours from now. So this is about 4 a.m. Central. This is what it'll look like. It's going to be massive. Thank you, Keck and Farrah, for becoming members. Don't forget, guys, we did upload a new video. If you have any questions, the new forecast that we uploaded on YouTube will hopefully give you a better idea of what's happening out there. But we're also answering questions here on the stream. How's Fort Worth looking right now? So currently we have a large band of freezing rain that's developing off to the west, and it's starting to fill in now near Dallas, Fort Worth. I'm gonna load the radar here. Our most intense freezing rain is located just northwest and north of Fort Worth. It's mainly impacting Gainesville and Sherman. We have a much larger area of freezing rain that's also developing over in central Texas near Abilene, and so that's going to eventually spread to the east into North Texas, including areas like Dallas. And so it's going to get a lot more intense there here pretty soon. And then back down in areas, or back over in areas like Knoxville. I just had somebody ask about Knoxville. Like those areas right now are starting to transition to sleet and freezing rain. We still have a little bit of freezing rain just northwest of Huntsville and near Florence. And this is going to continue to lift to the north. Almost all of Nashville now is into sleet. And if not, we're starting to see some freezing rain, especially down here in southwestern parts of Tennessee. So generally speaking, again, the worst of the impacts are still yet to come. We're starting to transition in a lot of areas to different types of precipitation. Things are intensifying, and it's only expected to get basically worse from here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hello, Max. Yeah, that's basically the same thing I was going to say in terms of that convection switch. And it's actually a mesoscale discussion that the Storm Prediction Center has came out with, basically backing up everything that we were just saying that we're going to transition from predominantly snow to a mixture of freezing rain and sleet over the next couple hours. Nashville, Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, this includes you guys. The other thing that I want to talk about real quick is tomorrow's severe weather threat, because that is not something we've touched on very much. So this is obviously the system as a whole. This is the loop that you guys have seen over and over and over today, but focusing more intensely on the southeast United States. This is where we're going to get a little bit of a severe weather environment tomorrow. So we're going to see a line of storms make its way across the United States, obviously, And attached to this winter storm is this additional little area of convection moving off to the south around noon to 5 p.m. tomorrow. This is actually where we have a 5% risk of tornadoes, and that is because of how much wind shear we have tomorrow. So taking a look at our wind shear tomorrow in the southeast United States, we can see that it's basically off the charts. The chart goes all the way over to almost 100 over here, and we are much higher than that. So very, very high wind shear, and this is going to make it really easy for storms to start spinning, even if they're relatively low topped. Spinning storms, of course, translate to tornadoes because where you have spinning air, we're going to get some sort of convection beneath that. Taking a look at our significant tornado parameter is basically echoing what's going on with our wind shear. Let me switch over to the 18Z run here. And that is all just going to push up basically into central Alabama, parts of Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. And we are actually going to see a pretty decent tornado environment tomorrow around 1 to 2 p.m. before it starts to eventually die off throughout the rest of the day. The biggest concern for tornadoes will be any sort of precipitation that manages to latch on to the line. You can kind of see it looks like there's some embedded supercells here. If we see an embedded supercell get its inflow notch out in front of the line, this is when we're going to see it pull in that favorable environment, that nice warm moist air, and perhaps see a spin up tornado. The other thing that I
you want to keep going?
wanted to talk about is lightning in general. So we already have thunder snow in Texas and Oklahoma right now, as well as with our our robust convection down in Louisiana. But this is actually going to spread out. So we're looking at the lightning flash density here, and all these blue streaks that you're seeing are lightning. So we're going to have a lot of thunderous and lightning convection tomorrow across a large portion of the United States, all the way up into places like Indiana and Ohio, baby. We might see lightning mix in. Of course, the most thunder snow we'll see will be down here in Tennessee, Texas, and Arkansas, right along the mixing line where we see a snow sort of switch over from freezing rain into sleet or snow. That's where we'll see the most of that because that's where the most instability is going to be. But there is still a chance that we could see scattered instances of thunder snow and lightning very far to the north tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update.
I hate to say it, but it might be a little bit.
This is Storm Runner Media currently in St. Louis.
We are in the. We
had a pretty major accident here earlier.
St. Louis suburbs, chaps. So that is O'Fallon and St. Charles.
Right now on some slightly slick roadways. They're actually going now towards.
Right now.
They're going south right now on I-44, so it's just west of Kirkwood. And snowfall rates here are right around a half an inch to maybe an inch per hour. There's actually sirens up here.
So, I mean, this is really just the beginning.
I wonder if there's an accident here on the left.
Like, you've already gotten a little bit of snow today. I mean, we ran how many?
There's some sort of accident or something happened over there on the left.
Two different parts today, at least for a short time. So I-44 is shut down. There's something going on over there as well, but I-44 was shut down for a decent period of time.
They bought up for becoming a member.
So I mean, we certainly had.
Aaron, the super chat said, "How's the freezing rain shaping up for Memphis? Worried about losing power? I still think isolated scattered power outages are on the table there in the Memphis area. This is what it looks like right now. Again, we are in a dry slot for most areas like Little Rock, Memphis, Northwest Mississippi, Northern Louisiana, but things will continue to get more intense, especially as we go into the evening hours and the overnight hours. Again, the worst of this winter storm is still yet to come. We still got some time until this thing really starts to kick into full-blown gear. So it's still very early, again, for many of these areas, but we should start to see our snow and freezing rain and sleet pick up in those spots. But again, we're in a lull. This is a little bit of a lull. For a lot of those areas, it's going to fill in over the next few hours, as all the models have shown. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, 2 updates for you. Number 1, it sounds like we are starting to get a switch over to ice in Nashville, Tennessee. Also in camera slot 2 right now is an incident at the Texas-Arkansas border. It's unclear what's causing this, but traffic is being diverted off the highway at the state line.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's check out the accident. That is a large traffic backup. This is another accident in Texas. There have been so many accidents in and around the I-20 area. This one's on IH-30 at US 71 in Texas. Sorry, I'm trying to open a container. That makes really annoying sounds. My God. Yeah, we got another major accident, major travel backup, more emergency sirens on the top of your screen. Likely trying to get to this accident. This has been again, a very common sight today. across Texas. And it continues to be a major problem. Let's take you guys a little across the world here. We'll start with Oklahoma, which is an area that we've seen plenty of freezing rain in here. Or not freezing rain, snow here recently. This is what it looks like right now. Currently on the west side of Oklahoma City. We're not seeing much snow right now. We're in a bit of a dry slot here. But snow is expected to intensify again here pretty soon. Back over near the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles. Let's go back over to the Amarillo area. You can see all the sleet and the snow that is stuck to the roadways here. Most of this is snow in Amarillo, and it's going to continue to accumulate over the next several hours. Our snow should wind down a little after midnight tonight. Back down towards Lubbock, Texas. We have a lot of sleet on the ground and snow. It's kind of a mix of everything. Roadways are covered over. Pretty dangerous traveling conditions right now back over there in the Lubbock area. If we go back over towards Abilene, Texas, it literally looks like a winter wonderland. There's snow and sleet everywhere. Sorry, just sleet. This is all sleet here. But there's sleet basically everywhere here. That is, again, a live camera. This is another look as well. On US 8384 at Clark northbound. Only one car to be seen on this roadway right now. We go back over towards Eastland, Texas. Yeah, it just looks like winter right now across North Texas. We go back over towards Dallas, Fort Worth. That's what it looks like on some of the roadways right now. This is in the Dallas interchange area. Only a few cars to be seen. Again, there are not a whole lot of people traveling. Only can see about a dozen cars in this picture, or this shot. But it seems like these people are traveling, and they're not doing terrible. Not seeing anybody slipping and sliding. Looks like a police officer there on the right. See if we can find anything else here. This is in Fort Worth. So this is going to be just on the south side of Fort Worth. Got a few cars again driving by. Not seeing anything crazy once again in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We go back down towards Austin, Texas. Problems are going to start down here in Austin here pretty soon. There's still plenty of cars on the roadway, at least on this highway. This is on the west side of Austin. This is near Hancock Drive. There is a little bit of freezing rain in the area, so we're going to start to see some accumulation here pretty soon. San Antonio is probably pretty normal right now. We haven't really seen a whole lot, but we are under ice storm warnings off to your north. We are expecting freezing rain to ramp up in this area here pretty soon. Plenty of cars still driving out there. Houston's probably normal as well. Let's go back over to Shreveport. Finding a random camera here in Shreveport. Well, that camera's frozen over. Can't look at that one. I think some of these cameras are probably going to be frozen over. This one just shows the entire bridge here completely coated in sleet and freezing rain. There is not a single car that I can even see right now near this bridge. That is on the southwest side of Shreveport. Got a couple of trucks and maybe a car somewhere over there. That's on the north side of Shreveport. This is in southern parts of Arkansas. That's another bridge that is completely iced over. Got another iced over camera in the Little Rock area. And again, snow is starting to fall here near Little Rock. Road is completely covered in sleet and a little bit of snowfall. And there's a couple vehicles out there. Looks like an emergency vehicle there. Oh, nope, never mind. It's a truck with hazards. Just kidding. It's over in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Again, not a car to be seen. It literally looks like a ghost town. It's Saturday, and it's a ghost town out here as of 6 o'clock. Oh, never mind. Oh, no longer a ghost town. We got one car coming into the shot. It's basically a ghost town, though, out here in the Hot Springs area. I think it's that car right there, or maybe that one. We got two cars. Good nobody's driving? It is good. It's definitely a good thing.
Hello, Max, we got a chance?
Go ahead.
we're here on I-65, and about a mile or so ahead of us, we have a accident of some sort that has a fully freeway closure. We're going to try to get a view with possibly the drone in a few minutes, but just wanted to let everyone know, and we have a complete standstill, people trying to get off at the exit 140 for Crawfordsville.
All right, that is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He is coming up on an accident of some sort, and this is in Indiana. This is all the way down over near Indianapolis. Thank you. Let me know if you have that drone shot. All right, we're gonna put it up on full screen, but
has a fully freeway closure. We're gonna try to get a view with possibly the drone in a few minutes, but just wanted to let everyone know. And we have
so back over here in Indianapolis, we've only really been dealing with snow, but it looks like there's some sort of accident, something that has been maybe shutting down the roadway here. I'm gonna see if we have any traffic cameras here too, because we do, I think. A bit of a different territory though here.
Thank you. Let me know if you have that drone shot.
Yeah, that was me. Trying to see. Indiana. Indiana cameras don't work, by the way. Riley.
Okay, guys, we have. So we're at exit 40. We're gonna try to get a view of this.
All right, this is near Lebanon.
We're gonna cancel Google Maps video.
All right, so it sounds like CJ's gonna get a drone shot of whatever happened here in a second.
Semis here, just fully stop, trying to get off.
So we'll keep an eye on him. I'm gonna keep him bottom middle of your screen, just in case he has something there. You can also watch CJ inside of the Radar Mega app. Again, we are the Radar Mega app again has a dozen chasers, I think, today live. This is one of the highest number of chasers I think I've ever seen on here. I'm gonna count real quick. We have 3, we have 6, 10. I think there's a dozen Storm Chasers. Yeah, there's a dozen Storm Chasers in a Radar Mega right now. If you want to watch any Storm Chasers, again, there's a dozen in the app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. There's also hundreds of live cameras here. But CJ is getting off the exit, I believe. I think he's going to do a drone shot, so we'll keep an eye on him. But back over here in Kentucky, we have a lot of Storm Chasers here, and for the most part in Kentucky, we're in a lull. We are starting to see some heavier bands of snow developing over near Evansville, Jackson, and Poplar Bluff, and this is going to continue to increase in coverage over the next few hours as those snow bands continue to move to the east. Relatively heavier bands of freezing rain moving that direction, or not freezing rain, sorry, snow moving that direction, going towards Lexington and Louisville. Snowfall rates upwards of 1 to 1.5 inches per hour as possible. We also have a lull in Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Not seeing a whole lot of snow here right now. Snow coverage will begin to increase over the next few hours. We have heavier bands of snow near Oklahoma City and on the west side of Oklahoma City. So right now in Oklahoma City specifically, we don't have anything really happening. But just to your west, heavier bands of snow are beginning to ramp up. Large swath of freezing rain is now making its way towards Little Rock. Same thing towards Dallas, Abilene area, and right along the Red River Valley. We still have an area of freezing rain here. And then off to the east, freezing rain and sleet continue near Nashville. That sleet line's all the way up towards Bowling Green, Kentucky now, so it's much further off to the north. And we are beginning to see our first freezing rain of this event as far east as Wilmington and North Myrtle Beach, right along the Carolina coastline. Snow is beginning over in Greensboro and Asheboro in North Carolina. Not really expecting any more than maybe 1 or 2 inches of snow. And then back over here in the higher elevations of the Appalachian Mountains, we're seeing some sleet, freezing rain, snow mixes happen there. All right, I'm gonna go back to CJ. CJ's looking at right now, so he's again not far from where that accident is. I think he's trying to position for a drone shot.
They're gonna likely probably just be sitting there because at this point there's no way for them to really get off, or easy way for them to turn them around.
Yeah. So then, yeah, maybe they do still have all lanes blocked off.
No, yeah, most likely.
So you can see all the lane, you see all the traffic right there. There's an accident somewhere. That's backed up for at least a mile.
There's a risk of secondary collisions with all this backup as well.
I'm just hoping everybody's able to stop in time.
Yeah. At least over here, it's not too bad of visibility, it looks like, but...
The only thing I worry about is with this, the elderly drivers.
Yeah.
So you guys said there might be ice. Unless I don't think there'd be ice up here in Indianapolis.
At the next
Unless somehow the snow melted.
Turn right.
Back to him in a second. Keeping an eye on that situation. That is right on I-65 near Lebanon, southbound, for those that are in that area in terms of the traffic issue. All right. Thank you, Sherry, for becoming a member. Thank you, Burn, for the super chat. What's your opinion on Commerce, Georgia for the next 24, 48 hours? My opinion for really anywhere in Georgia. Like, if you're down here to the south, we're really looking at more of a severe weather threat. If you're near Atlanta, Gainesville, Toka, Washington, Augusta, all those areas, I'm expecting a quarter to half an inch of ice. According to Riley, by the way, there are no active accidents in Texas or Louisiana right now, and that's basically for the first time today. So that's pretty surprising. I'm not going to lie. We've had a lot of accidents in both Texas. Louisiana hasn't had very many from what I've seen, but it seems like most people in Louisiana have been staying home. But back over in North Texas, we've had at least a half a dozen or a dozen accidents. I mean, we've got a bunch here on these cameras, so really not a whole lot of a surprise, though, because obviously we're hoping most of you guys are staying home. And I know all 46,000 of you watching right now are probably staying home, but there is a world where, many people would have been traveling today if it wasn't for the extensive coverage that we've been doing, or, just the extensive coverage in general of this winter storm with all the warnings that we have and everything like that. But unfortunately, there's a lot more accidents than there should be. I mean, we've had 2-3 dozen plus on this stream alone, and there's probably been other ones that we haven't even seen on a camera. Unfortunately, some people did not heed the warning. Some people obviously still have to work, which is obviously a given. Like, there are certain people that still have to go to work, still have to go on the roadways, all that sort of stuff, but it is obviously very dangerous in this part of the country with very little treated roadways, especially the side roads. Huge shout out to Jeff with the $20 super chat. Nope, going to Taco Bell. Yeah, if you're really gonna go to Taco Bell in the middle of an ice storm like this, I don't know what. I don't even know. I don't have no words for that. We're gonna go to a Taco Bell. I can think of so many better things to do than going to a Taco Bell in the middle of an ice storm. Go back over to CJ.
There should be the flying J's that's right at the exit.
If he does a drone shot here in a second.
It'll be the closest we can get to deploy the drone.
Because it looks like that roadblock is just right there.
So again, back over near Indianapolis where we have an accident.
Freeway. We do have some parking lot that we can get to. That's truck parking, so we'll have to go on the side road right here.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile. Your route may be affected by winter storm warning.
Oh my god.
It's snowing heavier right now in Indianapolis than it is in central Kentucky.
It's not that bad. I don't even know if this is like a no passing zone or not.
We'll keep an eye on him. Not a drone shot yet. Shout out to Benjamin with the Venmo donation, and as well as Anna with the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. A bust for Cincinnati so far? If I hear somebody else say it's a bust, I can't stress it enough. Almost everything for everybody, not everybody, but a lot of you guys, is going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning. Especially Cincinnati. Cincinnati is basically starting tonight, but the worst of it will be overnight tonight into tomorrow through the mid-afternoon. So, I don't know how else to explain it. I've seen people say bust so many times. Like, we're so early into the event still. The worst of this is the second wave. I've used this analogy, but if we're thinking about this in terms of the Patriots versus Texans last Sunday, right? This first wave of snow and ice that we've seen, which areas like Cincinnati are seeing right now, that is CJ Stroud. All right. This over here is the Drake May. So we are still waiting, and for those who don't know who football players are, we're basically talking about the appetizer here, and then this is the main course, the entree. Max, you're so beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad Diet Coke 759 said that, because I love Diet Coke. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, have an update on I-40 northbound near Blackwell, Arkansas. It's going to be in camera slot number 3. Looks like we have a vehicle in the ditch.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. This is in Arkansas, and you can see the truck in the ditch right there on the left. I-20 westbound is not moving around Sweetwater. Probably want to check that area. Sweetwater is west of DFW. I think. Yeah, it's west of Abilene. You said the appetizers at Evansville, Indiana is given the entree. Everybody's questioning Riley not having a Christmas tree now. Diet Coke does not love Riley. Yeah, Riley's weird. He doesn't like Diet Coke. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, first off, my tree exploded. That's why it's gone. But I'll send that truck near Sweetwater, Texas to camera slot 3 real quick. This is a pileup that we had there earlier. It has since been cleared. Sometimes the best thing to do if you're a recovery team to get trucks out of the ditch like this is to just wait. It's really hard to recover a truck in the snow. So if there's no urgency to get that truck out of the ditch, a lot of times they just leave it, wait for the system to come through, and then get it out later.
Alrighty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So... looks like a semi. It's still in the median there. It'll probably be there throughout the night. Oh, camera just changed. Go back to Texas. On 3. That's the semi again in the ditch there. And this was from a large pileup earlier. There was upwards of like 4 or 5 cars that were involved in a pileup here earlier. So that is still there. You can change it back to Arkansas now. Or whatever the other camera was. We are currently keeping an eye on upwards of, well, we're keeping an eye on hundreds and thousands of cameras, but this is a look at our 20 cam panel that we have currently. Again, a bunch of snow flying in a lot of different places. A bunch of storm chasers out there as well. And the weather is active here across the United States. Love the stadium look here. Let's look at a stadium. This is Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium over in Memphis. And we've had a lot of snow here. Now we're back over to sleet. It's actually pretty windy right now. We're gonna have some freezing rain ramping up here soon if it hasn't already started. Thank Trav for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Ken with the $20 super chat. Snow looks like Dippin' Dots here in Monroe, Ohio. Appreciate that, and also thank you for saying great work, Max and team. Back over to CJ in Lebanon, Indiana. I believe he's about to do a drone shot, so we're gonna wait and see what he does there. There's an accident again on I-65.
We're almost there, guys. Thank you for subscribing. Greatly appreciated. Favors CMA. Good job in breaking new ground.
You show that the shoulder lane's been taken northbound.
Hey, Julie, for the $10 super chat. Diet Coke fund. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Where's the crap?
I go through a lot of Diet Coke. I haven't really had that much today, to be honest, but
magically open up.
Right.
Whatever I DoorDash next, we'll probably include a Diet Coke.
Okay. Let's put the drone up, guys.
Hey, Beam for gifting a membership.
2729 Indiana OLN.
All right, so there's the accident. We're about to get a drone shot of what's going on there. You can see the emergency lights. We'll get a drone shot here in a second. Thank you, Ohio, for the super chat. Tornado and winter storm coverage tomorrow. That is exactly what's happening.
All of the hoods.
Welcome. Channel mode.
Didn't think we'd get the drone out this fast, guys. Let's unmuffle the mic a little bit.
I'm gonna give him a second to get his drone out, but we should have a shot of that here in a second. You talk about the aftermath after this next week. I've heard there's another storm coming after this. It's possible that we could see another winter weather event somewhere down here in the southeast or the southern plains sometime during the end of next week, so sometime around Friday. But it's not very likely that it's going to be anything it's definitely not going to be anything like this. But if we were to see something, it would be much less significant than this. So I'm not too concerned right now about next week. I think the biggest thing after this winter storm is done is how cold it is going to be during the end of next week. Thank you, Aaron, for the $10 super chat. How about Coke Zero? Here's $10 to try the best Coke. I've actually tried it before. I'm not a big fan. I don't know. I had it actually a few days ago. I went to Popeyes a few days ago and they ran out of Diet Coke, so they're like, "Do you want Coke Zero?" I'm like, "I guess." Well, it wasn't terrible. I mean, I just not as much of a fan of it. Darkfire with the super chat says, "So you're saying we're getting basically a Bengals defense this season?" I don't know what you're talking about. Unless the joke went over my head. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Vicky, for becoming a member. Should have a drone shot here in a second. And there's an accident southbound near Lebanon. February's not even here yet. Got only about a week until February's here.
Yeah.
While we wait for that, this is what world is happening? Who is this? This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're over at Shepherdsville, Kentucky, where there is still some light snow. We got a little pocket of actually moderate snow on the south side of Louisville that they're kind of driving into right now. Somebody just said bro is still alive. If you didn't think I was serious about a marathon of streaming this weekend, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this was expected. We've only been live for 10 hours. Got a long ways to go. In no world was this going to be the only like a 4-hour stream or something.
Yeah, these are big flakes.
Wow.
This will start adding up quick.
Let's see if CJ has his drone up. Alright, still. Oh, they're getting the drone up now. Alright, we'll stay on.
Good.
Drone's going up on CJ's feed. Should be full screen in a second.
Max altitude reached.
No. Oh my god. Seriously.
Should be full screen in a second. It's top left, but.
Oh, this is poor time.
Bro has to log in on stream. Alright. Go back to him in a second. Have you eaten? I'm sort of eating right now. Like, very slowly. Eating like some pimento cheese and crackers. Pretty good. If you know, you know. This is like the good cheese right here. The Costco cheese. Or at least that's what I call it.
Good all day. I guess might as well do this now. Do that now instead of.
The caviar of the South basically is. I'm gonna keep him bottom middle. He hasn't gotten the drone up yet. Thank you, Poppy, for the $10 super chat. I'm part of the snow and ice crew for an NTTA subcorrector in the PBBT area. Just OT, baby. I don't. You just said a lot of abbreviations that I've never heard of. All right, here's the drone. This is on I-7 or I-65 near Indianapolis. Just gonna change the settings so it's a little bit clearer to see.
Wow, that is okay. So it's.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, you open up the traffic somehow, back up.
Must have been an accident here, though. There's a police officer and it looks like some sort of other emergency vehicle there.
Can't even tell what it was.
Hey, Carvelin for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Just contact Dibble. Hey, Dibble, just to let you know that crash I was going to be on, it looks like it has mostly cleared up and all but one lane is open. I didn't want to bother Max with it, but looks like it's mostly clear now.
All right. There is the drone shot. Thank you, Saccone, for the super chat. Love the channel. You and your team are great. I'm located in Westchester, Ohio. Just starting to see some snow. It's good. Yeah, the snow's starting to fill in across most of Ohio. We got some heavier bands of snow that are starting to ramp up in eastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas. Still got a large area of snow also on the north side that's kind of moderate. Some parts are heavy from Amarillo back into St. Louis. In the St. Louis area, we do have Storm Chaser Storm Intermedia, who is out there right now. And currently, we got some light to moderate snowfall. Looks decent right now on the roadway. It's definitely sticking to the ground. So this is live in St. Louis. Thank you, Justin, for the $25 Venmo donation. Favorite weather channel. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Kate. Can you do a challenge? Highest super chat is your DoorDash driver tip. Honestly, we could do that. Like, I mean, I'm down. That'd be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm never gonna see them, but that'd be actually pretty cool. Hey, Foley, for becoming a member. I mean, like, if this was anywhere in the Ohio Valley or like anywhere, if I lived in one of these areas that's seeing ice or snow, I would not be trying to DoorDash somebody. Like, that's just me. I wouldn't want to have somebody go through that. But like, I mean, I'm not in the ice storm or anything like that, so it's different. Stock up on beer before the storm hits. There aren't very many places that aren't already being hit by this storm. I mean, this storm's already impacting most of the Carolinas, the southern central plains, the Ohio Valley. Like, most of you guys are already being impacted by this at this point. So. For the most part, everybody's seeing stuff. That's what the snow looks like over at Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Snowflakes are still pretty large over here. This is over right next to Louisville. Of course, they're at a liquor store. Had to get their liquor during this winter storm. Thank you, Wins, for the super chat. Thanks for your coverage. Worry about Sumner, Mississippi for the next 24 hours. Look where Sumner is. If you're in Sumner, we're just mostly talking about ice storm risk here over the next 24 hours, so likely going to see at least another half of an inch of ice accumulation there. And again, freezing rain is really starting to fill in all across North Texas, and then we got the beautiful snow here in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Beautiful. Riley, look at that graphic that was just posted in reports. Use that too, if you can. It's a good graphic to go over. No? Yeah. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so first off, we're going to cover school closings here on Monday. This is the most important thing for anyone who's in school. A lot of the DFW area, we're seeing closures there. Oklahoma, good news there, you're out of school as well. A little bit in and around the Little Rock, Arkansas area as well as down in Houston, Texas. San Antonio, some there as well. Honestly, don't know why we're closed down here. I swear if some of these Texas schools are closing because of cold, by the way, that would be insane, but I don't doubt it that we have some schools closing because of cold. St. Louis, we have some closures as well, and same thing across a large portion of Tennessee. A lot of schools closed there as well. Another thing I want to hit on is airport disruptions. So this is all on a scale of 0 to 5. Anything of a 0 point or a 0.0 to 1.9 is good. 2.0 to 3.4 is minor. 3.5 to 5 is major. And starting out with Dallas and Dallas Love Field here, we do have major cancellations and delays here. So 12% of flights are delayed coming out of DFW, and 81% of flights are canceled. Looking at Love Field, we have 72% of flights that are canceled and 8% that are delayed. Note that with the delayed percent, this does not include flights that have already been canceled. So basically, if you combine these two numbers, we're looking at over 80% here at Love Field that's canceled, and almost 100% at DFW. Moving up to Oklahoma City, 100% of our flights here have been affected, with 80% being canceled and 1% being delayed. And same sort of thing at Tulsa, where we've had 63% of our flights canceled and 25 delayed. Moving to Memphis, we've had 100% of our flights canceled out of Memphis International Airport. This is most likely because of icing conditions. And moving up to Nashville as well, we have 86% of our flights canceled and 2% of our flights delayed. So not a lot of traffic coming out of anywhere where there is an active ice storm ongoing. We do have some additional disruptions in Birmingham right now, where 43% of our flights are canceled and 1% or 14% of our flights are delayed. The other spot where we are seeing some icing conditions is over in Charlotte, North Carolina, where 67% of our flights are canceled and 8% of our flights are delayed. But then just looking at the broader United States, we can see a lot of places here and there that have all sorts of delays and or a couple of scattered cancellations. This is most likely related to the weather that we're seeing here, because the planes that are there are stuck there. They can't fly out and go to other places because they're stuck on the ground. So all these cancellations and delays that we have going on across the United States are probably all related to the storm, but that doesn't mean that just because we're not in the storm, we're not going to see any delays no matter where you are in the country. Another random airport that's having a lot of problems is up here in Edmonton, Canada, where 80% of our flights are delayed. That's obviously not really associated with the system going on down here. That's just Canada being Canada.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a update on all of our school closings, and as well as power outages, or not power outages. I am losing my mind. Talking about flights, delays, and as well as school closings. We should post that, by the way, in reports. Riley. All right. Max, your eyes are so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Luke, for the $10 super chat. Can you please give a look at West Virginia? Because everything is giving mixed results. Yeah, I mean, there isn't really a whole lot to be confused about for West Virginia. I know there's a lot of different forecasts for literally every region, but I mean, generally speaking, for West Virginia, I didn't mean to be on this. For those in West Virginia, on the northern side of the state, that's where we're expecting the most significant snowfall. So probably in the ballpark of 8 to 12. Some localized areas could be closer to 14. South side of the state, just east and kind of along the Appalachian Mountains, they're going to be closer to 4 to 8 inches. And then in terms of ice accumulation, if you find the graphic for that, there is an ice accumulation thing somewhere. Maybe. You guys don't understand how many tabs I've opened right now. It's unbelievable. Where did it go? Do I not have a graphic for it? Riley, can you send me the ice accumulation, like that experimental graphic thing? I don't know where the link went for it. All right, I'll show you guys the ice in a second. While we're speaking about ice, though, again, if you're anywhere in the red, we are still anticipating the threat of numerous to widespread power outages. And so, again, if you're anywhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, back over towards Shreveport, this is still a region that we think we're going to start to see a lot more power outages here over the next several hours. Nashville is expecting widespread power outages with a growing ice storm threat tonight. The Carolinas and back into northeastern Georgia, that is also a region that would anticipate at least some numerous to widespread power outages. If you are in the orange area, that is where we're mostly expecting scattered power outages, maybe some numerous, and then in the yellow is very isolated power outages. The yellow area is more going to be because of the fact of snow. You could see power outages due to weather for really any reason in this area when it comes to maybe a car accident happening right into a power pole, whatever it might be. Those things do happen occasionally in these types of events. Now, in terms of total power outages, this is what we're looking at in terms of total power outages now in the United States. We're now up to 134,000 customers without power again. Texas is not on yellow anymore, so it's actually improved a little bit. But we are sitting at 112,000 without power just across the south central United States here, and the bulk of them are where the heaviest freezing rain fell between basically 12 and 6 o'clock. A lot of this fell in that time frame, and areas like Shreveport have been seeing the biggest impacts out of this. And then also back over north of Vicksburg near Lake Providence, we are now over 50% without power in East Carroll Parish. Parts of central Mississippi are also starting to see some more power outages. If you're over in Wise County, we're looking at only about 1,000 without power, but this is the first power outage that we've actually had in North Texas from what we've seen, at least the first notable power outage. We've had a couple over in Lamar County, Texas. That's near Paris, Texas. We have a few thousand without power there near the Texarkana area, but again, I'm expecting that these numbers will continue to increase over the next few hours, and they're probably going to get a lot more widespread overnight. Did you find the experimental snow thing, Riley? All right, we'll just use this for now. All right, that's how much ice we're expecting. This is pretty much an idea of what you can expect. So if you're back over here in South Central Virginia or Southern Virginia, south of Morgantown specifically, that is where we're talking about actual ice accumulation. It'll likely be around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Any other areas here in Maryland, back into the Long Island area, eastern parts of New Jersey even, that is where we're expecting maybe a 1/100th of an inch of ice, perhaps some areas around 1/10 of an inch of ice. Washington, D.C. and into southern Maryland, extreme southern Maryland, is where 1/4 of an inch of ice is possible. And then most of central southern Virginia will be over 1/2 of an inch of ice here over the next 24 to 36 hours. Nashville is still expecting the risk of an ice storm. Once again, if you're back over in Nashville, the National Weather Service there has mentioned that they might issue a ice storm warning for Nashville, but confidence isn't there yet. But it is entirely possible that we could be upgraded to ice storm warnings for Nashville here tonight. Really, the biggest difference between a winter storm warning and a ice storm warning would be if we go under an ice storm warning, there's a much better chance of seeing a 1/2 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice. So possible that Nashville does get included into that sometime down the line. But here's the more easy map to read, in my opinion, for snowfall. This is interesting. The latest National Weather Service forecast for snow has increased a lot for parts of New York. We have a large red area now for Syracuse, for Binghamton, north of Scranton. We're now around 18 to 22 inches of snow in this red area. So that includes parts of New Hampshire, Vermont, western Massachusetts. All of Long Island is a little bit lower now. It's around 10 to 12. And then eastern parts of New Jersey are down to about 4 to 6. So not nearly as significant in those areas. But nonetheless, the total's actually gone up a little bit just off to your north of Scranton. For the most part, all of Pennsylvania is still expecting a widespread 10 to 14 inches of snow. So really not much has changed there. Snow is starting to pick up in intensity back over in Oklahoma. This is in El Reno, Oklahoma. You can see the blowing snow here.
Oh my God.
It's a Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter.
There we go. Nice oil. Damn, you weren't kidding. Those guys are out there.
Oh yeah, they won't stop.
For these being such tiny snowflakes, the visibility is actually somewhat low. Is tornado season soon? Tornado season starts in about 1.5 months. We're not far from the start of it.
So it doesn't explode?
Yeah.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm going to send you a couple of images here. The first one is a picture from Texarkana, and I'm going to put this in slot 3. And then I'm going to also put one in slot 2. Now, the funny part about this is these pictures are actually just a couple of hundred of feet apart from each other, and this is because the road is closed. So everyone that's in that camera that's in slot 2 has been sitting there for about 2 hours now, trying to make their way into Texas. But because the road is closed in order to clear an accident, they're basically just stuck there. So if you're trying to come into Texas or into Arkansas on I-30 right now, just know that that's not going to work. Highway 82 moving through the middle of Texarkana does remain open.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, 2 different video shots, 2 completely different stories, too. This is over near Texarkana, and that is looking. We actually had this on earlier, a video shot of this, and it looked basically like this. Again, nothing's really changed. So, unfortunately, there is a major accident ahead near Texarkana that has basically shut down the interstate. So, allow yourself extra time to travel if you are traveling, which again, not really recommended, but definitely does not look good right now. And this is the other shot of where there's nothing happening. No cars are traveling. All right, we're going to put Stormer Media, and we'll put Connor back on the bottom. We'll go back over to Connor. Connor is driving into some heavier snow now. Connor is currently located back over near Louisville. The heavier bands of snow are going to be up by that liquor store south of Louisville. This is Tornado Pagey. I don't know if they're actually getting liquor. I don't know what they're... I don't know if they're actually in the car. Their audio's on. But there's a liquor store right here. And, I mean, it's not a bad time to get liquor. All right, we're in the middle of a winter storm. It's snowing. There's a lot of people parked here. I don't know if there's a restaurant here. I have no clue, but it's pretty interesting. What's going down over here? Riley, can we get Brandon Payne's link? I think he's live on the program. I could be wrong. Unless it's soon. Thank you, Carl, for the $10 super chat. Is Martha's Vineyard actually getting 16 inches? That's taller than my house, by the way. Wait, what? 16... Wait, I'm confused now. I would say, if you're over Martha's Vineyard, probably not. I would say it's going to be closer to 10 to 12. I don't think it's going to be as significant. Look at Nashville right now. Nashville's beautiful. This is what Nashville looks like. Beautiful looking sky. The sleet and the freezing rain. Very, very light. Not even anything we could see right now. It is beautiful out there tonight. This is what it looks like over in Texarkana. We're just going to kind of take you around everywhere here. This is Texarkana right now. We got some sleet on the ground. And that's an area that we've had some pretty big travel problems over the last few hours. If anybody wants to on the back end, you can just put random cameras in every slot. Just going to do a tour of the country here real quick. This is over in Tennessee near Memphis. Oh, well, somebody just changed it. There's the semi. There's a semi. This is in Texas. This is where a semi truck is still in the median. A lot of flashing hazards right now on that car as well. That is over there on the that's on the Arkansas-Texas border on I-30. Traffic has been stuck for 2 hours. And it looks like another accident of some sort on I-20. Cannot tell because of how bright the lights are, but it looks like some sort of accident there in the middle of the median. And then this right here is Memphis on I-40, where the sleet has accumulated onto the roadway. There's still a lot of people traveling. I'm surprised by how many people are traveling right now here in Memphis. Got quite a few cars on the roadway. This is Arlington, Tennessee. It's pretty quiet right now. It's not terrible. Conditions definitely could be worse here. A little bit different of a story if we go over to St. Louis area. The snow has been a bit more intense here. basically looks like a winter wonderland over here right now. But snow's been far more intense in the St. Louis area here over the last few hours. This is in Merrimack Bluffs, which is just west of St. Louis. And then this is live here in El Reno, Oklahoma. And here's Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett area, just north of Wichita Falls. Very light snow falling. We've transitioned basically from sleet to snow. And then this is over on US 287 near Vernon, Texas. They have a flashing light because of all the winter weather impacts. Only a couple of cars on the highway right now there. And the same thing with this sign here. This is at a different spot. Basically warning of the danger of ice accumulation happening right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, in camera slot number 2 right now, we're going to put a accident that is in Shreveport, Louisiana. This occurred just off to the northwest of the airport there on Interstate 220.
It's up there. All right, thank you. All right, so this is an accident that just happened near the Shreveport Airport on the top left of your screen. I really wish we had like an accident counter or something, because like there have just been so many. Like, I don't even know how many we've had. We've had at least 50 on this stream today, at least. Probably a conservative number, to be honest. But this has been a very common sight today. Thank you, Evan, for the $20 super chat. Seeing a snowflake in Topeka. What's going on? This is what Topeka looks like right now in terms of the live view. If we go to, well, if it loads. I don't know if it's going to load. Maybe not. All right, it's not going to load. But let me do this. So right now in Topeka, we do have a very light band of snow. It's mainly down to your southeast currently. It's impacting mainly Kansas City. But generally speaking, Topeka, you only got some light snowfall left. It's going to last for maybe about 3-4 more hours. And then after that, we're going to be basically winding down over there in Topeka. Not expecting a whole lot more snow accumulation there. Thank you, Jeremiah, for the super chat. Let me know in the chat how much snow you guys have all seen. Give me your location and how much snow you've seen so far. Love to hear your snowfall accumulation numbers. Oklahoma City, 5 inches. Hey, Kenny, and also Dan for the $20 super chats. Max, can you hit the gritty? I'm not doing that right now. Maybe at the end of this marathon, though. Hey, you, Kenny, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for what you do, man. Only weather source I trust. All things done on days ahead of time. Appreciate that. St. Louis, about 3 inches. I'm surprised it's that low. I feel like it should be higher. Go back to standing mode. Marcos, Texas, 0 inches. We got Milan, Tennessee checking in at 6 inches of snow. 4 to 6 inches of snow in Rogers, Arkansas. Columbus is 0 inches. Should start to see some better snowfall accumulation back over in Columbus here pretty soon. We got some bands moving in. It's not that intense, but it's something. $85% with the super chat asking about how many inches for Delaware. Let me go ahead and show you guys the latest model data here. So this is the latest in terms of how much snow we're probably going to see. And again, this is approximate, but for the most part, we're still looking at a pretty decent amount of snow there, even including areas like Delaware. Looking at most of Delaware around 3 to 6 inches. If you're on the very far northern side of the state, we'll be pushing closer to a foot. And then most essential northern Maryland, looking at around 8 to 12 inches of snow. Some localized areas as high as 14 inches of snow will be possible. And then back over in most of Pennsylvania, we're talking about a widespread at 10 to 15 inches of snow. Over in southern New York and southern Vermont, again, things have uptrended there. We're talking closer to 20 inches of snow in some of those locations, just south of Syracuse. And then just south there of Indianapolis, down towards Evansville. A localized patch there, about 10 to 15 inches is expected. But Columbus is still on path, or on pace, I should say, for about 12 inches of snow. I know nothing's really happened there yet, but most of the snow is going to be happening tonight into tomorrow morning. And then this is the remainder of the snow that we're expecting across areas like Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri. Again, most areas are going to be dealing with a widespread 4 to 8 inches of snow. This is on top, though, of what you've already seen. So this does not include what's already fallen, is everything that is coming from here on out. Dallas-Fort Worth, Little Rock, Memphis, really not going to see much snow there. Maybe an inch in DFW tomorrow morning. Little Rock, maybe an additional inch. Maybe an additional inch as well for Memphis. But Nashville's done with any sort of snow. It's going to be all freezing rain and sleet from here, and maybe a cold rain. And then St. Louis looking still at about 8 to 10 inches of additional snow. And then over in Oklahoma City, right around 5 to 8 inches of additional snow there as well. Hey, Clapper for the super chat. I'm in York, Pennsylvania. Why does my weather app still say 20 plus inches of snow? Because your weather app doesn't know what it's talking about. A lot of weather apps are literally just based off of a random model, for the record. Like, there isn't a whole lot of science to a lot of them. It's literally just using one model run or something like that. Not all of them are, but some of them are. And so that's probably where you're getting that from, if I had to guess. Why is nobody reporting around St. Louis, chasers, etc.? We do have a storm chaser. We have Storm Intermedia there. Let me get Storm Intermedia back in the middle of your screen. Actually, go over to Storm Intermedia. St. Louis is probably one of the more interesting areas right now.
Yeah, but sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good. I was gonna say we're about ready to hit 118,000 subscribers, chat.
That's what it looks like in St. Louis currently.
I wonder if we could get to 120 by tomorrow evening.
Honestly, I think we can. I wonder if we can get to 120,000 before the end of the storm. Yeah.
We can certainly push close, but I think we can do it. I believe in it. Especially if we run a very long stream tomorrow, we'll certainly have an opportunity. But
these are some photos coming out of from the Indiana State Police, and one of the reasons why you shouldn't be driving out there today. Stuff like this. This isn't even the worst part, by the way. Gets worse. There was at least some sort of cop car involved. Hopefully everybody was okay here, but it happened earlier today back over near I-94 near Ripley Street in Indiana. Hey, Trevor for the super chat. What's the time frame for snow in St. Louis? Have a flight in the have a flight leaving in the morning. So far, flight's still going. Snow's going to continue through tomorrow morning. I don't think there'll be too many problems when it comes to flights tomorrow in St. Louis, unless it's coming from an area that's seeing ice. It's going to be mostly snow there, which is pretty common for that area. Hey, Jeremy for the $10 super chat. We don't have anything in Charlotte, North Carolina yet. It's coming, guys. It is coming. Trust me. Hey, Doug for the Diet Coke and Straw Fund. Appreciate that. Max, what about the 26 inches of snow predicted? Nobody, I was not predicting 26 inches of snow anywhere. Anybody that predicted 26 inches of snow is far from what's actually going to happen. Again, I think the highest total, and this is one location, the highest total I think that'll happen tomorrow would be 22, maybe 23 inches. Could push 24 somewhere, but I think it would be New York if we saw that. It wouldn't be like Oklahoma or anything like that. You predicted 0 to 30 inches? Hey, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. This map is very accurate, though. It doesn't matter if we see 30 inches or not. It's a range, right? It could be 0 inches anywhere, and I'm right. I'm right no matter what. It's the best part about this graphic. Where am I located? I'm in Florida. Shout out to Jenny with the $10 Venmo donation. Thanks for all your wonderful weather advice and great sense of humor. Watching from Nashville. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, right now Nashville is mostly just a light freezing rain, sleet mix currently. It's mostly snow back up towards Lexington, Louisville, and some surrounding areas there. And then further back to the west, we are starting to get some heavier bands of snow in Arkansas. Back over near Bentonville, Arkansas, Mountain Home, Fayetteville. We're starting to get some heavier snowfall. See if we can find a camera up there. We got plenty of cameras up here, but let's see if we can get a decent one here. That's what it looks like on the bridge here, just east of Fayetteville, Arkansas. And the bridge is fully covered over. I'm not seeing any snowflakes really flying there. Let's see if there's one that actually has snow flying. It's over in Mountain Home. Doesn't look like much snow's falling right now. The radar's picking up on snow. Is anybody over in Fayetteville? Are you guys seeing snow right now? Or am I tripping? Am I not on the right cameras here? Because, I mean, they're literally in the snow path. Maybe I'll go Bentonville here. Looks like there's some sort of accident maybe down here. There's an officer. It's another camera that was right in the middle of the snowbank. There's snow area. Guess it's snowing here? Okay, so it is snowing, you just can't see it on these cameras apparently. Yeah, can't see anything. If it's snowing, they're tiny snowflakes. But it is, there's plenty of snow on the ground there. You can see it out there pretty clearly. Let's check in on Oklahoma. Let's see what the radar looks like here. Things are starting to intensify again. And we do have a couple of storm chasers here as well. We have Max Archer and as well as Mezzo Hunter even. This is a live shot over there north of Oklahoma City. That is in... What location is this? Sorry. That is Guthrie, Oklahoma. So that's what it looks like live out there. Looks like we have several inches of snow on the ground here. Very small snowflakes, but snow is coming down. It's going to keep stacking up here. Hey, Source for becoming a member. Hey, Dano for the $10 super chat. What's the outlook for Bedford, Texas? I'll check it out here in a second. Max Archer is in downtown Oklahoma City, and so right now we have very tiny snowflakes in Oklahoma City. It seems like the heavier bands are starting to set up, though. You can see on radar, we got these like stretched out bands. This is where some heavier snowfall is currently happening. We've got a large area of much heavier snowfall to the west of Oklahoma City that'll fill into this area here soon, including areas like Perry. Mezzo Hunter is just west of Oklahoma City. Looks like a little bit of a dry slot there. Someone just asked about Bedford, Texas. That's the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Basically, anywhere in Dallas-Fort Worth is going to be freezing rain all the way through tomorrow morning. And the freezing rain has been getting more and more intense. It's getting more widespread. Most significant ice accumulation is going to be happening over in Gainesville and Sherman. The Frisco, Plano, Dallas, Garland areas, we still have a little bit of freezing rain, and then the more significant freezing rains back over in Wichita Falls, Stephenville, and Graham. And that's continuing to move to the northeast, going towards Decatur right now. Hey, Rainey for the super chat. You do an update for DC. There's nothing really to update. I mean, I've already talked about Washington, D.C. The biggest concern will be snow tomorrow morning. We're going to be talking 4 to 8 inches for most of those areas, 8+ inches around and north of D.C., and then around 1/4 of an inch of ice for that area.
Kind of
back over to Stormer Media here in St. Louis.
We'll get into a heavy one and then get a little drier for 15 minutes, and then it's still snowing though. It's gonna keep snowing no matter what, but that's kind of how tonight.
Hey, Wayne for the $50 super chat. Thanks so much, Max, always for putting your live stream for your live stream. Please thank your crew, and thanks Riley too.
Okay. See,
I'm working right now as a salt
degreed meteorologist. So
let me mute this. I'm working right now as a salt house pre-treat. I don't even know what you're saying. I'm guessing you're pre-treating the roads. 12 to 14 and for the next 12 to 14 hours. Can't wait to move back to Florida. Thanks. Details between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Appreciate the super chat. I don't know really what you're saying in the second half there, but if you're treating the roads, it's awesome. Yeah, I definitely don't blame you for going to Florida if you want to go to Florida. Thank you, Chris, for the $25 super chat.
Think I know where he's going. I'm not. You might maybe you could confirm it to me like after the stream or something. I don't know.
Haley, good to see you.
Yeah, this is over in St. Louis.
You should see Waterloo, Illinois. What's going on in Waterloo,
Shout
Illinois?
out to Brett with the $20 Venmo donation. You rock, dude. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, I've been to Waterloo, Iowa. I've never been to Waterloo, Illinois.
Also, Donald with the $20 super chat or Venmo donation. Randall also with the $10 Venmo donation, providing basic weather updates and status. You rock, Max. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Jenny, for the Venmo donation. Rosita for becoming a member. Yeah, that's what it looks like right now out there in St. Peter's, which is basically St. Louis. Just on the outskirts. If you look bottom right of your screen, I'll actually just full screen this, but look at all the snow here. Large swath of snow impacting everywhere around St. Louis, Farmington, Jefferson City, Springfield, Decatur. All of you guys are still dealing with light to moderate snowfall. Some heavy pockets of snow are going to be possible as well. Katie with the sewer chat, she said, accident on I-77 just west of Roanoke, southbound closed. We're looking at that, Riley. Hey, you kids for becoming a member. How tall am I? I am 8'7". I know, it's tall. Where is Nathan Moore? Here it is. Thank Crystal for the super chat. For Robeline, Louisiana. Good look. You're expecting an ice storm, so we're talking probably around a quarter or half an inch of ice. I would probably lean more towards the half of an inch for that area. We've already seen a decent amount of ice accumulation in and around that location, but I think it's going to be a lot more significant as we go into the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. And I do want to remind everybody that, again, tonight is going to continue to be pretty significant once we get closer to like midnight. Right now across the radar, once it pops up here, everything's not filled in yet. We're still not at the heaviest bands of our precipitation for a lot of you. So like Dallas, Fort Worth, Little Rock, Nashville. Many of you guys are not currently in the thick of it yet when it comes to our freezing rain precipitation. It's going to get more intense as we go into the overnight hours, right? So we're going to see much more intense freezing rain and snow setup whenever the radar decides to load. Oh, there we go. So basically anywhere in that pink area that we see here, that entire area is still filling in. It's not fully heavy freezing rain yet. And once we get closer to about 10 to 12 o'clock tonight, we're going to see a much larger area of heavier freezing rain. And that's what's going to lead to those bigger ice accumulation numbers. Anywhere in the blue and the white, that's where all of our snow is. It's starting to get heavier in a lot of areas. I mean, we're starting to see some heavier snow now west of Oklahoma City. Got a decent pocket of snow from Muskogee back into Bentonville and Mountain Home. A little bit of snow also across areas like Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. And we also have a good amount of snow starting to pick up back over in the Carolinas and Virginia. But over the next several hours, this system is going to continue to get more and more intense. And at some point tonight, we are going to basically have everybody here in the Ohio Valley and the Southern Plains included in some level of precipitation. So coverage will almost be 100% really within the next few hours, as models have been showing here for the last several days. And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we looked into that closure reported on I-77. It does look like there is a crash somewhere near Hicksville in Virginia, but it does not appear that that road is closed. If it does change, we'll let you know. But the road actually looks like it's in pretty good condition. That's in camera slot 3 right now. Traffic is moving a little slow on the entirety of the road, but that's more due to visibility. But I don't think there is any issues with closures at this point.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is the closest camera that we can see to it right now. So we can't really see much as of right now. There was an accident over there on I-77. Snow is continuing to pick up right now over in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Can you show the power outage map? We can, if there's any update to it. All right, power outages are increasing yet again. It's been kind of around the same number for the last like 6 hours or so, but we are back to 140,000 without power, and or about to be 140,000 without power. We got to 141 at one point. We got down to 129. We've kind of been in this range for like the last 6 hours. The power outages haven't really gone anywhere higher than about 141 today. But Texas and Louisiana are still the two main states with power outages. If we zoom back into the map, not much has really changed, but we do have a couple more areas like Navarro County, Texas, now having some isolated power outages. Many counties now in central Mississippi are starting to pick up on some slightly more widespread power outages. Monroe, Louisiana, we are sitting at about 31,000 without power. And then back over south of Shreveport, we're about at 9,000 without power. That's about 50% of the county. So there's a couple of counties here that are looking pretty significant in terms of power outages. The Monroe area is about almost 40%. So these numbers are, again, going to continue to go up here over the next several hours, especially near Dallas-Fort Worth. I think we're going to start to see at least some spots near that Red River Valley lose power. And I'm not saying that to, basically say that you're definitely going to lose power. But, I mean, I think there's a legit possibility here for areas like Gainesville and Sherman that with how much freezing rain that we've seen picking up here over the last several hours, that there could actually be some power outages here. Relatively soon. I mean, we had a lot of freezing rain last night. We have even more tonight. I'm honestly surprised Gainesville and Sherman haven't lost power yet. I think last night we had at least some reports of power flickers and such, but it's still freezing rain there. I mean, there's still ice accumulating. And it's kind of surprising, again, that there has not been any power outages, at least to my knowledge. That area has been like in a train of freezing rain. It was at least last night, and it still is today. I say that power outage stuff, and now it looks like one of the Radar Omega cameras is offline, which means there may have actually been a power loss over in Denison, Texas. I'm not sure, but we at least have that camera offline. It's either because of the ice or it's because of the ice accumulate or the power outage stuff. Does Texas typically get snow? Not typically. No, we don't typically see snow in Texas. Texas Panhandle does, like if you're in like North Texas, it happens maybe once a winter. It's not very common though. So, I mean, this would be the one time. I mean, we could see it again, but it doesn't happen more than really 1 or 2 times a winter for most of North Texas. If you're in the Panhandle though, it happens a lot more frequently. Amarillo sees a lot of snow in the winter. I say a lot, at least around a half foot to a foot. Midland and Lubbock are usually not too significant either in terms of snowfall. And then San Antonio, Austin, Houston basically never see snow at all. We have the latest HRRR model run coming out, so we'll see what it shows in terms of snow, ice accumulation, and all that good stuff. Right now, again, it's still showing a large band of freezing rain and sleet stretching from Dallas and Houston all the way back into the Ohio Valley and the Carolinas. Large swath of snow from Washington, D.C. and Oklahoma City by 1 o'clock in the morning. But it only goes out to tomorrow at 7 a.m. But we have a new model run coming out, so we'll definitely see what the new details show here soon. Radar Omega just added a camera in the Pacific Northwest. I didn't even know this. It's actually pretty cool. Not related to this winter storm, but that's a really pretty view. The sun just set over there in the Pacific Northwest. Huge shout out to Fine with the $100 super chat. Really appreciate the support. No message at all, but I really appreciate that. Somebody's in the chat for Fine. And Alls with the super chat says, great coverage as always. Do you think the updated model predicting 16-inch snow totals in southeast Indiana is accurate? We could see an isolated spot near 16 inches. I don't think we're going to have it widespread. I'd say still around 10 to 15 is realistic. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking at I-40 near Willis, Tennessee. Unfortunately, this isn't something we can show on camera, but there is a multi-vehicle crash that's been reported on Interstate 40 westbound. All lanes are blocked and multiple vehicles are involved. The estimated time of when westbound would be reopened is unknown. It sounds like they are currently diverting traffic around this area on Highway 76 to Highway 179.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So a major accident there in Tennessee as we continue to see a lot of freezing rain and sleet. Our freezing rain right now is setting up just west of Huntsville. Again, Huntsville is basically a cold rain at this point, but areas off to your west, like Florence, are going to be dealing with an ice storm over the next several hours. Areas like Nashville and southeastern Tennessee are still dealing with freezing rain at this hour. Even back over near those winter weather advisories, we're still seeing at least some freezing rain and sleet, which is going to continue to lead to some problems. Evan with the super chat says Chattanooga hasn't really been covered much. Yeah, Chattanooga doesn't have really a whole lot going on. I mean, the temperatures are right around freezing, so anything that's actually reaching the ground in terms of liquid rain is freezing, but generally speaking, it's going to go above freezing here soon. So, you know, as we go into late tonight and early tomorrow, we will eventually go back to a more normal rain, and it probably won't be freezing by then. And then by tomorrow night, once our Arctic cold front comes through, we're going to see temperatures drop below freezing really quickly, and that could lead to a flash freeze. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So looking at camera slot number 2 now, this is a single vehicle accident. I believe it's a vehicle in the ditch on Interstate 240 in Memphis, Tennessee.
Alrighty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. This is that accident that just happened over here in Memphis, Tennessee. A car is off there on the right side of your screen. You can see the hazards flashing there on the right in the ditch. Thank you, Makino, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate the stream. Keep it up. Appreciate that. And Shan with the super chat. We appreciate the informative coverage. Big fans of Max Velocity. Appreciate that. And also thank you, Clean, for the $20 super chat. This is back over in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Just north of Oklahoma City, where we are starting to see some heavier snow ramp up. We're seeing several inches of snowfall over here. And this is Storm Runner Media.
So, Jeremy, thank you for
driving through Chesterfield, Missouri.
You guys be safe. Not too bad in Collinsville yet, but I think things will change. Thank you, guys.
I agree.
Well, thank you, Jeremy, for the super chat and the support.
Now these heavier bands are coming right back up to the north side of town again, like O'Fallon. But interesting.
Hey, House for the super chat. I don't think you have to go underground there in Bastrop, Texas.
Nice. What are
no tornado warning or anything.
What is y'all's favorite type of storms to chase? Which storm is more exciting to y'all?
Tornadoes.
Yeah, we like supercells and tornadoes.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, I love chasing. Look, I love chasing like snow and stuff. Like, it's fun, but.
Hey, Lord, for coming back some Velocity member, and also Slim for the super chat.
I feel like that is
keep
kind
grinding.
of
We are grinding.
maybe, but...
We're about to hit the 11th hour of live coverage today of this winter storm, which is insane. About to hit 11 hours. 11 hours of commercial-free weather coverage. Thank you, NJ, for the $20 super chat. It's low-key pretty impressive that we've been even live for 11 hours today. We're going to be going over, I think, we're definitely going to go over 12 hours here pretty soon. Thank you, Sawman, for the $10 super chat from Denton County. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, Denton County right now, again, everywhere in North Texas, we're starting to see a larger increase in freezing rain. Actually, that camera up there north of Sherman just came back online. It's frozen over in ice, but I thought power outage might have just happened right there along the Red River Valley there north of Sherman. But at least for right now, it looks like the camera's back online, which is good news. Basically means there's at least power. Let's get Max Archer on here, who's in downtown Oklahoma City. That's what it looks like right now in downtown Oklahoma City. The Storm Chaser, Max Archer. Thank you, Dave, for the 5 gift memberships, and also Jackson for the $10 super chat. And also Chris for the $10 super chat. Chris, still plenty of snow to come overnight. There's also been more than enough snow to cover the grass. We've had around 3 inches from what I've seen in reports. 3 to 4 inches in many areas in Tulsa. Maybe your yard is like in a sauna or something. It's like a 5-degree temperature increase there, making there being no snow. Hey, Richard, for becoming a member. Any storm chasers coming to central Illinois? I don't think so. I mean, most of our storm chasers that are out there, they're going to be mainly across, right now they're mostly across the Ohio Valley. I think the only one would be Storm Intermediate because they're over there in St. Louis right now. So maybe they'll be in central Illinois tomorrow. But otherwise, no, most of the chasers are going to be going over towards, you know, Maryland and Pennsylvania and Virginia tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, getting an update southwest of Monroe, Louisiana. It sounds like there is a vehicle that is has one entrapment due to a tree falling down. There are icing conditions ongoing here, so I would imagine that is associated with the weight on the tree from the ice storm. So it sounds like the first responders are on the way, but there is one person trapped in a vehicle.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, MV, for becoming a member, and also Wills and Eli for the super chats. Appreciate that, Eli. I'll check it out. Thank you, Wills, also for that. How is Ohio looking in terms of power outage likelihood? I'm not expecting many power outages up there in Ohio. Things are going to be staying relatively calm up there in terms of power outages. There will be... I wonder what that noise was. There will be snow, obviously, across all of Ohio, but, I mean, like, we're not going to see power outages unless it came from a lot of snow sticking to power lines, which I really don't expect. Or if we had some sort of, like, accident related to the snow that's ongoing. It's very unlikely there'll be anything really up there. But this is our map of power outages, and again, the best chance is in the red. Hey, Danica for the super chat, and also Josh for the super chat. I don't know where Ginwood County is. Input state. And Sean with the super chat is asking about Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Back over in Waynesboro, I would be expecting right around 10 to 12 inches of snow. Pretty much anywhere here in southern Pennsylvania, and this goes for anybody here, southern areas of Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, northern West Virginia, we're going to be talking right about 10 to 12 inches of snow there. Robert with the super chat asking about, is Charlotte going to be a bust? Again, I'm not expecting a bust. Charlotte is just starting now with the freezing precipitation. It's going to fill in a lot more tonight. It's only 7 o'clock right now. A lot of the activity is going to be picking up here over the next few hours. We're still very early into the setup right now. But things will get more intense as we go into the evening hours, into the overnight hours. Tricky says, parked in Jasper, Oklahoma, and it's brutal right now. It was awful leaving Texas this morning. Just got worse headed north. Did 45 miles per hour semi-truck all morning long. Hopefully you stay safe. Appreciate the super chat. Let me see if we have a view of the freezing rain here in Glen Heights, Texas. We should be seeing some freezing rain right now in Glen Heights. This is just outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. It is very cold. You can actually see it. There's a couple of street lights right there on the bottom. You can see the freezing rain kind of going from side to side. So we got some freezing rain coming down right now near Dallas. It's expected to increase in coverage again over the next few hours. Got a little bit there. And then back over in Burke-Burnett is primarily just snow flurries. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of South Nashville in Tennessee. This is on I-24. I put that in camera slot 2. This is an accident that has occurred. It sounds like it's a one-vehicle accident. Went off into the ditch, came back onto the road. The right shoulder is now blocked while first responders clear that scene.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is what this looks like. Oh, wrong one. So this is over in Tennessee. Got an accident here on the shoulder. Hey, Jackson for the $10 super chat. I'll try this one more time. Ice predictions for Raleigh-Durham area. Anywhere near Raleigh, we're going to be right around 1/4 of an inch of ice. Some localized locations can be near 1/2 of an inch of ice. This is what it looks like over in Indiana. One of the only chasers right now that we have in Indiana right now. Most of them are all down in Kentucky or back over in Oklahoma.
Like 2 days ago to one, like,
got a few light snowflakes out there near Greenwood. Got heavier snow though coming here pretty soon.
4 hours old.
Jeez.
Okay, 259 1 day ago. I don't trust that for a second.
Mine's usually like it'll change after being an hour old.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard, for becoming a member in KOC for the super chat.
So I think we're not that expensive right now.
Looking like sleet coming into DFW. What makes you think it says freezing rain? It's really a mix of everything. So I know I've been saying, like, you know, this entire purple area that you see it's a mix, right? There are some areas that are actually not even in the mix, like the blue area here, that are actually in freezing rain. It can kind of be confusing, and precipitation types are very hard to calculate in real time. That's why this radar does struggle with being able to pick up exactly what is happening here in terms of whether it's freezing rain, whether it's sleet. It's hard to tell, but the best guess that we can give you is that most of the time this northern segment will be sleet, and then this will mostly be freezing rain. Abilene is not seeing freezing rain. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is mostly freezing rain right now. I think near the Red River it's probably a bit more sleet. And then you know, over in Nashville, like we have a sleet line that's way up here. Like the sleet has made it all the way up into Bowling Green at this point. So even though it shows blue on the map and it looks like snow, that is actually sleet. It's very tricky to calculate these things into our radar, you know, normally. So there's a reason why, like, I'm trying to give you approximations at least. I know ground truth can be a little bit different from what we're saying, but like these areas are a lot more tricky to forecast. Shout out to Truck with the super chat, and as well as Audra for becoming a member. Greenville, South Carolina area responding. Everyone here has PTSD from Hurricane Helene. Many are prepared, but also very worried. We're calling for 0.85 inches of ice. Roads won't open until Thursday. It's entirely possible, man. Carolinas are going to get hit hard, unfortunately. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to walk through the current radar analysis for basically the entirety of the storm, talk about what's happening, why it's happening, and what we can expect over the next few hours. So first things first, there's a lot of people tuning in from parts of Texas, Arkansas, and even into parts of Mississippi and Tennessee who are saying, oh, I'm not seeing a lot going on here. Where's this big storm at? So you guys are almost certainly tuning in from inside this circle here. And what we have going on is a bunch of different dry air sort of in the mid-levels of the storm that's making it impossible for precipitation to reach the ground. So in order to draw a picture to better describe what's going on here, I'm going to draw this beautiful cloud right here, and this is just what the snow has fallen like. It's being snow or freezing rain or whatever it is. Well, there's different layers of the atmosphere. They're all different amounts of moisture before you get to the ground. So when we have dry air here, what happens is the precipitation falls into this level and then it disappears. It sublimates and then it just goes back up into the sky as water vapor. So that's what we have going on across a big portion of this area. This is something that we expected to happen. However, it is going on for a little longer than what we thought, but that is almost always a good thing for a storm like this because it is occurring in a place where we're seeing either sleet or freezing rain, and all of those are something that you don't really want to accumulate in a big way. So it is actually saving our ice accumulations a little bit, especially in our ice storm warnings here in Texas and places like Nacogdoches, Shreveport, Monroe, Vicksburg, Yazoo City, and even all the way up into Tennessee. That is something that we are seeing sort of save the accumulations of ice that we're seeing there. The biggest ice accumulations we have seen so far today have came out of this portion of Louisiana. That's the same area that we've been talking about power outages, where we have a couple of counties up to 50% without power or more. Just in the last few hours here, we've been getting a lot of reports out of Monroe, Louisiana, that there is a very high amount of power lines that are sparking. This is going to lead to more power outages as the power companies have to start turning off the power to areas, even if power may remain on, in order to get people out there to fix those power lines. Now, going out into the future, talking about what is going to happen over the next few hours, we are going to see some of this dry air start to disappear. When we see the when we see the next round of soundings go up in this area, this will be a trend that you guys are going to notice. One of the things that you'll see on this MRMS or any satellite data is that it is using the oldest or the most current sounding data that we have to determine where that dry air may be. So this data could be 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 hours old by now. So we might not have dry air ruining the precipitation for all of us in those areas. And it might just be something that hasn't changed on the radar because the soundings haven't updated, but we will see what happens when we get our next round of observed soundings. Going into tomorrow morning, the early hours of tomorrow morning, this will certainly almost all be gone regardless of what's going on right now, and we are going to start to see a switch over to more solid freezing rain and sleet. I do think this is where we're going to start to rapidly pick up some of those higher snow accumulations. We talked about the snow ratios in parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas, so that is something that we can see expect to pick up as well. Another thing to touch on again is our severe weather threat tomorrow, where we have this 5% tornado risk for storms coming ashore. This is in parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. This is actually something that the Storm Prediction Center mentioned, the possibility for strong tornadoes. I would imagine that if we did have the 5 hatch instead of only having a 10 hatch, that this would be a hatched area for a chance of a significant tornado. However, this is not something the SPC can post publicly right now. It might be like that internally. Unfortunately, there's just no way to know for sure. But that is something we can look at into the early hours and early afternoon of tomorrow as we see our severe weather sector sort of pick up a little bit. This is a look at significant tornado parameter. You can see we have values between 3 and 4 in parts of Alabama and Florida tomorrow. So that is something to look out for tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's a little overview of everything that's happening here over the next 48 hours. This is not an ad. I literally need soda. I need caffeine. All right. Thank you, Todd, for the $10 super chat. Let me go ahead and go back to sitting mode. I've been standing for like the last hour. It's actually impressive. Like the last, I don't know, the last couple streams, I never used a standing desk, you know, for live streams at all up until recently. This week is actually the first streams that I've ever used a standing desk, and it is making a noticeable difference in terms of like being able to actually sit here for way longer than after 8 hours. Like I was able to do it before. I have like a good chair for it, but standing makes a heck of a difference.
It could
also good for your health.
Much higher.
Hey, Mac, for the $20 super chat. Delaware beaches, we're probably talking about 4 to 8 inches.
There's no
higher totals in Delaware.
A guaranteed $2.99. How far is that away? 11 miles. Okay, no problem.
Keep going. We are going to keep going. Don't worry. We're going to push past 12 hours, no doubt. We'll be live here as,
yeah.
I think as long as needed. And I think there's plenty of reason to be live.
Maybe we stop. I think maybe we do stop at Culver's, grab food, and then we can go to the next exit and grab.
Let me go ahead and change slot number 2 over. Looks like the wind is picking up quite a bit. We were just looking at CJ Ziegler, and the wind was picking up there. You can see the wind is pretty strong here too. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl in Lebanon Junction, Kentucky, and you can see the wind, and obviously he's behind a semi, but there's definitely a pretty good amount of wind right there that we're looking at. Clearly blowing snow. Huge shout to Burke with the $20 Venmo donation. Also, thank you, Tyler, for the Venmo donation. Where's everybody tuning in from in the chat tonight? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. Are we done with Texas DFW area? We are not. Now, looking at live radar right now, we still have a large area of freezing rain and sleet that is impacting the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's been pretty isolated to scattered for hours now in Dallas, but it is going to get more widespread. There are very few holes in the gap, if you will, back over here near Abilene. You can see the radar coverage. It's getting more intense here near Abilene. Like, you see this entire ring pretty much has some sort of precipitation west of Fort Worth. Keep in mind, there is a natural cutoff the further east and west you go from this radar site. But pretty much anywhere within 50 miles of Abilene, there is some sort of liquid falling out of the sky. So if you're over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in North Texas, things are going to continue to get more intense here over the next few hours in terms of freezing rain. We still have a little bit of snow. And also sleet happening but near Burke Burnett, Wichita Falls, and Waurika. And then snow is starting to ramp up at near Oklahoma City again. We have a few heavier bands of snow now making their way through Oklahoma City near even Kingfisher. Let's see if one of these chasers has a view. We have very small snowflakes near Kingfisher, but that's not in really a heavy band. This is really the more significant band that we have right now. This isn't really in the heaviest of it, though, yet. Good shout out to Richard with the $50 super chat. They also, Sam Am from becoming a member. What I was seeing, a lot of you guys are tuning in from Illinois. We got some Texas people. I saw Houston in the chat, Seattle. Got Florida, Tennessee. A lot of people from Tennessee tonight. I gotta say, this might be our biggest Tennessee audience we've ever had for any event. We usually have a pretty large Texas audience. That is typically what we end up getting, is a much more significant Texas audience more than anything. All right, I want to take you guys through the timing here real quick. For those that are just tuning in, wondering about when our impacts are going to start ramping up, and we're going to go more in detail on this as well here in a little bit. But throughout the rest of the next few hours, again, we are going to continue to see that freezing rain and sleet increase in coverage for the Carolinas, Kentucky, Tennessee, back into areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, northern Louisiana, and even areas like northern Mississippi. We're expecting widespread freezing rain and sleet. Some heavier snowfall is going to be possible, especially near our sleet line, which is going to be down near Oklahoma City, also over near Bentonville. And if you're back over in Louisville, that is where we're expecting some heavier bands of snowfall, Columbus included in that. Indianapolis will likely continue to see some moderate snowfall over the next few hours. And as we go into the overnight hours is when really some of the biggest impacts are going to be felt. Many areas like Raleigh, Columbia, Dallas, just north of Houston, a lot of you are going to be dealing with freezing rain and sleet around this time frame. Memphis as well. And I am, again, concerned about the power outage risk tonight. That is really one of the biggest concerns that I have for this entire event, and I think that goes for any meteorologist. It's going to be the ice accumulation, and that will be the worst overnight tonight because all of our freezing rain is going to be widespread and heavy at times. As we go into Sunday morning, areas like Dallas, Fort Worth will briefly transition into snow. Oklahoma City will be ending around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Little Rock, Jonesboro, and much of the Ohio Valley will be getting the hardest hit by this point, with freezing rain stretching from Charleston in West Virginia back into northern central Mississippi. Heavy snow continuing near Louisville, Cincinnati, Maysfield, Columbus, and Cleveland, and then a little bit of heavier snow as well near the New York City area in Philadelphia. We are going to see a pretty quick transition between sleet and freezing rain and as well snow in the mid-Atlantic tomorrow, because really around 2 a.m. tonight, this is what it's going to look like. Our sleet and freezing rain mostly down near the North Carolina-Virginia border. And then as we go into the late morning, just see how fast and rapidly that sleet line moves to the north. Some of our snowfall accumulation numbers are mixing in both sleet and snow, but generally speaking, most of what you guys are going to see tomorrow in areas like New Jersey and Pennsylvania will end up being snow. Same thing for Maryland. And as we go into late evening tomorrow, we are going to be having a pretty significant winter storm for southern New England. Still some moderate to heavy snow in western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio, and freezing rain will continue down near Raleigh, Virginia Beach, Richmond. And as we go into late tomorrow night and into Monday morning, we're pretty much done with this, with just a little bit of light snow left over for areas in the Northeast, but nothing major by that point. Thank you, Kay, for the $10 super chat. in Ohio waiting for on the snow coverage. Yeah, we'll be here for you guys when it comes to snow coverage. Yeah, it's going to start ramping up there pretty soon. We are currently sitting at 50 winter storm warnings. We have 15 ice storm warnings as well. Something that I've not really shown at all, I don't think, in these live coverages, but we have this entire alert dashboard. This is a brand new thing that we have developers on the back end that have made this for us, but we basically have an entire dashboard where it shows you all the different active alerts, warnings, all that good stuff. And you can see this was issued 3 minutes and 30 seconds ago. Like, it gives you all the details. It's a pretty cool thing that we've developed. And maybe at some point down the road, we'll have this on our like website or something like that. But we're able to see all the details of different watches and warnings. And another cool thing is too, is like I can go here. You see the bottom of the screen there, these warnings and stuff like that. We can change it out. So we can put winter storm watches there instead. If we had tornado warnings tomorrow, we can do, tornado warnings down there. So it's a pretty fancy thing that we've worked on here for the last few months. Also, for winter storm warning at the top, I can do this if I really wanted to, but I can put an intense pulse on it. So you can see how it's pulsing. It's more for severe weather stuff, but cool little thing we've been working on. We have a new mesoscale discussion, which I think this may have already been touched on, but I just want to point it out that we do have a increasing risk of freezing rain and sleet through the evening for those near Greenwood, Fort Smith, just south of Fayetteville, McAllister, Sherman, Texas, Denton, Dallas. All of you guys are included in that. I know we have a lot of you guys tuning in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so big heads up for you guys. Katie with the super chat saying, check out 511 on I-77 near Bland. Reporting an accident, but hard to see anything. I think we looked there earlier and we couldn't see anything. It's a bit difficult to see, especially with it being nighttime now. It's getting a little bit harder to see some of these accidents and the amount of flashing lights and stuff. It's very difficult. What is going on here? We got people sledding. We got a sled hill in Oklahoma City. Look at this. People are sledding in Oklahoma City right now. That kid's going fast. Oh my god. This is a fast hill. There are people sledding on a hill here in Oklahoma City. This is pretty fun. Anybody else sledding? Anybody have plans to sled in the chat with the snow that we're getting? There's over 37,000 people watching these people sled. Indiana? Plenty of people in the chat going sledding this weekend. I don't remember the last time I went sledding. It's been a long time since I've been in any state with snow like this. Watch a couple more people go down the hill here. Look at that top right of the hill. That person's...
Man, it is cold out here.
Not going as fast. That one kid that went down went like super fast. I have too much snow to sled. It actually helps, like, with the ice out here, it actually helps to gain kind of, like, some friction here when you're going down the hill. There are plenty of kids at the top of the hill there. Very fun. I'll keep that bottom right of your screen in case we see anything interesting. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I actually want to draw your attention to Lake Michigan right now, where we have an absolutely insane vortice over the lake here that we can see via the terminal radar. So this is basically just the heat coming off the lake, creating clouds and creating these insane shapes. So it looks like it's rotating, and that's because it is. It's not going to be a tornado or a hurricane or anything, but it's definitely a really cool thing to see on radar. The other thing that I want to point out is just off to the northeast of this, we actually do have a flood advisory associated with an ice dam. So we could see some flooding here. That's because the river over here has basically a dam of ice on it that makes it impossible for the water to properly flow through. So that's going on. But more importantly, like, this is just really cool to see. And this is something that you only see when the conditions are perfect over the Great Lakes.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So very interesting little swirl. We got a Category 7 hurricane here over near Chicago. Or Category 6, as the TikTokers would say. Pretty cool little swirl, though, just east of Kenosha. Southeast of Milwaukee. Very neat little feature here on radar. Lindsay with the $20 super chat said, from Atlanta, what do you think will happen tomorrow regarding power outages? I think they'll be pretty isolated to scattered. I think they'll be a lot more numerous and widespread off to your northeast. That's what I'm expecting for you guys. How many of you guys are tuning in from Atlanta right now? How many of y'all are tuning in from Atlanta? We're back over to the Sled Mountain of Oklahoma here. Got a few people from Atlanta in the chat. Got several people actually from Atlanta. CJ, so when it comes to the like there's a lot of gaps obviously here, and there's some pockets of dry air. That's really the biggest reason why we have such like large areas of like no precipitation right now. There's some precipitation, but it's not much, right? So in these like little cracks, there's really not a whole lot going on. But like off to the west, we have a lot of moisture basically filling in. So we have moisture streaming from the Pacific, which takes time to get here. And that's what's basically feeding into all this precipitation we're seeing. There's very little moisture coming out of the Gulf for this particular winter storm. So it's primarily going to be going over areas like Oklahoma and Texas coming from the west. And so areas over here that are kind of in this spot right here, they're mostly dealing with dry air. And remember that we had 2 waves, right? This is our second wave that's developing right now. The first wave is all of this right here. So this second wave is basically a brand new batch of moisture and a much more organized area basically of upper level low pressure system that's kind of developing this snow and freezing rain. But back off here to the east, the first wave, it's meh compared to the other one when it comes to precipitation in general. It's just lighter. It's nowhere near as significant. But it is a good question. People do always wonder, like, why do we have such low storm coverage sometimes, like during severe weather events? As it's sort of similar to this, but this is just a large low pressure system. So generally speaking, there's a much higher probability, especially when we have a low pressure system forming by tomorrow, that we're gonna have a lot more, moisture and precipitation basically wrapping around it. All right, let's see. Hey, Jack in the Box with a $10 super chat. Max Archer is driving once again. He was covering the snow hill. Back on the road now. This is what it looks like in Oklahoma City. We had a really decent little snow hill there, and now we're starting to get a little bit more snowfall now in these areas.
Looks like he was struggling going up here earlier.
Yeah, Riley, is Brandon live right now? Brandon Payne. Pepsi. I'm drinking Pepsi. I don't have any Diet Coke cans up here. I have a Diet Coke 2-liter, but I don't really have a way to get ice for it.
Another thing looks like it's moving north, like towards Yukon. Watch. See, it starts moving north at the last second.
That's what it looks like again over in Oklahoma City right now. We got Guthrie, Oklahoma, bottom left, and then Storm Intermedia, bottom middle. Actually, we'll change bottom left to Kentucky so we have a little bit more diversity of state to state here. For those that are wondering, by the way, we are not currently accepting submissions for photos and videos other than on social media. So if you want to send them in on like Facebook and Twitter, you can. They're at Max Velocity WX. But the website is going to be down until tomorrow, so we'll have it back for tomorrow's live stream. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Another accident ongoing in Hope, Arkansas. There's actually a number of accidents going on in Arkansas. Just a quick state-by-state view of what we have going on. Dallas area, we are mostly cleared out of accidents. There is one lingering accident in the Texarkana area, that is on I-30, and that is going to remain closed for at least the time being. Jefferson, Texas as well. This is somewhere that we haven't had camera coverage all day, but there was some sort of major incident where Highway 50 and 49 come together. That has since been cleared from 59 or from 49, but there is still some lingering impacts. Over in Tennessee, Nashville is continuing to be Nashville, and we're having a sporadic incidents in that area as well as near Murfreesboro on I-24. 65 and 40, there's only one incident on both of those, so those are actually clearing up pretty well. Over in Knoxville, we are starting to see more reports of scattered accidents there. There's 3 lanes that are blocked on Interstate 40 westbound out of 5 lanes. And there's another multi-vehicle crash on I-75 to the northwest of Nashville, as well as one more crash on I-40 in Crab Orchard, Tennessee. It sounds like for the most part, states like Alabama and Mississippi are starting to see slightly better road conditions, as well as Louisiana. Louisiana has actually been crash-free for about 3 hours now outside of the New Orleans area, but New Orleans is not being impacted by a winter storm, so that hasn't been something we've been covering.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we have tons of accidents across the board. This is one of the ones that is more recent, with a semi in the ditch. I also just got a cup of ice and a Diet Coke. I've made it happen. I've made it work. Show you guys. I actually got this. This was, believe it or not, this from TJ Maxx. I got this Coca-Cola glass. I don't know if you can see it. It has Coca-Cola in front. It's pretty cool. TJ Maxx is like the one place I'll go to once a year and spend way too much money at. I don't know if anybody else has that same type of experience, but TJ Maxx can be dangerous. All right, guys. So what's going to happen? We're staying live. We're live again for the next several hours here. What we're going to do real quick, because streams on YouTube can't go past 12 hours. Otherwise, we can't save them. So we're going to redirect you to a brand new stream. I'm still staying live. Nothing's changing. Just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected to our new live stream. We're going to stay live for the next few hours. We're going to continue to cover this winter storm with the latest details. I'm going to do a brand new forecast as well here on stream. So just stay here. You're going to be redirected automatically. Nothing's changing again. We're still live. All right, just stay on the stream. It might sound confusing. Just don't leave. Just stay here. You'll be redirected to a new stream. That way, we can still stay live for the allotted time that I want to be live here for today. All right, so stay here. You'll be redirected, and we'll be back in 2 seconds.